crossing over to Douluo Continent 20,000 years later, and I even bound to the super god system. Kids, wake up. Today is the day to awaken your martial soul. Yao Xuan opened his eyes in confusion. Where is this broken dormitory? How did he shrink down to a 6-year-old child? As memories flooded back, he realized, I've crossed to the era of the Dragon King legend. Just as he thought about whether parents sacrificed to heaven, boundless magic would work, a sound rang in his ear. Ding! Super God system activated. Do you want to bind it? Bind. I must bind. The binding was completed in 30 seconds, and the system prompted again. Sign in to receive a beginner's gift package. Yao Xuan quickly signed in, and a box popped up before him. Eye of Inquiry. Can see data panels of anyone. Enhanced Charisma. A beauty that stands out from millions. Everyone wants to help him. Enhanced Comprehension. Even the extreme Douluo childhood doesn't have this comprehension. Learns everything effortlessly. Opportunity to draw a creation-level martial soul X1. Directly ascend to greatness. Yao Xuan was ecstatic. This golden finger is too powerful. While other travelers were still worrying about their martial souls, he could directly draw a creation level 1. Yao Xuan, what are you dawdling about? The master from the spirit transmission tower is waiting. His classmates shouted, bringing Yao Xuan back to reality. Following the crowd towards Red Mountain Academy, he couldn't help but feel anxious. What could the creation-level martial soul be? Is it stronger than Tang Wutong's radiant goddess butterfly? Or is it something like the dragon god? Arriving at the awakening room, the soul master from the spirit transmission tower raised the awakening stone. Next, Yao Xuan. The moment he placed his hand on it, the system suddenly prompted, you can consume the drawing opportunity to directly awaken your martial soul. Yao Xuan took a deep breath draw. In an explosion of light, the soul master from the spirit transmission tower suddenly screamed, What martial soul is this? How outrageous could this martial soul be? What could scare even the experienced soul master from the spirit transmission tower like this? What's even more exciting is that Yao Xuan's Eye of Inquiry scanned the soul master's panel and found a line of text. Hidden task. Gain the favor of the elder from the spirit. Transmission tower. Reward. Divine level spirit X1. Can he complete this task? With such a generous reward, it's worthy of the super god system. A creation-level martial soul sounds even more powerful than a divine level one. Yao Xuan stared at the reward list, his eyes wide. Yao Xuan, what are you waiting for? If you don't hurry, you'll be late. Anli Mai's voice came. I am coming. Yao Xuan quickly got out of bed, excitement bubbling inside him. In the cafeteria, the kids were scrambling for white buns. This was a treat only available during festivals. Aunt May was chattering in front. Be polite when you see the master from the spirit transmission tower. It's already good if one out of hundreds of kids has soul power. Yao Xuan responded with his mouth while his mind was already summoning the system. Open Eye of Inquiry. Enhanced Charisma. Enhanced Comprehension. A warm current flowed through his body. The scars on him disappeared. His skin became fair and tender, and his temperament skyrocketed. The kids next to him and Aunt May looked at him with softer gazes. But no one found his strange enhanced charisma truly was outrageous that the cold current surged into his sea of consciousness. And Yao Xuan felt his brain spinning rapidly. He memorized the awakening process Aunt May mentioned with just a glance. Draw a creation-level martial soul. A 9-colored turntable emerged in his sea of consciousness, the pointer spinning rapidly. Yao Xuan stared at the names of the martial souls, his palms sweating. The pointer slowed down, finally clicking to a stop on a dragon-shaped pattern. Ding. Obtained ancestral dragon martial soul. An introduction popped up. Ancestral dragon, born from chaos, traversing the universe, transcending the 3 realms and 5 elements. Yao Xuan's legs went weak. This isn't just a martial soul. This is like cheating. Aunt May shouted to set off, and Yao Xuan followed the group outside, but cold sweat was running down his back. With such a powerful ancestral dragon martial soul, would it scare the people from the spirit transmission tower during awakening? What if he was captured as a monster? What's more thrilling is that he used the Eye of Inquiry to scan Aunt May, who was leading the group, and suddenly a message popped up. Hidden clue. Li Mei was once a soul master, but retired due to her martial soul shattering. Why is she in the orphanage? Is it related to the accident of Yao Xuan's parents? Upon arriving at Red Mountain Academy, the soul master from the spirit transmission tower was already waiting. Next, Yao Xuan, he stepped forward, just about to place his hand on the awakening stone when the system suddenly prompted. The ancestral dragon martial soul is too powerful. Would you like to hide? Part of its aura. Yao Xuan's heart tightened. Should he hide or not? If he hides, he might not be able to unleash his full power. If he doesn't hide, he might attract trouble. What should he choose? Ancestral dragon martial soul. Even the dragon god only has a trace of its bloodline. This is a huge gain. Yao Xuan was so excited that his hand shook, quickly asking the system, "How long does it take to fuse? Can I move? Is there any danger?" 20 minutes can move. No danger. Fuse now. A warm current flowed through his body, and Yao Xuan felt his cells celebrating his physical quality shot up, and a nine-colored glow emanated from his body fortunately. Others couldn't see it. "Let's head to the academy," Aunt May shouted, and the kids lined up to go outside. As Yao Xuan walked, he glanced around. Soul-guided cars zoomed by, and the tall buildings were more impressive than those on Earth. This truly was Douluo Continent 20,000 years. Later, just as they reached the street, the system prompted, "Ancestral Dragon and Martial Soul, binding successful." A panel popped up, and Yao Xuan stared blankly at the soul power section. "Level 520 to be chosen? I can choose myself?" The system immediately displayed a pop-up. Choice 1. Innate Level 20 Soul Power. Taken away by the headquarters of the Spirit Transmission Tower. Can't meet Gu Yue Na, let alone pursue her. Choice 2. Innate Level 5 Soul Power. Stay in Ally City. Have the opportunity to get close to Gu Yue Na. Yao Xuan's mind exploded. Choosing Level 20 directly grants godhood, but had miss out on the Silver Dragon King? Choosing Level 5 means being a weakling, but he could hold the leg of a future big shot. This isn't just choosing soul power, this is choosing a life path. The kids next to him were still chattering about martial souls, but Yao Xuan's palms were sweating. Gu Yue Na, the future Silver Dragon King who will turn the continent upside down. Missing her, what's the point of crossing over? But innate Level 5, would he be looked down upon? Ancestral Dragon Martial Soul paired with Level 5 Soul Power. Isn't that a joke? Yao Xuan, what are you dawdling about? We're almost at the academy. Aunt May shouted back at him. Yao Xuan suddenly snapped back to reality. The entrance to Red Mountain Academy was right in front, and the Soul Master from the Spirit Transmission Tower was waiting inside for testing. He had to make a decision immediately. Choose Level 20 or Level 5. If it were you, what would you choose? More thrillingly, Yao Xuan suddenly noticed that Aunt May was wearing a jade pendant similar to his parents' relic. What secret does this jade pendant hold? Is it related to the deaths of Li Mei and his parents? I choose option 2. Yao Xuan answered instantly. Innate Level 20 Soul Power? Compared to Gu Yue Na, what does that count for? Winning the heart of the Silver Dragon King. That is the top prize. Confirmed choice. Just as the system's prompt sounded, Yao Xuan felt his soul power being compressed to an incredibly pure form, with nine-colored light emanating from him, had unlocked the primary ancestral dragon body. His strength doubled instantly at 6 years old. He was stronger than an ordinary adult. His meridians felt like they had expanded, and his recovery ability was outrageous. 2 skills popped up on the panel. Ancestral Dragon Shattering Step active, Right Claw Dragon Transformation passive. Yao Xuan felt thrilled. This is a huge gain, the golden evolution point. He stared at the panel in distress. Unlocking his bloodline depended on this thing, but now he had none at all. Cultivating step by step, accumulating just 4 points in a year. When would he unlock the next bloodline ability? Ding. System task. Breakthrough Soul Master. Do you accept? Accept. Yao Xuan's eyes lit up. This was a great opportunity to farm golden evolution points. As soon as he entered Hongshan Academy, the Soul Master from the Spirit Transmission Tower called out. Next, Yao Xuan, he stepped forward, his palms secretly sweating. His ancestral dragon martial soul was so powerful, but would it be considered useless with just level 5 soul power? The kids nearby laughed. Look at him, he's probably got a home martial soul. Yao Xuan couldn't be bothered and reached out to the awakening stone. In the next second, the awakening stone cracked with a cautious sound. The Soul Master from the Spirit Transmission Tower stood up in shock. This martial soul, why does it have such a terrifying aura? Yao Xuan's heart sank. Could he not hide it anymore? What was even more exciting was that his eye of investigation suddenly caught sight of a silver-haired little girl outside the crowd, staring at him, her panel showing. Gu Yue Na, disguised, favorability 10 curious. She really came. But the Soul Master from the Spirit Transmission Tower had already pulled out a communicator. Report to headquarters, suspected special martial soul discovered. Could Yao Xuan manage to pass off as normal? How many golden evolution points would he get from this task? Would Gu Yue Na take the initiative to talk to him? Task name, Breakthrough Soul Master. Task description. Although Soul Masters possess soul power, they still belong to the realm of mortals. Only by reaching level 10, fusing with a soul spirit, and breaking through to become a Soul Master to obtain soul skills can one truly embark on the path of the extraordinary. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Hurry and take your first step on the invincible path in the Douluo Continent. Time limit, 2 years. Failure penalty. None missing the deadline will result in no task rewards. Task rewards. Golden Evolution Points X 100, Cultivation Method Refinement of Soul, First 3 Layers, System Ability Space Storage, System Ability Enhancement Meditation. Unlimited Growth Type Soul Spirit X 1 item. After use will replace the original Soul Spirit. Yao Xuan looked at the task panel, his eyes widening. Unlimited Growth Type Soul Spirit? This thing can grow to 1,000,000 years? Stronger than Tang Wulin's Golden Dragon King. Space Storage, Enhanced Meditation, the Refinement of Soul Technique. This reward piled up like a small mountain, breaking through to a Soul Master in 2 years. It's practically free. Hongshan Academy has arrived. Aunt Li Mei called out. Yao Xuan looked up and saw the entrance of the academy was packed with people. The parents were even more nervous than the children. Most of those who came out looked dejected, but occasionally, someone with soul power would jump 3 feet high. After all, becoming a Soul Master meant the Federation would provide monthly subsidies, and the Soul Master School had no tuition. The sun was blinding, and after 2 hours, they finally heard the teacher call out, Tang Ning, Lin Jian, Zheng Heng. Several kids from the orphanage ran in, and 10 minutes later, they came out with their heads down. All had 0 soul power. Aunt Li Mei sighed, but Yao Xuan's heart raced. With his level 5 soul power, would it seem too shabby in front of the ancestral dragon martial soul? Next group, Yao Xuan, Zhao Lei, Sun Xiao Xiao. Finally, it was his turn. Yao Xuan clenched his fists and walked into as. Soon as he entered the testing room, he saw the Soul Master from the Spirit Transmission Tower lounging with his legs crossed, with the Awakening Stone and Soul Testing instrument in front of him. Put your hand out, place it on top. The Soul Master didn't even look up, just as Yao Xuan placed his hand on the stone. Buzz! The Soul Testing instrument suddenly erupted with golden light, and the value jumped to 5, and then stopped. The Soul Master curled his lips. Level 5, not bad. What's your martial soul? Yao Xuan took a deep breath and activated his soul power. In an instant, the temperature in the testing room plummeted, and an overwhelming dragon pressure nearly knocked the Soul Master off his chair. A vague image of a 9-colored giant dragon appeared behind him, its scales shining brighter than diamonds, and when its eyes opened, they resembled 2 small suns. The Soul Master turned pale. Well, what kind of martial soul is this? Yao Xuan's heart sank had he failed to play it low-key. What was even more thrilling was that out of the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of the silver-haired little girl Gu Yue Na, who was staring at him, and her favorability suddenly jumped to 30. Surprised. She was attracted, but the Soul Master from the Spirit Transmission Tower had already pulled out his walkie-talkie, his voice trembling. Headquarters. Unknown top-tier martial soul discovered. Requesting support. Could Yao Xuan get away with this? Would this Soul Master treat him like a specimen for research? Would Gu Yue Na take the opportunity to talk to him? Children, tell me about your martial souls. Aunt Li Mei gently asked the dejected kids. I have a shovel. I'm scissors. I have a handcart. The kids chattered away. None of them reliable. Yanya, Yao, Xian Huanyu. The teacher called out names. Yao Xuan stood up abruptly and followed into Hongshan Academy. This teaching building was quite impressive, with incomprehensible patterns on the walls, and soul power was running rapidly inside. This is a soul guide magic array. Isn't it amazing? The uncle from the Spirit Transmission Tower smiled, looking at Yao Xuan with a particularly friendly gaze. His charm enhancement effect was maxed out. Yao Xuan stood in the red circle, and the Spirit Master raised his hand to point. White light surged into the magic array. A warm current spread throughout his body. His vision blurred, and the energy inside him began to surge outward. You have accompanying soul power. Not bad. The Spirit Master's eyes lit up. Yao Xuan raised his right hand, and a 9-colored halo condensed into a small dragon about 50 centimeters long. Sub-dragon type martial soul, plus soul power. Good qualifications. The Spirit Master was even happier. Yao Xuan secretly laughed. This is the ancestral dragon. What do you know? The Spirit Master handed over a blue crystal ball. Place it on to measure the specific soul power, a S, soon as Yao Xuan's hand touched it. The crystal ball brightened with a buzz, and the blue light stabilized at the level 5 mark. Innate level 5. The Spirit Master nodded. Go register. You can enter the Soul Master School now. Just as he was about to leave, a man in military uniform rushed in, staring at Yao Xuan's small dragon martial soul with admiration. This sub-dragon martial soul is impressive. Kid, want to come with me? I can provide you with the best resources and even adopt you. Yao Xuan was stunned. Who was this? Using the eye of investigation, the panel popped up. Tang Xiren, martial soul, blue silvergrass, soul king level, mecha designer. Tang Xiren? Tang Wulin's father? This was a golden opportunity. But if he agreed, how would he develop things with Gu Yue Na in the future? If he didn't agree, where would he find such a great backing? The Spirit Master beside him advised. This is a huge opportunity. Yao Xuan's palms were sweating. Should he sign? What was even more exciting was that Gu Yue outside frowned, and her favorability dropped by 5 points. Was she getting jealous? What should Yao Xuan choose? The 2nd Regiment, 3rd Regiment, 5th Regiment. Innate Soul Power Level 5. Kid, congratulations. As long as you work hard on your cultivation, you have a great chance of advancing to Soul Master in the future, and even have the opportunity to challenge the Soul Sect and Soul King realms. Looking at Yao Xian's test results, the Soul Master smiled and explained to Yao Xuan, I understand, Uncle, I will definitely cultivate seriously. Hearing the words of the Spirit Master, Yao Xuan sincerely replied, his eyes full of determination. All right, since you have the accompanying soul power, come with me. We still need to make some additional modifications and registrations to your file. Listening to Yao Xuan, the spirit communicator gently reached out and patted his head, then took Yao Xuan to the registration office of Hongshan Academy. Because he possessed innate soul power, Yao Xuan was qualified to enroll in the Soul Master class at Hongshan Academy, which was definitely a key class compared to the regular ones, featuring the best faculty in the school, and the tuition was completely waived. Not only that, but because he was detected to have Soul Master qualifications, Yao Xuan would no longer need to live in the orphanage. According to convention, he would be adopted by a Soul Master family, and his adoptive mother happened to be a teacher at the academy, Lin Shiming. Yao Xuan, I heard you have innate soul power? I'm so envious of you. Make sure to come back and visit us when you have time. Upon learning that Yao Xuan had Soul Master qualifications, the other children in the orphanage looked at him with envy, chattering and asking questions, while Yao Xuan only completed the adoption procedures with Lin Shiming and left without looking back. Come on, Yao Xuan, from now on this will be your new home. And I will be your guardian in the future, Lin Shiming. After a 30-minute walk, Lin Shiming brought Yao Xuan to her home, opened the door, and introduced it. Thank you, Mom. Looking into Lin Shiming's eyes, although he was somewhat unhappy about having an extra adoptive mother, Yao Xuan still obediently called out, so good. Come on. You should rest well for now. Mom will cook for you right away. The food at the orphanage must not have been very good, right? Hearing Yao Xuan's call, Lin Shiming's eyes also revealed a hint of affection and concern. She kindly patted Yao Xuan's head and then turned to walk toward the kitchen. Since Lin Shiming happened to be the homeroom teacher for the 1st grade and had no children of her own, the school invited her to be Yao Xuan's adoptive mother. When she learned about this, Lin Shiming was somewhat reluctant, but upon seeing Yao Xuan, she couldn't help but be attracted by his unique aura, and she unconsciously agreed to become his adoptive mother. Although Lin Shiming's apartment was located in the commoner district of Aoli City, as a level 22 Great Soul Master, her income was quite sufficient. The apartment she lived in was nearly 80 square meters, complete with a living room, kitchen, bathroom, and bedroom. Sitting on the sofa, Yao Xuan also surveyed his surroundings. A soul-guided electric light hung from the ceiling, and there were soul-guided fans, soul-guided washing machines, soul-guided televisions, and other furniture nearby. Not much different from Earth in the 21st century. After resting for a while, Yao Xuan focused his thoughts and released his martial soul, sensing the flow of soul power within him. Although he had only obtained his martial soul and awakened his soul power just a day ago, Yao Xuan felt a strong affinity for his martial soul and soul power, as if they were extensions of himself. This was due to the system's ability to enhance comprehension, greatly improving Yao Xuan's understanding and meticulous control of soul power. However, it was unfortunate that, as a level 5 soul master, Yao Xuan's martial soul and soul power were still in their infancy, not yet revealing their full potential. Nevertheless, Yao Xuan was not anxious. As his soul power and the ancestral dragon bloodline improved, his ancestral dragon martial soul would surely stand out in the Douluo world. School starts tomorrow. Soon, he would meet Tang Wu Lin, the child of destiny in this world. As long as he made good use of this child of fortune, obtaining sources of golden evolution points would be no trouble at all. Familiarizing himself with the operation of martial soul and soul power, Yao Xuan thought to himself that if all went well, Tang Wu Lin would be attending the 1st Great Soul Master class at Hongshan Academy, and he would be his classmate for the next 3 years, or even longer. According to the system's introduction to golden evolution points, a child of fortune like Tang Wu Lin was the best source for these points, and leveraging this child of fortune would make obtaining golden evolution points a breeze. Chapter 7. Initial acquisition of golden evolution points, taking Tang Wu Lin as a little brother? Alright, they're Yue Na, the future Silver Dragon Princess. If nothing unexpected happens, she should soon be taking human form and entering human society, right? Since I'm here, the task of saving Na naturally falls to me. While sorting through his thoughts, Yao Xuan secretly formulated his plans and arrangements for the upcoming period. Come on, Yao Xuan, hurry up and eat. Just as Yao Xuan was pondering, Lin Shimeng came out of the kitchen with steaming hot dishes. Although she was a soul master, Lin Shimeng often cooked for herself, which is why her culinary skills were quite good. After dinner, Lin Shimeng helped Yao Xuan clean one of the bedrooms. At least for the next 3 years, this would be his new home. Yao Xuan, get up, it's time for school. The next day, at 6 in the morning, just as the sun peaked over the horizon, Lin Shimeng called Yao Xuan up. Today was the day of enrollment. Yao Xuan would officially attend Hongshan Academy and begin his 3-year study in the Soul Master class. According to the regulations of the Sun and Moon Federation, children in primary and secondary schools receive compulsory education. The primary school system lasts 3 years, while the secondary school system lasts 6 years, regardless of whether they receive Soul Master education. However, for children attending primary Soul Master academies, if they can break through to level 10 and advance to Soul Master within 3 years, they can continue to the secondary Soul Master Academy. Otherwise, they can only transfer to a regular academy. The requirements for entering a higher Soul Master Academy are even stricter, needing to break through to level 25 before the age of 15, which prevents many from passing the threshold. After breakfast, Yao Xuan followed Lin Shimeng to the classroom. At Hongshan Academy, the number of students in the ordinary first grade class reached over 1,000, but there were only 16 students in the Soul Master class, making the classroom feel particularly spacious. In the Douluo Continent, children who awaken their martial souls with accompanying soul power are extremely rare, especially in a small city like Aoli City that lacks Soul Master families. The 16 students were already the highest number in 5 years. In some years, there were even only single-digit students in the Soul Master class. In primary academies, ordinary classes only conduct standard cultural education, but for the Soul Master class, cultural lessons only take up less than 1/3 of the time. More time is spent on teaching meditation techniques, soul power control, and knowledge about the Soul Master world, preparing these students with innate soul power for entry into secondary academies. Good morning, children. I am your homeroom teacher, Lin Shimeng. Over the next 3 years, I will teach you the basic knowledge of Soul Masters. Now, each of you introduce your martial soul and innate soul power, starting with you, Yao Xuan. Looking at the children before her, Lin Shimeng smiled warmly and then spoke. Hello everyone, my name is Yao Xuan, my martial soul is Lizard Dragon, and my innate soul power is level 5. Stepping forward, Yao Xuan confidently introduced himself to his classmates. The Lizard Dragon was the martial soul that the transmission master had registered for Yao Xuan in the official records, so he naturally adopted it. Wow, Lizard Dragon. Since it has dragon in its name, it must be a powerful martial soul, right? Yes, I heard that any martial soul with dragon in its name is very impressive. Yeah, it should be a very powerful martial soul. Listening to Yao Xuan's self-introduction, the eyes of the surrounding children sparkled with envy, and they began to discuss among themselves, making the classroom suddenly lively. Come on, Yao Xuan, since everyone thinks your martial soul is impressive, show everyone your martial soul. Listening to the children's discussions, Lin Shimeng smiled and said, "All right, Teacher Lin." To avoid affecting the other children, Lin Shimeng specially reminded Yao Xuan to call her Teacher Lin at school. Yao Xuan was happy to comply, responding cheerfully while extending his right hand. With a thought, a series of faint 9-colored lights gathered in front of Yao Xuan, and the ancestral dragon martial soul appeared in his palm. Looking at Yao Xuan's martial soul, the excitement in most of the children's eyes diminished significantly. On the surface, Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon martial soul did not seem as majestic and powerful as the children had imagined. What kind of martial soul is this? Oh no, that strange feeling is back. However, at that moment, among the children, a little boy with short black hair and striking black and white eyes, who was quite good-looking, couldn't help but shudder. Without needing to ask, this little boy was Tang Wulin. After seeing Yao Xuan's martial soul, Tang Wulin felt his blood flow suddenly accelerate. His skin slightly reddened, his head become a bit dizzy, and a faint golden light emanate from his body. All right, that was a very good demonstration, Yao Xuan. You can retract your martial soul now. Come, next it's your turn. Hearing Lin Shimeng's words, Yao Xuan obediently put away his martial soul and stepped back. The abnormality in Tang Wulin's body also disappeared. Soon after, one by one, students took the stage to introduce themselves. Everything went smoothly. But when the other children heard Tang Wulin's introduction, they all burst into laughter, while Tang Wulin's small face turned bright red. feeling as if a fire was burning in his heart. Everyone, please don't mock classmate Weline. Although blue silvergrass is ordinary, let's not forget that the legendary sea god from 20,000 years ago also had blue silvergrass as his martial soul. Moreover, Weline will be our classmate for the next 3 years. Even if his martial soul is not as good as everyone else's, we should not laugh at him, but rather help him more. Looking at the laughing classmates around him, Yao Xuan did not laugh, but instead spoke out to advise them. Thank you. Hearing Yao Xuan's words, Tang Wulin felt a warmth in his heart, and his gaze towards Yao Xuan also showed a hint of gratitude. Ding! Gained the gratitude of the chosen one. Tang Wulin gained 1 golden evolution point. At that moment, a slightly cold prompt from the system sounded again in Yao Xuan's ear. Very good. Although it's only 1 golden evolution point, I only said a word for Tang Wulin. The chosen one is indeed a big cash cow. Easily reaping golden evolution points. It's really amazing. I must make good use of it. Then I'll try to take Tang Wulin as my little brother, that's right. Just like that. Hearing the system's prompt, a hint of joy appeared in Yao Xuan's eyes. Although 1 point of golden evolution point seemed not much, it would take more than 3 months to obtain it through cultivation. For Yao Xuan at the moment, it was already a significant amount. Moreover, Yao Xuan had only helped Tang Wulin by saying a single sentence and received such benefits. With Yao Xuan's wisdom as a traveler, harvesting golden evolution points from Tang Wulin would definitely not be a difficult task. Yao Xuan quickly made the decision to take Tang Wulin as his little brother. Chapter 8. Brother Xian has your back, enhancing the ancestral dragon bloodline. What Yao Xuan said is very correct. In the next 3 years, we will all be classmates. Even if Wulin's martial soul may require more effort in cultivation, we should not mock him. Instead, we should help each other and move forward together. Hearing Yao Xuan's words, Lin Shimeng nodded in agreement, looking at Yao Xuan with approval, and then said seriously. When describing Tang Wulin's martial soul, she deliberately avoided the term of a useless martial soul, and instead used very tactful wording. The little interlude quickly came to an end. After Tang Wulin, the other classmates also completed their self-introductions one by one. In this class of 16 soul masters, there were 2 students with innate soul power of level 5, 7 students with level 4, 6 students with level 3, and the last student only had level 2 innate soul power. Due to his higher innate soul power, Yao Xuan naturally became the class monitor under Lin Shimeng's designation, while the vice monitor was Wan Yun, another student with innate soul power of level 5, who was slightly overweight and whose martial soul was a short knife. Today was the first day of class. In the morning, the teacher would introduce the classification of martial souls, the classification of soul masters, soul spirits, and other basic knowledge of the soul master world. In the afternoon, they would guide and assist everyone in preliminary meditation. For you, meditation is the only way to train your mental strength and enhance your soul power. Therefore, if you want to become a true soul master, you must practice diligently and not become complacent just because you have the talent for being a soul master. You must understand that if you graduate in 3 years, you must reach level 10 before graduation. Otherwise, unless you pay out of pocket, you cannot continue studying at the Intermediate Soul Master Academy and can only attend a regular intermediate college, which will basically cut you off from the world of soul masters in the future. At our Hongshan Junior College, only about 30 to 40 students can enter the Intermediate Soul Master Academy for further studies each year. So everyone needs to feel a sense of urgency and make the most of their time. Remember, if you want to gain more, you must also give more. After completing the self-introduction and deciding on the class committee, Lin Shimeng once again went to the podium, then with a serious expression, slowed her speech and began to advise. Listening to Lin Shimeng's words, most of the children's eyes were still filled with confusion, but some of them showed a determined expression, including Tang Wulin. All right, let me first introduce the classification of martial souls. On the Douluo Continent, martial souls are divided into 2 categories, beast martial souls and weapon martial souls. After completing her admonition to the classmates, Lin Shimeng finally got to the main topic and began to introduce knowledge about the soul master world, the classification of martial souls, the classification of soul masters, soul beasts and soul spirits, soul skills and soul rings, and the history and development of soul guidance technology. Listening to Lin Shimeng's explanation, the children were all attentive, their eyes filled with longing, a desire for the splendid and mysterious world of soul masters. Like the other children, Yao Xuan was also listening earnestly to Lin Shimeng's lecture. As a traveler from another world, he was equally lacking in knowledge about the soul master realm and equally eager to learn. Ding, ding, ding. The cheerful class bell rang, and before they knew it, 45 minutes had passed, marking the end of the first class. All right, class, it's time to take a break. Hearing the school bell, Lin Shiming announced the end of class and then left the classroom. Hi, Tang Wulin, hello, I'm Yao Xuan, nice to meet you. Seeing Lin Shiming leave the classroom, Yao Xuan also stood up, came to Tang Wulin's side, and extended his right hand. Hello, class monitor. Thank you so much for today's class. Looking into Yao Xuan's eyes, Tang Wulin felt even more fond of him and immediately extended his right hand to shake Yao Xuan's firmly. By the way, Wulin, I felt an instant connection with you. How about this, from now on, I'll be your big brother. If anyone bullies you in the future, just let me know, and Brother Xian will have your back. Looking at Tang Wulin, Yao Xuan spoke again. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to form cliques at school? Hearing Yao Xuan's words, Tang Wulin showed a hint of hesitation in his eyes and asked, How is this forming cliques? This is Teacher Lin's mutual assistance. My strength is greater than yours, so I naturally should help you more. If you don't mind, you can call me Xiangu. Looking at Tang Wulin, Yao Xuan also smiled and explained. Then Xiangu. Hello. Thank you for being willing to help me, Xiangu. Hearing Yao Xuan's words, Tang Wulin couldn't help but feel warmth in his heart. He tightly Yao Xuan's hand and said, Ding, you have received the recognition and gratitude of the child of destiny, Tang Wulin. You have gained 5 golden evolution points. Accompanied by Tang Wulin's words, the system's prompt sounded in Yao Xuan's ears again. 5 golden evolution points. Not bad at all. In just half a day, I've already earned 6 golden evolution points, enough to raise my ancestor dragon bloodline by 0. 6. This Tang Wulin really is a big cash cow. With the system's prompt, a smile appeared on Yao Xuan's face, and his gaze towards Tang Wulin grew a bit more fervent. Brother Xian, why do you look at me with such enthusiasm? I'm feeling a bit flustered. Sensing Yao Xuan's fiery gaze, Tang Wulin showed a hint of confusion in his eyes and then asked, It's nothing. I'm just happy to have made a friend like you. Hearing Tang Wulin's words, Yao Xuan quickly retracted his gaze and then began to explain and chat casually with Tang Wulin. Golden evolution points. 6 soon, the class bell rang again, and Lin Shiming walked back to the podium to start explaining knowledge about the Soul Master World to the classmates. At this time, Yao Xuan also immersed his thoughts into the system and scanned the golden evolution point section. With Yao Xuan's efforts, the number there had increased from 0 to 6. System. Spend all golden evolution points to enhance my ancestral dragon bloodline. Looking at the balance of golden evolution points, a hint of determination appeared in Yao Xuan's eyes, and then he issued the command. As the core of the super god system, golden evolution points can naturally enhance not only the ancestral dragon bloodline, but also Yao Xuan's mental strength, soul power, skills, and various abilities, making it an all-around existence. However, Yao Xuan also understood that the power of the ancestral dragon martial soul depended on the ancestral dragon bloodline. And only by continuously enhancing the ancestral dragon bloodline could the ancestral dragon martial soul truly possess the ability to look down upon everything. Therefore, Yao Xuan ultimately decided to invest all golden evolution points into enhancing the ancestral dragon bloodline. Spending 6 golden evolution points will enhance the ancestral dragon bloodline by 0. 6. After which the ancestral dragon bloodline will reach 0. 6. Would you like to enhance it? As Yao Xuan concentrated, the system's prompt tone sounded again. Yes. Gritting his teeth, Yao Xuan nodded again to confirm. Chapter 9. 5 hearts towards the sky technique. Ding. Enhancement started. With Yao Xuan's thought, the system's prompt tone rang again. 6 golden evolution points were deducted, transforming into mysterious energy that burst forth from deep within Yao Xuan's body and spread through his veins, dispersing throughout his body. As this energy spread, the tissues within Yao Xuan emitted a faint colorful glow, and a series of marvelous colorful runes flickered, transforming every cell in Yao Xuan's body and optimizing his genes. Not only that, but during the integration of the primary ancestral dragon body, the residual ancestral dragon power that had not been integrated and remained in Yao Xuan's body was also continuously absorbed by him, providing further enhancement to his body. Ding. Enhancement completed. Ancestral dragon bloodline unlocking degree 0. 6. Current ancestral dragon bloodline unlocking degree 0. 6. 10 minutes later, the integration ended, and with the sound of a ding, the system's prompt tone echoed again. Very good, my physical quality has been enhanced again, really nice. Feeling the changes within his body, a smile appeared on Yao Xuan's face. With a rough estimate, he felt that his strength had increased by at least 30 kilograms, far surpassing that of an ordinary adult. Moreover, Yao Xuan also felt that his heart was beating more powerfully, his blood was denser, and his recovery ability had improved, leading to a comprehensive development of his physical qualities. Just as 6 ancestral dragon bloodline has granted him such a powerful enhancement, making Yao Xuan even more expectant and yearning for the unlocking of the ancestral dragon bloodline. Of course, as the ancestral dragon bloodline continues to unlock the golden evolution points required for each additional 1 of the ancestral dragon bloodline will increase at an astonishing rate, but correspondingly, Yao Xuan's gains will surely also increase. Under Lin Shiming's explanations, Yao Xuan gained a deeper understanding of Douluo Continent. In addition to teaching knowledge related to soul masters, Lin Shiming also taught about the history and development of Douluo Continent. Before he knew it, the morning passed, and the children all went home. Due to special circumstances, Yao Xuan stayed with Lin Shiming to have lunch in the school cafeteria and rested in the teacher's lounge. Soon, the afternoon arrived, and with the ringing of the class bell, Lin Shiming walked into the classroom again. Good afternoon, students. Today I will teach you the meditation method. In the morning, I already mentioned that for us soul masters, meditation is the most basic, but also the most important homework. If you want to enhance your soul power, you must persist in diligent meditation. Now, I will teach you a meditation method called the 5 Hearts Towards the Sky technique, which is a benefit provided by the Sun Moon Federation to every soul master. It is the most basic, simplest, and free meditation method. There are many higher-level meditation methods above the 5 Hearts Towards the Sky technique, but they are generally held by major forces. If you can advance to Soul Emperor in the future, enter a higher-level Soul Master Academy, or join the Federation's army. You will have the opportunity to access these meditation methods. Now, let's explain meditation. The process of meditation is to draw in the wandering soul power from between heaven and earth and transform it into one's own soul power. To draw in soul power, the first step is to sense the existence of wandering soul power. Now listen to my prompt and close your eyes. Meditation textbooks were distributed to the children's hands, and then Lin Shiming began to explain in detail the methods and tricks to sense the wandering soul power in the world. Is this the wandering soul power in the world? What a wonderful feeling. Following Lin Shiming's instructions to close his eyes, Yao Xuan suddenly saw groups of white light orbs appearing around him and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. Although Yao Xuan's innate soul power was only level 5, which didn't seem very high, his ancestral dragon martial soul was a creation-level martial soul, and combined with the system's ability to enhance his understanding, Yao Xuan immediately sensed the wandering soul power. Generally speaking, the stronger the innate soul power, the more sensitive one is to soul power, making it easier to sense the soul power in the environment. According to the standard, being able to sense the soul power in the environment within half an hour is already a very good talent. Come on, everyone. Looking at the children in front of her, Lin Shiming encouraged them. Teacher Lin, I think I've already sensed the wandering soul power you mentioned. Just then, Yao Xuan raised his hand and said, "Oh, so fast? Well, then try using your mental strength to draw in this soul power, and let me see if you really sense the wandering soul power." Listening to Yao Xuan, Lin Shiming also showed a hint of surprise in her eyes, and then suggested. Deep down, she didn't quite believe that Yao Xuan could sense the wandering soul power so quickly, but she firmly believed that Yao Xuan was definitely not lying to her. Therefore, she decided to let Yao Xuan continue to guide the wandering soul power, and she would check it herself. Okay, Teacher Lin. Hearing Lin Shiming's words, Yao Xuan also followed the method described in the 5 Hearts Toward Heaven technique, dividing a strand of mental energy to wrap around a mass of wandering soul power, then immediately dragging it toward his own body. As soon as the mass of soul power touched Yao Xuan's skin, it was instantly absorbed, entering Yao Xuan's meridians, and he felt a faint warm current surge into his body. Very good. You have indeed sensed the wandering soul power, and you successfully absorbed it on your first attempt. It seems that you have a high affinity for soul power. As she felt the mass of soul power being successfully absorbed by Yao Xuan, a hint of joy appeared in Lin Shiming's eyes, secretly happy for him. All right, Yao Xuan, take a look at the content following the 5 Hearts Toward Heaven technique. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. I'll go guide the other students for now. By the way, if any other students have questions about meditation, they can also consult Yao Xuan. With a look of satisfaction, Lin Shiming instructed. All right, Teacher Lin. Listening to Lin Shiming's words, Yao Xuan obediently nodded in agreement. However, he did not continue to flip through the 5 Hearts Toward the Sky technique. During Lin Shiming's lecture, Yao Xuan had already read through all the content of the 5 Hearts Towards the Sky technique. As the most basic free meditation method, the 5 Hearts Toward the Sky technique is extremely simple. With the enhancement of his system's ability to improve comprehension, Yao Xuan fully mastered the technique after just one reading. Instead, Yao Xuan closed his eyes and silently followed the method of the 5 hearts towards the sky, guiding the surrounding soul power and absorbing it one by one. Beginning his first meditation, the soul power entered Yao Xuan's body, flowing through his meridians. Part of it was absorbed by his body, while another part entered his dantian, and Yao Xuan felt the soul power within him gradually becoming more abundant. Chapter 10. Teaching Tang Wulin. First encounter with Nader, practicing the 5 hearts toward the sky. Total soul power increased. Current soul power. Level 5, 1, 2. Practicing the 5 hearts towards the sky. Mental power increased. Current mental power. 45, 3, 1. Mid-stage spirit origin realm. Practicing the 5 hearts towards the sky. System absorbs soul power energy. Evolution points 101 after finishing his meditation. Yao Xuan slowly opened his eyes. Immediately, a transparent prompt box appeared before him, displaying the results of his practice. An increase of 1, 2 in soul power. At this rate, it seems I will need about 80 days to advance to level 6 soul master. This is a bit slow. Moreover, the higher the soul power level, the more soul power is required for each advancement. If I want to upgrade to level 10, I will need at least a year and a half. Listening to the system's prompt sound, Yao Xuan couldn't help but frown slightly, feeling somewhat dissatisfied with his cultivation progress. However, he quickly smiled in relief. After all, the 5 hearts toward heaven technique is just a basic meditation method, so a slower cultivation speed is quite normal. However, this wasn't too much of a problem for Yao Xuan. Once he advanced to a soul master, he could complete system tasks to obtain the first 3 layers of the creation soul refining art and gain the ability to enhance his meditation through the system, which would surely elevate his cultivation speed to a new level. At that time, he would have boundless opportunities. Brother Xian, I have some questions about meditation and cultivating soul power. Can I ask you for help? Seeing Yao Xuan wake up from his cultivation, Tang Wulin quickly walked over, looking at Yao Xuan with envy in his eyes, and asked in a pitiful low voice. Because Tang Wulin's martial soul is blue silvergrass and his innate soul power isn't high, Lin Shiming didn't pay much attention to him, and there was little guidance for him. Due to the lack of instruction, after an afternoon of meditation, Tang Wulin could only barely sense the existence of wandering soul power. However, when he tried to absorb the soul power using the 5 hearts toward heaven method, he repeatedly failed. Therefore, he looked at Yao Xuan hopefully, seeking his guidance, especially since Yao Xuan had successfully completed the soul power attraction on his first cultivation attempt. Of course, I'd be happy to help you. Come on, what questions do you have? Feel free to ask. Listening to Tang Wulin, Yao Xuan felt secretly pleased, as another batch of golden evolution points had been credited. Thank you. Brother Xian, you are really amazing. Tang Wulin's questions were all very basic, and for Yao Xuan, who possessed the enhanced perception system ability, they posed no trouble at all. Just a few pointers cleared away Tang Wulin's confusion like parting the clouds, and he looked at Yao Xuan with admiration, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. It's nothing. If you have any other questions in the future, feel free to ask me. If I can help, I will definitely provide answers. Looking at Tang Wulin, Yao Xuan replied cheerfully. Just then, the system's prompt sound rang again. Ding! Guiding the destined child Tang Wulin, receiving his gratitude and admiration, gaining golden evolution points x3. Not bad. Another 3 golden evolution points credited. I could become even stronger. Tang Wulin is truly my lucky star. Hearing the system's prompt sound, Yao Xuan couldn't help but slightly lift the corners of his mouth, nodding in satisfaction. He then allocated the 3 golden evolution points to the ancestral dragon bloodline. With the effect of the golden evolution points, Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon bloodline was enhanced again by 0, 3, reaching 0, 9, just one step away from breaking through the barrier of 1. Along with the improvement of the ancestral dragon bloodline, Yao Xuan's physical quality was once again enhanced. His entire body filled with strength. Children, class is over. You can go home now. Of course, if you want to continue meditating, it's fine to stay in the classroom. Half an hour passed, and it was now 5 in the afternoon. Lin Shiming finished her guidance and announced to the children that school was over. After school, Lin Shiming needed to participate in some activities within the academy, so she gave Yao Xuan a set of keys to her home, allowing him to go home independently. Walking on the street, Yao Xuan quietly observed the surroundings, deepening his understanding of the Douluo world. As he was walking forward, a small figure by the roadside suddenly caught his attention. It was a little girl with silver short hair, her fair face covered in some dust, and her clothes a bit worn. yet she exuded a unique aura that immediately attracted Yao Xuan's gaze. Not only that, but the little girl's eyes were also distinctive. Her long silver eyelashes naturally curled upwards, and her large eyes were very expressive, with pupils resembling clear purple crystals, from which one could seemingly see their own reflection. That's right, it's her, the future Silver Dragon King, the master of soul beasts, the master of the Spirit Tower, Gu Na. I didn't expect Gu Na to be so adorable when she was little. Moreover, it is indeed I who encountered Gu Na first. The system does not deceive me. Looking at the little girl in the distance, a hint of joy appeared in Yao Xuan's eyes. Just then, the little girl slowly raised her head and made eye contact with Yao Xuan, her beautiful big eyes filled with a mix of confusion and wonder. Little girl, where are your parents? At that moment, several young men with flashy hairstyles and eccentric clothing, looking quite rough, walked over from the other side of the street. They were immediately attracted by the silver hair and approached the little girl, grinning and asking her. But the little girl did not look at them and lowered her head again. Such silver hair is really rare. Perhaps she is an outsider from one of the other two continents. Moreover, her eyes are very unique. Hey, why don't we sell her to the underground black market? We might get a good price. One of the youths suggested, looking at the little girl. That makes sense. Those people in the underground black market would definitely like someone like her. Let's do it. Another replied, hearing the words of a young man. The tallest youth among them nodded and then leaned down next to the little girl. Little girl, are you hungry? Brother will take you to the restaurant to eat something delicious. How about that? He said with a smile that didn't reach his eyes, his expression insincere. Hearing the words of the young man, the little girl shook her head vigorously, her eyes showing disdain. If you don't drink the toast, you'll have to drink the punishment wine, so don't blame me for being rude. Seeing the girl's actions, the leading young man's eyes revealed a hint of hostility as he reached out to forcibly grab the girl's arm and drag her away, while the other young men surrounded them, blocking the view from outside. Chapter 11. Hero saves the beauty, taking Nodder home. Let her go. At that moment, Yao Xuan also stepped forward and raised his voice. Hearing Yao Xuan's voice, the several young men were startled, and when they turned around, their eyes showed anger. The one who stood up for them was actually a little boy who was only about 2 meters tall, barely above their waist. Little brat, get lost and don't meddle in our business. One of the young men behind Yao Xuan looked at him with a hint of malice in his eyes, lifted his right foot, and kicked at Yao Xuan with a sweeping kick. Too slow, although he was only 6 years old. With the enhancement of the primary ancestral dragon body and having raised his ancestral dragon bloodline to 0.9, Yao Xuan's strength had already exceeded 100 kilograms, far surpassing that of an ordinary adult male. His agility and combat awareness were also enhanced. To Yao Xuan, the young man's kick was not only very slow, but also full of flaws. Therefore, Yao Xuan coldly smiled, took a step to the side, and easily dodged the kick. Immediately after, Yao Xuan also kicked out, sweeping towards the young man's leg. Clang! Facing a little brat, the young man did not concentrate at all, and when Yao Xuan dodged his attack, he showed a look of surprise. At that moment, Yao Xuan's kick had already hit his calf, producing a dull sound. Thud! Struck by Yao Xuan's kick, the young man felt as if his thigh had broken, and a look of pain immediately appeared on his face. He lost control of his body and fell, covering his leg with his hands and crying out in pain. Useless. Getting hurt by a little brat. What a shame. Kid, if you don't want to die, get out of here quickly. Looking at the young man on the ground, the leading young man's face also showed a fierce expression. He flicked his wrist, and a short dagger appeared in his palm, glinting coldly, as he aimed it at Yao Xuan and shouted sternly. Let her go. I'm a soul master. If you have the ability, come at me. Looking at the leading young man, Yao Xuan showed no fear on his face. With a thought, he raised his right hand, and a 9-colored light flickered as the ancestral dragon martial spirit condensed in front of him, emitting a faint energy fluctuation. Although Yao Xuan's soul power was only at level 5, and he had no soul spirit or soul ring to release soul skills, which could enhance his combat power, the martial spirit and soul power itself were the best talismans. Every soul master was a precious resource, and for children with soul power, both the Sun Moon Federation and the Spirit Transmission Tower would have special records. If such a child got into trouble, the authorities would definitely intensify their efforts to find out the reasons. Unless someone was incredibly powerful, it would be nearly impossible to cover it up. Having soul power. This was not an ordinary child. Big brother, forget it. If we really make a move, we definitely won't escape the investigation. You know, harming a soul master seed could lead to at least 20 years in prison, or even worse. Seeing Yao Xuan reveal his martial spirit and soul power, one of the young man's subordinates reminded him. How unfortunate. Let's go. Hearing the reminder, The young leader also understood the seriousness of the situation, so he let out a reluctant snort, abandoned the little girl beside him, and quickly ran away with a few companions. This feels so warm. Just as the few delinquent youths were chased away by Yao Xuan, the little girl showed a hint of longing on her face. Gazing intently at the ancestral dragon martial spirit in Yao Xuan's hand, murmuring softly, "Phew, I'm glad I didn't get into a conflict with those guys." Looking at the fleeing youths, Yao Xuan couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The tension that had been hanging in his throat finally eased. Although Yao Xuan's strength had surpassed that of an ordinary adult male, he was still just one person and had not systematically learned martial skills. It would be difficult to fend off multiple opponents, especially since those young men had weapons in hand. If a conflict had truly broken out, Yao Xuan wouldn't have been afraid of them, but he might have been injured, which would not have been pleasant. Resolving the issue peacefully and making them retreat on their own was naturally the best outcome. Ding! Helped the Silver Dragon King Gu Yue, juvenile, get out of trouble, gained her favor, and received 5 golden evolution points. At that moment, the system's notification sound rang out again, and a faint smile appeared on Yao Xuan's face. Another 5 golden evolution points. Awesome! Each golden evolution point is a precious resource, and obtaining 5 points without bloodshed is indeed a great reward. While thinking, Yao Xuan walked over to the little girl. "Don't be afraid, the bad guys have been driven away. Come on, get up. My name is Yao Xuan. What's your name?" Approaching the little girl, Yao Xuan said as he extended his right hand to help her up from the ground. "My name? It's Nar." Listening to Yao Xuan's question, the little girl blinked her large purple eyes a few times, as if recalling something. Finally, she hesitated for a moment before speaking up, answering in a voice as clear and pleasant as a silver bell. "No, that's such a beautiful name, and your voice is just as lovely." Hearing Nater's voice, Yao Xuan also showed a kind smile on his face. Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Na's pretty face turned slightly red, and she lowered her head, remaining silent. "By the way, Na, did you get separated from your parents? Also, where do you live? Do you want me to take you home?" Looking at Na's adorable appearance, a hint of affection rose in Yao Xuan's heart. This young Silver Dragon King was truly so cute that it made one want to commit a crime. Of course, knowing Na's identity, Yao Xuan would not act inappropriately, but instead looked kindly into Na's eyes and asked with concern. Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Nader once again showed a hint of dazedness in her eyes and finally hesitantly shook her head. Gurgle, gurgle. Just as the atmosphere became a bit awkward, a somewhat discordant sound echoed, and at that moment, Nar's head lowered even further, a hint of blush creeping onto her face. "Nar, are you hungry? If you can't find your family, then come home with me for now," Yao Xuan said sincerely while looking at Nar. "Go home with you." Hearing Yao Xuan's words, Nar slowly raised her head, a hint of confusion showing in her purple eyes, and murmured, "Don't worry, I'm not a bad person." Looking at Nader's beautiful big eyes, Yao Xuan smiled and said, "All right, then I'll go with you." Gazing into Yao Xuan's eyes, Nar was immediately drawn in by his charisma, her heartbeat unconsciously quickening. Not only that, but Yao Xuan also saved her from a bad person, so he clearly wasn't a bad person. Furthermore, Yao Xuan's martial soul seemed to have a special attraction to her, which made Nar involuntarily nod slightly, agreeing to Yao Xuan's invitation. Chapter 12. Nar, you are truly beautiful. 10 minutes later. "Come on, Nar, sit down and rest for a while. I'll go get you something to eat." Opening the apartment door, Yao Xuan took Nader's hand and led her to the sofa to sit down. He then went to the kitchen, took a plate of cake from the soul-guided refrigerator, and offered it to Nar. "Here, Nar, you must be hungry, right? Go ahead and eat, don't be shy." Yao Xuan smiled as he presented a piece of cake to Nar. Looking at the cake in Yao Xuan's hand, a glimmer of light flashed in Nar's eyes, but it was quickly overshadowed by hesitation. "Don't worry, this cake is really delicious." Noticing the hesitation in Nader's eyes, Yao Xuan smiled again, breaking the piece of cake in half, one half for himself, and the other half he held out to Nar. Then, "Thank you, I won't be polite." Smelling the fragrant cake, Nader's desire grew stronger. Seeing Yao Xuan eat the other half, Nader's concerns faded away. She quietly thanked him, reached out her beautiful little hand to take the cake from Yao Xuan, and started eating eagerly. After finishing one piece of cake, Nader's guard visibly dropped even more. She lifted her head and glanced at Yao Xuan with a look of longing. "Nar, if you're still hungry, feel free to eat. There's no need to be polite." Observing Nader's tentative gaze, Yao Xuan quickly understood her meaning and smiled as he spoke. "Thank you." With Yao Xuan's approval, Nar no longer held back and grabbed 2 pieces of cake, eating them heartily. It was clear that she was indeed a bit hungry. It seems that this future Silver Dragon King is also a little foodie, and the way she eats is just so adorable. Meanwhile, Yao Xuan leaned to the side, watching Nader with affectionate eyes. Soon, Nader finished the entire plate of cake, her eyes still revealing a sense of wanting more, while Yao Xuan helped her by throwing the empty packaging into the trash can. Ding dong. Since Nader didn't like to talk, Yao Xuan didn't disturb her, instead sitting beside her. About 20 minutes later, the doorbell rang. Lin Shimeng had returned. Nader, my mom is back. She's not a bad person either, so don't be afraid. Hearing the sound of the doorbell, Yao Xuan turned to explain to Nader, then took small steps to the door and opened it. Mom, you're back. Looking at Lin Shimeng, who had returned from Hongshan Academy, Yao Xuan greeted her warmly. Yes, Yao Xuan, I'm back. By the way, who is that girl sitting on the sofa? After receiving Yao Xuan's welcome, a smile appeared on Lin Shimeng's face, and then her gaze fell on Nader, showing a hint of curiosity as she asked Yao Xuan. It's like this, Mom. On the way home from school, I encountered some bad people. Hearing Lin Shimeng's question, Yao Xuan recounted the whole story of Nader in detail. Oh, your behavior today was too dangerous. Luckily, you weren't hurt. Otherwise, I would have been so worried. Upon receiving Yao Xuan's reply, Lin Shimeng couldn't help but show a hint of fear on her face, and her breathing became a bit rapid. She knew very well that the little thugs in the civilian neighborhoods were not good people and could do all sorts of bad things. Mom, it's okay, look. I came back safely, didn't I? Hearing the concern in Lin Shimeng's tone, Yao Xuan couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. He then said softly, That's right. It's good that you have soul power. Otherwise, you would be in danger. You didn't do anything wrong, but you must not take such risks again next time. By the way, little friend, is your name Na? Where are your parents? After listening to Yao Xuan's explanation, Lin Shimeng also then turned and came to Nader's side, squatting down and softly asking. As before, Nader still just shook her head slightly, but said nothing. All right, Nader, do you know where you are from? Or where your home is? Hearing Nader's response, Lin Shimeng continued to ask. Upon hearing Lin Shimeng's question, Nader shook her head again and did not speak. Do you know your family's contact information? Or any other clues about your background? Seeing Nader shake her head once more, a hint of confusion appeared in Lin Shimeng's eyes. But she continued to ask. This time, Nader still shook her head. All right, Nader, how old are you? You must know that, right? Noticing that Nader was unclear about her background, Lin Shimeng did not press further and instead asked. 5.5. This time, Nader finally spoke, answering in a pleasant voice. 5.5. How tragic. All right, Nader, you can stay here for the night. Tomorrow, I will take you to the administrative officer to see if we can find your relatives. Also, you're quite dirty. Let me take you to wash up. Hearing Nader's age, Lin Shimeng's face also flashed with a hint of anger, but then she gently spoke to Nader. At Hongshan Academy, for the students in the Soul Master class, the curriculum consists of 1 day of Soul Master courses and 1 day of cultural courses. Therefore, Lin Shimeng didn't need to teach at Hongshan Academy the next day, and was prepared to help Nader uncover her origins. Hearing Lin Shimeng's words, Nader also nodded, but there was no expression in her purple eyes. Immediately after, Lin Shimeng pulled Nader up and walked towards the bath. Since it was Nader, she must be kept. This is the most crucial step in the future strategy to win over the Silver Dragon King, Gu Yue. If this step does not leave a deep impression on her, opening her heart and allowing her to develop emotions as a human, it will be extremely difficult to gain her true heart in the future. Moreover, as the Silver Dragon King, once Nader is kept, I can also acquire a large amount of golden evolution points from her, which will greatly help my future growth. No matter what, I must persuade Lin Shimeng to keep her. Should I act a little spoiled towards her? Lin Shimeng took Nader into the bathroom, while Yao Xuan was also thinking quietly. Before long, Lin Shimeng and Nader came out of the bathroom again. After the bath, the dust on Nader's body and face was completely washed away, revealing her fair and smooth skin, as if it could produce water with a gentle rub. Although she was wearing Yao Xuan's slightly loose shirt, it did not affect Nader's beauty at all. Moreover, Nader's features were extremely well-proportioned and charming, beautifully crafted like a porcelain doll, making her look very delightful. And she also exuded a faint fragrance that left Yao Xuan mesmerized. Nader, you are truly beautiful. Looking at Nader, Yao Xuan couldn't help but praise her. And Nader's delicate face turned slightly red, appearing a bit shy as she shrank her head. Chapter 13. Nader, you will be my sister from now on. Look at how sweet your words are. Nader is so shy because of you. After hearing Yao Xuan's words, Lin Shimeng gave him a somewhat reproachful glance. However, in her heart, she had to admit that Nader was indeed excessively beautiful. Meanwhile, Lin Shiming pulled Na Er towards the bedroom to arrange accommodation for her. On the other side, Yao Xuan sat on the sofa, his mind moving as he opened the system panel. Spending 5 points of golden evolution points can increase the concentration of the ancestor dragon bloodline by 0.3. After the increase, your ancestor dragon bloodline concentration will reach 1. 2. Do you want to upgrade? As Yao Xuan concentrated, a system prompt appeared in front of him. When the unlocking degree of the ancestor dragon bloodline is between 0 and 1, each increase of 0. 1 in the bloodline only consumes 1 point of golden evolution points. However, when the unlocking degree of the ancestor dragon bloodline reaches 1, the cost to increase by 0.1 jumps to 2 points of golden evolution points. Yes, although it can only increase by 0.3, the ancestor dragon bloodline is the foundation of Yao Xuan's future strength, even more important than soul power levels and mental strength. Therefore, he nodded without hesitation. Ding! Upgrade starting. With Yao Xuan's thought, the system's prompt sound rang out, and 5 points of golden evolution points were deducted, transforming into the purest source of evolution energy, surging into Yao Xuan's meridians and rushing throughout his body. Streams of evolution source energy flowed within Yao Xuan, which were quickly absorbed by his body, wildly increasing the concentration of his ancestor dragon bloodline. As the concentration increased, a faint 9-colored glow emanated from his skin, exuding an aura of supreme majesty, looking down upon the world. This is such a familiar aura? But what is it? I can't quite remember. Just as Yao Xuan enhanced his ancestor dragon bloodline, a hint of strange color appeared in Na Er's eyes in the bedroom, as she looked towards Yao Xuan with a mix of desire and fear, murmuring to herself. Sensing the aura of Yao Xuan's ancestor dragon bloodline, some vague memories seemed to flicker in Na Er's mind, but they quickly faded away. However, she could never understand why she felt so familiar and close to Yao Xuan's aura. Meanwhile, as the concentration of the ancestor dragon bloodline increased within Yao Xuan's body, colorful runes imbued with mysterious power were flashing, madly transforming his body, optimizing his genetic structure and eliminating impurities, elevating his physical qualities and promotion potential to a new level. Ding! Upgrade complete. Ancestor dragon bloodline unlocking degree 0.3. Current ancestor dragon bloodline unlocking degree 1.2. A few minutes later, after the enhancement of the ancestor dragon bloodline was completed, the system prompt rang again, and Yao Xuan smiled with satisfaction. Not bad. My power has increased again. The ancestor dragon bloodline is indeed remarkable. Even with just a 1.2 unlock, it can significantly transform my body. Sensing the surging power within him, Yao Xuan nodded excitedly. In terms of strength alone, Yao Xuan's current power was already close to 150 kilograms, about 1.5 times that of an average adult male, and his other attributes were also much stronger than ordinary people. At that moment, Lin Shiming came out of the bedroom after settling Na Er, and Yao Xuan also got up from the sofa to stand beside her. Mom, it seems that Na Er can't find her home. She really is so pitiful. Mom, Na Er is so cute. Can we let her stay with us and not send her to the orphanage? Leaning closer to Lin Shiming, Yao Xuan looked at her with hopeful eyes, speaking in a slightly spoiled tone. You child, sigh, but you're not wrong. What a spirited and lovely girl she is. If she were sent to an orphanage, who knows how she would be treated? How about this, tomorrow? I'll take Na Er to the governor to see if we can find her parents. If we can't find them and Na Er is willing to stay with us, I will take her to handle the adoption procedures. How'd that sound? Although she was initially reluctant, hearing Yao Xuan's spoiled words softened Lin Shiming's heart. Remembering Na Er's lively and adorable appearance, she also couldn't bear to send her to the orphanage, especially given the poor conditions of orphanages that were well known. Thank you, Mom. Hearing Lin Shiming's words, a heavy stone in Yao Xuan's heart was lifted halfway, and he sincerely expressed his gratitude. Seeing Yao Xuan's happy expression, Lin Shiming helplessly reached out to pat his head, thinking that this kid's elbows seemed to be a bit outward. After a night without conversation, the next morning, Yao Xuan went to Hongshan Academy alone to attend cultural classes, while Lin Shiming took Na to the city hall to inquire about her identity. After a morning of cultural classes, Yao Xuan couldn't wait to go home. By this time, Lin Shiming had already prepared a steaming meal waiting for his return. Meanwhile, Na had changed into a pure white dress, making her look even more dignified and beautiful, in addition to her already adorable appearance. Mom, has Na's family been found? Yao Xuan asked knowingly as he approached Lin Shiming. No, at the city hall, there were no records of Na at all. But asking about this as soon as you get back, you little rascal. Hearing Yao Xian's question, Lin Shiming also shook her head, then reached out to pinch Yao Xian's cheek. Mom, since Nar can't find her home, can we let Nar live with us from now on? Is that okay? Listening to Lin Shiming's words, Yao Xian continued, Of course, I agreed to you last night, right? But you need to ask Nar first if she is willing to stay at our house, right? Hearing Yao Xian's words, Lin Shiming also smiled slightly, touched Yao Xian's head, and then led on, What Mommy said is right. Nar, from now on, just stay with us at home. I will definitely take good care of you and won't let anyone bully you. Moreover, if you don't stay with us, you'll have to go to the orphanage. And the environment there's not as good as our home. You often won't have enough to eat and will frequently face punishments. While agreeing, Yao Xian moved to Nar's side, looked into her large eyes that resembled amethyst, and softly said, Okay. This time, Nar only hesitated for a moment before actively nodding her head. Great, Nar, then you'll be my sister from now on. Seeing Nar agree, Yao Xian felt a huge weight lift off his heart and happily said, Thank you, Yao Xian Gij. Seeing Yao Xian happy about her arrival, Nar couldn't help but smile sweetly, revealing 2 charming dimples on her face, and then called out Yao Xian's name with an angelic voice. Chapter 14. Nar moves in Ding. Gain the gratitude and affection of Silver Dragon King Gu Na, young form. The gears of fate in Douluo Continent begin to turn because of you. Gain 10 golden evolution points. Accompanied by Nadra's words, the somewhat mechanical prompt sound of the system rang in Yao Xian's ears again. Hearing the system's prompt, the smile on Yao Xian's face grew even wider. 10 golden evolution points were enough to elevate his strength to a new level. It's okay, you're so cute. How could I bear to let you suffer in the orphanage? Nar, from now on, we are family. Looking at Nadar's lovely smile, Yao Xian couldn't help but gently pinch her cheek and said with an excited tone. Although Nar seemed a bit distant, she felt inexplicably close and at ease with Yao Xian. Therefore, when Yao Xian reached out to play with her face, she had no thoughts of resistance and instead cooperated very obediently with his actions. Since it was confirmed that Nar would be moving in, Lin Shiming naturally needed to make some adjustments to the home facilities. Although both Yao Xian and Nar were only 6 years old, there were still gender differences. So Lin Shiming certainly couldn't let them sleep together. Thus, she planned to convert the original study into Nayer's new room and purchase a batch of new furniture and clothing for her. Of course, all of this was for later. Before that, the family first gathered at the dining table to enjoy the lunch that Lin Shiming had carefully prepared. Unlike her petite frame, Nar's appetite was quite large. And after unlocking the ancestor dragon bloodline, Yao Xian's appetite had also significantly increased. In a flurry of eating, they managed to finish the dinner that Lin Shiming had prepared, leaving them both feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Oh my, you two are really little big eaters. Looking at Nar and Yao Xian, Lin Shiming couldn't help but comment, but inside, she felt very happy to have someone appreciate her culinary skills. After lunch, it was time for a nap. Since Nar temporarily didn't have her own bed, she slept with Lin Shiming, while Yao Xian slept in his own room. Although he had gained 10 golden points, Yao Xian didn't rush to use them to enhance the ancestor dragon bloodline. Instead, he planned to fully control the power within him before continuing to enhance the ancestor dragon bloodline, so as not to destabilize his foundation due to a rapid increase in strength. In addition, Yao Xian actually had another concern. If he frequently revealed the ancestor dragon bloodline, it could very likely stimulate Nar and lead to her memories awakening. Therefore, Yao Xian also decided to avoid increasing the ancestor dragon bloodline at home in the future. During the nap, the afternoon passed in the blink of an eye. In the afternoon, Yao Xian left home alone to continue his cultural studies at Hongshan Academy, while Lin Shiming took Nar to a furniture store in Ally City to purchase the furniture and clothes she needed for moving in. For Yao Xian, who had enhanced comprehension, accepting cultural knowledge was naturally no problem. By the time he returned home in the afternoon, the specially customized furniture for Nar had already been delivered and was basically installed. As a level 22 Great Soul Master, Lin Shiming could naturally enjoy faster service than the average person. Yao Xian Gij, you're back. Turning the key and opening the door, Nader smiled and proactively greeted Yao Xian. Clearly, the originally closed door of her heart had opened quite a bit. Nair, Mum, I'm back. Seeing Nader greet him, Yao Xian naturally responded with a bright smile, greeting both Nader and Lin Shiming. Oh, Yao Xian, you're back? Come, everyone, it's time to eat. Seeing Yao Xian return home, Lin Shiming also had a loving smile, bringing out plates of delicious food from the kitchen. Knowing Nader and Yao Xian's appetites, Lin Shimeng had specially prepared even more food to satisfy the two big eaters. Mom, your dishes are really delicious. Nar, what do you think? Both Yao Xuan and Nar thoroughly enjoyed the food that Lin Shimeng had prepared, finishing it all. Satisfied, Yao Xuan wiped his mouth and then nudged Nar beside him. Burp. So delicious, thank you, Mom. Hearing Yao Xuan's question, Nar also let out a satisfied burp and thanked him with a contented expression. Well, as long as you guys are happy eating. But you two really match in terms of appetite. If it weren't for your mom being a grand soul master, you two little rascals would definitely eat us poor. Looking at Nar and Yao Xuan in front of her, Lin Shimeng also smiled slightly, then said in a joking tone, Mom, I'm going to meditate now. For the students in the Soul Master class, cultural lessons are just an accessory, and no homework is assigned. Instead, time is left for the children to meditate. After finishing dinner, Yao Xuan naturally began this routine task of a soul master. Yao Xuan is really good. Meditation is a necessary path to becoming a soul master. You must not slack off. Seeing Yao Xuan so consciously going to meditate, Lin Shimeng also showed a relieved smile. Yao Xuan then walked into the bedroom, closed the door, sat upright on the bed, focused his mind, and released his consciousness to sense the soul power in the space, then followed the methods in the 5 hearts to the sky technique for guidance. 2.5 hours later, feeling that he could no longer absorb new soul power, Yao Xuan slowly opened his eyes, ending his cultivation. Cultivating the 5 hearts to the sky technique, total soul power increased 19, current soul power, level 5, 3, 1, cultivating the 5 hearts to the sky technique. Spiritual power increased 5, 6, current spiritual power, 45, 8, 7, mid-stage Ling Yuan realm, cultivating the 5 hearts to the sky technique. System absorbs soul power energy, evolution points 162. Current evolution points 273 with the unlocking of the ancestral dragon bloodline. Yao Xuan's ability to absorb soul power further enhanced, and the cultivation effect improved. After finishing his practice, a silver light flashed before his eyes, and a system prompt box appeared in front of him. Not bad. My cultivation speed has increased again. I must quickly advance to Soul Master and obtain the Forging Soul technique, so I can fully enhance my strength. Looking at the prompt given by the system, Yao Xuan silently nodded and thought to himself, Brother Yao Xuan, what were you doing? While Yao Xuan was cultivating, Nar was lying on the sofa watching the soul-guided television. Engrossed in the colorful things on the screen, her face full of longing. Seeing Yao Xuan walk out of his room, she looked up with curiosity and gently asked, Chapter 15 Side Quest. Learning forging, I went to meditate, which means I went to cultivate soul power. Hearing Nar's inquiry, Yao Xuan smiled and reached out to gently touch Nar's head, then said softly, Meditating? It's been so long for one meditation. Brother Yao Xuan must be very tired, right? Shaking her head, Nar asked with a voice as clear as spring water. Of course, meditating is much more tiring than watching TV. However, hearing your voice makes me feel much more energized. Yao Xuan nodded and looked at Nar with a pampering gaze, replying softly, That's great. If Brother Yao Xuan is tired in the future, I'll come and chat with you. After receiving Yao Xuan's praise, Nar couldn't help but smile sweetly, her lips curling up. And then she held Yao Xuan's hand and said, Of course, thank you, Nar. Hearing Nar's words, Yao Xuan smiled and thanked her. After finishing the meditation, it was already 9:30 in the evening. After a short period of entertainment, Yao Xuan, Nar, and Lin Shimeng returned to their respective rooms, turned off the lights, and went to sleep. So far, everything was going very smoothly. What I need to do now is to build a good relationship with Nar as much as possible and advance to become a soul master as soon as possible. However, it would be even better if I could make some achievements in forging as well, because for soul masters, secondary profession is also a very important choice. Closing his eyes, Yao Xuan silently reviewed the important events in the future and thought to himself, Ding, congratulations, you have received a side quest to learn forging. Would you like to check it? Just as Yao Xuan was deep in thought, the system's notification sound rang in his ear again. Oh, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. What a coincidence. Of course, I want to check it. Listening to the system's prompt sound, a hint of joy appeared in Yao Xuan's eyes, and then he silently recited in his heart. Task name, Learning Forging, Side Quest, Task Description. For soul masters, the second profession is a very important choice. It not only provides the resources needed for cultivation, but is also a necessary condition for creating battle armors. Since you wish to enhance your forging ability, the system has specially generated this side quest for you. Time limit, 3 years task leading reward. Admission qualification to the Mengtian Studio Task Stage 1. Advance to Level 1 Blacksmith Task Reward. Golden Evolution Points x 10 Failure Penalty. Deduct Golden Evolution Points x 100 Task Stage 2. Advance to Level 2 Blacksmith Task Reward. Golden Evolution Points x 30 Failure Penalty. Deduct Golden Evolution Points x 30 Task Stage 3. Advance to Level 3 Blacksmith Task Reward. Golden Evolution Points x 100 Failure Penalty. Deduct Golden Evolution Points. X10 Task Note. This is a side quest. You can choose to accept or decline this task. As Yao Xuan recited the task, a silver light flashed before him, and an ancient task frame appeared, displaying all the details of this side quest. A side quest divided into 3 stages. As long as I advance to Level 2 Blacksmith, this task will definitely be profitable for me, and I will also be going to the Mengtian Studio for learning. Of course, I accept. Looking at this task, Yao Xuan silently chose to accept it. Tang Wulin completed 1,000 forges and advanced to Level 3 Blacksmith within 3 years. Yao Xuan naturally had more confidence in himself. Compared to the Golden Dragon King bloodline, the ancestral dragon bloodline was undoubtedly several levels higher. Moreover, Yao Xuan knew that Tang Wulin also learned forging at Mengtian Studio when he was young. If he could also enter Mengtian Studio and become an apprentice, he would have more opportunities to collect golden evolution points from Tang Wulin, which would help his future development. Ding! Task accepted. Congratulations. You have obtained the task leading reward. Admission qualification to Mengtian Studio X1. When you go to Mengtian Studio and state your name, you can take the assessment of Mengtian Studio. Upon passing the assessment, you can enter Mengtian Studio for learning. As Yao Xuan recited the task, the system's prompt sound rang again, informing him of how to use the admission qualification reward for Mengtian Studio. As expected of a super god system, it truly is amazing. With my strength and comprehension, as long as I don't self-sabotage, joining Mengtian Studio will definitely not be a problem. Now the question is how to persuade Lin Shiming. Hearing the system's prompt sound, Yao Xuan silently nodded and sighed, then thought to himself. The next day at noon, in Lin Shiming's office. What? You said you want to learn forging? Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Lin Shiming's eyes also showed a hint of surprise. Yes, Mom. I heard that the second profession is very important for a soul master, and I just happened to get an interview opportunity at the Mengtian Studio. Can I give it a try? Listening to Lin Shiming's inquiry, Yao Xuan also nodded silently and asked if it's the Mengtian Studio, you can give it a try, but you have to ensure that forging won't interfere with your cultivation of soul power, okay? In Ally City, Mengtian Studio is quite well known. Knowing that Yao Xuan had obtained an interview opportunity at Mengtian Studio made Lin Shiming secretly happy, but she still sternly warned Yao Xuan, yes, Mom, I understand. For us soul masters, soul power is the foundation of everything. I can guarantee that I will only study forging in my spare time, and it will definitely not affect my cultivation of soul power. Seeing Lin Shiming being so open-minded, Yao Xuan felt secretly pleased and then assured her, okay, Yao Xuan, I believe in you. Go ahead and give it a try. If you can really join Mengtian Studio and learn real skills, it will definitely be a great help to your future as a soul master. Of course, if you're not selected, don't be discouraged. Besides forging, you have many other options in the future. Looking at Yao Xuan's serious expression, Lin Shiming also showed a smile and said, thank you for your understanding, Mom. I will do my best. Now, I will go take a nap. Okay, good afternoon. While greeting Lin Shiming, Yao Xuan walked toward the restroom. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, after a whole afternoon of classes, the children finally completed their meditation and left school. Mom, I'm going to Mengtian Studio for an interview. I might be home a little late tonight, Yao Xuan said to Lin Shiming as he approached her. All right, go ahead. Mom wishes you good luck. Be safe on your way back. We will wait for you to come back before having dinner. Lin Shiming encouraged him with a smile, patting Yao Xuan on the shoulder. Chapter 16, Brother Xuan. You're here too. Thank you, Mom. I'm off now. After saying goodbye to Lin Shiming, Yao Xuan left Hongshan Junior Academy and headed to Mengtian Studio. The area of Ally City is not large, and both Mengtian Studio and Hongshan Junior Academy are located in the city center. So it took Yao Xuan only 20 minutes to reach Mengtian Studio. It was a small storefront that appeared to have been around for some time, with a metal sign hanging above it, on which the words Mengtian Studio were written in bold golden letters. As soon as he reached the door, Yao Xuan could clearly sense that the temperature in the environment seemed to rise several degrees, and a special metallic smell of forging filled the air, accompanied by a continuous, rhythmic clinking sound of metal striking. Ding dong. Arriving at the entrance of Mengtian Studio, Yao Xuan pressed the doorbell and soon after, a strong man in his 20s with muscular arms opened the door. Little friend, I'm Brother Long. This is Mang Tian's studio. What brings you here? Although he looked somewhat unfriendly, Brother Long's voice was surprisingly gentle, with a faint smile on his face. Brother Long, I'm Yao Xuan, here to see Master Mang Tian for an assessment. Hearing Long Ji's question, Yao Xuan spoke up honestly. Oh, you Yao Xuan. All right, please come in. The teacher is currently forging, and he will come out to meet you once he finishes his work. After receiving Yao Xuan's reply, Long nodded and led Yao Xuan into the studio. As they entered the studio, a wave of heat rushed towards them. Compared to the outside, the temperature inside the studio had risen by more than 10 degrees, and various metal parts were placed on the ground and tables, forged into all sorts of shapes. Hey, Xiango, what are you doing here? Just as Yao Xuan walked into the studio, a black-haired boy sitting on a stool in the corner suddenly looked up with a hint of surprise in his eyes and said to Yao Xuan, Oh, Wu Lin, it's you. Are you here to learn forging too? What a coincidence. Although Yao Xuan knew that Tang Wulin would definitely come to the Ming Tian studio to learn forging, he still pretended to be surprised. Wulin, is this the Yao Xuan you mentioned? The one who helps you speak in class and guides your cultivation? Beside Tang Wulin sat a middle-aged couple with ordinary appearances, who were Tang Wulin's adoptive parents, Tang Ziran and Lang Yu. Hearing Tang Wulin greet Yao Xuan, Lang Yu leaned close to Tang Wulin's ear and asked quietly, Yes, Mom, that's him. I didn't expect he would also come here to learn forging. We really have a strong connection. Hearing Lang Yu's question, Tang Wulin nodded with a look of delight in his eyes. At that moment, Yao Xuan also walked up to Tang Wulin's side. Uncle and Aunt, good afternoon. I'm Yao Xuan, Tang Wulin's classmate. Yao Xuan politely greeted Tang Ziran and Lang Yu, then introduced himself. Thank you for helping, Wulin. You really are a good child. With a benevolent expression, Lang Yu touched Yao Xuan's hand and said softly, Yes, I truly appreciate your help, and on behalf of Wulin, I want to express my heartfelt thanks. Tang Ziran also earnestly thanked him from his side. Uncle and Aunt, as soon as I saw Wulin, I felt a special closeness. If Wulin encounters any trouble in the future, I will definitely help him to the best of my ability. Also, it feels like Wulin and I have a special connection, considering we could meet here. Hearing Tang Ziran and Lang Yu's words, Yao Xuan also pretended to be shy and scratched his head, then replied, Thank you so much. Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Lang Yu also showed a grateful expression in her eyes and thanked him once again. After finishing the formalities, Yao Xuan sat down beside Tang Wulin, who then took the opportunity to raise a question about cultivation and asked Yao Xuan for advice. In response to Tang Wulin's question, Yao Xuan naturally provided detailed answers one by one, and he also received another golden evolution point. Meanwhile, Tang Ziran and Lang Yu looked at Yao Xuan seriously teaching Tang Wulin, their faces displaying expressions of comfort and gratitude. Oh, sister-in-law, you are here. About 10 minutes later, the door of the central forging room in the studio opened, and a tall, dark-skinned, middle-aged man with a somewhat fierce beard walked out, speaking in a deep, resonant voice that carried a rumble. Uncle Mang Tian, good afternoon. The visitor was none other than the owner of Mang Tian's studio, a level 6 forger, Master Mang Tian. Hearing Tang Wulin greet him, Mang Tian also nodded lightly, then said to the side, Ziran, sister-in-law, you two go back first and pick him up in 2 hours. Master Mang Tian, I am Yao Xuan, here to take your assessment. At that moment, Yao Xuan politely bowed to Mang Tian and then spoke. Oh, Yao Xuan, right? All right, you can come in with Wulin. Looking at Yao Xuan, Mang Tian also nodded expressionlessly and walked into the forging room. Brother Mang Tian, thank you for your trouble. Wulin, make sure to listen to the master's guidance. Okay? Mom will go first. With some reluctance, Lang Yu glanced at Tang Wulin, gave a reminder, and left the Mang Tian studio with Tang Ziran. Meanwhile, under Mang Tian's guidance, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin passed through a corridor and entered a room. Inside the room, there were several metal workbenches about 1 meter high, nearly reaching the chins of Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin. Approaching the workbench, Mang Tian pressed several buttons, and the height of 2 workbenches immediately lowered to about half a meter. Yao Xuan, Tang Wulin, do you know what forging is? After finishing all this, Mang Tian turned around and asked seriously. Hearing Mang Tian's question, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin both shook their heads in confusion. It's normal not to know at your age. Originally, you are too young to be suitable for forging, and I am not very willing to guide you. But since you are here, I have decided to give you a chance to try. While speaking, Mang Tian raised his hand and pointed, and the soul-guided screens next to the 2 workbenches lit up, each displaying a large red Arabic numeral 0. After doing all this, Mang Tian went to the side of the forging room, took out 2 round metal blocks, and 4 small forging hammers, and placed 1 metal block and a pair of forging hammers on each workbench. Do you see that round metal block? The test for you today is very simple. Use the forging hammers on the table to strike the metal block a total of 1,000 times. 500 times each side. Of course, not just any strike counts. Each of your strikes must reach sufficient force for the counter to register. The specific threshold is roughly the force of swinging the hammer and bringing it down. If you can complete it, I can take you as apprentices and teach you forging. However, if you can't complete it, it means your strength does not meet the standard, and you don't need to come back tomorrow. All right, you can start now. Pointing at the metal block and forging hammers on the table, Mang Tian coldly instructed and then turned to leave the forging room. Seeing Mang Tian give the task, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin exchanged glances. Then each went to their respective workbench and picked up the forging hammers. These were a pair of forging hammers made entirely of metal, with a handle length of about 30 centimeters. And the hammerhead was a cylinder about 15 centimeters long and 10 centimeters in diameter, looking plain and unadorned. Yao Xuan roughly estimated that each forging hammer weighed about 5 kilograms, and even for an adult, wielding this hammer would not be easy, let alone for an ordinary 6-year-old child, especially for a total of 1,000 strikes. However, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin were not ordinary 6-year-olds. After the refinement of the primary ancestor dragon body and the ancestor dragon bloodline, Yao Xuan's strength had reached 150 kilograms, far exceeding that of an ordinary adult male, and Tang Wulin also possessed the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King. Although temporarily sealed, his strength and recovery ability were still above average. Because of this, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin easily lifted the forging hammers and began to swing them. The metallic clangs began to echo in the forging room, and the numbers on the 2 screens started to jump rapidly. 1, 2, 3. As their arms swung continuously, the numbers on the metal screen kept changing. In less than 10 minutes, Yao Xuan had completed 500 strikes, at which point, he only felt a slight soreness in his arms, and sweat began to bead on his back. Along with the strikes, Yao Xuan felt a warm current flowing through his body, relaxing his muscles and continuously absorbing this warmth, making them more resilient and powerful. This power was the residual ancestor dragon power left in Yao Xuan's body during the fusion of the primary ancestor dragon body, and as Yao Xuan forged, this accumulated ancestor dragon power was awakened again, restoring Yao Xuan's stamina and further strengthening his physique. Although Yao Xuan felt very relaxed at this moment, Tang Wulin beside him was not so composed. At this time, Tang Wulin had only completed 350 strikes, but his clothes were already drenched with sweat, and his face was slightly flushed from lack of oxygen. In terms of physical fitness, Tang Wulin was still far behind Yao Xuan. Wulin, adjust your breathing and coordinate the rhythm of swinging the hammer with your breathing. This can save some energy. Yao Xuan reminded him at the right moment after glancing at Tang Wulin. Yes, I understand. Thank you, Brother Xuan. Tang Wulin, hearing Yao Xuan's reminder, brightened and looked up to express his gratitude. At that moment, he also saw Yao Xuan's score and couldn't help but feel even more admiration for him. Brother Xuan is amazing. Not only is he so much faster than me in forging, but he can also give such insightful advice. Ding! Guiding the child of destiny Tang Wulin, gaining his gratitude and admiration, earning 2 golden evolution points. Accompanied by Yao Xuan's thoughts, the system's notification sound rang out again, announcing the entry of 2 new golden evolution points, which also brought Yao Xuan's total golden evolution points to 13. With Yao Xuan's guidance, Tang Wulin began to adjust his rhythm. Suddenly, he felt a significant reduction in the pressure on him, and he couldn't help but cast a grateful glance at Yao Xuan. Meanwhile, Yao Xuan continued to swing the forging hammer, striking the metal block in front of him. 998, 999, 1000. With Yao Xuan's hammer swings, the numbers on the screen in front of him continued to shift, finally reaching 1000. At this point, Yao Xuan only slightly panted, feeling a bit of soreness in his arms. Moreover, with the operation of the ancestor dragon power within him, this soreness was decreasing at an appreciable speed. Completed. Having finished 1,000 hammer strikes, Yao Xuan nodded in satisfaction and then looked at the clock on the wall. Now, less than 20 minutes had passed since Mang Tian assigned him the task. Although Yao Xuan completed the task easily, looking at Tang Wulin beside him, he had only completed 650 strikes, but his arms had already started to turn red and were experiencing intense soreness. Furthermore, due to excessive exercise, Tang Wulin was sweating profusely, causing his school uniform to cling tightly to his body. With each swing of the hammer, he felt as if his arms might break, so his speed of swinging the forging hammer noticeably decreased. Wulin, keep it up, you can do it. Yao Xuan encouraged Tang Wulin, looking at him. What? Brother Xian has already completed the task? Brother Xian is really amazing. But I should also work harder. I can't let Brother Xian down. Hearing Yao Xian's voice, Tang Wulin couldn't help but admire him. Compared to Xingo, he felt he was truly lacking and couldn't even hope to catch up. However, instead of feeling discouraged, Tang Wulin was stirred by competitive spirit, and his eyes showed more determination. At that moment, Tang Wulin suddenly felt a tingling sensation in his tailbone, as if he had been electrocuted, causing him to tremble slightly. The soreness in his body surprisingly eased a bit, and the heavy forging hammer in his hand seemed to become lighter. Master Mang Tian, I have completed your task. Stepping out of the forging room, Yao Xuan also went to the adjacent room and found Mang Tian, who was sitting on a sofa, fiddling with a component. What? You've already completed my task? Hearing Yao Xuan's words, Mang Tian was momentarily taken aback, then glanced at his wristwatch. At this moment, it had been less than 20 minutes since he assigned tasks to Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin. Chapter 18. Shock Mang Tian. Yes, Master Mang Tian. Seeing Mang Tian questioning him, Yao Xuan replied neither humbly nor arrogantly. All right, then take me over to take a look. Seeing Yao Xuan's relaxed demeanor, Mang Tian was not very convinced that Yao Xuan could complete the task he assigned, so he casually instructed and then stood up, leading Yao Xuan to the previous forging room. Oh my god, you actually did it. Arriving at the forging table and looking at the large Arabic numeral 1000 on the screen, Mang Tian's eyes sparkled with surprise, his mouth opened wide, and his face was filled with shock. Although Yao Xuan looked very relaxed, the assessment Mang Tian gave him was by no means simple. The weights of the two forging hammers were a solid 5 kilograms each. Even an adult male who exercises regularly would find it difficult to swing such a hammer 1,000 times in succession, let alone complete it within 20 minutes. Moreover, Yao Xuan was only a 6-year-old child. However, in the entire forging room, apart from Mang Tian and Longu, there were no other forgers, which meant that Yao Xuan had no possibility of cheating and truly completed the task with his own ability. Could it be that this was the legendary extraordinary talent? At this moment, Mang Tian's gaze swept over Tang Wulin's score beside him, which was 650 times. He couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. Although this score was not as good as Yao Xuan's, it was still remarkable for a 6-year-old child. Could it be that he was so lucky to discover 2 forging geniuses in one day? Yao Xuan, show me your hammering again. Don't stop unless I say so. While thinking, Mang Tian turned to Yao Xuan and said in a deep voice, but compared to before, his tone was noticeably softer. Yes, Master Mang Tian. Seeing that Mang Tian wanted to continue assessing him, Yao Xuan did not hesitate and once again approached the forging table, picked up the forging hammer, swung his arm, and began to strike. Clang, clang, clang. Accompanied by Yao Xuan's movements, the crisp sounds of metal striking rang out again. Watching Yao Xuan's actions, Mang Tian's eyes showed a look of satisfaction. Observing Yao Xuan's motions, he could completely confirm that Yao Xuan's strength was sufficient to handle the forging hammer and complete the strikes. However, Mang Tian did not call for a stop at this time, but silently observed Yao Xuan's actions, wanting to see where Yao Xuan's limits were. In the blink of an eye, another 10 minutes passed. Based on 1,000 strikes, Yao Xuan completed about 500 more strikes, and, at this point, he finally felt a slight tearing sensation in his arm muscles, his back soaked with sweat, and his breathing began to grow rough. Uncle Mang Tian, I'm done. At this moment, Tang Wulin also finally completed his strikes, relieved as he lowered the forging hammer, then came to Mang Tian and respectfully said, passing by Yao Xuan. He also saw the number 1512 on the spirit guide screen, a full half more than his own. Yao Xuan is really amazing. 1,500 strikes, and he still looks quite capable. As expected of Yao Xuan, he is just different. Looking at Yao Xuan in the distance, Tang Wulin felt a sense of admiration and respect for him, while also solidifying his own resolve to become stronger. That's right, Wulin, your performance was also quite good. All right, Yao Xuan, you can stop now. Looking at Tang Wulin and Yao Xuan before him, Mang Tian nodded and said gently, in fact, the test Mang Tian gave was essentially a way of politely declining. In his view, 2 6-year-old children had no capacity to learn forging, so he set a seemingly impossible assessment. However, the reality had slapped him hard in the face. Nevertheless, Mang Tian did not feel angry at all. Instead, he was very happy and relieved. Being able to pass his test at 6 years old only indicated one thing. Both Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin were geniuses in forging, completely worth his cultivation, and could even achieve the step he had not completed in breaking through to become a master craftsman. Listening to Meng Tian's words, Yao Xuan also put down the forging hammer, took a deep breath to release a sigh of turbid air, and relaxed the muscles in his arms. On the other side, seeing Meng Tian praise him, Tang Wulin couldn't help but break into a silly smile, feeling much less soreness in his body. You two apprentices, I've accepted you. From now on, come here at this time every night, and I will personally guide you. Now, use this to apply on your arms, and after resting for 5 minutes, I will explain to you what forging is. While speaking, Meng Tian took out 2 bottles of dark ointment from the cabinet next to the forging table, handed one to Yao Xuan and the other to Tang Wulin, and said, Ding! Received the recognition of important figure Meng Tian. Gained 3 golden evolution points. Accompanied by Meng Tian's words, the system's prompt sound came again, and with the addition of these golden evolution points, Yao Xuan's current total had reached 16 points. Enough to elevate his ancestor dragon bloodline to level 2. Of course, this batch of golden evolution points mainly came for Nar as a one-time gain. In the future, if he wanted to continue obtaining a large number of golden evolution points, it wouldn't be so simple. Thank you, teacher. Listening to Tian's words, Yao Xuan and Wln both respectfully responded and opened the ointment, applying it to their arms. Once the ointment was applied, Yao Xuan felt a cool stream of air rushing into the muscles of his body, and the soreness in his arm seemed to alleviate significantly. Meanwhile, Wln, who had also applied the black ointment, had the pained expression on his face fade considerably. Alright, now let me explain to you what forging is. Unlike casting, which uses machines to press metal into the desired shape using molds, forging requires the blacksmith to personally hammer it out, piece by piece. Mechanical casting can only shape the metal into the corresponding form. While forging is a process of communication between the blacksmith and the metal, it is a process of imbuing the metal with spirit, or even life. For this reason, the highest quality mecha parts must be handcrafted by a blacksmith. Listening to Meng Tian's words, Tang Wulin and Yao Xuan both understood seriously. Soon after, Meng Tian began to teach the techniques of forging, focusing on how to apply the impact force as much as possible to the metal during hammering, as well as how to protect oneself from the recoil that could cause injury. Following that, Meng Tian announced the future tasks for Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin, which involved hammering iron blocks. Yao Xuan's task was 3,000 times a day, while Tang Wulin's task was 2,000 times, in order to strengthen their fundamentals. After completing all this, Meng Tian personally demonstrated the correct forging posture for Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin, allowing them to practice and correcting their mistakes in forging posture. For Yao Xuan, who was focused on enhancing his comprehension, mastering these postures was undoubtedly easy. Meanwhile, Tang Wulin, who also inherited excellent genes in forging, quickly understood as well, which made Meng Tian very satisfied. Alright, I've taught you enough. You can go home now. Come back here by 5:30 tomorrow afternoon to start your tasks. Once you finish, you can leave. If you don't finish, you'll keep working until you do. Looking at the clock, Meng Tian realized it was already 7:30 in the evening and issued the order for them to leave. Goodbye, teacher. Together, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin bid farewell to Meng Tian, and they also said goodbye to each other before heading home. To his surprise, forging could actually promote the fusion of the ancestor dragon's power. Although the effect wasn't very significant, it was still a nice gain. While walking, Yao Xuan felt his own strength and couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. After an hour of recovery, with the help of the primary ancestor dragon body and ancestor dragon power, the soreness in Yao Xuan's body had disappeared by 90%, and the torn tendons had recovered by more than half. Given another half hour, he would be completely healed. Not only that, but Yao Xuan was pleasantly surprised to find that during the forging process, the residual ancestor dragon power within him was absorbed once again, increasing his strength by about 1 kilogram, which was an unexpected delight. As he walked, Yao Xuan quickly arrived at his doorstep, pressed the doorbell, and soon a petite, silver-haired girl came out to greet him. It was Nar. Brother Yao Xuan, you're back. With excitement in her eyes, Nar looked up at Yao Xuan. Yes, I'm back, Nar. Gently brushing Nar's silver short hair, Yao Xuan smiled naturally and replied, Yao Xuan, how did the assessment go? Was it smooth? Shortly after, a concerned voice from deep within the apartment came from Lin Shiming. Mom, everything went very smoothly. Master Meng Tian has agreed to take me as his apprentice and even personally guided me. Yao Xuan replied. Also from now on, I will go to learn forging for 2 hours every day after school. Hearing Lin Shiming's question, Yao Xuan answered honestly, you passed? That's really great. Mom is proud of you. Come on, everyone, let's eat. Upon learning that Yao Xuan had passed Master Meng Tian's assessment, Lin Ximing's voice was filled with excitement as she warmly called out. As a Grand Soul Master, Lin Ximing understood better than ordinary people what it meant to be a level 6 sect master. Oh, haven't you all eaten yet? Listening to Lin Ximing's words, a hint of surprise appeared in Yao Xuan's eyes, and he then asked, yes, I originally wanted to ask Nader to eat first, but Nader insisted on waiting for you and wouldn't eat. While answering, Lin Ximing also walked out of the kitchen, bringing out the food that was kept warm and placing it on the table. Thank you, Nader. Hearing that Nair was waiting for him to have dinner, Yao Xuan felt secretly touched. Looking at Nair's watery purple eyes, he sincerely said, Brother Yao Xuan has a comforting aura. Nair wants to have dinner with Brother Yao Xuan and wants to be with him. Hearing Yao Xuan's words, Nair also leaned against Yao Xuan's body and replied seriously, I'm very happy to have dinner with you, brother. Nair must be hungry too, right? Come on, everyone, let's eat. While responding, Yao Xuan pulled Nair to the dining table, and they began to enjoy a sumptuous dinner. After a night without conversation, the next day arrived. Unlike the previous day, this day was dedicated to cultural classes. Before the class bell rang, Yao Xuan had already rushed into the classroom. Good morning, Brother Xuan. Brother Xuan, you were amazing yesterday. I didn't expect that you not only have unique insights in cultivation, but are also so talented in forging. As Yao Xuan walked into the classroom, Tang Wulin approached him with admiration. For some reason, he felt a special closeness to Yao Xuan. Being near him made him feel particularly comfortable and lifted his spirits. Not really. I just have a bit more strength than usual. Yao Xuan replied modestly, then asked, by the way, Wulin, your arm should be better now, right? We have to double our tasks today. Yeah, much better. Not only that, I feel like my strength has increased quite a bit. Tang Wulin responded. It seems that Master Mang's ointment is indeed something precious. Listening to Yao Xuan's question, Tang Wulin excitedly replied, and then chatted with Yao Xuan for a few more sentences until the class bell rang. The teacher who came to give the class was a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing black-framed glasses. The content of the lesson was very simple, which posed no problem for Yao Xuan, who had enhanced comprehension. Therefore, he focused his mind and immersed himself in the system space. Spending 16 points of golden evolution points could enhance the ancestral dragon bloodline by 0.8, bringing it to a total of 2.0. Should he proceed with the enhancement? Accompanied by Yao Xuan's thought, a system prompt sounded in his ears. Yes. Hearing the system's prompt sound, Yao Xuan nodded in confirmation without hesitation. Accompanied by Yao Xuan's thoughts, the 16 golden evolution points transformed into the purest source of evolution energy, continuously pouring into Yao Xuan's meridians, beginning to enhance the ancestral dragon bloodline within him. As the ancestral dragon bloodline was enhanced, in Yao Xuan's blood, multicolored runes filled with unfathomable energy began to condense, which were both awe-inspiring and fearsome, and then merged with Yao Xuan's bloodline, maximizing the transformation of his body, emitting a 9-colored light that was difficult to perceive with the naked eye. Yao Xuan felt a slight warmth in his body. Within him, the ancestral dragon bloodline began to boil, and the cells in his body crazily absorbed the aura emitted by the ancestral dragon bloodline, starting to undergo metamorphosis, becoming increasingly crystalline and translucent, with a significant boost in evolutionary potential. Why is Brother Yao Xuan glowing? It feels so familiar and comforting. How strange. Although the other students in the class could not detect Yao Xuan's abnormality, Tang Wulin, as a possessor of the Golden Dragon King bloodline, immediately sensed the changes in Yao Xuan and cast a doubtful glance at him. Yet he couldn't quite articulate what this feeling was, ultimately refocusing his attention on the teacher. Chapter 20. The scent from Brother Yao Xuan is truly fragrant ding. Enhancement complete. Ancestral Dragon Bloodline Unlock Level 0.8. Current Ancestral Dragon Bloodline Unlock Level 2.0. A few minutes later, the evolution source energy derived from the golden evolution points gradually faded, and Yao Xuan's body temperature returned to normal. At the same time, the system's prompt sound rang in Yao Xuan's ears once again. Yes, my strength has increased again. However, to further enhance the ancestral dragon bloodline by 0.1 afterward will not be so simple. It requires a full 3 golden evolution points. Moreover, it seems that obtaining golden evolution points in the future won't be so easy either. Enhancing the ancestral dragon bloodline will definitely require painstaking effort. Sensing the changes in his body condition, a faint smile appeared on Yao Xuan's face, and he secretly thought to himself. After raising the ancestral dragon bloodline to level 2, Yao Xuan's strength increased by about 80 kilograms, reaching around 230 kilograms. Now, Even the combined strength of two ordinary adult males would not match Yao Xuan. However, Yao Xuan was not overwhelmed by the increase in strength. He clearly understood that the further enhancement of the ancestral dragon bloodline would become increasingly difficult, and acquiring golden evolution points in the future would certainly not be as simple as it is now. He must continue to work hard and absolutely cannot slack off. Brother Xian, what were you doing during class just now? Why did I feel like you were glowing? The class bell rang, and Tang Wulin quickly approached Yao Xuan, asking in a curious whisper, "Glowing? You must be seeing things. How could I be glowing?" Hearing Tang Wulin's question, Yao Xuan immediately understood the key to the problem, but he chose to see through it without revealing it, responding in a rhetorical tone. Okay, Brother Xian, maybe I was just seeing things, but I really think there's a glow about you." Seeing Yao Xuan deny it, Tang Wulin didn't press the issue and returned to his seat. Dingling, dingling, the bell for class ended, and in the blink of an eye, the morning classes were over. The students each left the school to go home for lunch, and Yao Xuan was no exception. "Brother Yao Xuan, you're finally back. Oh, the smell on you today is really nice." Pressing the doorbell, as expected, Nar enthusiastically opened the door to greet him, her petite, beautiful face beaming with a smile as she looked up at Yao Xuan and sniffed slightly before exclaiming, "The smell on you is really nice?" Listen, Donair. Yao Xian's eyes turned, and he roughly understood the root of it all. Nar possesses the bloodline of the Silver Dragon King, which comes from the Dragon God, who in turn received a trace of the ancestral dragon bloodline's inheritance. It can be said that the Silver Dragon King's bloodline and the ancestral dragon bloodline share the same origin and are an extension of the ancestral dragon bloodline. Because of this, Nar feels an inexplicable sense of familiarity and dependence on Yao Xuan. As Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon bloodline strengthens, Nar grows increasingly close to and fond of him. "Yes, I can feel it. Yao Xuan has a very special scent. It smells particularly nice." Upon seeing Yao Xuan's inquiry, Nar nodded and then leaned her nose against Yao Xuan's chest, sniffing a few times before affirmatively stating, "Good, as long as Nar likes it. Come, let's eat together." Seeing Nar's closeness, Yao Xuan was naturally very happy and took Nar's hand to the dining table, where the family of three enjoyed a harmonious meal together. Time flies, and 6 months later, for Yao Xuan, every day was very regular. Attending classes at school in the morning, working at the Mingtian studio forging after school, followed by meditation. The weekends were relatively free, during which Lin Shimeng would take Yao Xuan and Nar out for fun. Through daily meditation, Yao Xuan's soul power steadily increased. 2 months after the start of school, Yao Xuan successfully broke through to become a level 6 soul master, becoming the first student in his class to reach level 6. After advancing to level 6, Yao Xuan's meditation efficiency improved further, with each training session yielding nearly a 50% increase in evolution points. However, correspondingly, the soul power required for promotion also increased significantly. After another 80 days, Yao Xuan smoothly broke through and advanced to level 7 soul master. By now, Yao Xuan's soul power level remained at the stage of level 7, with progress towards level 8 only advancing by 30. It was foreseeable that if he did not spend precious golden evolution points to strengthen his soul power, Yao Xuan would need at least 2 months to advance to level 8. As for Yao Xuan's mental power, it was also continuously improving through repeated meditation, rising from 45 points to 58 points, just a step away from breaking through to the late stage of the spirit element realm. In addition to the improvements in soul power and mental power, Yao Xuan also made significant progress in forging. In the first 3 months at Mingtian Studio, Yao Xuan's task was to strike iron blocks, hitting them 3,000 times a day to train his forging technique. Moreover, as time passed, the weight of the forging hammer he used also increased from 5 kilograms to 10 kilograms and finally to 25 kilograms. After 3 months of basic training, Mingtian finally allowed Yao Xuan to carry out some simple metal refining work. Meanwhile, every Saturday, Mingtian would personally teach Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin forging techniques. With the support of his powerful physical fitness and enhanced comprehension, Yao Xuan made remarkable progress in forging, successfully completing his first 100 strikes in the 5th month. Despite Mingtian's strictness, he couldn't help but praise Yao Xuan for such achievements. For Mingtian, a level 6 forger, completing 100 strikes was merely a small task. But Yao Xuan was only a 6-year-old child who had been on the forging path for less than 5 months. Achieving such results was beyond the word genius. Mingtian felt fortunate to have such a disciple. Finally, regarding Yao Xuan's progress in the ancestral dragon bloodline, as Yao Xuan expected, After taking Tang Wulin as a little brother and recognizing Nar as a sister, every golden evolution point gained thereafter was hard-won. In 6 months, Yao Xuan only gained a total of 31 golden evolution points, 3 from meditation, 11 from Tang Wulin for Nar, 10 from advancing to a level 1 forger, and the remaining 3 from other events. Naturally, Yao Xuan invested all 31 evolution points into the ancestral dragon bloodline, increasing its concentration to 3. With the enhancement of the ancestral dragon bloodline and the absorption of ancestral dragon power through forging, Yao Xuan's strength reached nearly 350 kilograms, making him extremely powerful. Chapter 21. Nata's birthday. While browsing through his data in the system and observing his growth, Yao Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Over the past 6 months since arriving in Douluo Continent, he felt he had not wasted his time. Today was also a special day, Nata's birthday. After staying at Lin Ximing's home for half a year, Nar had basically adapted to daily life and could take care of herself. After a period of application, Nayer's identification document had been processed and issued, granting her a legal identity. Compared to 6 months ago, Nar had undoubtedly become much livelier. Although she still wasn't very willing to talk to strangers, at least in front of Lin Ximing, she was no longer as shy as on the first day. Her dependence on Yao Xuan also deepened, as she often stayed by his side, whether there was something to do or not. Faced with such an adorable little girl, although she was somewhat clingy, Yao Xuan naturally felt no annoyance, only immense care and affection. However, Yao Xuan had always refrained from any inappropriate actions. As a transmigrator, Yao Xuan understood one principle. Some matters should not be rushed, but rather approached gradually. Those who aspire to achieve great things must not seek immediate results, but should look at the bigger picture and fish for the big catch with a long line. Yao Xuan's task now was to plant a seed of love in Nar's heart, carefully nurture it, and wait for it to blossom and bear fruit slowly. This would undoubtedly be a long process, and he must not be hasty. Otherwise, any inappropriate actions could leave a psychological shadow on Nar, leading her to completely darken after awakening her memories. Because of this, the interactions between Yao Xuan and Nar were limited to gentle actions like patting her head or pinching her cheeks. As for more intimate gestures like kissing, Yao Xuan had not implemented any. On Nar's birthday, Yao Xuan also specially asked Ming Tian for a day off, although he was somewhat reluctant. Seeing Yao Xuan's sincere demeanor made Ming Tian unable to refuse outright, only requesting Yao Xuan to make up for the work owed on the weekend. Therefore, after school that day, Yao Xuan did not head to Ming Tian's studio as usual, but walked straight home. On the way, he stopped by a department store to buy a large box of white chocolate as a birthday gift for Nar. Although she was the Silver Dragon King, Nar, like any ordinary child, had a particular fondness for sweets. Thus, Yao Xuan naturally catered to her tastes. After all, practical experience had shown that no matter how much she indulged, Nar's figure never seemed to gain weight. Perhaps this was the unique racial talent of the dragon tribe. During the forging process, because Yao Xuan was a disciple of Meng Tian, he could only receive 20 of the payment, while the remaining 80 belonged to Meng Tian. Even so, Yao Xuan had saved up a considerable amount of federal currency over the past 3 months. At least, when it came to buying this box of chocolates, Yao Xuan didn't feel any pain at all. Moreover, for him, this could be considered a worthwhile investment, laying a good foundation for his future pursuit of Gu Yue Na. While thinking about this, Yao Xuan walked home, and everything went smoothly along the way. After about 10 minutes, he rang the doorbell as usual, and Nar greeted him with a beaming smile. "Brother Yao Xuan, welcome home." As she spoke, Nar buried her delicate head in Yao Xuan's chest and gently rubbed against him, as if trying to imprint her scent onto him. "Happy birthday, Nar. Come, see what your brother brought you as a birthday gift." Gently running his hand through Nar's soft silver hair, Yao Xuan said with a smile, "Thank you, brother. I guess it's something delicious." Hearing that Yao Xuan had prepared a gift for her, Nar's mouth curved up like a crescent moon. After pondering for a moment, she replied in an angelic voice, "Nar is really too clever. Happy birthday, Nar. This is a birthday gift from your brother." While praising Nar, Yao Xuan took out the chocolate he had prepared from behind and handed it to Nar in front of him. "It's chocolate." "Hee. Thank you, brother Yao Xuan." Looking at the birthday gift in Yao Xuan's hand, Nar beamed with joy. Ever since she tasted the flavor of chocolate, the amnesiac Silver Dragon King had fallen in love with this unique human delicacy. It's still early, so let us chat for a while. And when it's time to eat, we can have cake together." Seeing that it was still early, Yao Xuan said with a smile. Nar naturally agreed happily, sitting on the sofa with Yao Xuan, leaning against his shoulder, listening to him talk about interesting stories from school and the Meng Tian studio. By the way, Brother Yao Xuan, am I going to school soon? While chatting, Na curiously asked Yao Xuan, going to school? Yes, after today, Na will be 6 years old, and soon she will have to go to school. In a few months, Na will also have to test her martial soul like me, and based on the results, she will either attend a regular class or a soul master class. If Na has innate soul power, she can become a soul master like me. At that time, if Na enters the soul master class and encounters anything she doesn't understand in her training, she can come and ask me, as I have always been the fastest in our grade. Seeing Na ask, Yao Xuan proudly answered, Great, a martial soul? I wonder what my martial soul will be. Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Na also showed a hint of longing in her eyes, but soon there was a trace of confusion. For some reason, when she heard the term soul master, she felt an inexplicable palpitation. Your martial soul? You will know when the time comes. However, I think Na is so beautiful. Her martial soul must be very powerful too. Seeing Na asking about herself, Yao Xuan, although knowing that Na's martial soul is the Silver Dragon King and cannot be detected by normal means, still rubbed Na's cheek and then smiled as he replied. As Yao Xuan and Na chatted warmly, time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. At this time, Lin Shiming also walked out of the kitchen, enthusiastically calling out, and then brought a series of sumptuous dishes to the dining table. I'm here, Mom. Hearing Lin Shiming's call, Na and Yao Xuan almost answered in unison, exchanged smiles, and then rushed to the dining table. On the table, Na's favorite fried ribs were already served, their golden, crispy skin shimmering under the light of the soul guide lamp, instantly stimulating one's appetite. Next to them were several dishes, including braised pork, soy sauce beef, and oil-drenched lettuce. In the center of the table was a cream cake, with a greeting card in the middle that read Happy Birthday Na in milkshake writing, surrounded by various colorful fruits. Chapter 22. Want to be with brother Yao Xuan forever. Progress, come on, Na. Go put candles on your cake. Lin Shiming said with a smile, while taking out 6 short candles and handing them to Na. There seemed to be a special aura about Na. After half a year of living together, Lin Shiming had completely recognized and accepted Na in her heart, growing fond of her and treating her like her own daughter. Okay, Mom. Listening to Lin Shiming's words, Na also softly agreed, taking the candle from Lin Shiming's hand and then inserting them one by one into the empty spaces on the cake. Come on, Na, I'll help you light the candles. Seeing that Na had inserted the candles, Yao Xuan also took a lighter from the side and lit the candles for Na. Following that, Lin Shiming turned off the soul-guiding lamp in the living room, leaving only the soft glow of the candles flickering back and forth in front of the 3 of them. Come on, Na, make a wish and then blow out the candles. After singing the birthday song, Yao Xuan also came to Na's side and said with a smile, Brother Yao Xuan. While saying this, Na stepped in front of the cake and then closed her eyes. I want to be with brother Yao Xuan forever. Silently thinking in her heart, Na took a deep breath and then blew forward with all her might. Although Na's mouth was very small, her breath was quite powerful. With just one blow, she extinguished all the candles. Wow, Na, you are amazing. You were able to blow out so many candles at once. Now, do you know that if you blow out all the candles on a cake at once, your wish is very likely to come true? Looking at Na beside him, Yao Xuan said with a smile, Really? That's wonderful. Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Na smiled sweetly, showing 2 adorable dimples. All right, everyone, let's eat. Nearby, seeing Yao Xuan and Na so close, Lin Shiming also revealed a faint smile while turning on the soul guide lamp, saying, Great. Speaking of delicious food, Na's smile became even brighter, and soon the family began to enjoy this sumptuous dinner. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, nearly a year had passed since Na's birthday, and Yao Xuan had unknowingly reached the age of 7.5. In Yao Xuan's 2nd year of school, Na also completed her martial soul awakening. Unexpectedly, Na had no martial soul at all, which was a very rare occurrence on the entire Douluo Continent. In fact, Yao Xuan knew that Na did have a martial soul. As the transformed body of the Silver Dragon King, Na's martial soul was her true form, the Silver Dragon King. However, because Na's memories had not awakened, her martial soul remained hidden and undetectable. Of course, Yao Xuan could only keep this reason to himself and could not explain it to others. Due to her lack of soul power, Na could only attend a regular class and could not enter the soul master class for learning. Because Na was too beautiful, she often attracted the curiosity of other boys and the jealousy of girls. Some naughty kids even tried to bully Na. Yao Xuan naturally did not hold back and decisively taught them a profound lesson. For Yao Xuan, even at the age of 6.5, His strength had already surpassed 200 kilograms, greater than the combined strength of two average adults, making it easy to deal with these little brats. However, Yao Xuan was also very measured in his actions. Although he made those naughty kids cry out in pain, he never left any scars on them, let alone drew blood. Moreover, since Yao Xuan acted with reason and was the top student in the Soul Master class, he did not face much punishment, only having to write a few short reflections. Because of Yao Xuan's presence, no one at Hongshan Academy dared to bully Nar anymore. The classmates knew that Nar had an older brother named Yao Xuan, who was very strong and fierce in fights. Anyone who provoked Nar could expect to be beaten. As for why he helped Nar, Yao Xuan's reason was simple. Most importantly, he genuinely liked Nar and regarded her as his own sister. How could he tolerate seeing his sister being bullied? In addition, there were extra golden evolution points earned. During the 6 months that Nar was in school, Yao Xuan gained nearly 20 golden evolution points by driving away those naughty kids, which could be considered quite a substantial gain. Today was also a special day. Yao Xuan felt that his soul power had reached a bottleneck and that he would soon break through the level 9 barrier and advance to level 10. Yes, after a whole year of training, Yao Xuan was finally about to step into the threshold of a soul master. At the same time, his mental strength had successfully broken through to the later stage of the spirit origin realm, reaching 83 points. Although there was still some distance to the peak of the spirit origin realm at 90 points, it was not far off. In addition to the progress in soul power and mental strength, Yao Xuan made advancements in forging the ancestral dragon bloodline and physical fitness. First, in forging. Shortly after Yao Xuan's 7th birthday, he successfully completed 100 forges with 10 different metals, reaching the level of a second-level blacksmith. Although there was still a considerable distance to 1,000 forges, such impressive results had already amazed Mang Tian. Due to successfully breaking through to second-level blacksmith, Yao Xuan also completed the reward for the second phase of the side quest, gaining 30 golden evolution points as a reward. At the same time, Yao Xuan's task upgraded from forging metals to crafting some simple parts to hone his forging skills. Besides the golden evolution points earned from the side quest and those gained from helping Nar, Yao Xuan also obtained a considerable amount of golden evolution points through training and other means, totaling 80 points. Yao Xuan still invested all these golden evolution points into the ancestral dragon bloodline, raising it to 4. 8. With the strengthening of his bloodline, Yao Xuan's strength further increased. On the day of his 7th birthday, Mang Tian had tested Yao Xuan's strength. Although Yao Xuan had intentionally not used all his power, the result of 300 kilograms had left Mang Tian dumbfounded. Even Long Gu, without the aid of soul power, could not match Yao Xuan in pure strength. And Yao Xuan was just a 7-year-old child. After the ancestral dragon bloodline received another enhancement, Yao Xuan's strength further increased. Although the residual ancestral dragon power from the primary ancestral dragon body had been mostly absorbed, the physical enhancement from the ancestral dragon bloodline alone had already raised Yao Xuan's physical strength to 500 kilograms, nearly 2.5 times that of Tang Wuling. Chapter 23. Breakthrough, Level 10 Soul Power. Walking out of the teaching building, Yao Xuan did not rush to go home, but quietly waited downstairs. Brother Xuan, I'm here. Not long after, a cute little girl with short silver hair, big watery purple eyes, and wearing a school uniform ran out from the stairs. Nar, don't rush, walk slowly. Be careful not to fall. Looking at Nar's figure in the distance, a hint of affection appeared in Yao Xuan's eyes as he kindly reminded her. 1.5 years had passed, and due to the unlocking of the ancestral dragon bloodline and the effect of the ancestral dragon body, Yao Xuan's height had suddenly increased by nearly 10 centimeters. In contrast, Nar had not changed much. She had only grown a little taller, and in terms of age, she seemed to be only half a year younger than Yao Xuan. Brother Xuan, let's go quickly. Moving closer to Yao Xuan, Nar hooked her arm around his and gently swayed, saying, let us go. I'll walk you home. Because of Nar's extraordinarily beautiful appearance, she easily became a target for some delinquent youths. Therefore, since Nar started school, Yao Xuan had taken on the task of escorting her home. At first, a few delinquents did try to target Nar, but after Yao Xuan lifted them one by one over his head and slammed them down until they were dizzy, they understood how terrifying the strength hidden within Yao Xuan's seemingly small body was. Since that day, hardly anyone dared to intercept Yao Xuan and Nar on the road, and the two naturally enjoyed the peace and cherished this rare time together. Safely escorting Nar home, Yao Xuan changed in his work clothes and then left the house again, heading to Mang Tian's studio. Brother Xuan, you're here. Just like 1.5 years ago, when Yao Xuan walked into the forging room, Tang Wulin looked at him with a gaze full of admiration and envy, then respectfully greeted him. Yes, I'm here, Wulin. By the way, you should be starting your 100 forges with the 5th metal soon, right? Seeing Tang Wulin greet him, Yao Xuan naturally responded and asked. As for Tang Wulin, the child of fate, Yao Xuan wanted to maintain a good relationship to gain more golden evolution points in the future. Yes, I am. Sigh, Brother Xuan. Although the teacher says my talent in forging is already quite good, I feel there's a huge gap compared to you. Also, Brother Xuan, you should be about to break through to level 10 soon, right? Seeing Yao Xuan asking him, Tang Wulin answered truthfully, silently sighing, and then inquired, level 10? Yes. My soul power is basically saturated. I feel that tonight or tomorrow afternoon, as long as I meditate 1 or 2 more times, I can successfully break through to level 10. Hearing Tang Wulin's question, Yao Xuan nodded in response while tidying up the forging table. Level 10, I really envy you. Brother Xuan, you're about to become a true soul master. After receiving Yao Xuan's reply, Tang Wulin's eyes sparkled with envy, and he said with some longing, although I've been working hard to practice and have received Yao Xuan's guidance many times, my cultivation has only barely broken through to level 7, and I still have a long way to go to reach level 10. Yeah, but Wulin, you should already be at level 7, right? As long as you meditate well. I'm sure you'll break through to level 10 before graduation. Then we can go to the intermediate academy together to continue our training. Yao Xuan continued, of course, if you have any questions about cultivation or forging, feel free to discuss them with me. Who knows, my experience might help you. Seeing the envy in Tang Wulin's eyes, Yao Xuan patted his shoulder and comforted him. Thank you for your encouragement, Brother Xuan. I will definitely work hard to cultivate. Becoming a powerful soul master has always been my dream, and with your help, I believe I can do it. Hearing Yao Xuan's encouragement, Tang Wulin also clenched his fists and replied solemnly, his eyes filled with determination. After chatting a few words with Tang Wulin, Yao Xuan went to his own workstation to begin his day's work. According to Mang Tian, with Yao Xuan's strength, once he advances to his soul master, he can attempt to forge 1,000 times. So Yao Xuan is very much looking forward to breaking through to become a soul master. However, for now, his task remains focused on forging 100 times components. An hour and a half later, Yao Xuan had completed his assigned tasks and passed Mang Tian's inspection, then returned home alone. After the family of 3 enjoyed dinner, Yao Xuan chatted casually with Nar for a bit before entering his room, locking the door, pulling down the curtains, putting on earmuffs, and sitting upright on the bed. Soul Power, Level 9, 98, 7, Soul Scholar, with a thought. Yao Xuan immersed himself in the system, looking at the progress of his realm and nodding silently. Very good, today is the day. So let's begin. While thinking this, Yao Xuan closed his eyes, calmed his mind, eliminated distractions, emptied his brain, and then silently activated the 5 hearts toward heaven technique, absorbing the surrounding soul power. In Yao Xuan's spiritual world, clusters of white drifting soul power were captured, and under Yao Xuan's guidance, they continuously surged toward his body, circulating through his meridians before finally settling in his dantian, being completely assimilated and transformed into a part of Yao Xuan's soul power. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, an hour and a half. Just as Yao Xuan was assimilating a new cluster of drifting soul power, a crisp cracking sound suddenly seemed to echo in his sea of consciousness, as if some shackles binding him had been shattered. Yao Xuan knew he had successfully broken through to level 10, since he had not yet fused with his soul spirit. Yao Xuan could not truly be called a soul master at this time, only a quasi-soul master. Only by fusing with his soul spirit and obtaining soul skills could he truly enter the realm of soul masters. For Yao Xuan, fusing with his soul spirit would naturally not be a difficult task, so he silently withdrew his mental power, interrupted the 5 hearts toward heaven technique, and opened his eyes. Practicing the 5 hearts toward heaven technique increased his total soul power, successfully breaking through the bottleneck of level 9 and advancing to level 10. Current soul power, level 10, 0, 0. Practicing the 5 hearts toward heaven technique increased his mental power. Current mental power, 85, 49. Gained an additional 2 points of mental power due to breaking through to level 10. Practicing the 5 hearts toward heaven technique. The system absorbed soul power energy. Evolution points, 341. Current evolution points, 6201. You have reached the quasi-soul master realm. Please obtain a soul spirit as soon as possible to break through to the soul master realm. Silently, standing up, a flash of silver light passed through Yao Xuan's sea of consciousness, and a system prompt suddenly appeared. Looking at the system message, Yao Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Soul Master Realm, here I come. Chapter 24. Rewards, head to the Spirit Tower. Mom, Nar, I did it. Just now, I have successfully broken through to level 10. Stepping out of the room, Yao Xuan's face was beaming with a brilliant smile as he loudly thanked Lin Shimeng and Nar. Congratulations, my child. Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Lin Shimeng's face also revealed a proud smile. She then congratulated Yao Xuan, as breaking through to become a Soul Master is undoubtedly a commendable achievement for anyone on the Douluo Continent. Moreover, Yao Xuan is only 7.5 years old, and achieving such a breakthrough at such a young age proves his potential for future advancement. For this reason, Lin Shimeng genuinely felt happy for Yao Xuan. Brother Yao Xuan, you are truly the best. On the other side, Nar, sitting on the sofa with a lollipop, also came to Yao Xuan's side, shaking his hand and smilingly offering her congratulations. Even though every time she heard the term Soul Master, Nar would feel an inexplicable discomfort. Upon learning that Yao Xuan was about to advance to become a Soul Master, she only felt joy and happiness in her heart. The next day, at Hongshan Academy, in the principal's office. Oh, Yao Xuan, right? You say your soul power has already broken through to level 10. So let's conduct a test now. Listening to Yao Xuan's report, the president of Hongshan Academy, Yue Na, also showed a hint of approval in his eyes. He then took Yao Xuan and Lin Shimeng to the soul power testing room in the academy. As the testing equipment started up, Yao Xuan relaxed his whole body and slowly released his soul power. 1, 2, 10. In less than 5 seconds, the number on the soul power tester jumped from 1 to 10. Looking at the results on the screen, Yue Na nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. Being able to break through to level 10 at 7.5 years old. Yao Xuan, your achievement is the best in our Hongshan Academy in nearly 10 years. Moreover, since you're the first Soul Master in your grade to break through level 10, the school will reward you with a 10-year Soul Spirit for free. Looking at Yao Xuan, Yue Na patted him on the shoulder and encouraged him, saying, "Thank you, President." Listening to Yue Na's words, Yao Xuan also revealed an excited smile on his face and then expressed his thanks. It's nothing. Rewarding outstanding students has always been the school's practice. Being able to receive a reward is also a return for your hard work. Additionally, once you successfully advance to a Soul Master, you should also give a speech at the next grade meeting to encourage and motivate your classmates. Now, since you have successfully broken through, the school has specially granted you a day off today, allowing Teacher Lin to take you to the Spirit Tower to obtain a spirit. Here, this is a 10-year spirit exchange voucher. Take it to the Spirit Tower, and you can ask the Spirit Master to select a 10-year spirit for you. While speaking, Yue Na took out a copper-brown card and handed it to Lin Shimeng. Soon after, Lin Shimeng took Yao Xuan and headed towards the Spirit Tower branch in Owleye City. 15 minutes later, at the Spirit Tower branch in the central area of Owleye City. Yao Xuan, we have arrived. Looking at the building in front of her, Lin Shimeng revealed a hint of nostalgia in her eyes and then explained to Yao Xuan beside her. Yes, Mom, what an impressive building. While responding, Yao Xuan looked up at the Spirit Tower in front of him. It was an octagonal 3-story building, appearing very grand and magnificent, with the main entrance wide open and the ground paved with marble, looking very imposing. However, outside the Spirit Tower, there were not many people coming and going. After all, only Soul Masters would visit the Spirit Tower, and in a small place like Owleye City, the number of Soul Masters was indeed very few. Because of this, the Spirit Tower in Owleye City was merely a low-level branch, but even so, it was still the largest building in Owleye City. Above the low-level Spirit Tower, there were 7 levels of intermediate Spirit Towers located in medium-sized cities within the Sun and Moon Federation. While large cities had Spirit Towers that were 13 stories high. The headquarters of the Spirit Tower was in Shrek City, standing at a height of 81 stories, making it one of the most magnificent buildings on the Douluo Continent. As for the Spirit Tower itself, it was an organization founded by Gu Yue 10,000 years ago, and due to their groundbreaking research on artificial spirits. The current influence of the Spirit Tower has even surpassed that of the Tang Sect and Shrek Academy, becoming a superpower spanning the Sun and Moon Federation, the Tiando Empire, and the Xingluo Federation, with countless strong individuals under its banner. While observing this Spirit Tower, Yao Xuan's mind also surfaced with various pieces of information about the Spirit Tower. And at the same time, he secretly vowed that one day, his footsteps would conquer this place, and he would inevitably become one of the strongest on the Douluo Continent, to change the tragedies that should not have happened. Yao Xuan, let's go inside. Seeing Yao Xuan in a daze, Lin Shimeng softly called out to him. then took Yao Xuan's hand and walked into the spirit tower's interior. Just like its exterior, the interior of the spirit tower was also very spacious, with several closed archways around. And in the center was a counter, behind which sat a spirit master in gray robes, around 40 years old, who was resting with his eyes closed. Hello, Master Spirit Master. My child's soul power has broken through to level 10. And today I am here to bring him to purchase a spirit. Here is our proof. Arriving at the counter, Lin Shiming took out the copper-brown card from her pocket and spoke. All right, I understand. Let me first verify the authenticity of this card. Listening to Lin Shiming's words, the soul communicator had already opened his eyes. He then took the card that Lin Shiming handed over and swiped it on a nearby testing terminal. Your 10-year soul spirit exchange card is fine. You can exchange it for a 10-year white soul spirit that suits your martial soul. Child, come with me. Let me test your mental strength. Additionally, the fee for testing the mental strength is 100 federal coins, so please pay that first. Looking at the green light that lit up on the terminal, the soul communicator nodded and then said in a business-like manner, All right, here you go. Listening to the spirit master, Lin Shiming also took out a federal coin worth 100 and handed it to the spirit master. Immediately, the spirit master led Yao Xuan into a room while Lin Shiming waited in the hall. This was a room with a modern touch, unlike the ancient style outside, and it was equipped with many instruments. The spirit master gestured for Yao Xuan to sit on a large chair, then pressed several buttons on the workbench, causing a helmet-like device to slowly descend from the ceiling and fit onto Yao Xuan's head. Chapter 25. Mental Power, a True Genius 20,000 years ago. During the era of the Tang San at the Spirit Hall, mental power did exist, but it was not valued by the soul masters of that time. Nor was there any classification regarding mental power. However, since the emergence of Hmph and the spirit souls 1,000 years ago, mental power has become increasingly important for soul masters. Mental power is the foundation for merging with spirit souls. The stronger a spirit soul is, the higher the mental power required for a soul master to subdue and merge with it. Through generations of research and summarization by soul masters, mental power has been divided into 6 major levels: Lingyuan Realm, Lingtong Realm, Linghai Realm, Lingyuan Realm, Lingyu Realm, and Xinyuan Realm. Meanwhile, for convenience and description, a quantifiable value was defined to measure mental power. Mental power between 0 to 99 points is in the Lingyuan Realm, which is the most basic level of mental power and can carry yellow spirit souls at most. Mental power between 100 to 499 points is in the Lingtong Realm, where soul masters can manipulate their mental power and can carry purple spirit souls. Above Lingtong Realm is Linghai Realm, meaning the mental power is as deep as the ocean, which is also the foundation for becoming a powerful soul master, capable of carrying black spirit souls. A Linghai Realm soul master has mental power ranging from 500 to 4,999 points, and Linghai Realm is the limit that most soul masters can reach in their lifetime. Above Linghai Realm is Lingyuan Realm, where the mental power of a Lingyuan Realm expert is so strong that it can even influence the material world in a small area. This is also the foundation for achieving the title of Douluo, capable of carrying 100,000-year legendary spirit souls. A Lingyuan Realm Soul Master has mental power ranging from 5,000 to 19,999 points, which is the human limit, and only a few can break through the shackles of Lingyuan Realm in an era. Above Lingyuan Realm is Lingyu Realm, where soul masters can condense their mental power into a domain and can merge with any level of spirit soul possessing immense power. This is also the foundation for achieving the ultimate Douluo, with a Lingyu Realm expert's mental power ranging from 20,000 to 49,999 points. Finally, there's the Xinyuan Realm, a domain that only deities are said to tread. Theoretically, a Xinyuan Realm expert's mental power should exceed 50,000 points. It is said that only the founder of the Spirit Transmission Tower, Mph, who ascended to the Divine Realm, possesses such mental power. Don't be nervous, stay relaxed. During the test, you may feel a slight dizziness. This is a normal situation. Just keep relaxed, the Spirit Master said. As Yao Xuan reflected on the knowledge of mental power, the Spirit Master's reminder pulled his attention back to the real world. Yes, sir, I understand, Yao Xuan replied. After receiving Yao Xuan's response, the Spirit Master pressed another button on the workbench, and the helmet covering Yao Xuan's head began to emit a soft white glow. Meanwhile, red numbers started to jump on the Soul Guide screen. 20, 30, 40, 85. The numbers initially jumped quickly, but soon stabilized. Looking at Yao Xuan's test results, the Spirit Master's face flashed with an extreme shock. 85 points. How is that possible? Could the machine be malfunctioning? The spirit master murmured to himself while staring at Yao Xuan's test results. He then approached Yao Xuan and said, "Child, the instrument for testing mental power might have some faults. Your mental power data is a bit unusual. Don't worry, I'll test you again." While speaking, the spirit master restarted the instrument for another test on Yao Xuan, and Yao Xuan's mental power remained the same as before, fixed at 85 points, proving that the instrument was indeed functioning correctly. 85 points of mental power. A genius, truly a genius. Child, may I ask what your innate soul power level is? Looking at Yao Xuan, the spirit master's tone became slightly trembling. Then he inquired, "Innate soul power? My innate soul power is level 5. Listening to the words of the spirit transmission master, Yao Xuan answered truthfully. All this information was recorded, and there was no need for him to lie. Level 5? What a pity. If your innate soul power could reach level 7, with your performance in mental strength, you would definitely have a chance to be recommended to join the Spirit Transmission Tower for focus training." What a shame. Listening to Yao Xuan's response, the Spirit Transmission Master revealed a hint of regret in his eyes, and then continued speaking. For ordinary soul masters, their mental strength at the age of 7.5 is usually around 30 points. Yao Xuan's mental strength is nearly 3 times theirs, which cannot be considered weak. It can be said that Yao Xuan has a natural advantage in the future integration with soul spirits. For soul masters with such strong mental strength, they do not need exceptionally high innate soul power. As long as they reach level 7 or above, they almost have the potential to advance to soul sage, and may even push further to challenge the realm of soul Duo or even title de law. Therefore, the Spirit Transmission Tower is naturally willing to invest in them early and bring them under their wing. However, Yao Xuan's innate soul power is only level 5. Generally speaking, a soul master with innate soul power at level 5, even with good luck, can only break through to the realm of Soul King or Soul Emperor, and it is almost impossible to advance to Soul Sage. Resources are limited, so the Spirit Transmission Tower cannot allocate additional resources to these soul masters. Is this the reason why the system set my innate soul power at level 5? I see. Listening to the words of the Spirit Transmission Master, Yao Xuan felt a glimmer of understanding in his heart. As a transmigrator, Yao Xuan's mental strength was inherently stronger than that of ordinary children. If his innate soul power were also very strong, it was highly likely that he would be directly taken away and trained by powerful factions like the Spirit Transmission Tower and the Sun Moon Federation. In that case, although Yao Xuan would gain more cultivation resources in the early stages, he would lose the opportunity to connect with Na-Er and plant the seed of love in her heart, making it difficult to establish a connection with the destined child Tang Weilin. It could be said that he was picking up sesame seeds while losing watermelons, missing out on a great opportunity. Master Spirit Transmission, is my mental strength very high? Yao Xuan asked knowingly while pondering. Not just very high. It could be said that you are a super genius. You are the best soul master I have ever tested for mental strength in my life. Unfortunately, compared to your mental strength, your innate soul power is still somewhat lacking. Otherwise, your future would be limitless. However, don't lose heart. Your mental strength will bring you great convenience for your future cultivation. As long as you don't become lazy, getting into a higher academy will definitely not be a problem. If you can advance to Soul King in the future and pair it with a mecha, you will also be a notable figure in the Soul Master world. Now, I will first issue you a testing report. When you go to the Intermediate Soul Master Academy, you can submit it directly, and then I will take you to choose a soul spirit, seemingly due to Yao Xuan's extremely high mental strength. The tone of the Spirit Transmission Master became much more calm as he printed Yao Xuan's test results while encouraging him. Child, what is your martial soul? In our Spirit Transmission Tower in Owleye City, there are a total of 73 types of white soul spirits available for selection. I will help you choose a relatively suitable soul spirit based on your martial soul. Looking at Yao Xuan, the Spirit Transmission Master explained lightly. Master Spirit Transmission, my martial soul is the Lizard Dragon. Hearing the question from the Spirit Master, Yao Xuan immediately replied, a lizard dragon? That's a quite powerful beast martial soul. Since your martial soul is a lizard dragon, you should choose the 10-year Black Rock Snake Spirit. The snake is somewhat related to dragons, so it will complement your martial soul well. Hearing Yao Xuan's answer, the Spirit Transmission Master thought for a moment, and then suggested, thank you for your suggestion. Then I will choose the Black Rock Snake as my soul spirit. With the Spirit Transmission Master's advice, Yao Xuan replied without hesitation. For Yao Xuan, the soul spirit he was currently merging with didn't hold much significance. It was merely a step to become an advanced soul master. Once he became an advanced soul master, Yao Xuan could receive system rewards and replace his original soul spirit with an infinitely growing soul spirit. Therefore, Yao Xuan readily accepted the spirit transmission master's opinion. All right, then follow me. As he spoke, the spirit transmission master led the way, taking Yao Xuan to another room diagonally across. Compared to the previous spiritual power testing room, this room was significantly larger. In the center of the room stood a cylindrical device about 5 meters tall and with a radius of approximately 3 meters, resembling a large cultivation tank from Earth. Inside the device was a thick green liquid, and there were also many transparent spheres about 30 centimeters in diameter floating within, each radiating a faint glow. Approaching the device, the spirit transmission master pressed several buttons, and immediately, a white soul spirit ball dropped from the machine's outlet into a metal box below. Press this button, and you can release your soul spirit. According to our research at the Spirit Transmission Tower, when a soul master personally releases their soul spirit, the degree of fusion with the soul spirit is higher. So this process must be done by you. Picking up the soul spirit ball, Yao Xuan placed it on top of an oval device nearby, and the Spirit Transmission Master instructed Yao Xuan to stand next to the device. I understand, Master Spirit Transmission. Listening to the words of the Spirit Master, Yao Xuan nodded and then walked to the side of the instrument, reaching out to press the button. Accompanying Yao Xuan's movement, a soft yellow light emitted from the instrument, shining down on the soul spirit ball. Immediately, the surface of the soul spirit ball also radiated a faint glow, and the originally sealed sphere gradually became transparent, emanating a slight life aura. A faint white light flickered, and then the entire soul spirit ball slowly opened from the middle. In the center of the soul spirit ball, a snake-shaped soul spirit appeared, about 60 centimeters long, with a diameter similar to that of an adult's wrist, covered in black scales and curled up. Gulme, this is your soul spirit, the 10-year black rock snake. Now, as long as you're ready, you can officially fuse with it and advance to become a soul master. The spirit master explained while looking at the snake-shaped soul spirit. Yes, I am ready. Hearing the words of the spirit master, Yao Xuan nodded and then said firmly. For him, merging a 10-year spirit was not a problem at all, and this was just a formality. This black rock snake spirit would soon be replaced by the infinitely growing spirit awarded by the system. All right, then follow me. For soul masters purchasing spirits in the Spirit Tower, we provide dedicated training rooms to help them successfully merge their spirits and complete their promotion. Seeing that Yao Xuan was ready, the spirit master explained and then led Yao Xuan to a training room. This was a training room with an area of 20 cubic meters, surrounded by many soul guide formations, which were clearly soul gathering formations. As Yao Xuan entered the training room, the soul guide formations lit up one after another, and suddenly, Yao Xuan felt the concentration of soul power in the training room rise sharply. At the same time, a faint fragrance appeared from nowhere, causing Yao Xuan to feel invigorated. Let's begin. Sitting quietly on the ground, Yao Xuan placed the original spirit ball on the floor, then sat cross-legged, holding his breath to calm his mind, eliminating distracting thoughts, and reached into the spirit ball with his right hand. 4 low-level spirits. They did not have a physical form, only an illusory shape. But Yao Xuan still felt like he touched something warm. With a thought, 9-colored light suddenly gathered in front of Yao Xuan, and the ancestral dragon martial spirit manifested. At that moment, the previously vibrant black rock snake spirit suddenly trembled, its eyes flashing with extreme terror, and its energy-formed body instantly curled up. Merge with me. With a thought, the ancestral dragon martial spirit lunged towards the spirit ball, then opened its mouth wide and gently inhaled. The black rock snake spirit instantly shrank and was sucked into the ancestral dragon martial spirit. As the black rock snake spirit was absorbed by the ancestral dragon martial spirit, the process of spirit merging officially began. Yao Xuan closed his eyes and began to merge the spirit according to the methods taught in school. As the spirit merging commenced, the fluctuations of soul power within Yao Xuan's body became intense, and the soul power surged like a tidal wave, crashing against the bottleneck of the soul master realm. With each wave of soul power crashing, cracks rapidly appeared on the bottleneck that bound Yao Xuan, and as he approached those cracks, they widened into fissures, ultimately shattering with a crisp sound, completely broken. At that moment, Yao Xuan suddenly felt a lightness throughout his body, and then a huge suction force suddenly appeared in his dantian, crazily drawing the soul power in the room towards his body and flowing through his meridians into his dantian. At the same time, Yao Xuan felt his spine suddenly heat up, and streams of scorching hot energy surged from deep within his body, rushing through his blood vessels to every part of his body. If Yao Xuan could see himself at this moment, he would be amazed to find that within his body, streams of nine-colored strange energy were spreading, forming an extremely complex and profound nine-colored web that contained the aura of the great Tao. As these grids passed through, the cells within Yao Xuan's body were crazily absorbing this nine-colored energy, undergoing the deepest transformation and making a leap in the level of life, with his aura becoming deeper and stronger. Chapter 27. Successful promotion. Rich rewards, such a familiar aura. But what exactly is it? At the moment Yao Xuan broke through the Soul Master bottleneck, Nar, far away at Red Mountain Academy, involuntarily turned her head to look in the direction of the Spirit Tower in Ally City, a hint of confusion appearing in her purple eyes, similar to Naker's reaction. At the moment Yao Xuan broke through, Tang Wulin suddenly felt his body tremble, a stream of heat erupting from his tailbone, swirling around his body before slowly disappearing. Not to mention the connection between Nar and Tang Wulin at this moment. In the training room of the Spirit Tower, Yao Xuan was also in the process of promotion. Accompanied by the transformation of his body by the nine-colored energy, Yao Xuan felt extremely comfortable, as if he had returned to the womb, continuously nourished, both mentally and physically in a state of complete relaxation. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully merged your spirit and promoted to level 11 Soul Master. Ding! Congratulations. You have successfully completed the task of promoting to Soul Master. Congratulations on receiving the task reward. Golden Evolution Points x 100. Cultivation Method. Soul Forging Art. First 3 layers. System Ability. Space Storage System Ability. Enhanced Meditation. Infinite Growth Type Spirit X1. System Item. Will replace the original spirit upon use. Ding! Successfully promoted to Soul Master. Personal data has been updated. Would you like to view it? Half an hour later, this extremely comfortable feeling gradually faded. At this moment, the system's prompt sounded in Yao Xuan's ears. View. Listening to the system's prompt sound, Yao Xuan silently nodded. Name. Yao Xuan. Age. 7. 5 system abilities. Eye of Observation. Enhanced Charm. Enhanced Comprehension. Space Storage. Not activated. Enhanced Meditation. Not activated. Martial Soul. Ancestral Dragon Soul Power. Level 11, 0, 0. Soul Master. Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. Unlock Level 4. 8 Mental Power. 91, 0, 0. Peak of Spiritual Origin Realm. Soul Spirit. Black Rock Snake. Temporarily used. Can be replaced at any time. Please use the system reward for an infinitely growing Soul Spirit for replacement. Soul Skills. Not yet unlocked. Activated after fusing with the exclusive Soul Spirit from the system reward. Bloodline Ability. Primary Ancestral Dragon Body Battle Armor. None Mecha. None Evolution Points. 6,201 Gold Evolution Points. 101 Skills. Forging, Level 2. Mecha Design, Level 0. Mecha Manufacturing, Level 0. Mecha Maintenance, Level 0. Accompanied by Yao Xuan's thoughts, a silver light flashed in front of him, forming an ancient-style information frame, displaying Yao Xuan's overall attributes after promotion. Awesome. I've finally advanced to Soul Master. Finally, I've taken the first step on my path of cultivation. Feeling the surge of soul power within him, Yao Xuan couldn't help but break into a satisfied smile. Not only did he break through in soul power, but his mental power also increased by 6 points during the promotion to Soul Master, reaching 91 points, breaking through to the peak of the spiritual origin realm. Moreover, Yao Xuan also acquired 2 brand new system skills, which he planned to unlock at home and did not intend to unlock in the transmission tower. Ding! New main quest acquired. Breakthrough to Great Soul Master. Do you accept the quest? Just as Yao Xuan was about to stand up and leave the training room, the system's prompt sound rang in his ear again. Accept. Accompanied by Yao Xuan's thoughts, the previous information frame disappeared, and immediately, a quest frame reappeared with a flash of silver light. Quest name, Breakthrough to Great Soul Master. Quest description. After entering the Soul Master realm, you have shed your mortal body and entered the extraordinary domain. However, in the world of Soul Masters, the Soul Master realm is only the beginning. To secure your place in the future world of Soul Masters, you cannot be slack at all. You must seize the time and break through to the next realm of Great Soul Master as soon as possible. Time limit. 2 years failure penalty. None. Failing to complete in time will result in not receiving quest rewards. Quest rewards. Gold Evolution Points x 1000. System Ability Extraordinary Condensation. System Ability Simulation Combat Space. Special Note. The ancestral dragon martial soul and ancestral dragon bloodline complement each other. To ensure your perfect advancement, please try to raise the ancestral dragon bloodline to 10 before breaking through level 20 and unlock the first stage of the bloodline ability. Otherwise, it may be detrimental to your future development. Breakthrough to Great Soul Master within 2 years. With the creation forging soul technique, as long as I seize the time, it won't be difficult. Now, I should hurry home, unlock new system abilities, and fuse with the infinitely growing soul spirit provided by the system to truly unlock the first soul skill. However, breaking through to Great Soul Master is simple, but raising the ancestral dragon bloodline to 10 before level 20 is not an easy task. It seems that, in order to perfectly advance to Great Soul Master and for my future development, I absolutely cannot slack off. While thinking, Yao Xuan stood up from the ground and then left the training room. Child, have you successfully advanced to Soul Master? So soon? Looking at Yao Xuan walking out of the training room, the transmission master outside asked in surprise. Yes, transmission master. Fusing with the soul spirit didn't feel difficult at all. I tried once and succeeded in fusing. Looking at the transmission master, Yao Xuan replied. That makes sense. Your mental power has basically reached 3 times that of a soul master of the same level, and you fuse with a 10-year-old soul spirit. Plus, your martial soul is also of a higher level than this soul spirit, so such a smooth fusion is quite normal. Since you have advanced to soul master, let's conduct a soul power test. After passing the test, your record of advancing to soul master will be recorded in the Sun and Moon Federation's files. And in the future, you can also receive a reward of 1,000 Federation coins from the Federation every month. Hearing what Yao Xuan said, the Spirit Transmission Master seemed to have realized something, nodding thoughtfully. He then led Yao Xuan out of the training room. Yao Xuan, have you successfully fused with your soul spirit? Lin Shiming asked Yao Xuan as the Spirit Transmission Master escorted him out. Mom, I did it. Now, I'm also a soul master. This esteemed Spirit Transmission Master is going to take me to test my soul power and register it. Hearing Lin Shiming's inquiry, Yao Xuan answered in detail. Good, as long as you succeeded, I'm proud of you. Go ahead, I'll be here waiting for you. After receiving the news of Yao Xuan's success, Lin Shiming also showed a relaxed expression. The Spirit Master brought Yao Xuan to another soul power testing room, then instructed Yao Xuan to sit on another soul guiding device and release his soul power. Level 11, good. It seems you've successfully advanced to a soul master. Congratulations. Young man, I will now issue your certificate and register it. Looking at the results on the soul power testing device, the Spirit Master nodded and said to Yao Xuan, in half an hour, take your soul master certificate. Yao Xuan and Lin Shiming then left the Spirit Tower and headed home. Chapter 28, The Art of Soul Forging. Strengthening meditation, Yao Xuan and Lin Shiming left the school around 8 a.m. Since Yao Xuan only spent about half an hour merging with the soul spirit. When Lin Shiming took Yao Xuan out of the Spirit Tower, it was still not yet 10 a.m. After a 10-minute walk, Lin Shiming and Yao Xuan returned home. At this time, Lin Shiming began preparing lunch for Yao Xuan and Nar, the 2 big eaters, while Yao Xuan entered his bedroom, closed the door, sat cross-legged on the floor, and focused his mind, sinking into the system space. You have obtained the technique, the art of soul forging, first 3 layers. Do you want to begin accepting the technique's inheritance? With a thought, he clicked on the system's option, and a system prompt sound echoed in his ears. Yes. Hearing the system's prompt, Yao Xuan silently nodded in confirmation. Ding. Preparing to transmit the first 3 layers of the creation refining soul technique. Please maintain a clear consciousness. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The system's voice sounded, and immediately, Yao Xuan felt a stream of profound techniques and corresponding insights flowing into his sea of consciousness, continuously pouring in and quickly being understood and absorbed by him. Ding. Transmission complete. 10 minutes later, just as Yao Xuan felt a slight dizziness in his head, accompanied by a crisp sound and the system's prompt, the stream of information transmitting the technique finally came to an abrupt stop. Oh my God! The creation refining soul technique is truly powerful, living up to its name with creation. Reflecting on the description of the creation refining soul technique he received, Yao Xuan's eyes sparkled with fervor. As a reward from the system, this creation refining soul technique is naturally not an ordinary item. And based on the information Yao Xuan received, this technique truly lives up to the word creation and can be said to be incredibly extraordinary. Firstly, The creation refining soul technique is a method that can be cultivated to divine level, divided into 18 layers. With the first 12 layers corresponding to the cultivation of soul masters, great soul masters, soul elders, soul ancestors, soul kings, soul emperors, soul saints, soul Douluos, titled Douluos, and limit Douluos, quasi-demigod, demigod, quasi-god, for mortals. The last 6 layers of the creation refining soul technique belong to the divine methods, corresponding to the realms of level 3 gods, level 2 gods, level 1 gods, level 3 divine kings, level 2 divine kings, and level 1 divine kings. Moreover, the creation refining soul technique records the methods for condensing divine ranks, raising divine nations, and achieving divinity in the most perfect way, allowing for the strongest potential for advancement after attaining divinity. Secondly, in terms of specific cultivation, starting from the first layer of the creation refining soul technique, the soul power absorbed by the soul master will begin to be compressed and converted into liquid soul power. Generally speaking, even in a place like Shrek Academy, which gathers the elites of the Douluo Continent, students must wait until they advance to soul elder before they are qualified to attempt soul power compression. While the creation refining soul technique allows for soul power compression to begin at the soul master level, which is undeniably powerful. Furthermore, the creation refining soul technique has an extremely fast absorption speed for soul power, with an efficiency at least 10 times that of the heart towards heaven technique. Even the Shintian technique of the Tang sect cannot compare to the absorption efficiency of the creation refining soul technique. Additionally, during the cultivation process of the creation refining soul technique, it significantly enhances the mental strength of the soul master, subtly increasing the potential of the soul, which means it can enhance the cultivation potential of the soul master, or in other words, the innate soul power, achieving multiple benefits. In terms of condensing soul cores, the effect of the creation refining soul technique is incredibly extraordinary. For an ordinary soul master, the first soul core can generally only be condensed upon advancing to soul saint. And even for limit Douluos, there are typically only 2 soul cores. Even for exceptional talents like Tang Wulin, Hu Yuhao, and Ditian, who suppress an era with their fate, they can only condense 3 soul cores. However, for the creation refining soul technique, a total of 9 soul cores can be condensed. Among them, at the soul ancestor level, the creation refining soul technique can condense the first soul core, and thereafter, at the levels of soul king, soul emperor, soul saint, soul Douluo, title Douluo, limit Douluo, quasi-demigod, demigod, and quasi-god, the creation refining soul technique can continue to condense 1 soul core at each level, totaling 9 soul cores, which is 5 times that of an ordinary soul master and 3 times that of a child of fate. Of course, although the effects are extraordinary, the requirements for practitioners of the creation refining soul technique are also very strict. Without a divine level martial soul, it is impossible to cultivate the creation refining soul technique. Fortunately, Yao Xuan's martial soul is the creation level ancestral dragon martial soul, so he does not have such troubles. Additionally, the creation refining soul technique is a method that places great emphasis on foundation. The process of soul power compression begins during the cultivation period of the soul master. Because of this, although the creation refining soul technique has an extremely high efficiency in soul power absorption in order to establish a solid foundation, the speed of advancement cannot reach 10 times that of ordinary techniques. Instead, it achieves a dynamic balance by integrating the speed of cultivation with the stability of the foundation. Very well. Now let's start unlocking new system abilities. After receiving the first 3 layers of the creation refining soul technique, Yao Xuan focused his mind and clicked on the system. Ding! You currently have an unlocked system ability, Enhanced Meditation. Would you like to activate it? Enhanced Meditation effect transforms your mental strength, enhances your ability to attract soul power, and modifies the meridians in your body to bear stronger soul power impacts, overall increasing your meditation efficiency by 100. Accompanied by Yao Xuan's thought, a system prompt box appeared before his eyes. Activate. Hearing the system's prompt tone, Yao Xuan naturally nodded silently. Soon, he felt 2 special energies surging out from within his body. One of the energies felt extremely cool to Yao Xuan. This energy surged towards his sea of consciousness and transformed his spiritual power, enhancing its affinity for soul power. The other energy, on the other hand, felt blazing hot, rushing through Yao Xuan's body, breaking open small meridians and simultaneously unblocking numerous hidden, previously obstructed branches. Moreover, This energy did not violently impact Yao Xuan's meridians. Rather, each time it passed through a meridian, it would leave a part behind, merging with Yao Xuan's meridians, making them more resilient and capable of withstanding stronger soul power impacts. Ding! System ability enhancement meditation activation completed. About 10 minutes later, the two energies, one hot, one cold, within Yao Xuan's body were almost completely absorbed, and the unusual feeling of ice and fire disappeared. Very good. As expected of the system's capabilities, is indeed powerful. Feeling the surrounding soul power of heaven and earth becoming much friendlier, and sensing the unobstructed meridians within his body, a slight smile appeared on Yao Xuan's lips, and he felt immensely satisfied. After obtaining the creation refining soul technique, Yao Xuan's efficiency in absorbing soul power was 10 times that of ordinary techniques. Coupled with the enhancement from meditation, even though the soul power required for the ascendant dragon martial soul to level up was several times that of ordinary martial souls. And the creation refining soul technique itself required compression of soul power. His leveling speed was still at least several times that of an ordinary soul master. Chapter 29. Space Storage. Merging with infinite growth soul spirit. Having successfully unlocked the system's ability enhancement meditation, Yao Xuan nodded in satisfaction, rested for 5 minutes to adapt to the changes in his body, and then once again plunged his consciousness into the system, lightly tapping on the system's function panel. Ding! You currently have an unlocked system ability, Space Storage. Would you like to activate it? Space Storage Effect. This system ability has opened up a personal storage space for you, allowing you to store your personal items. The volume will grow with your level, current volume, 5 cubic meters. Please note that this storage space can only store inanimate objects and cannot store living beings. With Yao Xuan's intention, a flash of silver light passed through his sea of consciousness, and a system prompt box appeared in his sea of consciousness. Yes, seeing the system's enhancement. Yao Xuan nodded slightly to confirm. As Yao Xuan moved, streams of spatial power continuously surged around him, condensing under various mysterious seals, developing into a stable storage space. Ding! System ability, space storage activation completed. 5 minutes later, with the system's prompt sound, this storage space had successfully condensed and was mounted on the super god system, forming a silver spatial mark that floated in Yao Xuan's sea of consciousness. Truly amazing. Focusing his spiritual power on that spatial mark, Yao Xuan immediately sensed the space within it. Then, with a thought, he locked onto the table in the room and stored it in the system space. As Yao Xuan's intention moved, the table in front of him suddenly disappeared from the room, and at the same time, he saw the newly appeared table in the storage space. Experiencing all this, Yao Xuan couldn't help but exclaim in wonder. Now, let's try taking it out. With a thought, Yao Xuan once again locked onto the table in the storage space and focused his intention to retrieve it. In contrast to the previous process of collecting the table, this time, the table almost instantaneously disappeared from the storage space and reappeared in the distance. Fantastic! I have my own storage space now. Moreover, compared to those storage soul tools on Douluo Continent, my storage space is undoubtedly more powerful. After playing around with the newly formed storage space a few times and sensing its spiritual power consumption, Yao Xuan nodded in satisfaction, his face beaming with a brilliant smile. On Douluo Continent, even the smallest spatial soul tool, with a volume of only 0.1 cubic meters, costs around hundreds of thousands of federal coins. The larger the volume of the spatial soul tool, the higher the price per unit volume. For a 5 cubic meter spatial soul tool, if it were really put up for auction, it could fetch at least tens of millions of federal coins, making it extremely precious. Moreover, 5 cubic meters is just the minimum volume of the system storage space. It will continue to grow in the future. More importantly, the storage space provided by the system does not possess a physical form like spatial soul tools. It is directly bound to Yao Xuan's sea of consciousness, eliminating the risk of loss, and it is very discreet. If he obtained any forbidden items and placed them in the system's storage space, others would be unable to find them. Now, let us begin the most important step, merging with the infinite growth soul spirit. Smiling with satisfaction, Yao Xuan focused his intention, disconnected from the storage space, and then took out a basketball-sized crystal of 9 colors, which was the source of the infinite growth soul spirit, used to condense a soul spirit with infinite growth potential. Placing this 9-colored crystal in front of him, Yao Xuan took a deep breath, then activated his soul power, wrapping it around the 9-colored crystal and began to refine it. As Yao Xuan infused his soul power, the 9-colored crystal began to emit a faint 9-colored glow, gradually intensifying. Suddenly, it flew up from the ground, floating in mid-air, and began to spin continuously. Ascendant Dragon Martial Soul, go. Seeing the 9-colored crystal starting to float, Yao Xuan followed the system's instructions and released the Ascendant Dragon Martial Soul. With Yao Xuan's intention, 9-colored light flickered at his right hand, and the Ascendant Dragon Martial Soul violently manifested, compared to when he first obtained it. With the increase in Yao Xuan's Ascendant Dragon bloodline density and soul power level, the current aura of the Ascendant Dragon Martial Soul was undoubtedly much stronger, exuding an extremely fierce presence, with faint 9-colored hues on its surface scales, sharper claws, and a more oppressive gaze. After revealing the Ascendant Dragon Martial Soul, Yao Xuan pointed towards the 9-colored crystal. Immediately, the Ascendant Dragon Martial Soul on his palm left Yao Xuan's body and crashed towards the 9-colored crystal. With an aura of sweeping everything, Yao Xuan's Ascendant Dragon Martial Soul passed through the 9-colored crystal, and with a cracking sound, cracks appeared on the 9-colored crystal and began to expand. Those cracks quickly spread into gigantic fissures, covering the entire 9-colored crystal. Soon, the 9-colored crystal shattered into pieces, its original shell transforming into countless particles of light, dissipating into the air, creating an extraordinarily beautiful scene. In the center of the 9-colored crystal, accompanied by a flash of colorful light, a 9-colored shadow, resembling the shape of the Ascendant Dragon Martial Soul, was born, affectionately circling around Yao Xuan's body before entering his sea of consciousness. Ding! Successfully merged with the infinite growth Soul Spirit Ascendant Dragon, imprint body. Current cultivation level of Ascendant Dragon Soul Spirit, 100 years. Maximum potential, infinite. Please enhance the cultivation of the Ascendant Dragon Soul Spirit by entering the Ascendant Spirit platform to plunder life energy, practicing the creation refining soul technique, consuming rare materials, using golden evolution points, etc. Ding! Successfully merged with the Soul Spirit. Obtained the first soul skill, Ascendant Dragon Sky, Splitting Strike. As the 9-colored light shadow entered Yao Xuan's sea of consciousness, it was quickly infected and assimilated by Yao Xuan's spiritual power, showing no resistance at all, smoothly transforming into Yao Xuan's first soul spirit. At the same time, the system's prompt sound rang again. Yes, just like Yao Xuan's martial soul, Yao Xuan's first soul spirit is still the ancestral dragon, and it is the imprint body of Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon martial soul, born from the source of the infinitely growing soul spirit after absorbing the aura of Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon martial soul, sharing the same root and origin. For a martial soul of the creation level like the ancestral dragon, if Yao Xuan were to fuse with an ordinary soul spirit, those ordinary soul spirits would definitely explode due to the overwhelming pressure of the ancestral dragon martial soul. On the other hand, if it were an existence of the same level as the ancestral dragon martial soul, it would never be inferior to the ancestral dragon martial soul. Because of this, Yao Xuan's first soul spirit chose the imprint body of the ancestral dragon martial soul, thus avoiding any conflict. Moreover, since it was directly born from the ancestral dragon martial soul, Yao Xuan experienced an exceptionally smooth fusion process with this soul spirit, encountering no resistance at all. Not only that, but during the fusion with the ancestral dragon soul spirit, the power of the ancestral dragon within Yao Xuan's body was also reactivated, further enhancing Yao Xuan's physical qualities, significantly increasing strength, recovery ability, and cell vitality. At the same time, Yao Xuan's spiritual power also increased by 3 points, reaching a total of 94 points. Chapter 30. Ancestral Dragon Sky Split. Ancestral Dragon Bloodline Breakthrough. Now, it's time to see the power of my new soul skill, Ancestral Dragon Sky Split. Just from a name, it sounds incredibly powerful. With a thought, a transparent figure suddenly appeared in Yao Xuan's sea of consciousness, resembling Yao Xuan in both size and appearance. For such a powerful soul skill as Ancestral Dragon Sky Split, Yao Xuan naturally did not dare to demonstrate at home. Otherwise, if he was careless, he might destroy the entire room. However, with the Super God system, Yao Xuan could intuitively simulate the actual effect of his soul skill. Moreover, if Yao Xuan could successfully break through to the Great Soul Master level, the simulation function of the Super God system would further enhance, allowing for the creation of a simulated battle space. At that time, the simulation function of the Super God system would not only be limited to simulating his own soul skills, but could also simulate enemies Yao Xuan had fought against and engage in simulated battles with them. thereby improving Yao Xuan's combat power through continuous simulated combat. Ancestral Dragon, possess. At this moment, within Yao Xuan's sea of consciousness, the figure of Yao Xuan also softly uttered a low shout, and the soul power within him instantly stirred, emitting a faint layer of nine-colored light from his body. Stretching out his right hand, the nine-colored brilliance gathered in the palm of Yao Xuan's shadow's right hand. The next second, the ancestral dragon martial soul floated above the palm of Yao Xuan's shadow, and then Yao Xuan's shadow silently raised his hand, and the ancestral dragon martial soul surged into the sky. Upon reaching the highest point, the ancestral dragon martial soul reversed direction and accelerated downwards toward the top of Yao Xuan's shadow's head, eventually merging into the crown of Yao Xuan's shadow, becoming one with his body. With the integration of the ancestral dragon martial soul, the momentum of Yao Xuan's shadow suddenly intensified, and his eyes transformed into vertical pupils, radiating a faint nine-colored brilliance and exuding a terrifying aura of supremacy. Moreover, on the surface of Yao Xuan's shadow's skin, the original nine-colored light gradually gathered, forming a thin layer of dragon scales on the surface of Yao Xuan's shadow's body, though it appeared somewhat immature and not fully formed. Additionally, the fingertips of Yao Xuan's shadow also thickened and elongated, transforming into a pair of dragon claws about 5 centimeters long, incredibly sharp and shimmering with faint colored light. Meanwhile, 10 meters in front of Yao Xuan's shadow, a steel plate with a thickness of about 3 centimeters suddenly appeared. Ancestral dragon's sky split. With a low shout, a circle of yellow soul rings suddenly illuminated behind Yao Xuan's shadow. Immediately after, Yao Xuan's shadow kicked off with his right foot, transforming into a fleeting shadow that dashed forward, crossing his arms in front of him, and his claws tore madly at the steel plate in a cross shape. Ripping. Yao Xuan's shadow's sharp claws tore through space, leaving behind 2 traces that were difficult for the naked eye to catch. Then, accompanied by 2 piercing ripping sounds, the steel plate was actually torn by Yao Xuan's strike, resulting in 2 menacing cracks that directly penetrated the entire steel plate, almost splitting it in half. Truly powerful. No wonder it is the ancestral dragon martial soul. No wonder it is a soul skill granted by an infinitely growing soul spirit. It is indeed extraordinary. Looking at the destruction caused by his soul skill, a fiery gleam flashed in Yao Xuan's eyes. Although this was just an ordinary 100-forged steel plate, not a product of 1,000 forges, and did not have any added soul guide formations, it was still a 100-forged steel plate. Even a third soul skill from an ordinary attack type, Soul Master, might not be able to penetrate it, let alone cause such immense destruction. Moreover, this was only Yao Xuan's first soul skill, and his infinitely growing soul spirit had just been obtained, with only a century of cultivation, and had not undergone further training. It is foreseeable that Yao Xuan's future soul skills will only become more powerful, and his combat power will surely surpass this era. Additionally, Yao Xuan learned from the system that as the cultivation of the ancestral dragon sky split's soul skill increases, it will continuously gain additional benefits. As long as Yao Xuan can elevate his soul spirit to 1,000 years, making his first soul skill a 1,000-year soul skill, then the ancestral dragon sky split will gain absolute armor-piercing effects, ignoring physical and soul skill defenses, having a similar effect to Tang Wulin's golden dragon claw, but even more powerful. If the first soul skill is elevated to 10,000 years, the ancestral dragon divine claw will gain an infallible causal law type additional effect. And after elevating it to 100,000 years, it will gain the effect of annihilation, completely destroying the targeted object at the atomic structure level, rendering any healing soul skill ineffective. At the same time, once elevated to 1,000 years, the ancestral dragon sky split soul skill can also change to a ranged attack, launching energy-based ancestral dragon claws to attack enemies. Although the power may not match a direct physical attack and cannot carry the absolute armor-piercing effect, it can avoid being kite by enemies, which is a pleasant surprise. Looking at his soul skill, Yao Xuan nodded in satisfaction and then clicked again in the system. Spending 101 golden evolution points can increase the concentration of the ancestral dragon bloodline by 1. 9. After the increase, your ancestral dragon bloodline concentration will reach 6. 7. Do you want to enhance it? With the thought of Yao Xuan, the system's prompt sound rang in his ears. After successfully advancing to a soul master, Yao Xuan also obtained 100 golden evolution points. For Yao Xuan, who had acquired the creation's soul forging technique, Increasing soul power and spiritual power was not too big of an issue, so he invested all the golden evolution points into the ancestral dragon bloodline. Yes. A slight look of pain crossed his face, and Yao Xuan nodded to confirm. Although the golden evolution points had various wonderful uses, Yao Xuan knew that raising the ancestral dragon bloodline to 10 and awakening its bloodline ability was his top priority. Ding! The enhancement begins. After receiving confirmation from Yao Xuan, all of Yao Xuan's remaining 101 golden evolution points in the super god system are consumed, transforming into an extremely pure and mysterious source of evolution energy that surges out from deep within Yao Xuan's body, spreading throughout his body along his blood vessels. As this source of evolution energy flows, the ancestral dragon bloodline that has already begun to condense within Yao Xuan frantically absorbs this energy, continuously becoming more refined, causing Yao Xuan's body to emit a faint 9-colored radiance. With the enhancement of the ancestral dragon bloodline, Yao Xuan's physical attributes are further enhanced. His strength continuously increases. Cellular activity becomes more vibrant, meridians grow more resilient, and his dantian expands, with his evolutionary potential continuously rising. When the ancestral dragon bloodline within Yao Xuan breaks through level 5, he feels a special connection forming between the already vigorous life force and the energy, making it manipulatable. And a faint 9-colored network forms within Yao Xuan's blood vessels and meridians, creating a unique cycle along this network. Ding! Enhancement complete. Ancestral Dragon Bloodline Unlock Level 1. 9. Current Ancestral Dragon Bloodline Unlock Level 6, 7. 10 minutes later, the fusion ends, accompanied by a ding sound, and the system's notification echoes again. As Yao Xuan quietly opens his eyes. Chapter 31. Cultivating the Creation Forging Soul Technique. Very good. My strength has become even more powerful. Standing up and feeling the surging life force within him, Yao Xuan is immensely satisfied, his face radiating a brilliant smile. After raising the concentration of the ancestral dragon bloodline to 5, it undergoes further metamorphosis, forming a relatively basic life force cycle, representing a qualitative change from its previously loose and chaotic state. Moreover, after the ancestral dragon bloodline forms a life force cycle, a portion of its power seeps into Yao Xuan's internal organs, initiating preliminary modifications that greatly enhance their resilience and strength. For soul masters compared to muscles and bones, the internal organs are very difficult to refine, being among the most fragile parts of the body, and once damaged, can cause significant harm. Now, after being refined by the power of the ancestral dragon, the strength of Yao Xuan's internal organs is at least several times stronger than that of an ordinary soul master, giving him a significant advantage, while such physical attributes also enable him to withstand stronger soul power impacts in the future, greatly benefiting his future cultivation. As for Yao Xuan's strength, it has also taken a leap to a new level. Before advancing to a soul master, Yao Xuan's strength had already reached 500 kilograms, an unthinkable distance for a 7.5-year-old child. After advancing to a soul master, with the further liberation of the ancestral dragon martial soul, Yao Xuan's body is further strengthened, increasing his strength by about 100 kilograms, bringing his total strength to around 600 kilograms. Not only that, just now, with the enhancement of the ancestral dragon bloodline and the initial formation of the life force cycle, Yao Xuan's strength has skyrocketed, increasing by nearly 300 kilograms to an astonishing 900 kilograms. Moreover, this is only Yao Xuan's physical strength. Once he activates his soul power and utilizes the ability of the ancestral dragon possession, his strength will increase by at least 50, allowing him to exceed 1,000 kilograms and reach an incredible 1,350 kilograms, truly defying the heavens. Now it's time to practice the Creation Forging Soul Technique. The fusion of the ancestral dragon soul spirit and the enhancement of the ancestral dragon bloodline didn't take much time, only about 20 minutes. Looking at the time, it isn't even 10:30 yet, and it's not time to pick up Nar. So Yao Xuan decides to try out the Creation Forging Soul Technique he just acquired. Yao Xuan is extremely eager about this technique that contains the word creation. Heaven and earth are mysterious and yellow. The universe is vast. The sun and moon wax and wane. The stars align. Silently meditating according to the formula of the Creation Forging Soul Technique, the soul power of heaven and earth rapidly rushes to Yao Xuan's surroundings. In less than half a minute, an immense amount of heaven and earth's soul power gathers in Yao Xuan's bedroom. For basic meditation techniques like the 5 hearts toward heaven, one can only passively sense the surrounding soul power, which is of very average efficiency, even mediocre. However, for a creation-level technique like the creation forging soul technique, it does more than just sense soul power. It can attract all the surrounding heaven and earth soul power using mysterious methods, significantly increasing the concentration of soul power around the cultivator. The method of attracting heaven and earth soul power requires leveraging the characteristics and attractiveness of the cultivator's martial soul, which is why only those with divine-level martial souls are qualified to practice the creation forging soul technique. Truly, the creation forging soul technique is incredibly powerful. Feeling the changes in the surrounding soul power, Yao Xuan can't help but nod in praise. The concentration of heaven and earth soul power around Yao Xuan has at least increased tenfold and is still steadily rising. Even in the cultivation chamber of the transmission spirit tower, just now, the concentration of soul power was only twice that of the outside world. Then, let us continue. Disregarding distracting thoughts, Yao Xuan follows the guidance method in the creation forging soul technique, releasing strands of mental power that attach to and draw in the extremely rich heaven and earth soul power around him. As Yao Xuan mentally directs, the clusters of heaven and earth soul power surrounding him rush toward him as if magnetically attracted, flowing through his body and into his meridians. Although Yao Xuan's meridians have been transformed by the ancestral dragon martial soul and the primary ancestral dragon body, being several times wider and more flexible than those of ordinary soul masters, with many branches for diversion, the intensity of this heaven and earth soul power is so overwhelming that even Yao Xuan feels a slight tingling sensation in his meridians. If Yao Xuan, with his physique, experiences this feeling, one can only imagine what ordinary soul masters would feel if their bodies were impacted by such a surge of soul power. The most likely outcome would be severed meridians, making it impossible for them to continue cultivating soul power, which is another reason why only those with divine-level martial souls can practice the creation forging soul technique. As he feels the immense soul power within him, Yao Xuan continues to operate the creation forging soul technique, compressing the flowing soul power while guiding it to follow the correct trajectory into his dantian and ultimately assimilate it. With the activation of the creation forging soul technique, the gaseous soul power within Yao Xuan's meridians is continuously compressed, becoming denser, and in the central area, it even transforms from gaseous to liquid soul power. Streams of compressed soul power, guided by Yao Xuan, flow rapidly along his meridians and finally enter his dantian, nourishing his internal organs at each point of passage, making them stronger. When these soul powers enter Yao Xuan's dantian, he further activates the refining method from the creation forging soul technique, wrapping them in mental power for further refinement, ultimately assimilating this external soul power into his own. An hour later, almost done. If I continue to absorb heaven and earth soul power, it will instead harm my dantian and meridians. Feeling the slight sourness in his dantian, Yao Xuan timely stopped drawing and absorbing the soul power of heaven and earth, focusing instead on compressing and refining the soul power within his body. Patience is key. As a time traveler, Yao Xuan naturally understood this principle well. If he hurried and damaged his body, it would be akin to throwing away a watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. As Yao Xuan ceased attracting the soul power of heaven and earth, the rich energy that had gathered around him slowly dispersed. However, a significant portion of the soul power remained in his meridians and dantian. It took nearly 20 minutes for Yao Xuan to refine it completely before he slowly opened his eyes. Chapter 32. The sin of brother Yao Xuan has become even more pleasant practicing the transformation soul refining technique. The total amount of soul power increased. 3:12. Current soul power, level 11, 3:12. Practicing the transformation soul refining technique. Mental power increased. 16:1. Current mental power, 94:16:1. Practicing the transformation soul refining technique. The system absorbed soul power energy. Evolution points 2405. Current evolution points 8506. Standing up from the bed, as the training ended, a flash of silver light appeared in Yao Xuan's sea of consciousness, and a system prompt box suddenly appeared. Indeed, the transformation soul refining technique truly deserves its reputation. Its effects are extraordinary. Looking at the feedback information on the system prompt box, a hint of fervor appeared in Yao Xuan's eyes as he nodded in satisfaction. In every aspect, compared to the 5 hearts to the sky technique, the effects of the transformation soul refining technique were many times better. Firstly, regarding the effect on soul power cultivation, the total amount of soul power gained from each training session was undoubtedly powerful with the transformation soul refining technique. In just about a month, it could elevate Yao Xuan to a level 12 soul master. Generally speaking, cultivating at the soul master level is more challenging and takes longer than at the soul scholar level. At the soul scholar level, Yao Xuan spent a full 3 months to break through from level 9 to level 10 using the 5 hearts to the sky technique. If he wished to continue breaking through with the same technique, it would take even more time. However, now, after switching to the transformation soul refining technique, Yao Xuan could break through from level 11 to level 12 in just 1/3 of the time, making the gap between the two techniques quite obvious. Moreover, in terms of the quality of the soul power obtained, the 5 hearts to the sky technique could not compare to the transformation soul refining technique at all. For the 5 hearts to the sky technique, the soul power provided to a soul master was loose and uncompressed, which often resulted in weaker combat effectiveness. Loose soul power is extremely detrimental to a soul master's future development, which is why most soul masters switch to other techniques after entering the Intermediate Soul Master Academy. In contrast, the transformation soul refining technique provided Yao Xuan with finely compressed soul power, with a purity level at least 5 times greater than the former, already reaching a level comparable to a soul elder, and even achieving partial liquefaction. It's worth noting that even at Shrek Academy, the technique of compressing soul power is only taught after reaching the soul elder level, demonstrating the extraordinary nature of the transformation soul refining technique. However, it is precisely this extremely compressed soul power that allows practitioners of the transformation soul refining technique to condense their first soul core at the soul sect level. As long as Yao Xuan continues to practice the transformation soul refining technique, his foundation will become extremely solid, allowing him to combat above his level with ease. Secondly, the transformation soul refining technique also has a better refining effect on mental power. With the same amount of practice time, its enhancement effect on mental power is over 5 times that of the 5 hearts to the sky technique. For soul masters, mental power is a very important attribute. Strong mental power is a necessary condition for controlling soul skills, subduing soul spirits, and manipulating battle armors. With the transformation soul refining technique, even without additional training in mental power, Yao Xuan's mental power can increase by 1 point approximately every 9 days. And this rate will continue to accelerate as Yao Xuan's level increases. Finally, regarding the accumulation of ordinary evolution points in the past, Yao Xuan could only earn about 300 evolution points with each training session, averaging 1 golden evolution point per month, which was hardly sufficient for his bloodline enhancement. Now, he can gather 1 golden evolution point approximately every 4 days, amounting to 90 points in a year, which is quite a substantial number for Yao Xuan at this moment, especially since the reward for breaking through to a soul master is only 100 golden evolution points. Well, it's about time to pick up Nar. Looking at the clock, it was around 11:50 a.m. Yao Xuan informed Lin Shimeng and then left home for Red Mountain Academy. At Red Mountain Academy, the class ended at noon. With the physical fitness of a soul master, Yao Xuan naturally arrived at the academy on time and, as usual, quietly waited under the teaching building. "Brother Yao Xuan, I'm here." As before, not long after, a silver figure dashed out from the teaching building and rushed into Yao Xuan's embrace. It was Nar. "Yes, Nar is so good. Let us go home," Yao Xuan said affectionately while holding Nar's little hand. Nar responded, but did not step forward. Instead, she leaned in Yao Xuan's arms, her pretty face close to him as she carefully sniffed, revealing an expression of almost intoxication. "Brother Yao Xuan, the scent on you seems to smell even better than before." Lifting her head, Nar looked into Yao Xuan's eyes, her purple eyes reflecting a serious expression as she earnestly said, "Really? If Nar likes it, then I'm so happy. By the way, Nar, did you know? I successfully advanced to Soul Master today." While speaking, Yao Xuan gently stroked Nar's head and continued, "Soul Master? Congratulations, brother Yao Xuan. I knew you would succeed." Hearing Yao Xuan's words, Nar couldn't help but smile, her lips curling up to reveal 2 small dimples, genuinely happy for Yao Xuan. "Thank you, Nar. Now let's set off. Mom is still waiting for us at home. Today, to celebrate my advancement to Soul Master, Mom specially prepared a feast for us." Hearing Nar's words, Yao Xuan also rubbed Nar's fair and tender palm, and then led her home. "Brother Yao Xuan, What does it feel like to become a soul master? While walking on the road, curiously asked Yao Xuan. What does it feel like to become a soul master? Actually, it doesn't feel much different. After all, I could already manipulate soul power when I was at the soul scholar level. However, compared to the soul scholar level, the amount of soul power that can be controlled at the soul master level is greater, and I can also use soul skills. Listening to Nar's words, Yao Xuan also opened his mouth to respond, while slightly controlling his soul power to draw a heart in the air, which made Nar's eyes shine with excitement. So, what is your soul skill, brother Yao Xuan? With curiosity still in her tone, Nar asked again. My soul skill? It's a highly destructive soul skill. It can easily tear apart a thin steel plate. However, this soul skill is quite powerful, so I want to demonstrate it for you, Nar. After considering his words, Yao Xuan explained the effects of the ancestor dragon sky splitter to Nar, but to avoid triggering her memories, he deliberately omitted its name and did not perform a practical demonstration. Chapter 33. Testing strength in the afternoon. After enjoying a sumptuous meal prepared by Lin Shiming with Nar, the two returned to their respective rooms for a nap. Later in the afternoon, Yao Xuan, as usual, escorted Nar to Hongshan Academy for class. After school, Yao Xuan first took Nar home, then changed into his work clothes and headed to the Mang Tian studio. Hey, Yao Xuan, you're here. When Yao Xuan entered the studio, Long Gu, who was resting in the studio, walked over, clapped Yao Xuan on the shoulder, and greeted him warmly. Yes, Long Gu, good afternoon. By the way, is Master free right now? While greeting Long Gu in return, Yao Xuan inquired. The teacher is currently not forging and is taking a break. What's up? Do you need to talk to the teacher about something? Hearing what Yao Xuan said, Long Gu also nodded and then curiously asked, yes, just this morning, I successfully fused my soul spirit and broke through to become a soul master. The teacher mentioned before that I have already mastered the 100 forging technique. And once I break through to become a soul master, I can attempt to practice the 1000 forging technique, so I wanted to inform the teacher. Seeing Long Ji's inquiry, Yao Xuan answered truthfully. Oh, you have already broken through to become a soul master. Congratulations. Come, let me take you to find the teacher. While congratulating Yao Xuan, Long Gu led him towards Mang Tian's workshop, feeling a sense of envy towards Yao Xuan. As Mang Tian's first disciple, Long Gu started learning forging at the age of 12 and only began to learn 1000 forging at 20. It wasn't until he was 25 that he finally forged his first 1000 forging piece. Now, his junior brother could attempt 1000 forging at just 7.5 years old, which made him feel somewhat overshadowed. Of course, he also knew that Yao Xuan indeed had the qualifications to learn 1000 forging. In just a year and a half, he had mastered the 100 forging technique and possessed extraordinary strength that most people couldn't reach. His junior brother was simply a natural talent in forging. Teacher, I have successfully broken through to become a soul master. Entering Mang Tian's workshop, Yao Xuan first respectfully bowed to Mang Tian and then said, the soul master realm? Good. Very good. After breaking through to become a soul master, your strength should also be further enhanced, and you can attempt the 1000 forging technique. However, before that, I need to help you test your strength. After saying that, Mang Tian took Yao Xuan's hand and brought him to a machine specifically designed to measure the strength of a forger, then activated the strength testing device. This strength testing device consists of 3 parts. At the bottom is a square metal platform, which is no different from an ordinary forging table. On the metal platform is a thick cylindrical metal body, and behind it is a cylindrical body about 1.5 meters tall, containing a slender mercury column. During the strength test, the forger only needs to use a 100 gene testing forging hammer to strike the metal column. And the mercury column behind it will change according to the striking force, displaying the force of the strike while automatically deducting the weight of the testing forging hammer. Let's begin. First, test the strength of your right hand. While handing the testing forging hammer to Yao Xuan, Mang Tian instructed calmly. Yes, teacher. Taking the forging hammer, Yao Xuan tightly gripped the spiral pattern handle, steadied his stance, took a deep breath, and then raised the forging hammer high. Gathering all his strength into his right arm, he sank his center of gravity downwards, then with a downward momentum, brought the forging hammer down fiercely onto the cylindrical body below, producing a sharp buzzing sound. Bang! Accompanied by a loud rumbling sound, the entire forging room trembled slightly, and both Yao Xuan and Mang Tian felt a slight ringing in their ears. At the same time, the mercury column instantly shot up, and the display screen nearby recorded the maximum force of this strike. 960 kilograms? How is that possible? Could it be a problem with the instrument? That can't be. Looking at the test data, Mang Tian's face showed an expression of extreme astonishment. his mouth agape as if a fist could fit inside, and after a long time, he spoke with a look of disbelief. It should be noted that even long ago, as an adult, without using his martial soul or activating his soul power, only had a striking force of around 250 kilograms. The strength Yao Xuan displayed at this moment was already close to 4 times that of long ago, truly an extraordinary talent. He remembered that on Yao Xuan's 7th birthday, he had tested Yao Xuan's strength, and at that time, Yao Xuan's strength was already close to 500 kilograms, leaving Mang Tian speechless and exclaiming that he had found an extraordinary talent. This was also why Mang Tian was willing to teach Yao Xuan the 1,000 forging technique after he broke through to become a soul master. Now, just half a year had passed since Yao Xuan's 7th birthday, but his strength had nearly doubled, making it hard for Mang Tian to believe. Master, after breaking through to become a soul master, I indeed feel that my strength has increased significantly. The result from this instrument should be accurate. In that case, Master, let me test again. Seeing Mang Tian's astonished expression, Yao Xuan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly, but he naturally wouldn't laugh out loud, instead kindly explaining. Try again. Hearing Yao Xuan's words, Mang Tian's expression gradually returned to normal as he nodded and instructed. Following Mang Tian's command, Yao Xuan, just like last time, raised the forging hammer, gathered strength, and then struck down hard. Bang! Accompanied by a loud bang, the powerful force even caused the entire forging room to tremble once again, while Mang Tian promptly covered his ears and then looked at the results on the power testing device. It proved that the power testing device was indeed functioning properly, and Yao Xuan's score was fixed at 964 kilograms, 4 kilograms more than last time. Good, very good. Yao Xuan, try using your left hand. Looking at Yao Xuan's result, Mang Tian repeated the word good 3 times, his face beaming with uncontainable joy and appreciation. He then nodded slightly and instructed again. Okay, Master. While responding, Yao Xuan switched the forging hammer to his left hand and struck the power testing platform with the same method. 932 kilograms. Not bad. Very good. Seeing the strength of Yao Xuan's left arm, the smile on Mang Tian's face grew even wider, his lips nearly breaking into a grin. For blacksmith, having balanced strength in both hands is very helpful for the stability of forging. Generally, the strength difference between a person's left and right hands is at least around 10. In Yao Xuan's case, the difference was only 3. 5, making him a natural talent for blacksmithing. Just thinking about how fortunate he was to take Yao Xuan under his wing made Mang Tian feel grateful. Good, very good. With a strength of 1,000 kilograms, you're already fully capable of meeting the requirements for 1,000-fold forging. Now, I will explain the secrets of 1,000-fold forging to you. Trying to calm his joyful mood, Mang Tian also took out a piece of golden metal that emitted a faint golden light from the metal storage rack behind him and placed it in front of Yao Xuan. Chapter 34. Refined Gold. Learning 1,000-fold forging refined gold. Looking at the piece of metal that Mang Tian took out, Yao Xuan immediately recognized its name based on its appearance and characteristics. Refined gold is a precious metal that comes from underground, very rare, extremely difficult to mine, and very expensive, at least 100 times the price of ordinary steel. Moreover, once produced, it is almost always snatched up by various families and the military, making it almost impossible to obtain without special channels. The main characteristic of refined gold is its hardness, but at the same time, it also possesses strong ductility, preventing it from being brittle. This is why it is highly sought after. More importantly, in terms of conducting soul power, refined gold has an astonishingly good effect and is an excellent material for soul guidance. Therefore, whether for making mechs, battle armor, or other soul-guided devices, refined gold is definitely the best choice. Your fundamentals are solid. This is indeed a piece of refined gold. Yao Xuan, you possess natural strength, and refined gold is very hard, which can perfectly leverage your strength advantage. So when you truly decide to challenge the 1,000-fold forging, you can use refined gold as your material. The so-called 1,000-fold forging is completely different from 100-fold forging. It is definitely not just as simple as striking the metal 1,000 times with a hammer. Instead, it requires continuous hammering to remove all impurities from the metal's interior and to reorganize its internal structure and texture. At the same time, the greatest effect of 1,000-fold forging is sublimation. 100-fold forging is merely a quantitative change, but 1,000-fold forging is different. It has completed the accumulation of quantitative change and is a true qualitative change. A successful 1,000-fold forging will cause the metal to exhibit sublimation effects, and that is the true essence of 1,000-fold forging. Take the tungsten steel hammer that we most often use in forging, for example. Tungsten steel itself has a high hardness and density, which is why we use it to forge other metals. After undergoing thousand-fold forging, its density will increase by 50%, and its strength will double. Not only that, but the actual force it exerts when struck is 1.25 times its mass, which is what we refer to as sublimation. For ordinary metals like tungsten steel, sublimation is relatively simple, but for higher-grade metals, successful thousand-fold forging can produce some special sublimation effects. And such metals often have extremely high value. Generally speaking, the value of thousand-fold forged metals is 100 times that of hundred-fold forged metals. And only by reaching the level of thousand-fold forging can one truly be considered to have entered the realm of forging. Such blacksmiths are referred to as master blacksmiths. Looking at Yao Xuan, Mang Tian also elaborated on the effects of thousand-fold forging. Then, Mang Tian's tone became more serious and earnest as he looked into Yao Xuan's eyes and said solemnly, "Now, let me explain the techniques and tricks of thousand-fold forging to you. In our forging community, thousand-fold forging is also known as mental forging. When performing thousand-fold forging, you cannot treat the metal as a lifeless object. On the contrary, you must treat the metal you are forging as a living entity equal to yourself, and use your consciousness or mental power to communicate and connect with this piece of metal. Only when you can communicate with the metal and gain its recognition can you truly uncover its secrets and develop its internal potential, achieving a qualitative change and sublimation." This may sound a bit confusing or even mystical to you, but it is indeed the case. Thousand-fold forging is not something that can be achieved overnight. It is a process that requires long-term insight and continuous attempts, accumulating knowledge over time. Back then, I spent 2 whole years trying and understanding before I successfully completed my first thousand-fold forging. Now, I will demonstrate a thousand-fold forging for you and show you the process. However, you must remember that every blacksmith has their own way of completing a thousand-fold forging. Avoid simply imitating others, and instead, carve out your own path to succeed in thousand-fold forging. After saying this, Mang Tian opened the forging platform, heated the piece of refined gold, and once it was heated, he took it out and raised the forging hammer, striking it in a special rhythm. Clang, 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 clang. Accompanied by Mang Tian's actions, sparks flew, and soon after 100 strikes, the volume of the refined gold had shrunk by about 1/10, its surface emitting a strange luster. 200 strikes, 300 strikes, 400 strikes. As Mang Tian continued his actions, more than half an hour quietly passed, and his strikes reached 990. The volume of the refined gold had shrunk by 1/4, simultaneously emitting a faint golden light. At this moment, Mang Tian's hammering suddenly accelerated, and the force increased sharply. In less than 3 seconds, he struck 9 times in quick succession, and the volume of the refined gold was further compressed, its brightness becoming even more vibrant, while a faint white light rose up, floating about 30 centimeters. Thousand-fold forging complete. Do you see? This is thousand-fold forging. In the future, during the weekdays, you will continue your normal part forging, and on weekends, I will provide you with metal to practice thousand-fold forging twice a week. First, you will start with tungsten steel. And once you have a certain understanding, you can begin real thousand-fold forging with refined gold. My requirements for you are simple before you graduate. Successfully forge a piece of thousand-fold metal, and you will be considered qualified. I believe you can do it. He patted Yao Xuan's shoulder, and Mang Tian also issued a dismissal order. Yao Xuan then returned to his forging room to begin forging. "Hey, Xinge, why are you so late today?" Upon seeing Yao Xuan enter the forging room, Tang Wulin warmly greeted him. "I successfully advanced to a soul master today, and then my master taught me some techniques for forging and even demonstrated the forging process for me, so I came a bit late." Looking at Tang Wulin, Yao Xuan replied while preparing the materials for today. "Soul master, forging? Congratulations, Xinge. You are really my idol. That's amazing." Tang Wulin looked at Yao Xuan with eyes filled with envy and admiration. "Thank you for your compliment, Wulin, but I'm just a step ahead. I'm sure that with your insight and talent, you'll definitely have the chance to advance to a soul master and start learning forging before graduation." Hearing Tang Wulin's words, Yao Xuan also encouraged him with a smile. "I will definitely do my best, Xinge." Hearing Yao Xuan's words, Tang Wulin couldn't help but clench his fists secretly, his small eyes filled with determination and seriousness. Yao Xuan then began his work for the day. To watch Mang Tian demonstrate the thousand forging, Yao Xuan spent about an hour, as he needed to hurry and finish forging today's parts. Otherwise, Lin Shumeng and not Air would definitely become anxious. Chapter 35, Breakthrough. Spirit Communication Realm. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed, although he had not yet made a breakthrough in the thousand forging. Due to continuous practice of the creation forging soul technique, Yao Xuan's soul power level had already reached level 12. Achieving the first breakthrough after advancing to the Soul Master realm, getting closer to the Great Soul Master level. Although the amount of heavenly and earthly soul power required for each level up increased with the elevation of his rank, Yao Xuan was confident that he could break through to Great Soul Master within 2 years. What he needed now was to acquire as many golden evolution points as possible to enhance the concentration of his ancestor dragon bloodline. In addition to the breakthrough in soul power level, due to the excellent enhancement effect of the creation forging soul technique on mental strength, 10 days ago, Yao Xuan's mental strength had already reached 99 points, which was the peak of the spirit origin realm. As long as Yao Xuan's mental strength increased a little more, he could break through the shackles of the spirit origin realm and reach an even higher mental strength realm, the spirit communication realm. Unlike the spirit origin realm, when a soul master's mental strength reaches the spirit communication realm, they have mastered the fundamentals of controlling their mental power, allowing them to truly manipulate their mental strength to perform some simple tasks, such as moving objects in the air, etc. Of course, in the spirit communication realm, as the soul master's mental strength is not very powerful, they can only move lighter objects like cups and books, generally lacking the ability to apply mental strength in combat. However, compared to the spirit origin realm, this was already a significant breakthrough. Moreover, if a soul master wants to enter a high-level soul master academy, breaking through their mental strength to the spirit communication realm is also one of the necessary conditions. For soul masters, the mental strength of the spirit origin realm can only carry one yellow soul spirit, and advancing to great soul master is already the limit. However, the mental strength of the spirit communication realm can carry 2 yellow soul spirits or 1 purple soul spirit, allowing the soul master to at least advance to soul sect and possess the potential for further advancement. For Yao Xuan, after his mental strength reached 99 points, he also felt a certain bottleneck. However, with 10 days of practice, the accumulated mental strength in Yao Xuan's sea of consciousness grew increasingly surging, continuously impacting the bottleneck that constrained his sea of consciousness, and the cracks on that bottleneck became more numerous. Today is the day. After finishing the forging, returning home, having dinner, entering his bedroom, Yao Xuan closed the door, then shut his eyes and activated the creation forging soul technique. As the creation forging soul technique was activated, a massive amount of heavenly and earthly soul power gathered in Yao Xuan's bedroom, and Yao Xuan began to draw, compress, and refine it. Accompanied by the refining of soul power, the mental strength accumulated in Yao Xuan's sea of consciousness also became increasingly surging, transforming into waves of mental energy that continuously impacted the invisible boundaries constraining his sea of consciousness. After 10 days of impact, that invisible bottleneck was already riddled with holes and seemed on the verge of collapse. As long as he could break through it, Yao Xuan's sea of mental energy could continue to expand, accommodating more mental strength and successfully advancing to the spirit communication realm. However, although that bottleneck appeared fragile, Yao Xuan continuously controlled his mental power to impact it for nearly an hour, yet remained unyielding, seemingly determined to resist Yao Xuan to the end. Forget it. Let's spend some golden evolution points. Feeling the bottleneck that had been hard to break through, Yao Xuan furrowed his brow and finally made up his mind. Opening the Super God system and clicking on the panel. Consume golden evolution points X1 to enhance mental strength and break through to the spirit communication realm. Do you wish to enhance? With Yao Xuan's thought, the system's prompt sounded in his ears. Yes. Nodding silently, Yao Xuan issued the command to the system. As Yao Xuan's thought moved, 1 golden evolution point was consumed, turning into a cool stream that entered Yao Xuan's sea of consciousness. Once this stream entered Yao Xuan's sea of consciousness, it was immediately refined by his mental strength, transforming into pure mental energy and merging into the wave that was impacting the bottleneck of the spirit communication realm. Crack, crack. With the addition of this fresh force, the waves of mental power in Yao Xuan's sea of consciousness instantly surged, and the impact on the bottleneck of the spirit communication realm grew stronger. In just a few breaths, Yao Xuan felt a cracking sensation near his ears, and his sea of consciousness slightly swelled. Boom! About 30 seconds later, at that moment, a booming sound suddenly echoed beside Yao Xuan's ears, like the sound of a waterfall crashing down from a height of 1,000 feet, or the explosive sound of thunder striking down, causing his mind to momentarily buzz. Accompanied by this booming sound, the barrier constraining Yao Xuan's sea of consciousness suddenly shattered, and Yao Xuan felt as if the world around him had opened up in an instant, his perception of the world becoming much clearer and his thought speed instantly accelerating. Many problems suddenly becoming clear. Moreover, at this moment, with the removal of the constraints, Yao Xuan's sea of consciousness began to expand at a perceptible speed, allowing it to accommodate more mental strength. Additionally, Yao Xuan's total mental strength was also steadily increasing. After a full half hour, Yao Xuan's sea of consciousness finally stabilized. And at this time, Yao Xuan slowly stopped practicing the creation forging soul technique and opened his eyes. I've reached the spirit communication realm. I've finally broken through to the spirit communication realm, feeling the refreshed state of his sea of consciousness, sensing the significantly condensed mental strength. A satisfied smile appeared on Yao Xuan's face. 106 points of mental strength? Not bad. Now, let me try the effects of mental strength in the spirit communication realm. Looking at his attributes on the system panel, after breaking through to the spirit communication realm, Yao Xuan's mental strength did not stay at 100 points, but smoothly broke through to 106 points. Confirming his mental strength, Yao Xuan couldn't wait to extend a thread of mental energy, preparing to attempt to move an object in the air. Locking his mental strength onto a pen on the desk, Yao Xuan concentrated his thoughts, trying to lift it into the air. As Yao Xuan focused, the pen shook violently for a moment, but ultimately did not rise. Is my mental power not concentrated enough? Let's try again. Although no one guided Yao Xuan on how to use his mental power, relying on the exceptional comprehension ability brought by the system's ability to enhance perception, Yao Xuan quickly identified the root of the problem and adjusted accordingly. This time, although it wobbled a bit, the pen did indeed lift off the desk and hovered 50 centimeters above the surface. For an average soul master just entering the spirit communication realm, even with a teacher's guidance, it would take several days of continuous attempts and practice to achieve such a feat yet. Yao Xuan achieved the same effect in just 2 tries. Even titled Douluo experts will be astonished by Yao Xuan's talent. Chapter 36. Not heir's gift. Does brother like it? Immediately after, Yao Xuan used his mental power to attempt to manipulate other objects on the table. By the time he left the room, half an hour later, Yao Xuan was already able to move heavier items like the pencil case and water cup with relative ease, and it was no longer as shaky as before, but rather quite steady. Naturally, Yao Xuan shared this good news with Na and Lin Shiming, and upon learning about Yao Xuan's breakthrough in mental power, both Na and Lin Shiming were happy for him, especially Lin Shiming, as a great soul master. She knew very well how extraordinary it was to break through the spirit connection realm at the age of 7.5. Coupled with Yao Xuan's consistent self-discipline and hard work, she firmly believed that he would have a bright future. Time flew by, and about 5 months had passed since Yao Xuan's breakthrough in the spirit connection realm. This day marked September 9th, a special day, which was also Yao Xuan's birthday. After this period of training, Yao Xuan had achieved significant progress in his cultivation, breaking through 2 levels in soul power to reach level 14, while his mental power had reached 135 points. In addition, through his training, Yao Xuan had also gained 31 points of golden evolution points, plus 20 points obtained through Tang Wulin and other channels, bringing his total golden evolution points to 54. Yao Xuan naturally invested all these golden evolution points into enhancing his ancestor dragon bloodline. After spending 53 points, Yao Xuan successfully increased the concentration of his ancestor dragon bloodline to 7. 4, making a progress of 0.7 compared to 6 months ago. The ancestor dragon bloodline provided Yao Xuan with a more powerful physical constitution. For instance, in terms of strength, with the enhancement of the ancestor dragon bloodline and his consistent daily training, Yao Xuan's strength had already surpassed 1,000 kilograms, reaching about 100 kilograms. If he activated his martial soul, the strength he could exert exceeded 500 kilograms. Not to mention Yao Xuan's other attributes, even relying solely on physical strength. He was confident he could contend with an ordinary great soul master. It can be said that in the 2 years since arriving in Douluo Continent, Yao Xuan's strength had undergone a tremendous transformation. Of course, Yao Xuan was self-aware and understood that compared to those true powerhouses, his current strength was still insignificant, like that of an ant. Furthermore, Yao Xuan knew that his future path would be arduous and dangerous, but with the super god system, he had full confidence in overcoming all difficulties. On a clear morning, just as the sun began to rise above the horizon, a silver figure quietly slipped into Yao Xuan's bedroom and approached his bed. This figure was none other than Nar, who lived in the room opposite Yao Xuan's. Happy birthday, brother Yao Xuan. With her large purple eyes gazing at Yao Xuan, filled with affection and adoration, Nar called out in a voice as sweet as silver bells, gentle as clear springs, and melodious like an angel. Oh, it's Nar. Thank you. By the way, Nar, you're a bit early today. Although he was still slightly dazed, Yao Xuan immediately recognized Nar's voice, which seemed to possess a magical quality that dispelled his sleepiness. Sitting up in bed, Yao Xuan reached out and gently stroked Nar's smooth, shiny silver short hair, tidying it up while smiling and greeting her. Of course, didn't brother Yao Xuan say yesterday that today is your birthday and a day off? You should take a break and then take Nar out to play. So, I had to come early. Feeling the warmth of Yao Xuan's hand, Nar felt a sense of security, shaking her head and smiling, her face showing 2 small dimples because of her happiness. That's only natural. It's rare to have free time today, so I can spend more time with Nar. So, where does Nar want to go? Looking at the small dimples on Nar's face, Yao Xuan felt a surge of affection and playfully rubbed his finger on her dimples. Hee, brother Yao Xuan, don't do that, it tickles. If we go somewhere, how about the amusement park? As Yao Xuan rubbed her face, Nar laughed and playfully urged him to stop while tentatively suggesting, of course, if Nar wants to go to the amusement park, then I would definitely love to accompany her. How about we go downstairs for breakfast first, and then set off after we finish eating? Listening to Nair's words, Yao Xuan obediently withdrew his fingers from Nair's cheek and then asked, of course, but please wait a moment first, Yao Xuan Gij. Today, Nair has a special gift she wants to give to Yao Xuan Gij as a birthday present. At this moment, Nair gently held Yao Xuan's arm and shyly said in a soft voice, oh, Nair's giving a birthday gift? I'm looking forward to it. Yao Xuan replied with a smile, reaching out to touch Nair's beautiful hair again. Now, Yao Xuan Gij, please close your eyes. At this time, Nair's enchanting voice, like that of a fairy, came again. Okay, I've closed my eyes. Hearing Nar's words, Yao Xuan obediently closed his eyes and then reminded her, feeling a hint of expectation for the gift Nar mentioned. The next moment, Yao Xuan felt a slight warmth on his forehead, as if something soft and warm had leaned against him. Mua. Nar's cherry lips gently kissed Yao Xuan's forehead. You can open your eyes now, brother Yao Xuan. Does brother Yao Xuan like Nar's gift? With a pair of watery purple eyes looking at Yao Xuan, Nar eagerly awaited his response. Of course, thank you, Nar. I really like Nar's gift. When Nar has her birthday, does she want the same gift? Looking at Nar's radiant smile, Yao Xuan naturally smiled in response. And while answering, mysterious changes were happening within his body. After receiving Nar's kiss, relying on the spiritual power of the spiritual realm, Yao Xuan felt a stream of colorful, mysterious power flowing into his body through his forehead. This colorful power immediately resonated with the ancestral dragon bloodline within Yao Xuan and eventually merged into it. With the integration of this colorful power, Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon bloodline began to rapidly enhance 7, 4, 7, 5, 7, 9. In just a few seconds, Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon bloodline had actually increased by 0, 5. If this were to be achieved with golden evolution points, it would require a full 40 points. Naturally, Yao Xuan was very happy about all of this, and what made him even happier was that Nar's kiss had finally further opened his heart, which would definitely be a great help for future strategies regarding Gu Yue. Chapter 37. Outing if brother Yao Xuan likes Nar's gift. Then Nar is really very happy. Seeing the smile on Yao Xuan's face, Nar felt warm and very happy, her lips involuntarily curling into a sweet smile. And then she softly said, as for brother Yao Xuan's gift, Nar is certainly very, very looking forward to it. However, if brother Yao Xuan could return the gift today, Nata would definitely be even happier. Okay, brother Yao Xuan, do you want to receive the return gift today? Of course, that's no problem. Nar. Moreover, when I give you the return gift, even if you don't want to close your eyes, that is also fine. Looking at Nar's happy appearance, Yao Xuan couldn't help but reach out again, gently rubbing his hand against Nar's extremely fair and tender face. Okay, brother Yao Xuan, then hurry up. While seriously responding, Nar slightly nodded, positioning her forehead toward Yao Xuan. All right, Nair, let's go eat. After gently kissing Nair's forehead, Yao Xuan took her little hand and led her to the dining room. Since today was Yao Xuan's birthday and also a day off, Lin Ximing had prepared a very sumptuous breakfast for the family. Cream cake, fried eggs, bacon, toast, milk, fruits. Facing such a lavish spread, both Yao Xuan and Nair were delighted, while Lin Ximing smiled, watching the two little big eaters enjoying their meal with great satisfaction. Mom, this morning, I want to take Nair to the nearby amusement park for half a day, so we want to be having lunch at home, okay? After finishing breakfast, Yao Xuan approached Lin Ximing to discuss the day's plans. Oh, you want to take Nair to the amusement park? Of course, that's no problem. It's essential to balance work and rest, especially since today is your birthday. So go ahead and enjoy. However, Mom also wants to remind you to pay attention to safety on the road. Don't run around to avoid being targeted by bad people. Additionally, if you encounter any trouble, Yao Xuan can show your soul master proof first. This way, you will basically avoid over 90 of the issues. Hearing Yao Xuan's words, Lin Ximing nodded in agreement, then carefully advised, okay, I understand, Mom. I'll take Nair out right away. Nair, let's go change our clothes first. With Lin Ximing's approval, Yao Xuan agreed while instructing Nair to change. As for Yao Xuan himself, he returned to his room to change and took his wallet with him. Over the past 2 years, Yao Xuan had forged thousands of hundred forging works at the Mang Tian studio. Although most of the income had to be handed over to Mang Tian, the remaining amount paid to Yao Xuan was over 100,000 federal coins. Yao Xuan gave half of these federal coins to Lin Ximing to support the household, while the other half was saved in his little vault. Although Yao Xuan often spent money, he still had nearly 30,000 federal coins left, which was equivalent to a typical family's annual income. It was more than enough to take Nair to the amusement park for half a day. Wearing a black tracksuit, Yao Xuan stepped out of his room. About a minute later, Nair came out of her room, having changed her clothes. Unlike before, Nair was now wearing a white dress, one of the gifts Yao Xuan had given her when she started school. Brother Yao Xuan, let's go. With her purple big eyes gazing at Yao Xuan, Nair urged him with an expectant look. Of course, Nair, you look even prettier today. Looking at Nair's incredibly cute appearance, Yao Xuan couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Then he regained his composure, agreeing while taking Nair's arm, and the two left the house, heading towards the amusement park in the city center. After paying 20 federal coins for 2 tickets, Yao Xuan and Nair entered the amusement park. Although it was called an amusement park, its size was not large and could not compare to parks like Happy Valley on Earth. After all, Hongshan City was just a small city with a permanent population of a few 100,000, far from large cities like Mingdu or Donghai City. Even though it was the weekend, there weren't many people in the amusement park. For ordinary families, a 10-coin ticket was not expensive, but it was not something they could afford to visit frequently. So, Yao Xuan and Nair could enjoy the rides without waiting long. They played on the carousel, bumper cars, and water rafting. To accommodate Nair, they chose relatively leisurely attractions and did not try more thrilling rides like roller coasters. While enjoying their time, Yao Xuan and Nair chatted happily. After 2 years of interaction, under Yao Xuan's careful nurturing, Nair had basically integrated into human society. Of course, apart from Yao Xuan and Lin Ximing, she still kept a distance from others, rarely initiating conversations with anyone else. Fortunately, with Yao Xuan's protection, no one dared to bully Nair at school. However, in front of Yao Xuan, Nair was open and talkative. Time flew by in their enjoyable activities, and soon it was lunchtime. Yao Xuan took Nair to the dining center in the amusement park. Skewers, teppanyaki, woohoo noodles, a variety of delicious foods were served at the table, and Yao Xuan and Nair indulged themselves. Just like 2 years ago, Nair's stomach was still like an insatiable bottomless pit. Although she consumed as much as a grown man, there were no signs of her belly expanding. On the other hand, Yao Xuan, who possessed the bloodline of the ancestral dragon, also had an impressive appetite, and as they ate, the height of the food boxes in front of them kept rising. Burp. I'm full, brother Yao Xuan. After half an hour, Nair finally leaned back slightly and let out a satisfied burp, her adorable little face making it hard not to smile. By then, the food boxes had piled up to Nair's chin. Good, as long as you're full. I'll go pay the bill. Seeing Nair's satisfied expression, Yao Xuan smiled contentedly, then went to the cashier to pay for the meal. Nair, I have to go learn forging with teacher Mang Tian in the afternoon. Let's head home. After settling the bill, Yao Xuan returned to Nair's side. Hearing Yao Xuan's words, Nair obediently stood up, walked to Yao Xuan's side, gently held his hand, and quietly followed him home. Chapter 38. Challenge of 1,000 forgings. After safely bringing Na home, Yao Xuan set off for the Mang Tian studio. After 6 months of hard training, Yao Xuan's understanding of the 1,000 forgings had deepened significantly, and he was ready to formally challenge the 1,000 forges on his birthday. Explaining his intention to formally attempt the 1,000 forgings to Mang Tian nodded in agreement without hesitation, then went to the warehouse to retrieve a cube of pure gold measuring about 20 centimeters on each side. Since you are confident, why not start immediately? I'll watch you forge, and I've decided to let Wu Lin come over to observe your forging process. Do you have any objections? While handing the pure gold block to Yao Xuan, Mang Tian asked. Of course not. I'll start preparing right away. Hearing what Mang Tian said, Yao Xuan took the refined gold block from Mang Tian's hand while replying, all right, you can start preparing. I'll go to that brat Tang Wulin's house and bring him over. We should have just enough time. After receiving Yao Xuan's response, Mang Tian nodded, issued a command, and then turned to leave his workshop, heading to Tang Wulin's home. On the other side, Yao Xuan silently opened the forging furnace, pressed the button, and set the temperature to the maximum. Although the block of refined gold was not large, its extreme density meant its actual weight was close to 200 kilograms, equivalent to the weight of 3 adult men. Even though the weight of the refined gold was quite astonishing for Yao Xuan, who possessed a strength of 1,500 kilograms, moving was not a problem at all. Using a large pair of tongs to grasp both sides of the refined gold block, Yao Xuan gently placed it into the scorching forging furnace to begin heating. Only after being heated to high temperatures would the originally hard, refined gold exhibit some ductility, and only in this state was it suitable for forging and processing. While waiting for the refined gold to reach the appropriate temperature for forging, Yao Xuan reflected on his past experiences with the 1,000 forging practice, integrating and summarizing them, gradually becoming more confident. 25 minutes passed, and at that moment, Mang Tian returned with Tang Wulin in a hurry. The refined gold in the forging furnace had turned dark red and was emitting sizzling sounds. It's about time. Let's get started. 5 more minutes passed, and the refined gold finally reached the optimal temperature for forging. Yao Xuan focused his mind, used the tongs to take the glowing refined gold out of the furnace, and placed it on the forging table. He then picked up his pair of tungsten steel forging hammers from the side. This pair of forging hammers was a gift from Mang Tian on Yao Xuan's 7th birthday, each weighing 150 kilograms, which was very suitable for Yao Xuan at that time. However, after a year, they felt slightly lighter. Nonetheless, Yao Xuan didn't pay much attention to this and quickly concentrated, focusing all his thoughts on the refined gold in front of him. He then raised the forging hammer in his right hand and lightly struck the refined gold block. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as Yao Xuan completed the test strike on the refined gold to assess its basic properties. Watching Yao Xuan's calm and focused demeanor, Mang Tian couldn't help but secretly admire him. With Yao Xuan's comprehension, confidence, and diligent training, Mang Tian believed that Yao Xuan definitely had a chance to succeed in the 1,000 forging this time. This was also why he had unhesitatingly taken out a valuable refined gold block for Yao Xuan to practice on. Meanwhile, Tang Wulin watched Yao Xuan's actions with shining eyes, filled with envy and admiration, intently observing Yao Xuan's 1,000 forging process. After this period of training, Tang Wulin's soul power had reached level 8, and he could forge 9 types of metals. According to Mang Tian, once Tang Wulin advanced to a soul master, he would also teach him the techniques of 1,000 forging. So he was fixated on the forging furnace in front of Yao Xuan, secretly admiring Yao Xuan's progress. Under the watchful eyes of Mang Tian and Tang Wulin, Yao Xuan began the forging process. He swung the hammers in both hands, raising them high, and then struck down like lightning, hitting the refined gold repeatedly. Bang, 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 bang. Accompanied by the crisp sounds of striking, in less than 3 minutes, Yao Xuan completed the 100 forging of the refined gold. At this point, the volume of the refined gold had reduced by about 1/10, and the impurities had been completely removed. Watching Yao Xuan's fluid movements, Mang Tian nodded silently, a faint smile appearing on his face. Just based on Yao Xuan's proficiency in completing the 100 forging, even if this attempt at 1,000 forging failed, Yao Xuan would easily step into the realm of 1,000 forging with a few more attempts. As Yao Xuan looked at the refined gold that had completed the 100 forging, he remained calm and unperturbed, entering a wonderful state of self-forgetfulness. His mental energy involuntarily seeped into the refined gold, as if he could see the internal patterns of the refined gold and began to resonate with it in a mysterious mental communion, or rather, engaging in a silent dialogue. While his consciousness resonated with the refined gold, Yao Xuan's forging hammer did not stop, rhythmically striking various parts of the refined gold on the forging table, producing harmonious sounds akin to a unique piece of music. Yes, this is the feeling, exactly this feeling. With all his strength, he bit his lip to avoid making a sound that might disturb Yao Xuan. Mang Tian's eyes were fixed on Yao Xuan, his heart surging with waves of excitement. This was the feeling of thousand forging. As a master craftsman, with his keen perception, Mang Tian immediately recognized that Yao Xuan had grasped the opportunity and found the sensation of thousand forging. This was an indescribable feeling, one that only those who had truly experienced thousand forging could understand. Yet for 99% of blacksmiths, they might never have that fleeting moment of inspiration in their lifetime, never able to complete thousand forging and become masters. Finding the sensation of thousand forging was nearly half a step into its realm. And Yao Xuan was only just past 8 years old. Mang Tian clearly remembered that the current record for thousand forging in the Blacksmith Association was held by an 8th-level holy craftsman, who had amazed the entire association with a record of 11 years, 3 months, and 2 days. If Yao Xuan could succeed, he would surpass that record by a full 3 years or more. What a monstrous talent. Chapter 39. Thousand Forging complete. Clearly, with Yao Xuan's talent, comprehension, and diligence, aspiring to become a holy craftsman was merely a matter of time and accumulation. In the future, Yao Xuan would undoubtedly have the potential to challenge the 9th-level divine craftsmen. Divine craftsmen were the only existence of their kind on the entire Douluo Continent. The thought that he might one day teach a future divine craftsman made Mang Tian's heart swell with excitement, his heartbeat quickening and his breathing becoming heavier. On the other side, Tang Weilin was also intently watching Yao Xuan's actions, entering a wonderful state, his arms involuntarily following Yao Xuan's rhythm as if he were striking in the air, clearly having gained some insight. At this moment, Yao Xuan was completely unaware of Mang Tian's thoughts or Tang Weilin's epiphany. He had fully entered his own rhythm, as if in this world, only he, the forging hammer in his hand, and the refined gold in front of him existed. Bang, 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 bang. As the forging continued, Yao Xuan's striking frequency and force gradually increased, and with each strike, the volume of the refined gold further shrank, with many difficult-to-remove impurities being expelled continuously. Not only that, but with each of Yao Xuan's strikes, the molecular structure inside the refined gold was mysteriously fine-tuning, becoming increasingly rational and orderly, bestowing the refined gold with even better properties. 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 1 hour, like the 1,000 strikes, the thousandfold forging is not simply about striking 1,000 times, but about causing a qualitative change in the metal. After an hour of forging, Yao Xuan had struck the piece of refined gold more than 5,000 times. At this moment, the volume of the refined gold had shrunk by nearly 15% compared to the beginning, its surface emitting a faint golden light. Meanwhile, accompanied by Yao Xuan's prolonged hammering, the deepest part of the refined gold had also acquired a hint of the faint 9-colored dragon aura. After this hour of forging, Yao Xuan felt a certain fatigue. Although his arms were only slightly sore, he had expended at least 70% of his mental energy to communicate with the refined gold. Of course, Yao Xuan's efforts were not in vain. Through the mysterious connection he established with the refined gold, he could clearly sense that it was on the verge of transformation, soon to complete the thousandfold forging effortlessly. Thousandfold refined gold. Success. After another 10 strikes, a wonderful, indescribable feeling surged within Yao Xuan, so exquisite that he couldn't help but shout out in joy, increasing the force of his strikes against the refined gold. Bang! Accompanied by a loud noise, the entire forging room seemed to tremble, and before Yao Xuan, the refined gold suddenly leaped up, radiating a brilliant golden light that bathed the entire forging room in a dazzling golden hue, before slowly descending onto the forging platform. Very good, Yao Xuan. Cut open your wrist and blood sacrifice this refined gold. Seeing the successfully forged refined gold before Yao Xuan, Mang Tian's eyes flashed with surprise, and he quickly threw a dagger to Yao Xuan, urging him. Blood sacrifice is a very special forging technique that establishes a unique connection between the sacrificed metal and the sacrificer, making the metal product akin to a part of the body, and it can also generate a certain degree of wisdom and even give rise to more powerful characteristics. Furthermore, once a piece of metal has undergone blood sacrifice, no one else can use or continue to forge it without recognition. Thus, the blood sacrifice is also a process of claiming ownership over the metal. However, at the same time, blood sacrifice will damage the forger's vitality. So unless it is a forger's proud work and the metal itself is quite precious, a forger would never perform a blood sacrifice. Nonetheless, there is a tradition among forgers that when a forger creates their first piece of thousandfold, spirit forging, or soul forging, they will perform a blood sacrifice as a special ceremony and commemoration. Receiving the dagger from Mang Tian, Yao Xuan did not hesitate. Positioning the blade against his right arm and making a light cut, the dagger did not break through Yao Xuan's skin at first, prompting him to frown slightly and apply more force, successfully cutting a shallow wound this time. A stream of blood gushed forth, dripping down and staining the shining, refined gold below, while the wound on Yao Xuan's arm healed at a visible speed. Hiss, accompanied by a series of strange sounds. The temperature of the refined gold rapidly decreased, the burning color on its surface quickly fading, and at the same time, its volume shrank further. Congratulations, Yao Xuan. You did it. You succeeded. An 8-year-old, a level 3 forger. Do you know you've created a record, an unprecedented record? One that will shock the entire Sun Moon Federation when mentioned. Looking at the refined gold before Yao Xuan, Mang Tian's eyes sparkled with fervor, his tone extremely excited, and his expression was immensely exhilarated to the point that even his arms began to tremble slightly. Big brother Yao Xuan, congratulations. You really did it. Xiange, you are truly my idol. After witnessing Yao Xuan complete the thousandfold forging process, Tang Wulin looked at him with admiration, envy, and gratitude, then offered his congratulations. Gaining the admiration of the child of destiny, Tang Wulin, you have earned 3 golden evolution points. With Tang Wulin's voice, the system's prompt sounded once again. Thank you for your guidance, teacher. Wulin, keep it up. In a year or two, you will definitely have the chance to challenge the thousandfold forging as well. Listening to the system's prompt sound, Yao Xuan responded excitedly and silently gazed at the piece of refined gold before him, his first piece of refined work. Compared to before the forging, the golden surface of this refined gold seemed to have retracted quite a bit. However, if one used mental energy to perceive the interior of this refined gold, they would discover a brilliance even more dazzling than before, with faintly visible 9-colored light spots, becoming more restrained. Moreover, on the surface of this refined gold, rugged patterns appeared, resembling undulating mountains and rivers, giving this refined gold a uniquely striking appearance that made one's heart tremble upon first glance. In addition, its volume had also shrunk significantly, reduced by at least a quarter, and correspondingly, its hardness had received a tremendous boost. Not only that, but its quality and density had also sublimated due to the success of the refined forging. If the density of a piece of refined gold was 10, then the density of the refined gold after processing had reached at least 20 or even more. This marked a real qualitative change and leap, serving as the foundation for constructing a battle armor. Chapter 40. New Task. Mastering forging. Not only was there a change in appearance, but when Yao Xuan used mental energy to sense the refined gold before him, he felt an incredibly mysterious sensation, as if this piece of refined gold were an extension of his own flesh and blood, like a part of his own body. To be honest, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really couldn't imagine that someone could break through to refined forging at the age of 8. This is truly a miracle. All of this is closely related to your strength, comprehension, and diligence. In the realm of forging, you are undoubtedly an uncrowned genius in the entire Douluo Continent. Congratulations. However, Yao Xuan, you must have heard the saying, a tree that stands out will be blown down by the wind. So, regarding your early completion of refined forging, it's best to keep it a secret for now. It's not too late to reveal it when you join the Intermediate Academy and head to the big city in the future. Do you understand? Standing before Yao Xuan, Mang Tian also tried hard to suppress his inner excitement and spoke in a serious and earnest tone. I understand, Master. Listening to Mang Tian's words, Yao Xuan also silently nodded in agreement. For the Super God system, the standard for completing the Blacksmith series tasks is to achieve 1,000 forges, rather than passing an assessment to obtain the Blacksmith medal, so he had no objections to this. Wu Lin, you must keep Yao Xuan's achievement of 1,000 forges today a secret, even from your parents. You cannot mention a word of it. Understood? Seeing Yao Xuan being so obedient, Mang Tian nodded in satisfaction and then turned to Tang Wulin. Yes, Master, I understand. I will absolutely not leak this to anyone. Hearing Mang Tian's words, Tang Wulin also responded seriously. At the same time, as Tang Wulin and Mang Tian were conversing, Yao Xuan's mind shifted and he sank into the system space. Ding! The side quest Learning Forging, Stage 3, has been completed. Would you like to claim the quest rewards? Accompanied by Yao Xuan's thought, the system's prompt echoed in his mind. Yes. Hearing the system's prompt sound, Yao Xuan silently confirmed in his heart. Ding! Congratulations. You have received 100 golden evolution points. Ding! Congratulations. You have received the side quest Master Forging. Do you want to check it? With Yao Xuan's confirmation, 2 system prompt sounds rang in his ears in succession. Check. Quest name, Master Forging, side quest, quest description. After advancing to a level 3 Forge Master, you have entered the world of forging. You must not slack off. Next, you need to advance to level 4 Forge Master within 3 years. Time limit, 3 years quest reward, 1,000 golden evolution points failure penalty, minus 300 golden evolution points. As Yao Xuan focused his thoughts, a flash of silver light appeared before him, and a system quest box popped up, manifesting in his consciousness. Advancing to level 4 Forge Master means you need to achieve 1,000 forges of 1 quality. I remember that Tang Wulin took 3.5 years to successfully advance from level 3 to level 4 Forge Master. With my talent, completing the task within 3 years will definitely not be a problem. Moreover, the reward for this task are incredibly rich, with a full 1,000 evolution points. And while the penalties are also significant with my talent, as long as I don't slack off, how could I possibly fail this task? This is such a good task. I definitely have to accept it. Looking at the information on the task box, Yao Xuan considered for just a moment before immediately nodding in confirmation. Accept. Ding! The task Master Forging has been accepted. With Yao Xuan's confirmation, the system's prompt sound rang out again. Yao Xuan, this piece of refined gold is yours. In our forging community, there is a rule. Regardless of who provides the materials, any breakthrough level work created by the Forge Master belongs to the Forge Master. Moreover, this refined gold has been blood sacrificed, so only you can use it, so don't decline. Additionally, you can now proceed with 1,000 forges. The previous tungsten steel hammer is no longer applicable, and you can use this refined gold to forge 2 forging hammers. As a metal you have blood sacrificed, it has a high affinity with you and has a greater chance of giving birth to special abilities. Just as Yao Xuan accepted the task, Mang Tian also turned around, smiling at Yao Xuan, and said, "Thank you, Master, for your generous gift. I will not decline." Hearing Mang Tian's words, Yao Xuan also bowed to him and then said, "It's nothing, you deserve it. You've completed the 1,000 tempering today. You must be very tired, right? Go back and take a good rest for a while. In the next week, I won't assign you any extra forging tasks. Take your time to experience the essence of the 1,000 tempering. And by the way, use this piece of fine gold to forge a hammer for yourself." After receiving Yao Xuan's reply, Mang Tian waved his hand and instructed, "I understand, Master. I'll put this piece of fine gold in my forging room first. Is that okay?" While shutting off the furnace on the forging table, Yao Xuan said, "Of course. It's already yours. You have the right to handle it." Waving his hand, Mang Tian indicated that Yao Xuan could leave freely. "Brother Xuan, you are so strong to have completed the 1,000 tempering. I admire you so much, Brother Xuan. Also, happy birthday, Brother Xuan." Holding the fine gold and walking towards his forging room, Tang Wulin also said with admiration, "Thank you, Wulin. By the way, Wulin, you're about to break through to level 9 Soul Master soon, right?" Hearing Tang Wulin's words, Yao Xuan smiled and thanked him, then asked, "Yes. I estimate that in another month or 2, I will be able to break through to a level 9 Soul Master. There are still 10 months left for me to try to advance to level 10 and then break through to a Soul Master. I believe I can do it. And I also want to thank you, Xian Gu, for your guidance and encouragement over the past 2 years." Seeing Yao Xuan asking him, Tang Wulin answered in detail, "Yes, that's right, believe in yourself. You can definitely do it." While talking, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin walked into the forging room, placed the 1,000 forged fine gold in the storage cabinet, and then patted Tang Wulin's shoulder from behind, encouraging him. "Thank you, Xian Gu. By the way, Xian Gu, may I take a look at the piece of 1,000 forged fine gold you created?" Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Tang Wulin was also excited and thanked him, then asked, "Of course, you can take a look, but after the forging, it has absorbed a lot of energy, and its weight has increased significantly, possibly nearly 300 kilograms. So be careful. I'm a bit tired now, so I'll head back first. Goodbye, Wulin." After saying this, Yao Xuan took his things and left the forging room. "Okay, Brother Xuan, goodbye." After Yao Xuan left, Tang Wulin respectfully said, "Turn around," and watch Yao Xuan's figure fade away before continuing to examine the forged Qian Dui gold. Chapter 41. Nar, I will always guard you by your side. Back home, Along the way, Yao Xuan's physical condition was quickly recovering. With the powerful recovery ability brought by the ancestor dragon bloodline, after just 20 minutes, the fatigue from the forging had completely faded, and the soreness and numbness in his arms had also disappeared. As for the wound on his arm left by the blood sacrifice, it had basically healed under the strong self-healing ability of the ancestor dragon bloodline, leaving only a faint flesh-colored indentation, which was also rapidly recovering. However, the recovery ability of the ancestor dragon bloodline was more focused on the body, while its effect on mental recovery was quite average. Therefore, Yao Xuan felt a bit groggy and wanted to lie down and sleep well. Of course, since Yao Xuan possessed the spiritual power of the spiritual realm, he did not overdraw his mental energy, so he did not faint like Tang Weilin. After returning home and having a good sleep, Yao Xuan finally restored his mental state to its best. After a period of meditation, the three of them sat around the dining table, lit candles, turned off the soul guide lights, and sang a birthday song together. Nar, with me around, I will never let you bear pain alone. I will never let you fall into confusion and suffering. I will never let you walk the path of self-destruction again. I will always guard you by your side. Thwart the schemes of the immoral beings in the God realm. Establish a new order. Allow humans and soul beasts to coexist in harmony. Hold the most grand wedding. And then live happily and carefree with you. Forever. Silently thinking this, Yao Xuan took a deep breath and then blew forcefully. Accompanied by the sound of airflow. All the candles on the cake were extinguished, and Lin Shiming smiled as she went to the switch and turned the soul guide lights back on. Brother Yao Xuan, happy birthday. By the way, Nader wants to know what wish Brother Yao Xuan made. What is it? Nader asked curiously while looking at Yao Xuan. A wish? That's a secret. If I tell others my wish, it might not come true. However, I can tell Nader that it is a very, very beautiful wish, but it may be somewhat difficult to achieve. Nevertheless, I firmly believe that it will come true in the future. Gently stroking Nauer Eshet. Yao Xuan's eyes revealed a determined expression as he said firmly. Yes, Yao Xuan's wish was indeed very difficult. To change everything, to protect Gu Na, and to prevent tragedy from happening, the prerequisite was powerful strength. Furthermore, even semi-gods and true gods found it hard to truly change the situation. After all, the mastermind behind all these schemes was one of the most powerful beings in the God realm, the God King Tang San, who had been meticulously planning for 10,000 years. Even though Tang San was temporarily trapped due to changes in the God realm and could only act from afar, the traps he left behind were enough to slay true gods. Even the invincible Abyss Saint Lord was killed by Tang San in one strike. Therefore, if Yao Xuan wanted to stop tragedy from occurring and truly change everything, he had to reach at least a level 3 god or even stronger. And only then could he, with the ancestor dragon martial soul and bloodline, thwart Tang San's schemes, provide himself and Gu Na with a happy and fulfilling future, and liberate the Douluo Continent from the bondage of the God realm. And all of this would not be simple. Even with the super god system, Yao Xuan could not guarantee that he could accomplish such a feat, but he was willing to try, dare to try, and was eager to try. Being content with mediocrity had never been in Yao Xuan's dictionary. After making such a heartfelt wish, Yao Xuan felt as if his mindset had been sublimated. He would never be afraid of challenges, and the future Douluo Continent would surely belong to Yao Xuan's era. Is that so? All right, I understand, Brother Yao Xuan. Although Nader did not know what Yao Xuan's wish was, she said sweetly, Brother Yao Xuan's wish is Nader's wish too. I will definitely help Brother Yao Xuan realize your wish, and I believe that Brother Yao Xuan's wish will definitely come true. Then thank you first, Nader. Looking at Nader's innocent and pure appearance, Yao Xuan felt even more heartbroken. It was such a distressing thing to let such a pure and lovely little girl bear such pain and torment. He must change all of this, even if the road ahead was fraught with danger. All right, everyone, let's eat cake together. At this moment, Lin Shiming also cut 2 large pieces of cake, handing one to Nader and one to Yao Xuan. Thank you, Mom. Then I'm going to eat. Looking at the cake in front of him, Yao Xuan said cheerfully, but Nader beside him seemed slightly dazed, and after a moment of hesitation, she reached out to take the cake Lin Shiming handed over. Could it be that Nader's memory is about to awaken? Looking at Nader's somewhat unusual behavior, Yao Xuan frowned slightly, thinking to himself. Judging by the original historical timeline, Nader took 3 years to awaken her memory, but due to the subtle influence of his ancestor dragon aura, it was not impossible for Nader to awaken her memory earlier. After dinner, Brother Yao Xuan, after we finish eating, can you accompany me for a walk by the sea? Nara looked up at Yao Xuan, her eyes shimmering with a peculiar light, and softly said, "It seems that Nara's memory is really about to awaken." Sensitive to the change in Nara's gaze, Yao Xuan thought to himself, feeling helpless and heartbroken. If given a choice, he would prefer Nara's memory not to awaken, to always be sheltered under his wings, but this was merely an ideal. Now, all he could do was accept reality, work hard to improve his strength, and in the future, protect Gu Yue and ensure she would not be harmed. "Mom, can Nara and I go for a walk?" Turning to Lin Shiming, Yao Xuan asked. "Of course, no problem. You're already a big kid and have the ability to protect yourself. Just go and have fun, but remember to come back early." Hearing Yao Xuan's words, Lin Shiming also smiled and then reminded him, "Okay, I understand, Mom. Nara, let's go." Holding Nara's hand, Yao Xuan led her towards the seaside. Although Ally City has the word city in its name, its actual area is not large. On Earth, it is at most a relatively large town, and there are no city walls. Therefore, after just about 20 minutes, Yao Xuan brought Nara to the beach. Chapter 42. Strive for Future Reunions. "Nara, we've arrived," Yao Xuan said, while looking at the beach ahead. Since Ally City is not a large city and almost no one comes to travel, its rulers did not spend a lot of money to create an artificial beach. Thus, it remains relatively primitive, with the sand on the ground not very fine, mixed with quite a bit of gravel and shells. Although the beach here cannot be called beautiful, the moon in the sky is very lovely, with a crescent moon hanging in the air, casting snow-white moonlight. Stars are suspended in the sky, dazzling and bright, like precious gems embedded in the celestial dome. After all, this is not Earth. There are no vast fossil fuels and industrial pollution, which is why the night sky is so brilliant. The sea breeze is also exceptionally fresh, mixed with the sound of crashing waves, making it vibrant and refreshing. "Yes, brother Yao Xuan, the starry sky is really beautiful today," Nara replied while looking up at the starry sky, and then couldn't help but exclaim, "Indeed, the night sky is beautiful. Nara, in the future, when we celebrate our birthdays, let's come here to watch the stars together, okay?" Listening to Nair's words, Yao Xuan sighed while holding Nair's delicate hand tightly and said, "Do we come to watch the stars together every year?" Hearing Yao Xuan's words, Nara fell silent for a moment, then suddenly turned around, gazing into Yao Xuan's eyes, and said, "Brother Yao Xuan, if one day I leave, will you miss me?" "Of course I will miss you. You are my sister. If you leave, I will definitely think of you every day. But why would Nara want to leave? Let brother accompany you and protect you for a lifetime. Okay?" Listening to Noir, Yao Xuan felt even more certain that her memories had recovered a lot. He felt a bit secretly uncomfortable in his heart, but he still sincerely said, "Will you protect me for a lifetime?" Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Nara's purple eyes sparkled with a hint of confusion, and her little head unconsciously rested on Yao Xuan's shoulder. I'll protect you for a lifetime." Listening to Nara, Yao Xuan nodded seriously and said, "No matter how difficult the road ahead is, no matter how terrifying, cunning, and hypocritical the enemies are, he will absolutely not be afraid and will definitely achieve success. Thank you, brother. If I leave, I will definitely think of you very, very much." Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Nara's eyes became a bit hazy, as if covered with a layer of mist, but then a look of determination flashed across her face. After communicating with Yao Xuan by the seaside for half an hour, Nara also took the initiative to suggest going home, and the two held each other's hands as they walked home. Soon after completing their meditation, Yao Xuan and Nara wished each other good night and returned to their respective rooms. In the deep of night, Yao Xuan's door opened silently, and a silver figure quietly slipped in, arriving at Yao Xuan's bedside. It was Nara. Her eyes revealed reluctance and pain as she took out a note from her pocket, placing it carefully on Yao Xuan's desk and pressing it down gently. Suddenly, a glimmer of silver light flashed in her eyes, and silver scales appeared on her chest. Extending her jade-like arm, she gently brushed against one of the scales, and it suddenly slipped off, resembling a smooth scale yet with a hint of sharpness. Nara then lightly tapped it, and countless moonlight gathered, transforming into a fine silver thread that passed through the scale, turning into a necklace. "Brother Yao Xuan, I'm sorry, but Nara must leave." Gently putting the necklace around Yao Xuan's neck, Nara leaned down to give him a light kiss on the forehead, her eyes showing a trace of resolution. Twisting her jade arm, a silver light gate appeared before her. "I'm sorry, goodbye." With a look of determination and reluctance in her eyes, Nara took one last glance at Yao Xuan before stepping into the silver light gate, her figure suddenly disappearing. The silver light gate quickly faded away, as if it had never appeared. Outside the city, a luxurious black soul-guided sports car worth over 10 million federal coins was already parked by the roadside, and Na's figure appeared beside the car. Miss, your memory has finally awakened. It has been 2 years. We couldn't find you during this time. You haven't suffered any grievances, have you? If you have, then all the humans in this city are prepared to accompany you in death. A middle-aged man dressed in a brown leather jacket, muscular and robust, stepped out of the sports car, approached Na, and bowed respectfully before asking, "No, I've been quite well. Let's go." Quietly shaking her head, Na calmly entered the soul-guided sports car. The car door closed, and it sped away. "Brother Yao Xuan, I'm sorry, but I really can't continue to stay by your side. I can't watch the stars with you every year anymore, I'm sorry." Sitting in the soul-guided sports car, scenes related to Yao Xuan echoed in her mind. Remembering the experiences she had with Yao Xuan over the past 2 years and thinking about leaving him, a tear couldn't help but fall from the corner of Na's eye. The next morning, Yao Xuan, a somewhat urgent voice woke him from his dreams. "Mom, what's wrong?" Although he had a rough idea of what had happened, Yao Xuan still asked. "It's bad, Na is missing." Listening to Yao Xuan, Lin Shiming also spoke with a somewhat urgent voice. "Has Na already left?" Listening to Lin Shiming's words, Yao Xuan felt a bit empty inside. After spending 2 years with Na, he had truly regarded her as his own family, his sister, and wanted to protect her well. Knowing that Na was leaving, Yao Xuan felt both sad and lost. However, he also understood that due to Na's identity, she would eventually leave him. Yet, Yao Xuan knew that soon he would reunite with Gu Na, but by then she would no longer be called Na, but Gu Yue. Although he felt a bit lost, Yao Xuan did not fall into sadness. He knew how powerful his future enemies would be, and merely feeling sad about Na's departure was of no use. Only with strong power could he truly change the future, resolve tragedies, protect Gu Na, and ensure a happy ending for both of them. Therefore, he must work hard for their future reunion. While thinking this, Yao Xuan's will to grow stronger filled his heart even more, and his determination became even firmer, igniting a fierce fire within him to continue becoming stronger. Chapter 43. The first boundary of the ancestral dragon bloodline, breakthrough. What? Na is gone? Saying this, Yao Xuan climbed out of bed, and the next moment, he saw a note on the table. "Brother, Mom, I'm leaving. Thank you very much for taking care of me these past 2 years. But I remembered who I am, and my family has come to take me back, so I must go. I really enjoyed the time spent with you. And I truly don't want to leave you, but my gradually recovering memories compel me to depart as I have many things to do. Brother, I will always remember how you saved me from the bad guys, and I will also always remember your care and love for me. However, if I continue to stay, I might bring trouble or even disaster to you. For your safety, I must leave. Brother, there's a talisman I left on your neck. You must wear it well. If danger occurs, it will definitely protect you. Loving you always, Na." Looking at Na's note, Yao Xuan also looked down at his neck, where a necklace hung. And at the end of the necklace was a piece of white scale, shining with a rainbow of colors like a gem. Is this her scale, left to protect me? Yes, I am still too weak. I need to become stronger and must become stronger. Gazing at the scale around his neck, Yao Xuan understood Na's helplessness and once again strengthened his resolve to grow stronger. "Mom, this is Na's note. She said she has regained her memories and remembered her identity, and then she went back to find her parents." While speaking, Yao Xuan handed Na's note to Lin Shiming. Finding her family? That must be a good thing for her. Looking at the note left by Na, Lin Shiming nodded and said, then turned to Yao Xuan and encouraged him. "Child, I know you care for her and like Na a lot. She has left, and you must be very sad and heartbroken. This mom can absolutely understand. It's clear that Na must miss you too. In the future, once she has finished her matters, you will definitely have the chance to meet again, right? So, I hope you can cheer up and not dwell in sadness." Mom, I understand." Listening to Lin Shiming's words, Yao Xuan nodded in agreement. In the following days, he poured all his energy into forging and training. 9 months later, ancestral dragon bloodline. 9 gold evolution points. 10. Now, my ancestral dragon bloodline can finally complete the first phase of unlocking. Opening the system and looking at the ancestral dragon bloodline and gold evolution point sections of his information, Yao Xuan couldn't help but smile slightly. When he turned 8, his ancestral dragon bloodline had already reached 7. 9, and with a kiss from Na during their farewell, it further advanced to 8. 2. At that time, Yao Xuan successfully advanced to a level 3 blacksmith and obtained 100 gold evolution points. With these gold evolution points, his ancestral dragon bloodline reached 9. 3. Another 9 months passed, and through continuous training, Yao Xuan condensed nearly 60 gold evolution points using regular evolution points, plus the 10 gold evolution points obtained through Tang Wulin's channel. Yao Xuan could finally raise his ancestral dragon bloodline to 10%. According to the system's prompt, after raising the ancestral dragon bloodline to 10%, his vitality and physical fitness would leap forward, and he would unlock a brand new passive ability and active ability. Moreover, this meant Yao Xuan could advance to a great soul master in the most perfect manner. Spending 10 gold evolution points could increase the concentration of the ancestral dragon bloodline by 0.1, and after the upgrade, your ancestral dragon bloodline will reach 10, breaking the first limit. Would you like to upgrade? With a gentle tap on the system, a prompt sound echoed in Yao Xuan's ear. Yes. Hearing the system's prompt, Yao Xuan silently confirmed in his heart. Ding. Enhancement begins. Accompanied by Yao Xuan's thoughts, 10 golden evolution points disappeared, transforming into the purest source of evolution energy, which entered Yao Xuan's body. Waves of evolution energy flowed into Yao Xuan's body and began circulating through his blood vessels, while the ancestral dragon bloodline within him frantically absorbed this evolution energy, becoming increasingly pure. Roar. As the ancestral dragon bloodline was enhanced, a dragon's roar suddenly echoed in Yao Xuan's sea of consciousness. And at that moment, Yao Xuan felt that some restraints within his body were completely shattered. His blood and energy surged, and an immense ancestral dragon power flowed out from his body like scorching magma, wildly pouring into him. So hot. Feeling the searing energy circulating within his body, Yao Xuan couldn't help but gasp, then gritted his teeth tightly, fighting against the pain. At this moment, he absolutely could not faint. Otherwise, this energy would undoubtedly destroy his body, mildly causing disability or severely leading to instant death. Ancestral dragon martial soul, manifest. Feeling the unbearable burning sensation within, Yao Xuan focused his thoughts, urging his soul power. 9-colored soul power flickered before him, and the ancestral dragon martial soul suddenly manifested, soaring into the sky before merging into Yao Xuan's crown. With the manifestation of the ancestral dragon martial soul, a layer of faint dragon scales appeared on Yao Xuan's surface, and his physical qualities rapidly improved. He finally felt a significant reduction in the pain within and was fully refining the ancestral dragon power, surging inside him. As waves of ancestral dragon power were refined, Yao Xuan's physical qualities increased at a visible rate. His strength quickly broke through the 2,000-kilogram barrier, and at the same time, Yao Xuan's meridians and dantian were significantly strengthened, with a substantial increase in affinity for soul power, absorption efficiency, and the amount he could absorb. Not only that, but the blood and energy within Yao Xuan also surged wildly. Within just 10 minutes, his blood and energy doubled. Moreover, layers of 9-color grids reappeared on Yao Xuan's body, safely covering him and causing astonishing changes to occur. 1 hour later, ding! Enhancement completed. Ancestral Dragon Bloodline Unlock Level 0. 1. Current Ancestral Dragon Bloodline Unlock Level 10. 0 ding. The first limit of the Ancestral Dragon Bloodline has been surpassed. Congratulations. You have gained the active ability Ancestral Dragon Void Step and the passive ability Right Claw Dragonization. After reaching level 20 of the Ancestral Dragon Bloodline, the next ability unlock will occur. Please strive to obtain golden evolution points to enhance the Ancestral Dragon Bloodline. Unlock content, Bloodline abilities, Ancestral Dragon Chaos Barrier, active ability, Left Claw Dragonization, passive ability, Intermediate Ancestral Dragon Body, passive ability. As the heat flow within his body subsided, Yao Xuan gasped for air, and his tense body relaxed. Meanwhile, the system's prompt sound echoed in his ears. Chapter 44, Right Claw Dragonization, Ancestral Dragon Void Step. Finally, it's over. After about 10 seconds, Yao Xuan finally broke free from the extreme pain and took a moment to calm his emotions before slowly standing up from the ground. The unlocking of the first limit of the Ancestral Dragon Bloodline wasn't achieved in a minute or two. After a full hour of torment, Yao Xuan successfully completed the unlocking process. During this time, despite the support of the Ancestral Dragon Martial Soul, the immense pain still brought Yao Xuan to the brink of fainting multiple times. However, through his unwavering will and belief in victory, Yao Xuan ultimately endured and did not faint or lose control. After an hour of painful torment, Yao Xuan's clothes were already drenched in sweat, and his mouth had deep red marks from biting down too hard. The back of his hands was covered in deep red nail marks. Although the process was incredibly painful, feeling the changes in his body, Yao Xuan knew that all this suffering was not in vain. The rewards were absolutely earth-shattering. After unlocking the first limit of the ancestral dragon bloodline, the blood and energy within Yao Xuan had perfectly formed the first layer of blood energy circulation, and his blood energy had roughly tripled compared to before the breakthrough. This meant that in terms of recovery capability and sustained combat ability, Yao Xuan had made a new breakthrough. More importantly, after forming the blood energy circulation, Yao Xuan officially unlocked the first blood energy ability, Ancestral Dragon Void Step, which could be released by urging the blood energy without consuming soul power, making it a formidable trump card. Furthermore, with the breaking of the first limit of the ancestral dragon bloodline, Yao Xuan also gained a new passive ability that allowed him to fully transform his right claw into a dragon claw, gaining immense power and destructive capability. Finally, regarding the enhancement of physical attributes, after breaking through to the first limit of the ancestral dragon bloodline, Yao Xuan's overall strength increased by about 1,000 kilograms, reaching 2,000 kilograms. Once he activated the martial soul manifestation, his overall strength could exceed 3,000 kilograms, which was truly powerful. Now, let me see the specific effects of the two bloodline abilities. Feeling the changes in his body, Yao Xuan nodded in satisfaction, went to the bathroom to take a good shower, rinsing off the sweat, and then returned to his room. Right claw dragonization, urging the blood energy. Layers of 9-colored brilliance condensed on Yao Xuan's right arm, instantly forming a layer of 9-colored dragon scales that completely protected his upper and lower arms. Not only that, as the right claw dragonization was activated, Yao Xuan's right hand suddenly grew larger, with thicker and longer fingers transforming into razor-sharp dragon claws about 15 centimeters long, glinting with a cold light, looking extremely fierce. Such powerful strength. Feeling the changes in his right arm, a hint of joy crossed Yao Xuan's eyes, and he nodded in satisfaction. After activating right claw dragonization, the overall strength of Yao Xuan's right arm increased by more than 50%. This meant that if he activated right claw dragonization while in the state of ancestral dragon manifestation, the strength of Yao Xuan's right arm could reach 5,000 kilograms. 5,000 kilograms, what a terrifying force. Even relying solely on strength, Yao Xuan's destructive power would not be inferior to that of an ordinary soul respect. Let alone someone at the soul master level like Yao Xuan, he would undoubtedly crush them. Let us test the power of the dragon claw. With a thought, Yao Xuan took a piece of forged iron from the system space, held it in his left hand, and then lightly swung his right claw towards the piece of forged iron to cut it. Crack! Accompanied by the sound of metal breaking, Yao Xuan's right arm only felt a slight resistance, and that piece of forged iron was effortlessly sliced in half. Truly sharp. If this claw struck an enemy, it would definitely be fatal. Looking at the severed piece of iron, Yao Xuan couldn't help but gasp. Although the forged iron was merely the most ordinary of the forged metals, unless it was a defensive soul respect, the defense of an ordinary soul master would absolutely be far inferior to the forged iron and would not be able to withstand Yao Xuan's strike at all. Now, let's test the defense after right claw dragonization. With a thought, Yao Xuan lightly clawed at that piece of forged iron, sharpening it, then tightly gripped the piece of forged iron in his left hand and suddenly stabbed it in his right arm. Clang! With a sound of metal clashing, Yao Xuan only felt a slight numbness in his right arm, hardly any pain. Under that stab, there was only a small white dot on Yao Xuan's arm, basically unharmed. Indeed, it was a perfect balance of offense and defense. This ability brought by the ancestral dragon bloodline is truly amazing. Now, let's see the power of the ancestral dragon's void step. Feeling the powerful attribute enhancement from the ancestral dragon's claw, Yao Xuan nodded in satisfaction and then focused his mind to the dragon transformation state of his right claw. Immediately, Yao Xuan activated the blood energy power and triggered the active ability provided by the first limit of the ancestral dragon bloodline, the ancestral dragon's void step. As he activated the ancestral dragon's void step, Yao Xuan felt his speed suddenly increase by several degrees. Not only that, but he also sensed a remarkable harmony between his body and the surrounding space. Every movement was incredibly agile, with nearly zero resistance, floating effortlessly. To test the power of the ancestral dragon's void step, Yao Xuan left his home and went to the nearby small playground for testing. After activating the ancestral dragon's void step, Yao Xuan's speed increased by at least 50%, and more importantly, he became more agile. With the activation of the ancestral dragon's void step, Yao Xuan felt a mysterious connection between his body and the surrounding space. Each movement seemed to receive assistance from the power of space, making him incredibly light and agile, difficult to grasp. Moreover, Yao Xuan had a vague sense that as long as he wished, he could truly traverse space after activating the ancestral dragon's void step. So let's give it a try. With a thought, Yao Xuan seized the inspiration from the void and suddenly lunged forward. In the next moment, a strange phenomenon occurred. Yao Xuan's body suddenly disappeared from its original spot, and the next instant, he appeared 1 meter away in space. Is this the feeling of traversing space? It's truly wonderful. Landing back on the ground, Yao Xuan's face revealed an expression of astonishment, and then he silently sighed. Just now, with the activation of the ancestral dragon's void step, he felt a mysterious power of space enveloping him, and the next moment he flashed 1 meter away. For Yao Xuan, this was definitely a magical experience, making him involuntarily marvel. Chapter 45. Graduation and heading to East Sea Academy. However, the only regret is that the consumption of blood energy for traversing space is too great. It seems that before my blood energy increases to a certain level, the spatial traversal ability of the ancestral dragon's void step cannot be used as a regular method. Following that, Yao Xuan sensed his blood energy again and was taken aback, then silently thought, yes, just by using spatial traversal once. Yao Xuan's blood energy was consumed by nearly 20%. This means that with Yao Xuan's current blood energy, he can only perform spatial traversal 5 times before becoming completely exhausted. Even so, Yao Xuan is still very satisfied with the ancestral dragon's void step. Even without the spatial traversal ability, its enhancement to Yao Xuan's combat power is significant, helping him evade enemy attacks and swiftly close in on enemies to deliver fatal strikes. Moreover, although the current consumption of the ancestral dragon's void step is somewhat excessive and not very practical in actual combat, as Yao Xuan's blood energy increases, the ability of the ancestral dragon's void step to traverse space will definitely shine, and all of this is just a matter of time. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, 3 months have passed. On August 30th, at the Seoul Guide train station in Aolai City. Mom, I'm leaving. Thank you for taking care of me for the past 3 years. Yao Xuan expressed his gratitude. Carrying his luggage, Yao Xuan bid farewell to Lin Shimeng, then deeply bowed. Although Lin Shimeng was only Yao Xuan's adoptive mother, she cared for and looked after Yao Xuan as if he were her biological son during these 3 years, which touched Yao Xuan deeply. Be safe on your journey, and after you arrive at the academy, make sure to practice hard. Mom is here to bless you. Yao Xuan. Looking at Yao Xuan, Lin Shimeng's eyes showed a hint of love and reluctance. Then she reminded him, thank you, Mom. Once I get at EC Academy, I will definitely not slack off on my training, Mom. Listening to Lin Shimeng's words, Yao Xuan also nodded in agreement. Beside Yao Xuan, Tang Weilin was also bidding farewell to his parents. Half an hour later, the train that Yao Xuan and Tang Weilin were on slowly pulled out of the station, gradually becoming smaller under the watchful eyes of the 3 parents, heading towards Donghai City. 2 months ago, Yao Xuan and Tang Weilin had successfully graduated from Hongshan Primary Academy, and since they had successfully broken through to the Soul Master realm, they both received recommendation letters to attend the Intermediate Soul Master Academy, starting a 6-year further education in soul mastery. Small cities like Aolai City naturally do not have Intermediate Soul Master Academies, so the recommendation letters they received were for Donghai Intermediate Academy, and now they were on their way to Donghai City. Donghai City is a large city in the Sun Moon Federation, located by the coast of the East Sea, and is also an important port responsible for maritime transport and the development of marine resources. In Donghai City, the permanent population is around 3 million, and with some migrant workers, the total population is about 5 million. Even within the Federation, Donghai City is considered a well-known city. Brother Xian, we're going to study at the Intermediate Academy. I'm so excited. Sitting next to Yao Xuan, Tang Weilin cautiously looked around the environment and then said, yeah, I'm looking forward to it too. From now on, we have to keep working hard. Hearing Tang Weilin's words, Yao Xuan also silently nodded, the figure of Nar flashing before his eyes. Presumably, Gu Yue would soon appear before him as well. When that time comes, he must capture her heart well. Yes, I must work hard and strive for a breakthrough within 6 years. I also want to go to a higher level Soul Master Academy to continue my studies. By the way, Gu, what level is your soul power at now? Hearing Yao Xuan's words, Tang Weilin's eyes flashed with a look of determination as he said seriously, then asked, what about the soul power level? I am already an 18th level soul master, and with about another week of training, I will be able to break through to a 19th level soul master. Listening to Tang Wulin, Yao Xuan also replied with a smile. You're almost at level 19? Wow. Xingu, you are really amazing. So, in a few months, you will break through to become a great soul master, right? Listening to Yao Xian's words, Tang Wulin looked at Yao Xuan with admiration and sighed. Great soul master? It should be soon. While responding, Yao Xuan focused his thoughts and immersed his consciousness into the system space, retrieving his information. Name, Yao Xuan. Age, 9 years. System abilities, Eye of Observation, Enhanced Charisma, Enhanced Comprehension, Space Storage, 5M, Enhanced Meditation, Martial Soul, Ancestral Dragon Soul Power, Level 18, 91, 5, Soul Master, Technique, Creation Forging Soul Technique, Ancestral Dragon Bloodline, Unlock Level 10, 2 Mental Power, 195, 11, 7, Initial Stage of Spiritual Connection, Soul Spirit, Ancestral Dragon, 100 years, Soul Skills, Ancestral Dragon Sky Split Strike Bloodline Ability, Passive Primary Ancestral Dragon Body, Right Claw Dragon Transformation Bloodline Ability, Active Ancestral Dragon Void Step Battle Armor, None Mecha, None Evolution Points, 7,205 Gold Evolution Points, 9 Skills, Forging, Level 3, Mecha Design, Level 0, Mecha Manufacturing, Level 0, Mecha Maintenance, Level 0, since his 8th birthday through diligent training. Yao Xuan's soul power level has broken through from level 14 to level 18, just a step away from breaking through to level 19. Breaking through 5 levels in 1 year is a miraculous speed, no matter how exceptional a soul master's talent is. Moreover, despite such a rapid advancement, Yao Xuan's foundation and the purity of his soul power are still several times higher than that of soul masters at the same level. This incredible effect is naturally attributed to the creation forging soul technique. Although Yao Xuan is still only practicing the first layer of the technique, its effects are already enough to astonish everyone. As for the ancestral dragon bloodline, 3 months ago, Yao Xuan's bloodline had already reached level 10. However, in the past 3 months, his ancestral dragon bloodline has only increased by 0.2. The reason is very simple. Once the ancestral dragon bloodline breaks through to level 10, the consumption to increase each level is 10 times that of before, requiring 100, 200, up to 1,000 gold evolution points. With Yao Xuan's advancement, he can now condense a gold evolution point every 2.5 days on average, but relative to the gold evolution points required for the ancestral dragon bloodline, it is still a drop in the bucket. However, Yao Xuan is not anxious because he knows very well that the main way to obtain gold evolution points is not through training, but through battle. In the Junior Soul Master Academy, students focus primarily on training with almost no actual combat. In the Intermediate Soul Master Academy, one of the important tasks for students is to engage in real combat. By then, relying on his powerful strength, Yao Xuan will be able to gain a large amount of gold evolution points. Chapter 46, East Sea City, Lu Yusin. Edition. Yao Xuan is also steadily progressing in the cultivation of mental power. With the practice of the creation forging soul technique, Yao Xuan's mental power increases by at least 1 point every week. After a year, his mental power has naturally increased by nearly 60 points. Now, Yao Xuan's mental power has reached 195 points, just 5 points away from breaking through to the mid-stage of spiritual connection. At 9 years old, with 195 points of mental power, he is undoubtedly an extraordinary presence in the Douluo Continent. Even those limit Douluo may not have 100 points at the age of 9, while Yao Xuan has double that, not to mention ordinary soul masters. Unless it is Gu Yue, the earthly embodiment of the Silver Dragon King comparable to a level 1 god, it is absolutely a fantasy for ordinary people to surpass Yao Xuan in mental power. In fact, in the original timeline, Gu Yue only displayed 120 points of mental power at the age of 9. Moreover, Yao Xuan's breakthroughs in strength are also progressing rapidly. After completing the unlocking of the first limit of the ancestral dragon bloodline, Yao Xuan's body received another baptism of ancestral dragon power, most of which was absorbed, directly increasing his strength to 2,000 kilograms. The remaining portion is accumulating in Yao Xuan's body, being continuously refined over time. After that, almost every day, Yao Xuan's strength can increase by nearly 3 kilograms. Now, his strength has reached 2,300 kilograms. Once he activates the ancestral dragon possession and the right claw dragon transformation, the power of his right arm can exceed 5,000 kilograms. With 5,000 kilograms of immense strength, combined with the sharpness of the ancestral dragon's right claw and the elusive capabilities of the ancestral dragon void step. Yao Xuan can certainly pose a life-threatening challenge to soul masters at the soul sovereign level, and even those at the soul sect level would not dare to be hit by Yao Xuan's attack. Lastly, there's been progress in Yao Xuan's forging skills. Forged metals are also categorized by quality, with the lowest being level 5 and the highest being level 1. We just broke through to level 3 forgers. Yao Xuan primarily forged level 3 and 4 metals. Now, he can occasionally forge level 2 metals. To advance to level 4 forger, there are 2 requirements. One is to forge 10 types of level 2 metals, and the other is to forge 1 type of level 1 metal, which is semi-spiritual forging metal. After a year of training, although Yao Xuan has not yet advanced to level 4 forger, he has already made significant progress toward it. Breaking through to level 4 forger within the next 2 years is not a major issue for Yao Xuan. In contrast to Yao Xuan's rapid progress, Tang Wulin has not been so smooth in his training. Despite Yao Xuan's guidance, Tang Wulin only broke through to Soul Master half a year ago. Now, he is just a level 12 Soul Master, which is 1 level higher than in the original timeline. Furthermore, due to a lack of stimulation, although Tang Wulin has studied for half a year in forging, he has not yet broken through the threshold of forging. However, Yao Xuan is confident that, given Tang Wulin's comprehension, completing forging is just a matter of time. A few hours later, East Sea City, Soul Guidance Train Station. Clang clang. With the sound of rolling wheels, a deep blue Soul Guidance train slowly arrived at the platform. Brother Xian, we are here. Looking at the refreshed surroundings, Tang Wulin said excitedly. Yes, we finally arrived. Looking up at the environment around him, Yao Xuan smiled and responded. After a small half-day journey, the Soul Guidance train had finally traveled nearly 1,000 kilometers to reach EC City. Unlike Owleye City, EC City has a very long history, and the city's appearance retains an ancient style. One can even see many buildings that are hundreds or even thousands of years old. Just like this Soul Guidance train station, although it has been renovated, its age is at least dozens of times that of Yao Xuan. As Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin curiously observed their surroundings, the train had already come to a stop. The bustling crowd with their luggage streamed out, and Yao Xuan led Tang Wulin off the Soul Guidance train. This was Tang Wulin's first time leaving home, traveling alone to a city 1,000 miles away. He felt a bit nervous and downcast. However, seeing Yao Xuan's calm demeanor beside him, Tang Wulin secretly clenched his fists, telling himself that he must not embarrass Brother Xian. Let's go find the person in charge of receiving new students from EC Academy. Stepping out of the East Sea Soul Car Station, Yao Xuan explained briefly and then started looking around with Tang Wulin. As a mid-level Soul Master Academy, EC Academy sends shuttle buses every year at the beginning of the school term to pick up new students from various stations. As long as they find a person in charge, they can smoothly reach EC Academy. We found it. Let's go over. After walking about 300 meters, Yao Xuan saw a sign with the 4 big characters EC Academy written on it, and then he walked over with Tang Wulin. Hello, are you 2 here to report? Behind the sign sat several students wearing EC Academy uniforms, all around 15 or 16 years old. Seeing Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin approaching with their luggage, a moderately built girl with black hair who looked quite friendly stood up and said, "Yes, here is my recommendation letter." While speaking, Yao Xuan took out his recommendation letter and handed it to the girl, and beside him, Tang Wulin carefully took out his recommendation letter and handed it over as well. Okay, everything checks out. Welcome to EC City. Welcome to EC Academy, junior students. I am Liu Yusin, a first-year student at the Advanced Soul Master Academy of EC Academy, and I am your senior responsible for this new student reception. Gulme, please fill out this information form. While introducing herself, Liu Yusin took out 2 information forms, handing one to Yao Xuan and one to Tang Wulin. Yao Xuan, 9 years old, graduated from Hongshan Junior Academy in Owleye City, level 18 attack type Soul Master. Wow, you have level 18 soul power cultivation at just 9 years old. Junior, you're truly a little genius. I'm envious. As Liu Yusin watched Yao Xuan fill out the information form, she couldn't help but read it out loud. Ah, senior, you flatter me. Listening to Liu Yusin, Yao Xuan felt a bit embarrassed and scratched his head, then handed the completed form to Liu Yusin. Next to him, Tang Wulin also handed over his filled-out form. This metal badge is your proof for entering and exiting the academy before enrollment, so make sure to keep it safe. You can wait on the soul-guided bus, and once there are enough people, it will take you to the academy. After that, you will need to report, collect your items, and attend class assignments. Good luck. After stamping Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin's recommendation letters, Lu Yusin took out 2 metal badges and handed them to Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin, instructing them accordingly. Chapter 47. Arriving at Donghai Academy. Conflict. Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin were not the first aboard the bus. A group of people was already seated, including students and parents accompanying them. They waited on the bus for about an hour and a half, and once the seats were nearly filled, the bus finally started and headed toward Donghai Academy. Towering buildings slid past the bus window. Compared to Aolai City, Donghai City was undoubtedly more prosperous, crowded, and modern, with many more pedestrians, vehicles, and shops, making it overwhelming to take in. Donghai Academy has arrived. Please, students and parents, disembark in an orderly manner and proceed to the Academic Affairs Office to report. 20 minutes later, Lu Yusin's voice came again from the front, and upon her instructions, all students and parents got off the bus in an orderly fashion, while Yao Xuan surveyed Donghai Academy before him. Compared to Hongshan Academy, Donghai Academy was undoubtedly more impressive. The entrance featured a grand archway made of massive stones, with the 4 red characters Donghai Academy inscribed on it, looking quite imposing. Unlike typical intermediate academies, Donghai Academy was a large institution that included both intermediate and advanced divisions. Lu Yusin, who was responsible for their reception, was a student from the advanced division. Admission to the Advanced Soul Master Academy was undoubtedly more challenging, requiring very strict assessments, with an acceptance rate generally not exceeding 10%. Only true elites could attend the Advanced Soul Master Academy. After presenting their temporary identity badges and recommendation letters and passing verification, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin entered Donghai Academy. In contrast to the ubiquitous concrete and steel of Donghai City, the interior of Donghai Academy was indeed lush with greenery, exuding a vibrant and somewhat quaint atmosphere. Walking down the main road of the academy, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin arrived at a 12-story building, which was the main teaching building of the intermediate division. The higher the floor, the higher the grade, and the stronger the students. At the Academic Affairs Office, after showing their recommendation letters and tokens, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin successfully completed their enrollment procedures and received their uniforms, academic calendars, identity cards, and other items, while also finishing the class assignment process. Based on their soul power levels and martial spirits, Tang Wulin was unsurprisingly assigned to Class 5 of Year 1, while Yao Xuan was assigned to Class 1 of Year 1, the so-called key class. Yao Xuan was naturally unhappy with this result. If he couldn't be in the same class as Tang Wulin, his speed in gaining golden evolution points would surely decrease, and he wouldn't be able to receive guidance from the esteemed Wu Changkong from Shrek Academy. Of course, Yao Xuan was not foolish enough to actively request to join Class 5, as that would be too conspicuous. In fact, Yao Xuan had a good plan to achieve his goals through a different means. Holding the dormitory key, Yao Xuan led Tang Wulin toward the dormitory building. The dormitory building of Donghai Academy was as tall as the teaching building, also 12 stories high, and the dormitory number for Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin was 205. After navigating the somewhat crowded and chaotic hallway, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin arrived at their dorm room. In contrast to the grand exterior of the dormitory building, the interior was quite simple, containing only 2 bunk beds for desks and chairs and 4 cabinets, very basic furniture. Inside the dorm, the 2 lower bunks were already occupied. Seeing Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin approach, the occupants turned to look at them. The boy in the lower left bunk was tall, had short hair and muscular build, and bulging eyes, giving off a somewhat fierce aura. The boy in the lower right bunk was dressed in a blue tracksuit, had short brown hair, fair skin, a prominent nose, and dark green eyes, exuding an air of aloofness and seeming quite proud. Is this Xie? Yao Xuan thought to himself, glancing at the aloof boy. If he guessed correctly, this cold youth was indeed Xie, one of the Shrek's 7 monsters from the original timeline and the owner of the twin martial spirits, Light Dragon Dagger and Shadow Dragon Dagger. Hello, everyone. I'm Tang Wulin, and this is Yao Xuan, your future roommates, Tang Wulin said enthusiastically, looking at the 2 in the dorm. I'm Zhou Changxi. If nothing unexpected happens, I'll be the dorm leader, your big brother. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me, and I'll kindly let you know, the tall boy said loudly while looking at Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin. Xie. In contrast to Zhou Changxi, Xie's self-introduction was exceptionally brief, merely stating his name. Wulin, wait for me here. I'm going out to buy some food. After putting down his luggage, Yao Xuan smiled and patted Tang Wulin's shoulder, then said, Food? Sure. Thanks, Brother Xuan. Listening to Yao Xuan, Tang Wulin also thanked him, and Yao Xuan walked out of the dormitory. However, he did not go far, but released his mental energy to observe, waiting for a conflict to arise between Tang Wulin and Zhou Changshi. Sure enough, less than a few minutes after Yao Xuan left, Zhou Changshi rolled her eyes and arrogantly said, "Hey, new guy, Tang Wulin, right? Go clean the dormitory." "Oh, okay." Being new, Tang Wulin was a bit unclear about the situation, nodded, and went to the bathroom to get water with the mop bucket. For softy. Can't stand the sight of him. Let's see what he brought with him. Seeing Tang Wulin obediently complying, Zhou Changshi sneered, stood up, and reached out to grab Tang Wulin's belongings. She unzipped the bag and shook it hard, causing several changes of clothes, some daily necessities, and a blanket to fall out, scattering all over the floor. What a country bumpkin, bringing these ragged things. Oh my god, this guy can't be a beggar, right? Ha ha ha. Looking at the items on the ground, Zhou Changshi laughed loudly. Bastard, what are you doing? At that moment, Tang Wulin walked in with a mop bucket and immediately shouted angrily upon seeing the mess on the floor. What am I doing? Just looking at what this country bumpkin brought. What's wrong? Do you have an objection? Hearing Tang Wulin's words, Zhou Changshi curled his lips and then said with a smile, "Of course I have opinions. Pick it up for me." Looking at Zhou Changshi, Tang Wulin clenched his fists and said coldly, "Oh, country bumpkin with that kind of tone. Are you trying to rebel?" Hearing Tang Wulin's words, Zhou Changshi also raised an eyebrow and then raised his voice, saying, "That's enough. It's my turn to take the stage now." Perceiving the change in the dormitory with his spiritual power, Yao Xuan also smiled faintly. With a thought, he took out a bag of oranges from the system space, held it in his hand, and then walked towards the dormitory. Chapter 48. Such audacity to bully my little brother. "Wulin, I'm back." While shouting, Yao Xuan pushed open the dormitory door. Looking at the scene before him, he feigned surprise and asked, "What are you all doing?" "Xingu, that Zhou Changshi bullied me. He threw my things on the ground and insulted me, saying I'm a country bumpkin." Tang Wulin looked at Yao Xuan with a hint of grievance on his face, then pointed at the scattered clothes on the ground, complaining to Yao Xuan, "Oh, how dare he be so excessive? Zhou Changshi, you have some nerve to bully my little brother." Yao Xuan coldly glared at Zhou Changshi and said displeased, "Bully your little brother? What's wrong with that? I bullied him, so what? Are you going to say something about it? This kid is just a little country bumpkin, and since you were his older brother, then you must be a big country bumpkin too, right?" After hearing Yao Xuan's words, Zhou Changshi also revealed a hint of mockery on his face, then casually mocked, "All right, you're something. Now, I'll give you one last chance. Pick up Wulin's things, put them away properly, and finally, bow to me and Wulin to apologize." Listening to Zhou Changshi, Yao Xuan remained unperturbed and simply ordered coldly, "Give me one last chance?" "Huh, that's the best joke I've ever heard. Kid, remember this. In this dormitory, I am the one in charge." Extending his thumb, Zhou Changshi pointed to his own chest, then raised his chin high and proudly said, "Very well, then don't blame me for not giving you a chance." After saying that, Yao Xuan also clenched his fist, took a calm step forward, and swung his fist towards Zhou Changshi's chest. Just a small trick. Zhou Changshi was no fool. He had sensed Yao Xuan's intention to strike and was prepared to respond. Watching Yao Xuan's fist, Zhou Changshi also shot out his right hand, intending to deflect Yao Xuan's punch. Bang! To everyone's surprise, with a loud crash, Zhou Changshi's body flew backward, crashing heavily against the wall, creating a muffled sound that seemed to shake the entire dormitory, causing bits of wall dust to fall from the ceiling. "Good kid, you have some strength. But now I'm serious. Hercules ape, possess me." After being hit by Yao Xuan's punch, Zhou Changshi's face showed a hint of anger and embarrassment as he roared and activated his soul power. With his words, a white light rose from his body, forming a muscular, brown-furred ape martial spirit, and then the Hercules ape martial spirit merged into Zhou Changshi's body. As the Hercules ape martial spirit possessed him, Zhou Changshi's body began to change. His entire skeleton swelled, expanding by about 20%, and the muscles in his arms and legs bulged, transforming him into a small muscle man. "Here comes my move." Following Zhou Changshi's roar, he sprang up from the ground, then kicked off forcefully, accelerating his body and aiming a fierce punch at Yao Xuan's forehead. It seemed that he had held back a bit with the previous punch, so he decided to get a bit more serious. Watching Zhou Changshi rise from the ground, Yao Xuan shook his head regretfully and said, "As someone with a strength of 300 kilograms, if I truly punched with all my might, I could probably smash even a Great Soul Master's head, making survival impossible, let alone Zhou Changshi. If that happened, not only would I be expelled, but I would also face life imprisonment." Yao Xuan's strike was not meant to kill. He aimed to be punished by Donghai Academy and sent to Class 5. For this reason, he had only used about 5% of his strength when he struck, and even so, he had sent Zhou Changxi flying. If it were an ordinary kid who received Yao Xuan's punch, while it wouldn't break bones, it would at least hurt for a while, severely diminishing their combat capability. However, Zhou Changxi's martial spirit, the Hercules ape, was quite unique, granting him strength and physical qualities comparable to an adult, which allowed him to continue fighting. But even so, what difference did it make? Yao Xuan had only used 5% of his strength earlier. Now, watching Zhou Changxi charge at him, Yao Xuan increased his power to 10% and coldly punched toward Zhou Changxi. Whoosh! Accompanied by a slight sound of sonic boom, Zhou Changxi's fist collided with Yao Xuan's fist in midair, creating a loud bang. Then, a faint cracking sound came from Zhou Changxi's hand bones, and his body flew backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Are you convinced? Apologize, Yao Xuan said indifferently, looking at Zhou Changxi on the ground. I'm not convinced. I haven't even used my soul skill yet. Again, Hercules' fist. Zhou Changxi, trembling slightly, managed to get up from the ground, clearly injured, but his eyes still showed defiance as he activated his soul power, and the first white soul ring behind him flickered. As the soul ring flickered, a faint white light appeared on Zhou Changxi's fist, increasing both speed and power, and he charged at Yao Xuan's face again with ferocity. Courage is commendable, but unfortunately, you're too weak. Yao Xuan remained unfazed as he coldly said this while throwing another punch to meet Zhou Changxi's slightly glowing fist. Bang! Another loud crash resounded, and Zhou Changxi's body flew backward once more, but this time, Yao Xuan did not give him a chance to rise. Instead, he stepped forward, his right foot lightning fast pressing down on Zhou Changxi's back. Zhou Changxi, this is your last chance. Are you convinced? If you are, help Lin pick up his things and then apologize to me and him. Applying slight pressure with his foot, Yao Xuan said coldly, I'm convinced. I'm convinced. Big brother, I was wrong. Don't step on me anymore. I can't breathe. I was wrong. I will apologize to you and classmate Wu Lin right now. With Yao Xuan's foot on his back, Zhou Changxi felt he was starting to struggle for breath and panicked, pleading repeatedly. Those who know the times are wise. Since you've admitted your mistake, get up. If you had known it would come to this, why not apologize earlier? It would have spared you this physical suffering. Yao Xuan said lightly, looking at Zhou Changxi. Big brother, you're right. I was wrong to offend you and classmate Wu Lin. Please forgive me, Zhou Changxi said, revealing a hint of fear in his eyes as he deeply bowed to Yao Xuan. I forgive you. Now, apologize to Wu Lin. Looking at Zhou Changxi, Yao Xuan nodded in acceptance of his apology and continued to instruct. Classmate Wu Lin, I was wrong. I shouldn't have touched your personal belongings or called you a country bumpkin. Please, be magnanimous and forgive me this once. Under the eaves, one must bow their head. Approaching Tang Wulin, Zhou Changxi also respectfully bowed and then quietly apologized to him. All right, this time, I'll forgive you. After all, we will be roommates for 6 years. However, you must promise not to bully other classmates in the future. Tang Wulin was a relatively soft-hearted and kind child. Seeing Zhou Changxi apologize to him, he didn't think too long and chose to forgive him. Thank you, classmate Wu Lin. I'll help you tidy up your things right away. As he spoke, Zhou Changxi obediently squatted down to gather the scattered blankets and close back into Tang Wulin's backpack. Brother Xian, thank you. Coming to Yao Xuan, Tang Wulin looked at him gratefully and then spoke. It's nothing. Since you call me Brother Xian, I can't let you be bullied, right? Although Ally City isn't a big city, we Ally people are not to be bullied by others. Waving his hand, Yao Xuan responded, and, at the same time, the system's prompt tone rang in his ears. Defeated Zhou Changxi, gained 3 golden evolution points. Helped the destined child Tang Wulin, received his gratitude and admiration. Gained 7 golden evolution points. Not bad, as expected. Fighting is the best way to earn golden evolution points. Listening to the system's prompt sound, Yao Xuan couldn't help but feel secretly pleased and very happy. Although Yao Xuan had reached the level of an 18th rank Soul Master, just 1 step away from becoming a 19th rank Soul Master, he would need an average of 2 to 5 days of cultivation to condense a single golden evolution point, which was not very fast. Just now, however, through a battle that lasted less than a minute, Yao Xuan had gained a full 10 golden evolution points, close to the total he would accumulate in a month of training, which was quite abundant. Moreover, after entering the Intermediate Academy, Yao Xuan would inevitably engage in more battles. The promotion tournament, the Eastern Sea Alliance competition, the Spirit Ascension platform battle, and so on. Yao Xuan seemed to envision golden evolution points rolling towards him one after another. What are you all doing? Hearing reports from other students. There was a fight in your dormitory. Come with me to the Academic Affairs office. At that moment, a deep voice came from outside, and then a serious-looking, well-built middle-aged man in uniform strode in from outside the dormitory. 10 minutes later, Intermediate Department of Donghai Academy, Disciplinary Office. So, Zhou Changxi provoked and bullied Tang Wulin first, and then Yao Xuan helped Tang Wulin take revenge and fought with Zhou Changxi, eventually defeating him. Looking sternly at the 4 students in front of him, the director of education, Long Hongxiu, asked seriously. Listening to Long Hongxiu's words, Yao Xuan, Tang Wulin, Zhou Changxi, and the bystander, Xie, all nodded silently in agreement. So that's how it is. Zhou Changxi, with your martial soul qualifications. Even though your soul power level is a bit low, it wasn't impossible for you to enter Class 3. However, bullying and insulting classmates as soon as school started shows your poor character. You deserve to be punished, so you should just stay in Class 5. Looking at Zhou Changxi, Long Hongxiu said. Although Zhou Changxi wanted to retort, he swallowed his words upon seeing Long Hongxiu's cold gaze. Yao Xuan, as for you, being helpful and assisting classmates is a good thing, but the premise is that it must not violate school rules. At our Donghai Academy, if you want to spar, that's fine, but you must go to the designated battle room and spar under the supervision of a teacher. No private fighting is allowed, according to school regulations. In your situation, you could be directly given a serious demerit, which would affect your future admission to advanced Soul Master Academies and registration as a Mecha Master. However, after a pause, Long Hongxiu continued, ignorance is no excuse, since you just entered our Donghai Academy and are not yet familiar with the school rules. This time the serious demerit will be waived. However, your temper and personality are a bit too fierce and need to be tempered. So you should also go to Class 5. I understand, Director Long. Thank you for your fairness. After listening to Long Hongxiu's words, Yao Xuan also bowed with a calm expression, but secretly felt happy in his heart, knowing that his strategy was correct and he had finally achieved his goal. Tang Wulin, this time you didn't T-fight and are a victim, so naturally there are no penalties. However, I also want to remind you that respect is earned through strength. If you want to gain respect, then make sure to train hard in the next 6 years. The world of Soul Masters is a place where the strong are respected. Turning to Tang Wulin, Long Hongxiu said, I understand. I will definitely work hard, Director Long. Hearing Long Hongxiu's words, Tang Wulin nodded and said seriously. He then cast a guilty glance at Yao Xuan, thinking it was his own lack of strength that led to him being bullied, and also caused Brother Xuan to be punished by being placed in the worst class at school. Looking at Tang Wulin's eyes, Yao Xuan shook his head at him, indicating that he shouldn't take it to heart. Xie, if I remember correctly, you're a member of the Xie family from the East Sea, right? I still remember that your soul power should be at level 18 by now. Finally, Long Hongxiu's gaze fell on the proud young man Xie, and he asked, Yes. After listening to Long Hongxiu's words, Xie nodded lightly. Clearly having strength, yet just watching classmates fight without intervening, only standing by to enjoy the spectacle. Do you have any sense of justice? Cunning, very cunning. Being so sly at such a young age, you might as well not stay in Class 1. Go to Class 5 with them instead. Looking at Xie, Long Hongxiu continued to speak. Director Long, this is against the rules. Hearing Long Hongxiu's words, Xie revealed a hint of dissatisfaction in his eyes and said loudly, Not following the rules? In the Intermediate Department of Donghai Academy, if the director instructs you to go to Class 5, you must go to Class 5. If you're not satisfied with my decision, you can go to the principal and complain about me. Let's see if your Xie family's name holds any weight in our Donghai Academy. Hearing what Xie said, Long Hongxiu's eyes also showed a trace of anger, and then he raised his voice and said, Fine, if you want to go to Class 5, then let's go to Class 5. Am I, Xie, afraid of you? Wait a few months for the promotion competition, and I will let you see what true strength is. Listening to Long Hongxiu's words, Xie retorted without fear. All right, I'll be waiting. Let's disband. Looking at Xie, Long Hongxiu coldly replied, then announced the disbandment. Yao Xuan, Tang Wulin, Xie, and Zhou Changxi each headed back to their dormitories. Chapter 50. Battle with Xie, not bad. 2 level 18 students went to the worst class, Class 5. This will definitely put more pressure on the students in other classes, preventing them from being too lazy. Moreover, that kid Wu Changkong is a bit aloof and quite annoying, but I have to admit, he came from that place, and his teaching ability is still strong. Let me see if some magical chemical reaction can happen between them. Watching Yao Xuan and the other 3 walk out of the training room, Long Hongxiu slightly nodded, the seriousness on his face quickly fading, replaced by a look of cunning satisfaction. Brother Xuan, I'm sorry, I dragged you down. On the way back to the dormitory, Tang Wulin kept his head down, looking very dejected, and sincerely apologized to Yao Xuan. Wulin, since the situation has already happened, we can only accept it and actively make changes. There is no point in dwelling on regrets. In fact, with my strength, even if I go to class 5, it won't have too much impact. Besides, I heard that every midterm, Donghai Academy holds a promotion competition between classes. As long as we defeat our opponents, our class will enjoy better resources. Let's train hard and work together. After listening to Tang Wulin's words, Yao Xuan did not blame him. Instead, he gently patted Tang Wulin's shoulder and comforted him. Yes, you are right. One cannot live in the past. I will definitely work hard, Brother Xian. Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Tang Wulin silently clenched his fists. Xiangu sacrificed so much for himself, so he must also practice with all his might. Otherwise, how would he justify Xian Ji's efforts? 5 minutes later, in dormitory 205, Yao Xuan, come with me to the academy's battle room. I want to have a match with you. Standing in front of Yao Xuan, Xiaxia's eyes flashed with a cold light. Then he coldly spoke. A match with you? Why should I? Without looking up at Xiaxia, Yao Xuan calmly retorted. Why? Because your personal grudge with Zhou Changxi has caused me to be unable to go to class 1, and I can only go to the worst class 5 with you. I must beat you up to vent my frustration. Looking at Yao Xuan, Xiaxia spoke with anger and resentment. Is that so? Then I definitely won't go. Since I would just get beaten if I go, why should I even go? Hearing what Xiaxia said, Yao Xuan shook his head and then asked back. This seems to make some sense. So, let's set a condition. How can you accompany me for a match? After hearing Yao Xuan's words, Xiaxia was somewhat at a loss for words, and his tone weakened a bit, but he continued to ask, how can I accompany you for a match? Actually, it wouldn't be impossible to fight with you, but from what you're saying, it sounds like you want to beat me up. Isn't it very dangerous for me to fight you then? How about this? You give me 50,000 federal coins as a service fee, and promise to cover my medical expenses, and I'll accompany you for a match. After listening to Xiaxia's words, Yao Xuan pretended to ponder for a moment before responding. Wow, Xiangu is really cunning. If that Xiaxia agrees, he might end up losing both money and resources. On the side, after hearing Yao Xuan's words, Tang Wulin secretly gave a thumbs up in his heart and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Tang Wulin and Yao Xuan have been apprentices under Meng Tian for 3 years, so he naturally knew how strong Yao Xuan was, which was definitely over 1,000 kilograms of immense strength. It was basically impossible for Xiaxia to beat Yao Xuan. He would just end up losing 50,000 federal coins for nothing. 50,000 federal coins for Tang Wulin. That was basically his income from a year and a half of forging. If Xiaxia really agreed, wouldn't Xiangu become rich? While thinking about this, Tang Wulin also secretly glanced at Xiaxia, looking forward to his reaction. 50,000 federal coins? No problem, let's go. After the fight, I'll transfer the money to you. Listening to Yao Xuan, Xiaxia nodded almost without thinking, and then continued speaking. For ordinary people, 50,000 federal coins is indeed a large sum of money. But for Xiaxia, the young master of the Xie family in Donghai, 50,000 federal coins is just a small amount. If he could vent his anger properly, it would definitely be worth it. All right, lead the way. After listening to Xiaxia's words, Yao Xuan also nodded slightly, and then followed Xiaxia towards the central battle hall of Donghai Academy. 20 minutes later, at Donghai Academy, in the battle hall, having paid a fee of 5,000 federal coins, Yao Xuan arrived with Xiaxia in a huge hall that was about 50 meters in both length and width. The floor of the hall was made of pressed steel, with a hardness comparable to that of 100 forged metal. Moreover, numerous soul guiding arrays were engraved on the floor of the hall, which enhanced the strength of the ground to be no less than ordinary 1,000 forged metal. Though it lacked the sublimation properties of 1,000 forged metal, 4,000 forged metal, it was sufficient to withstand attacks from ordinary soul respect level opponents, and it was adequate for battles among intermediate department students. As for higher level battles, there were battle halls with even higher specifications. Xia, an 18-level battle soul master. Martial spirit, light dragon dagger. I am an agility type soul master. For fairness, I will maintain a distance of 30 meters when the battle starts. You can start preparing now. While speaking, Xia walked away. Although Xia wanted to beat Yao Xuan up, he was born into a prestigious family and had a rather proud temperament. Unwilling to take advantage of Yao Xuan, an 18-level battle soul master, martial spirit, lizard dragon. Please give me your guidance. After listening to Xia's words, Yao Xuan also said lightly, feeling considerably less dislike for Xia. although this guy has a bit of a bad temper, looks down on others, and carries an air of a wealthy young master. The details show that Xie is not the treacherous person Hmph described. He is quite an upright young man. Of course, it is not easy to befriend someone as aloof as Xie, but once you gain his acknowledgement, he is definitely the kind of friend who is trustworthy and dependable. However, at the moment, Xie not only has not acknowledged Yao Xuan, but also harbors a lot of anger towards him, even wanting to beat him up. In this regard, Yao Xuan is not worried at all. In the Earth Star, there is an ancient saying, no fight, no acquaintance. If Xie is unwilling to be friends with him, then he will just have to beat him into submission. In the original timeline, Tang Weilin seemed to have made friends with Xie in this way. Chapter 51, Easy Kill. What? Your soul power is also level 18? Hearing Yao Xuan's words, Xie also showed a hint of surprise in his eyes, then retorted. Is it so? Why is it that you can be level 18, but I can't be level 18 too? Looking at Xie, Yao Xuan stood with his hands down, calmly responding, Level 18 is level 18. Yao Xuan, let me tell you, people are different. Don't think that just because your soul power level is the same as mine, you can defeat me. Hey, are you ready? At this moment, Xie had already pushed himself to the other side of the battle arena. After hearing Yao Xuan's words, he snorted coldly and confidently said, What a coincidence, Xie. That's what I wanted to say to you. I'm ready, let's start. With his gaze becoming focused, Yao Xuan looked at Xie and said, All right, I will let you know what the real gap is. Take this. As soon as he finished speaking, Xie pushed off with his right foot, suddenly accelerating, his body shooting like an arrow towards Yao Xuan. At the same time, a faint yellow light flashed around Xie, and his right hand suddenly turned. Accompanied by Xie's movements, a dagger about 40 centimeters long, yellow in color and glinting coldly, suddenly appeared, releasing a slight dragon's roar that echoed throughout the battle arena. Ancestral Dragon Martial Soul, activate. Seeing Xie charging at him, Yao Xuan stepped forward, secretly channeling his soul power. A series of 9 colored lights gathered around him, coalescing into the shape of the ancestral dragon martial soul. In the next moment, with Yao Xuan's incantation, the ancestral dragon let out a light roar and soared into the sky. After reaching its peak, Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon martial soul turned and rapidly descended, then accelerated, merging into the top of Yao Xuan's head, accompanied by a faint 9-color glow, integrating with Yao Xuan's body. With the ancestral dragon martial soul's activation, the blood and energy within Yao Xuan's body instantly boiled. His bones expanded a little, his height increased by nearly 10 centimeters, and a layer of faint dragon scales appeared on his surface. Although Yao Xuan believed his strength was much greater than Xie's, and even without using the martial soul activation, he could easily defeat Xie with just his physical power. He still chose to activate his martial soul to show respect for Xie. Xie was a proud person, and Yao Xuan understood that if he fought without activating his martial soul, Xie would definitely feel disrespected and hold a grudge. Of course, although he activated the ancestral dragon martial soul, Yao Xuan did not unleash the bloodline ability of his right claw dragon transformation against an 18th level soul master like Xie. Even with Xie's dual martial souls, it was far from enough for Yao Xuan to trigger his bloodline ability, so Yao Xuan's right arm remained in its normal form, not transformed into a dragon. Meanwhile, from a distance, with the appearance of the ancestral dragon martial soul, Xie suddenly felt a faint sense of heart palpitation rising in his chest. The light dragon dagger in his hand also began to tremble slightly, sending a wave of vague fear. What's going on? Feeling the fear emanating from the light dragon dagger, Xie felt somewhat puzzled. The Yao Xuan opposite him was just an 18th level soul master. How could he make his martial soul feel afraid? After all, his martial soul, the light dragon dagger, carried a hint of dragon bloodline. How could a noble dragon be easily intimidated? Despite his doubts about the state of his martial soul, Xie's movements did not stall. His figures seemed to become illusory, leaving behind afterimages. If an ordinary soul master were here, they would probably be left dizzy by Xie's maneuvers, unable to detect his true form. However, that was only for ordinary soul masters, before Yao Xuan, who possessed extraordinary comprehension and the ancestral dragon martial soul. Xie's figure had nowhere to hide. Yao Xuan simply clenched his fist, waiting for the right moment. Ha! Take this. Seeing Yao Xuan standing still, Xie thought he had successfully confused Yao Xuan. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up into a victorious smile. Then, his figure flashed, and he darted to Yao Xuan's side, stabbing the light dragon dagger towards Yao Xuan's arm. Too slow. Upon seeing Xie rushing towards him, Yao Xuan finally moved. He slightly shifted his body, and Xie's light dragon dagger brushed past Yao Xuan, not even touching a single hair on him. Immediately afterward, Yao Xuan struck like lightning, lightly throwing a punch aimed at Xie's abdomen. Bang! Accompanied by a muffled sound, Yao Xuan's fist struck Xie's stomach, sending Xie's body flying backward, crashing heavily to the ground. Although Yao Xuan only used a fraction of his strength, Xie, as an agility-focused soul master, had a physical quality inferior even to that of Zhou Changxi, so he had no power to resist and was knocked down to the ground by Yao Xuan's punch, his internal organs churning and stars dancing in his eyes. Oops, sorry. I used a bit too much strength. Xie, are you alright? Looking at the fallen Xie, Yao Xuan pretended to be concerned and stepped forward, trying to help Xie up. I'm fine. Just step aside. I can get up myself. Seeing Yao Xuan approaching, Xie said stubbornly. Then with effort, he propped himself up, but his figure was clearly swaying. Oh, you're fine? That's great. I almost thought I hurt you. So, shall we continue? Seeing Xie get up, Yao Xuan continued. No, that's enough. I lost. Let's not continue. Hearing Yao Xuan's words, Xie couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. He seemed to understand why the light dragon dagger had just conveyed a sense of fear. Well then, let's not fight. So, Xie, please pay my appearance fee of 50,000 federal coins. Seeing that Xie admitted defeat, Yao Xuan nodded, and with a thought, the state of his martial soul attachment, then said Ly. Defeating Xie, he received 7 golden evolution points. At the same time, a somewhat mechanical prompt from the system suddenly rang in Yao Xuan's ears. What? An appearance fee of 50,000 federal coins? Hearing Yao Xuan's words, Xie was momentarily taken aback and replied with a question. Yeah, if it weren't for you agreeing to pay me appearance fees, why would I accompany you in this? He continued. Are you trying to play tricks? While speaking, Yao Xuan was rubbing his fists. And no, Xie stammered, unable to find words as he watched Yao Xuan's actions, and quickly added, that's good. By the way, Xie, I noticed that you don't seem to be in great shape. Would you like me to take you to the school infirmary to check it out? After listening to Xie's words, Yao Xuan also patted Xie's shoulder and then asked with concern. Chapter 52. You seem quite pleasant. Let's be friends. No, it's fine. I'm okay. Hearing what Yao Xuan said, Xie also waved his hands repeatedly and then replied, it's good that you're not hurt. I was worried that I might have hit you too hard and cause an injury. If you really got hurt, that would be terrible because we still have to be roommates for 6 more years. Hearing Xie's response, Yao Xuan said again, then should I thank you? Sighing, Yao Xuan added, Yao Xuan, you really hide things deeply. This time I've really lost money and gotten beaten up. I've really had the worst luck. With a hint of a depressed expression on his face, Xie waved his hands and sighed. Now that you mention it, I feel a bit embarrassed to take so much money from you. How about this? You don't need to transfer me 50,000 Federation coins. Just half of that will do as my appearance fee. Seeing Xie's expression, Yao Xuan felt a bit guilty and then said, thanks. However, since I said I would transfer you 50,000 Federation coins, I will definitely do it. I, Xie, am not someone who goes back on my word. Hearing Yao Xuan's words, Xie shook his head and declined Yao Xuan's kindness. However, after listening to Yao Xuan, Xie's dislike for him inexplicably diminished somewhat, and he found Yao Xuan much more pleasant to look at. That works. By the way, Xie, as the saying goes, you can't know someone without a fight. After our match, I suddenly realized that you look quite pleasant. How about we become friends? Seeing that Xie insisted on giving him 50,000 federal coins, Yao Xuan did not refuse again, but instead spoke while extending his right hand. What? Yao Xuan's words came too fast, and for a moment, Xie was a bit taken aback and responded with a question. I said, Xie, I find you quite pleasant. Let's be friends. After all, we will be roommates for 6 years. We can't be at odds every day, right? Staring into Xie's eyes, Yao Xuan reiterated. Okay. I'm very happy to be your friend, Yao Xuan. Please take care of me in the future. Putting aside his hostility and carefully observing Yao Xuan, Xie felt that Yao Xuan looked increasingly friendly. Moreover, his martial soul, the light dragon dagger and shadow dragon dagger, also emitted waves of friendliness towards Yao Xuan. Therefore, Xie quickly extended his right hand and shook hands tightly with Yao Xuan. Xie, please take care of me in the future. Let's head back. After that, Yao Xuan and Xie chatted all the way back to the dormitory. Noon. During lunchtime, Yao Xuan also took Tang Wulin and Xie to the cafeteria, where they had a hearty meal. In the East Sea Academy cafeteria, the seemingly unremarkable Tang Wulin displayed astonishing potential, consuming 80 large buns in one go, nearly doubling the East Sea Academy's record and attracting everyone's attention. As for Yao Xuan, although he also had a large appetite, since the blood energy in his body had already formed his circulation, his food consumption was not as high as Tang Wulin's. Thus, he only ate 30 large buns before stopping. Looking at Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin, who were eating heartily in front of him, Xie's eyes showed surprise. After filling his stomach, Yao Xuan formally introduced Tang Wulin to Xie. Hearing about Tang Wulin's martial soul and soul power level, Xie felt a bit disdainful toward him in his heart, but for the sake of Yao Xuan, he still shook hands with Tang Wulin in a friendly manner. Yao Xuan didn't say much about this. Respect from others must be earned through strength. However, Yao Xuan also believed that with Tang Wulin's power and character, gaining Xie's acknowledgement and respect wouldn't be difficult. In the afternoon, everyone worked together to clean up the dormitory, and Yao Xuan took Tang Wulin to leave Donghai Academy, preparing to head to the Blacksmith Association in Donghai City for a blacksmith level assessment. A year ago, Yao Xuan had already broken through to the 1,000 forging level. But because there was no Blacksmith Association in Ally City, he hadn't undergone the blacksmith level assessment. Now that they were in Donghai City, Yao Xuan naturally needed to make up for this step. After completing the blacksmith level assessment, he could accept tasks from the Blacksmith Association and also earn extra rewards and benefits as long as he completed a certain number of tasks each month. Of course, before leaving Ally City, Meng Tian had repeatedly instructed Yao Xuan to temporarily conceal his strength as a level 3 blacksmith and to take the level 3 blacksmith vocational assessment only after turning 10. After leaving Donghai Academy, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin walked on the streets of Donghai City. Compared to Ally City, Donghai City was much larger and more complex. However, this did not pose a challenge for Yao Xuan, as he had already studied the map and completely memorized it through his extraordinary comprehension. Therefore, he led Tang Wulin to the Blacksmith Association with ease. Like Donghai Academy, the Blacksmith Association was also located in the central area of Donghai City. After walking for about half an hour, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin arrived at their destination. The Blacksmith Association was highly recognizable, even from hundreds of meters away. They could identify it at a glance. It was a square gray building that resembled a piece of refined metal, making it very distinctive. Surrounding the Blacksmith Association building was a huge hammer emblem, which was very eye-catching. With this emblem, even without a nameplate, it would be impossible for anyone to mistake the Blacksmith Association building. Upon entering the hall of the Blacksmith Association, they were greeted by a 10-meter-high glass wall. And in the center of the wall was a relief of a giant hammer, glimmering with a faint golden light, which looked very striking. With the emergence of mechas and battle armors, the status of blacksmiths on the Douluo Continent was rising at a visible speed, whether it was top-tier mechas or battle armors. They all required top-tier materials. Naturally, these top-tier materials had to be processed by top blacksmith masters, which made the Blacksmith Association a very important and wealthy organization. And its significance was continually increasing. Entering the hall, Yao Xuan led Tang Wulin to the front desk, where 2 attendants in gray uniforms were seated. "Hey, little kids, are you here to look for someone? This is the Blacksmith Association. You can't run around here." One of the attendants stood up and smiled as she spoke. "No, we are here to take the blacksmith level assessment. The teacher said we should find a master named Xinyu for the assessment." Listening to the waiter, Yao Xuan replied seriously, "Master Xinyu? All right. May I ask if you have ever been in contact with Master Xinyu?" Listening to Yao Xuan's words, the waitress was initially skeptical, but her expression became much more serious when she heard the name Xinyu. Xinyu is a member of the East Sea City Blacksmith Association, and it would be unlikely for an ordinary child to know him. Therefore, these 2 kids must indeed be here for the blacksmith level assessment. Chapter 53. Assessment. Mu Chen surprised, then I'll call Master Tsin first. As she spoke, the waitress dialed the spirit guide phone. A minute later, she said, "2 little friends, Master Tsin happens to be available. Please follow me." While speaking, the waitress led Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin to one side of the hall and entered the spirit guide elevator. Ding! After several dozen seconds, the spirit guide elevator stopped on the 15th floor of the Blacksmith Association building. The waitress then led Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin to Xinyu's office. After ringing the doorbell, a low voice from inside the office said, "Come in." Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin entered the office. The office was not large, about 30 square meters. Inside, there was a huge wooden desk, behind which sat a middle-aged man, around 40 years old, of short but sturdy build, with broad shoulders and a strong waist, especially well-developed biceps. You are the disciples of Hmph? Seeing Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling approach, Sun Yu put down the newspaper in his hand and asked with curiosity in his eyes. Yes, Master Sun, hello. My teacher also asked me to convey his regards to you. Yao Xuan said softly, bowing along with Tang Wuling. He has already informed me. I didn't expect that Hmph, such a proud guy, would take on disciples. Come with me. As he spoke, Sun Yu led Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling to the 3rd floor. Compared to the quiet 15th floor, the 3rd floor of the Blacksmith Association was quite noisy, with the sounds of forging ringing out. Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling filled out their personal information, and Sun Yu also applied for a testing room, leading them inside. The so-called testing room was actually a forging room. After they got familiar with the environment, a middle-aged female evaluator walked in. The assessment for a level 1 blacksmith required completing 100 forges. After announcing the rules, the evaluator led Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling to the storage rack to select the metals they wanted to forge. From a storage rack, Tang Wuling chose the silver he was most familiar with, while Yao Xuan undoubtedly chose the refined gold. Looking at their choices, both Sun Yu and the evaluator showed surprise. Among the metals, silver and refined gold were known for their high forging difficulty, and it was rare for blacksmiths to choose to forge them during assessments. Were these two kids a bit overconfident? Can we start? Yao Xuan asked calmly as he prepared. Yes, the evaluator nodded. With approval, Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling began forging, activating the forging platform, increasing the temperature, and smelting the metal. After more than 10 minutes, they took out the now red-hot metal blocks and swung their forging hammers to start forging. After forging 1,000 times of refined gold, Yao Xuan had crafted himself a pair of 1,000-forged refined gold hammers, and the properties were similar to Tang Wuling's yet-to-be-born silver hammer, designed to deliver 4 strikes with 1 blow. However, following Hmp's instructions, Yao Xuan did not reveal his 1,000-forged refined gold hammer and used a 1,000-forged tungsten steel hammer like Tang Wuling. Even so, Sun Yu and the evaluator were quite shocked. It was known that even many level 2 blacksmiths couldn't use the 80-kilogram 1,000-forged tungsten steel hammer, let alone Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling, who were only 9 years old. Such strength was astonishing. It seemed they were indeed not just bluffing. After completing the test hammering, Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling started forging, swinging their hammers as they struck the metal in front of them. Clang, 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 accompanied by the sounds of metal colliding. The forging room echoed with the rhythm of Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling's actions. Very good, very good. Watching their fluid movements, focused gazes, and calm expressions, both the evaluator and Sun Yu couldn't help but nod slightly, showing approval in their eyes. To achieve this level, completing 100 forges was absolutely sufficient. Talents. These two kids are definitely talents. It was known that silver and refined gold were very difficult to forge 100 times. Even level 2 blacksmiths might not succeed in forging silver and refined gold. Observing Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling's skilled movements and calm expressions, it was clear that they would not face much trouble in completing this task. This meant that Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling's strength was definitely not just that of level 1 blacksmiths. They had surely reached level 2. A 9-year-old level 2 blacksmith was a record-breaking presence. Hmph truly took in 2 good disciples. Sun Yu's heart flashed with this thought as he closely watched Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling's performance. Meanwhile, on the 3rd floor of the Blacksmith Association, the elevator doors opened with a ding, and a man and a woman stepped out. The man on the left was around 40 years old, handsome and imposing, exuding an air of authority. He wore a silver gray suit, had a strong build, and wore a medal on his left chest. The medal had a golden background, with a prominent forging hammer in the center, surrounded by 8 stars. If any blacksmiths were present, they would be shocked by this medal. The 8 stars indicated that this middle-aged man was an 8-star holy artisan blacksmith. In the entire Douluo Continent, there was only one 9-star divine artisan, and below there were the 8-star holy artisans, a true existence that was one person below and above 10,000 others, a rare phenomenon. Beside this middle-aged man was a girl around 12 or 13 years old, wearing a fitted outfit, tall and slender, with a golden ponytail and bright, expressive eyes, making her look very pretty. When the two appeared, a staff member immediately stood up, bowing 90 degrees, and respectfully said, "Greetings, President. Good afternoon, Miss Mu Shi. I am here to bring Mu Shi for the Level 2 Blacksmith Assessment. Please arrange for an evaluator." The middle-aged man nodded slightly and continued speaking. He was none other than the 8-star holy artisan, Mu Chun, the president of the East Sea City branch of the Blacksmith Association. Yes, please wait a moment. I will arrange that for you now. Hearing Mu Chen's words, the staff member nodded in response. At that moment, Mu Chen's eyebrows suddenly moved, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. In the air, Mu Chen caught a series of crisp and harmonious tapping sounds. Both the rhythm and frequency were very pleasant, making one feel quite comfortable. Huh? Is someone conducting a level 4 or above blacksmithing test? Slightly raising his head, Mu Chen inquired of the staff member. No. However, Masterton, you just brought 2 children over for a level 1 blacksmithing test, the staff member replied, somewhat confused. Just a level 1 blacksmith? Interesting. Upon receiving the staff member's answer, a glimmer of intrigue flashed in Mu Chen's eyes. He then turned to Mu Shi and said, You go to the testing room to prepare first. I'll go take a look. Chapter 54. Mu Chen's thoughts. Yes, father. Mu Shi was also somewhat curious, but she was about to undergo her level 2 blacksmithing assessment and could not afford to be distracted. After parting ways with his daughter, Mu Chen followed the sound to the testing room where Tang Wulin and Yao Xuan were located. Squinting his eyes to carefully listen to the forging sounds inside the testing room. This is the metal entering a fusion state? It was truly rare for a level 1 blacksmith to achieve such a feat. Nodding slightly, Mu Chen's eyes revealed a look of approval. As an 8-star master craftsman, Mu Chen's sensitivity to forging had reached an extraordinary level. He could already discern clues just from the sounds of Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin's forging. Although Yao Xuan did not perform a 1,000 forge technique, as a result of long-term practice, Yao Xuan's spirit had unconsciously resonated with the fine gold before him, entering a wonderful state, which was also the foundation of the 1,000 forge technique. Although he was very curious, Mu Chen did not enter the forging room, even as the president. He did not have such authority. However, deep down, Mu Chen had secretly developed an appreciation for talent. By the way, who is testing in room 3? Returning to the front desk, Mu Chen approached the staff member responsible for registration and curiously asked him, President, in room 3. The ones testing are Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin, brought in by Master Tsinyu. Listening to Mu Chen's words, the staff member respectfully replied, and with a few clicks, brought up the data sheet to show Mu Chen. It turned out to be someone under Oldson's command. No wonder. 9 years old. Looking at the information in front of him, a hint of relief appeared in Mu Chen's eyes, which was soon filled with surprise as he exclaimed softly, This 9 years old. Is there an error in your registration information? Are those 2 forging masters who are being tested really only 9 years old? Turning to the staff, Mu Chen curiously inquired, as he believed that someone with such a high level of skill as a forging master should be at least 19 years old, not 9. President, our records are correct. We even confirmed it at the time. We also find it hard to believe that such a young child could undergo the forging master level test. Hearing Mu Chen's question, the staff member answered in detail. 9 years old, just 9 years old? Such a prodigy. I must see him in person. Listening to the staff, Mu Chen was momentarily stunned, his eyes revealing an expression of disbelief. From the sound of the hammer, just now, Mu Chen had already confirmed that the unknown blacksmith, although not yet at the 3rd level, was at most just a step away from achieving complete forging. If he really was only 9 years old, it would truly be a miracle in the history of forging. How could Mu Chen not want to meet such a monstrous level blacksmith in person? Not only that, but Mu Chen also secretly resolved in his heart that if given the opportunity, he would definitely take this blacksmith as his apprentice and pass on his legacy. Beep beep. Just as Mu Chen was in shock, the soul guide communicator at his waist rang, pulling his thoughts back to reality. Dad, I'm ready. Can you come over now? Yes. I'm in room 6 for the test. Taking out the communicator, Mu Shi's voice came through. All right, I'm on my way. As he spoke, Mu Chen turned to the staff and seriously instructed, when Tsinyu and those 2 kids come out, have them rest at the Blacksmith Association and tell them I want to see them. You want to see them? Listening to Mu Chen's words, the staff member was also taken aback. Yes, I'm not joking. While speaking, Mu Chen walked towards the number 6 forging room. On the other side, in the number 3 forging room. Time's up. Accompanied by the evaluator's voice, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin stopped their forging hammers one after the other. After an hour of forging, the volume of the fine gold in front of Yao Xuan and the heavy silver in front of Tang Wulin had both shrunk significantly, emanating a strange luster, clearly indicating that they had completed 100 forge. Approaching the 2 pieces of metal, the evaluator carefully conducted an inspection and ultimately gave the result. Without a doubt, both Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin passed the assessment for first-level blacksmiths. Masters, we would like to continue applying for the assessment of second-level blacksmiths. Having received the passing result, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin bowed to the evaluator and Xinyu and made their request. All right, no problem. By the way, you two little guys, can you forge medium-sized parts? Hearing the words of Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin, the evaluator nodded without surprise and asked, generally speaking, a level 2 blacksmith needs to be able to perform 100 forging processes on 10 different metals. However, if the assessment were to be conducted that way, it would be too exhausting. Therefore, as long as one can use a metal that has undergone 100 forgings to create a medium-sized part, it is considered as completing the level 2 blacksmith assessment. Of course, that's possible. Listening to the evaluator, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin both nodded. Very well, then you can start, the evaluator said with a smile and a nod. With the evaluator's approval, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin began to swing their forging hammers and started the forging process. 40 minutes later, both Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin completed the forging of their parts one after the other. Having done this task hundreds of times, they naturally completed it smoothly. Good. Congratulations to you both. You have passed the evaluation and successfully advanced to level 2 blacksmiths. Your fundamentals are very solid. Keep up the good work in the future. After inspecting the works of Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin, the blacksmith announced the results with a smile and congratulated them. Then turned to Xinyu and said with a smile, "You have 2 good apprentices here. These 2 are not my apprentices. They are disciples of Mang Tian from Aolai City," Xinyu replied, shaking his head. Mang Tian? That guy? Listening to Xinyu, the middle-aged female evaluator also showed a hint of surprise on her face. Yes, it's him. Yao Xuan, Tang Wulin. Although these 2 pieces of metal are your forging achievements, as a result of the assessment, our Forgers Association will collect them free of charge and keep them. You have no objections, right? Xinyu explained, turning to Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin. No. Hearing Xinyu's words, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin shook their heads. That's good, let's go out. While speaking, Xinyu led the way in front. After thanking the evaluator again, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin followed Xinyu out of the forging room and headed toward the hall. Chapter 55. Yao Xuan, are you willing to take me as your master? Oh, President, Miss Mushi, what brings you here? Upon arriving at the hall and seeing the 2 in front of him, Xinyu showed a hint of surprise on his face. He then respectfully bowed to Mu Chun and asked, Yao Xuan, Wulin, this is our EC Forging Master Association's president, 8-star master craftsman, Master Mu Chun. You should quickly greet Master Mu Chun. Hello, Master Mu Chun. Hearing Xinyu's words, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin both bowed to Mu Chun and then greeted him. Ha, you 2 little ones, there's no need to be too formal. Just call me Uncle Mu Chun, he said with a smile. By the way, what are your names? Looking at Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin in front of him, Mu Chun asked with a grin. Uncle Mu Chun, my name is Yao Xuan, Tang Wulin. Hearing Mu Chun's question, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin answered one after the other. Oh, Yao Xuan, Tang Wulin, nice names. You 2 little friends. Are you here today to take the level 2 blacksmith assessment? Mu Chun nodded slightly and continued to ask. Yes, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin both nodded in response. Very good. I think, with your strength, you must have passed the assessment smoothly, right? With a slight smile on his face, Mu Chun continued to inquire. Yes, we both passed, Uncle Mu Chun, Yao Xuan nodded and replied. Good, good. Indeed, heroes emerge from the youth. Xinyu, I really didn't expect you to have taken in 2 good apprentices. Hearing Yao Xuan's words, Mu Chun's smile grew wider as he turned to Xinyu and said, President, they are not my apprentices, but rather the disciples of Master Mang Tian from Aolai City. Seeing Mu Chun looking at him, Xinyu also waved his hand and replied, Disciples of Mang Tian, I see. Listening to Xinyu's words, Mu Chun furrowed his brows. If the 2 youths in front of him were Xinyu's disciples, then it would only take a word for him to take them as his own disciples. However, if they were disciples of Mang Tian, that would be a bit troublesome, though still just a small trouble. President, what's wrong? Have they caught your eye? Xinyu asked curiously as he looked at Mu Chun. Of course. 2 9-year-old level 2 forgers. Don't you know what this represents? Mu Chun replied, rolling his eyes at Xinyu, while also extending his spiritual power to sense the states of Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin. Impossible. When Mu Chun's spiritual power swept over Yao Xuan, a flash of incredulity suddenly appeared in his eyes. However, relying on his level 8 Saint Artisan's cultivation, he quickly controlled his expression, then slightly urged his soul power to envelop both himself and Yao Xuan. Yao Xuan, I want to ask you a question, and you must answer truthfully. With a burning gaze, Mu Chun fixed his eyes on Yao Xuan and said, Okay, Uncle Mu Chun. Seeing the earnest expression on Mu Chun's face, Yao Xuan anticipated something and nodded slightly. Yao Xuan, have you already completed the 1,000 forgings? Rest assured, I have used my soul power to isolate the surrounding space. Our conversation will not be known by a third party. After a brief pause, Mu Chen asked, his voice lingering. Yes, I have indeed completed the 1,000 forgings. But, Uncle Mu Chen, how did you figure this out? Yao Xuan asked back with a hint of curiosity in his eyes. From your spiritual power, I sense the taste of refined gold. Only forgers who have completed the 1,000 forgings and truly interacted with metals will have such changes in their spiritual power. A 9-year-old level 3 forger, oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god. After answering Yao Xuan's question, Mu Chen exclaimed 3 times in succession, finally calming his expression. I lost my composure a bit. But I must tell you, a 9-year-old level 3 forger is a first in the entire history of the Douluo Continent. You are a true forging genius, and it would not be an exaggeration to call you a monster. So, Yao Xuan, would you be willing to take me as your master? Suppressing his inner joy and excitement, Mu Chen tried to ask as calmly as possible. Uncle Mu Chen, you are an 8-star saint artisan, so of course, I would be willing to take you as my master. However, in forging, I already have a master, Teacher Mang Tian, and I must seek his opinion. Listening to Mu Chen's words, Yao Xuan also answered, respecting teachers and valuing the way, you are a good child. Don't worry. I will specifically discuss it with your teacher Mang Tian, as long as you don't mind. All right, then I will lift the soul power seal. While speaking, Mu Chen also unlocked the seal on the soul power. Yao Xuan, what did Uncle Mu Chen ask you? Seeing Yao Xuan reappear, Tang Wulin asked curiously. It's nothing. If nothing unexpected happens, you'll know soon. Yao Xuan whispered in Tang Wulin's ear. All right, then I'll wait a bit longer. Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Tang Wulin stopped asking questions and quietly waited. While Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin were conversing softly on the other side, Mu Chen also obtained Mang Tian's soul communicator number from Xinyu, silently dialed it, and once again activated his soul power to isolate the environment. Hello. This is Mang Tian from the Mang Tian Forge. Who is this? Mang Tian was momentarily taken aback by the unfamiliar number on the soul communicator, but he still answered the call. Hello, I am Mu Chen, the president of the Forging Association in EC City, an 8-star master craftsman. Listening to Meng Tian's words, Mu Chen also introduced himself. It turns out to be President Mu. I've long heard of your great name. President Mu calling is definitely for the 2 children, Yao Xuan and Wu Lin, right? Listening to Mu Chen's words, Mang Tian also respectfully said and inquired, although he had a certain pride in the face of Mu Chen. A legendary figure in the forging world, Mang Tian felt nothing but admiration. Yes, Mang Tian, you have hidden yourself very well. A 9-year-old level 3 blacksmith, impressive, impressive. May I ask, how did you cultivate such a genius? Hearing Mang Tian's words, Mu Chen also spoke up to confirm, and then, with a hint of curiosity, asked, a 3rd-level forger? How did you find out that Yao Xuan is a 3rd-level forger? I clearly instructed him not to reveal his 3rd-level forging abilities too early. Listening to Mu Chen's words, Mang Tian did not respond, but instead asked back. Well, Yao Xuan did not reveal his strength as a 3rd-level forger. It's just that after completing 1,000 forges, there will be certain traces left in the forger's mental power, which I happen to discover. Don't worry besides me. No one else knows about his reaching the 3rd-level forger. Seeing Mang Tian inquire about himself, Mu Chen was not angry, but patiently explained. Chapter 56. Apprenticeship with Mu Chen, that's good. If his talent had been exposed so early, I don't think it would be a good thing for Yao Xuan. Hearing Mu Chen's words, Mang Tian also breathed a sigh of relief. His previously tense heart finally calmed down. You are right. Those cults would definitely not want to see the Sun and Moon Federation produce a 2nd divine craftsman. Recently, the Holy Spirit Church has shown signs of resurgence, planning several attacks and assassinations. If Yao Xuan's talent is exposed, he will undoubtedly face their assassination attempts. Hearing Mu Chen's words, Mang Tian also echoed, the 2nd divine craftsman? Do you think? Listening to Mu Chen's words, Mang Tian's tone also became excited. Based on Yao Xuan's talent. If there could be another divine craftsman on the Douluo Continent, aside from him, I really can't think of a 2nd candidate. Mr. Mang Tian, I solemnly make a request to you. I hope to take Yao Xuan as my disciple, to impart to him the knowledge of forging, and guide him on the path of becoming a divine craftsman. In response to Mang Tian's words, Mu Chen didn't hold back in praising Yao Xuan. And then he spoke very sincerely. Take him as a disciple? Hearing Mu Chen's words, Mang Tian felt very gratified, yet somewhat reluctant. After all, Yao Xuan was someone he had carefully nurtured for 3 years. If he were to just hand him over, Meng Tian would feel a bit unwilling. However, he also understood that Mu Qin's willingness to take on a disciple was undoubtedly a great opportunity for Yao Xuan, greatly benefiting his future development. Yes, Mr. Meng Tian. As a level 6 master, you can indeed provide guidance to Yao Xuan during his forging and even spiritual forging stages. However, when it comes to the soul forging stage, it might be difficult for you to continue helping him, right? But here it's different. Even when Yao Xuan is challenging the Saint Master level, I can still provide him with sufficient guidance. Furthermore, if one day Yao Xuan is to challenge the Heavenly Forge, I can invite Master Jinhua, who is my senior brother, to offer his guidance. I know you must be feeling very reluctant, but for the sake of the forging world and the future development of Douluo Continent, I sincerely request that you allow Yao Xuan to become my disciple. Of course, after this, you will still be Yao Xuan's teacher. I will simply be teaching him on your behalf. What do you think? Additionally, I know that due to insufficient soul power, you were injured during a past attempt at spiritual forging and have been unable to break through since. If you allow Yao Xuan to become my disciple, I can also seek out spiritual materials to heal your injuries. How does that sound to you? Mu Chen, as the president of the Forging Masters Association in EC City, spoke clearly with thorough analysis and sincere emotion. Under his persuasion, Meng Tian began to waver. Yes, Yao Xuan was indeed his disciple, but Yao Xuan was also a treasure born from the forging world and Douluo Continent. If his selfishness affected Yao Xuan's development, he would likely become a sinner throughout history. Furthermore, Mu Chen also promised that although Yao Xuan would become his disciple, he would still be his teacher, not taking away his credit. As compensation, Mu Chen could even treat his stubborn ailment. Given these conditions, there was really no reason for him to refuse. All right, President Mu Chen, I agree to let Yao Xuan become your disciple. For Yao Xuan's development and the future of the forging world, I cannot be too selfish. After pondering for a moment, Meng Tian finally made his decision and stated it through the soul communicator. Thank you, Mr. Meng Tian. On behalf of the forging world, I express my gratitude for your generosity and understanding. Listening to Meng Tian's words, Mu Chen also breathed a sigh of relief and then expressed his gratitude. It's nothing. This is what I should do. By the way, President Mu Chen, I would also like to recommend my other disciple, Tang Wulin, to be your student. Although his talent is not as good as Yao Xuan's, he has already broken through to a level 2 blacksmith at the age of 9, and he is only a little short of reaching level 3. Listening to Mu Chen's words, Meng Tian continued, Tang Wulin, all right, that kid's talent can also be considered a true genius. I agree to your request. After hearing what Meng Tian said, Mu Chen suddenly remembered that Tang Wulin, who came to the assessment with Yao Xuan, was undoubtedly a gifted genius and absolutely qualified to be his disciple, as well as to pursue the title of a Saint Craftsman. However, under the shock of Yao Xuan's 1,000 forges, he had momentarily forgotten about this matter. Now that he received Meng Tian's reminder, Mu Chen naturally would not refuse such a request. All right, thank you, President Mu. Then I won't take up more of your time. Seeing that Mu Chen was willing to accept Tang Wulin, Meng Tian happily said, no problem, no problem. So when the time comes, you can come to EC City, and I will invite a healing-type soul master to diagnose you and purchase spiritual items to help with your treatment. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Meng Tian, Mu Chen finally hung up the phone and then approached Tang Wulin and Yao Xuan. Yao Xuan, Meng Tian has already agreed for you to become my disciple. Additionally, Wulin, your talent is also very good, and I would like to accept you as my disciple as well. Meng Tian also agrees with this. Are you willing to become my disciple? Mu Chen asked with a smile, looking at Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin in front of him. I am willing, Uncle Mu Chen. Hearing Mu Chen's words, Tang Wulin's eyes flashed with a glimmer of light, and then he agreed, all right. But from now on, you don't have to call me Uncle Mu Chen. You should call me Master. Looking at Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin in front of him, Mu Chen also reminded them with a smile, hello, Master. Listening to Mu Chen's words, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin exchanged understanding glances and respectfully bowed to him, then obediently said, all right. Mu Chen continued, let me introduce you. This is your senior sister and also my daughter, Mu Shi, who is currently in the 5th year at Donghai Academy and just passed the level 2 blacksmith assessment today. By the way, you are also from Donghai Academy. So Mu Shi is your senior sister. Turning around and pointing at the girl behind him, Mu Chen smiled as he spoke. Yes, we are all students of Donghai Academy. Hello, senior sister Mu Shi. Yao Xuan greeted the girl in front of him, while beside him, Tang Wulin also greeted Mu Shi. Hello, junior brothers. If you get bullied at Donghai Academy, you can come to your senior sister for help. I can protect you, Mushi said with a cheerful smile as she looked at Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin. Thank you, senior sister Mushi. Although Yao Xuan believed that no intermediate-level students could bully him, he naturally wouldn't deliberately contradict Mu. She'd upset her in response to her kindness. Mushi, what you said sounds like the head of a little gang. However, Yao Xuan, Wulin, if you encounter trouble at school, you can indeed ask her for help. She has quite a good reputation there, Mu Chun explained with a smile after giving Mushi a glare. Chapter 57, Mushi's Challenge. The appearance of Wu Chong Kong gaining the recognition of the important figure Mu Chun, Yao Xuan received 50 golden evolution points. As Yao Xuan successfully apprenticed under Mu Chun, the system's notification sound echoed in his ears. By the way, Yao Xuan, Wu Lin, do you have soul guide numbers? With a smile on his face, Mu Chun suddenly asked Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin. Master, we don't have any. Hearing Mu Chun's words, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin shook their heads slightly. A soul guide communicator costs over 10,000 federal coins. Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin could afford it, but clearly, it was not a worthwhile purchase for them. I see. Then I'll give you these 2 items as a small gift. As he spoke, a flash of light appeared in Mu Chen's hand, and 2 small soul guide communicators appeared in his grasp. Thank you, Master. Listening to Mu Chen's words, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin both respectfully thanked him, reaching out to take the items, 1 for each of them, and putting them on their hands. Now, you should record my soul guide communication number. If you encounter any serious trouble, you can contact me. 2 days later, you can come here to collect your forging medals, and afterwards, you can take on tasks at the Forging Association. In the future, you should continue your own training, and every weekend afternoon, come here together. I will provide unified guidance for half a day. Additionally, I remind you not to neglect your soul power cultivation. In any profession without strong soul power, it is impossible to reach the peak, especially you, Wulin. You need to put more effort into your soul power cultivation. Looking at Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin before him, Mu Chun patiently instructed. Thank you for your teachings, Master. Yao Xuan, Tang Wulin will definitely remember them. Hearing the responses from Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin, Mu Chun nodded in satisfaction. At this moment, Mushi walked up beside him and said stubbornly, Yao Xuan, I want to challenge you to a forging competition. As a talented girl, Mushi had always been regarded as a genius in the forging world, breaking through to a second-level forger at just 13 years old. Even Mu Chun admitted that she had surpassed him during their peers' time. Today, Mushi successfully advanced to a second-level forger, which should have been a day of celebration. However, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin showed up and shattered Mushi's record, especially Yao Xuan, who was mistakenly thought by his father to be a 4th-level forger. Due to her competitive spirit developed since childhood, Mushi felt a burning desire to know just how strong Yao Xuan really was. Sheer, don't be troublesome. Hearing Mushi's words, Mu Chun shot her a reproachful glance. Father, I just want to exchange some forging experiences with Yao Xuan. I mean no harm. Looking into Mu Chun's eyes, Mushi quickly explained. Fine. How could Mu Chun not see his daughter's true feelings? However, after a moment's thought, he realized that his daughter's path in forging had been too smooth, so a little setback this morning wouldn't be a bad thing for her. Therefore, he ultimately did not stop Mushi. Senior Mushi, I'm honored that you want to compete with me. However, Wu Lin and I still need to go back to report. How about this weekend, when I come to learn forging from my master, we can exchange ideas then. Listening to Mushi, Yao Xuan also responded, okay, that's settled then. It's a deal. After listening to Yao Xuan's words, Mushi nodded. And then Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin left the Blacksmith Association and hurried back to the Donghai Intermediate Academy. The next morning, at 8 o'clock, in a huge square at the center of Donghai Academy, students from both the intermediate and advanced departments gathered here. Once all the students had assembled, the president of Donghai Academy, an elderly man with the surname Yu, around 60 years old and wearing glasses, stepped onto the podium to give a speech. President Yu was very talkative. Although he had no script, he spoke for a full 15 minutes before concluding. Following that, the other students exited one by one, leaving only the first-year students from the intermediate department to await class assignments. The process of class assignment was quite simple. Prior to this, the student strength, innate soul power, soul spirits, martial souls, mental strength, and other attributes have been thoroughly investigated, and they were assigned to classes based on a certain algorithm. Now it was just a matter of announcing the results. When he reached the podium, Long Hongshu also offered a few encouraging words before starting the class assignments. Unsurprisingly, Yao Xuan, Tang Wulin, Xie, and Zhou Chanxi were all placed in Class 5, which was the lowest class. Upon learning the results, Both Xie and Zhou Changxi showed expressions of regret, while Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin remained calm. All right, now the class teachers will lead their students back to their classrooms to get acquainted with the academy. After the class assignments were completed, Long Hungshu clapped his hands, and 5 teachers came out. One of the teachers with lake blue hair walked toward class 5, and when the children, except for Yao Xuan, saw him, they couldn't help but be slightly stunned. This class teacher was indeed quite handsome, standing about 1.8 meters tall, with a slender and tall figure, dark eyes full of spirit, dressed in a white robe, and long hair cascading down his back, looking ethereal. However, his face was expressionless, and his gaze was somewhat cold. It was Wu Changkong. Wow, the teacher is really handsome. Several girls whispered to each other while looking at Wu Changkong. Follow me. In front of the students, Wu Changkong said, and then a chill emanated from his body. Feeling the coldness radiating from Wu Changkong, almost all the students couldn't help but shiver, except for Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin. Looking at Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin, Wu Changkong's face also showed a hint of surprise. After completing a simple assessment of the students, Wu Changkong led the way to the classroom. Since class 5 was the lowest class, its classroom was on the first floor and located in the innermost part, which also reflected the principle of the superiority of strong soul masters in the soul master world, used to encourage students to cultivate diligently. Upon entering the classroom, there were a total of 30 sets of desks and chairs, with the podium located at the front, just like in the Earth Star, and there was also a blackboard. Take your seats. Reaching the podium, Wu Changkong instructed. Yao Xuan chose a seat in the second row, while Xie and Tang Wulin sat on either side of Yao Xuan. My name is Wu Changkong. I will be your class teacher for the next 6 years. As he scanned the students in front of him, those who were talking immediately felt a chill in their hearts and quickly fell silent, and the classroom became quiet. Then, Wu Changkong began to introduce himself while writing his name on the blackboard. Now, please introduce yourselves, stating your name, soul power, martial soul, and future aspirations. Starting from you. He pointed to the first student in the first row and said, Chapter 58. All right, very spirited. My name is Yin Xiao, martial soul, star disc, soul power level 12, and my goal is to become a wise support type soul master. The first student, a small-sized boy, stood up a bit trembling when Wu Changkong pointed at him and then introduced himself. Next. Wu Changkong nodded slightly, but made no comments, instructed. One by one, the students stood up and introduced themselves, and soon it was Tang Wulin's turn. Tang Wulin, martial soul blue silvergrass, level 12. My goal is to become a powerful soul master. Standing up, Tang Wulin said very seriously. Blue silvergrass, a useless martial soul, and still wants to become a powerful soul master? How laughable. Just as Tang Wulin was introducing himself, an unpleasant voice came from the back of the classroom. Whoosh! At that moment, accompanied by a sound of something cutting through the air, a piece of chalk was precisely thrown by Wu Changkong, hitting the throat of the classmate who mocked Tang Wulin, causing him to gag. Immediately after Wu Changkong's cold voice came, remember one thing, in this world, there are no useless martial souls, only useless people. Before you call others useless, think about your own character. You are not useless, yet you ended up here? Continue. Yao Xuan, martial soul lizard dragon, level 18. My goal is to become a powerful soul master and battle armor master. Standing up, Yao Xuan said. Listening to Yao Xuan's introduction, the other classmates cast envious glances. Achieving level 18 at the age of 9 is an extraordinary accomplishment. Just 2 more levels, and he can advance to a great soul master and obtain his second soul skill. Reaching level 18 at 9 years old already qualifies as a genius, as long as there are no accidents. Advancing to soul sage before the age of 15 and getting into a high-level academy is almost a certainty. Oh, your soul power is level 18? After hearing Yao Xuan's words, Wu Changkong was also taken aback for a moment, and then asked for the first time, Yao Xuan, tell me, how are you doing up in class 5? Someone bullied my good friend Tang Wulin, so I got into a fight with him, which violated school rules, and director Long assigned me to class 5. After listening to Wu Changkong's question, Yao Xuan answered truthfully. Fighting? So that's how it is. Good. Follow me, and you will have many opportunities for fighting and practical combat. Sit down. With a slight nod, Wu Changkong signaled Yao Xuan to take a seat. Behind Yao Xuan was Xie, whose level of 18 once again shocked the entire class. 2 level 18 students. These should have appeared in class 1. Hee, that guy Long Hungshu really knows how to play his cards right. Looking at Yao Xuan and Xie's levels, Wu Changkong understood Long Hungshu's intentions. However, For Wu Changkong, he was also happy to teach those with better talent. Good. Although everyone has come to Class 5, everyone has a heart to become stronger. And I am very satisfied. In the next 6 years, my goal is to train you to become the strongest among your peers. Do you have confidence? After all the students introduced themselves, Wu Changkong stood back at the center of the podium and spoke. Yes, except for Yao Xuan and Xie's confident voices. The responses from the other students were somewhat quiet. I can't hear you again. Listening to the students' answers, Wu Changkong's face revealed a hint of displeasure, and a faint chill emanated from him. Yes, stimulated by the coldness radiating from Wu Changkong, the students' voices involuntarily rose a few notches to counteract that slight chill. Not strong enough, so quiet, yet you want to become powerful soul masters? Looking at the students before him, the cold air around Wu Changkong surged even stronger, causing even Tang Wulin to shiver slightly, while only Yao Xuan remained calm and composed. Yes, under the dual stimulation of the chill and Wu Changkong's words. The classmates answered this time with a voice that was almost a shout. Good, very spirited. Listening to the students, Wu Changkong nodded in satisfaction. You all have confidence. That's great. Tomorrow morning, we will officially start classes. Compared to other teachers, my teaching method will be very different. If you are afraid of hardship, exhaustion, pain, or injury, it's best to transfer or find a way to change classes as soon as possible. However, if you choose to stay, be prepared for devilish training. I hope you can maintain the spirit you showed today during training. All right, class dismissed. After speaking, Wu Changkong turned away from the classroom, leaving the students to discuss among themselves. The next day, in the morning. Today marks the beginning of formal classes. Most of your courses will be taught by me personally. Now, everyone stand up and follow me to the playground. Dressed in a white shirt and plaid pants, Wu Changkong walked to the podium and coldly commanded, silence. Form 2 lines. Looking at the somewhat noisy students, Wu Changkong was not angry, but calmly instructed. Under Wu Changkong's powerful aura, the students obediently lined up in 2 rows, and no one dared to continue talking loudly or making noise. As I mentioned yesterday, my teaching method is different from other teachers. Their teaching is primarily theoretical and practical exercises, but mine focuses on practical combat. Practical combat is the best way to improve your strength. Today's first lesson is practical combat. Next, you will pair up for practical combat. I will act as the referee, and it's a single elimination format. Let me see your strength so I can formulate a training plan for everyone. Seeing the students form 2 lines, Wu Changkong continued. Teacher Wu, I'm a support-type soul master. Do I need to engage in combat as well? At this moment, a student named Yun Xiao, whose martial soul was a starred disc, timidly raised his hand and asked. Of course you do. Imagine if you were on the battlefield and told the enemy you were a support-type soul master. Would they let you go? Wu Changkong replied coldly. In the future, I don't want to hear any doubts about my orders. Otherwise, as he spoke, Wu Changkong released a chilling aura, causing Yun Xiao, who was far away, to shiver involuntarily. There will be punishment. Now, let us begin with you. He pointed to the first pair of students, who happened to be Tang Wulin and Zhou Changxi. Tang Wulin, last time Yao Xuan helped you, but this time without his protection. I'm going to teach you a lesson, Zhou Changxi said as he clenched his fists. Bring on. I won T lose. Tang Wulin stubbornly replied, looking at Zhou Changxi. Begin. There are no rules. Knock down your opponent, and you can use any means necessary. There is no need to hold back. With me here, no one will get hurt. Wu Changkong announced, signaling the start of the battle as he looked at Tang Wulin and Zhou Changxi. With the sound of the battle starting, Zhou Changxi activated his soul power, and a vivid brown monkey appeared on his shoulder. This little monkey was Zhou Changxi's 10-year soul spirit. After releasing his soul spirit, Zhou Changxi activated his first soul skill and charged aggressively at Tang Wulin. Although Tang Wulin was not as large as Zhou Changxi, he showed no fear. Silently, he threw a punch. With a strength of 500 kilograms, Tang Wulin believed he wouldn't lose to any of his peers outside of Yao Xuan. Bang! Under the sympathetic gazes of the classmates, Tang Wulin's fist collided with Zhou Changxi's fist. Surprisingly, the seemingly small Tang Wulin remained motionless, while the tall Zhou Changxi staggered back 3 steps, his face showing disbelief. Instantly, the way the classmates looked at Tang Wulin changed. There was less contempt and more fear. Even Xie looked at Tang Wulin with newfound interest, realizing that Yao Xuan's little brother had some skills. Taking advantage of the momentum, Tang Wulin confidently pursued Zhou Changxi, throwing several punches, ultimately eliminating him. Tang Wulin wins. Next group. Wu Changkong coldly instructed as Zhou Changxi left the stage in embarrassment. One by one, Students took the stage, and soon it was Yao Xuan's turn. His opponent was Li Chushui, whose martial soul was a black cat and soul power was rank 12. Unsurprisingly, Li Chushui was defeated by Yao Xuan's single punch, contributing a bit of golden evolution points to Yao Xuan. The next round of battles began quickly, and this time, Yao Xuan's opponent was Han Lan, whose martial soul was an earth element and soul power was ranked 13, making her one of the strongest students in Class 5 aside from Yao Xuan and Xie. However, in front of Yao Xuan, Han Lan was still incredibly weak. Yao Xuan didn't even need to activate a soul skill. He simply activated his martial soul and, with a single claw swipe, tore through the stone prison Han Lan had constructed with all her might and moved beside her, forcing her to concede. After 2 rounds of practical combat, only 5 students remained: Yao Xuan, Xie, Tang Wulin, and 2 others. After a 5-minute break, the 3rd round began. Coincidentally, Xie and Tang Wulin faced off against the 2 other students and defeated them, leaving only Yao Xuan. Yao Xuan, your opponent is me. 3rd round, 3rd match. Yao Xuan versus Wu Changkong. Wu Changkong said, pointing at Yao Xuan. Teacher Wu, isn't this a bit unfair? Although he was very much looking forward to it, Yao Xuan still said, I think it's quite fair. Don't worry, I won't bully you. I will only use soul power ranked 18 and my first soul skill. Moreover, if you can withstand 3 of my moves, you win. Wu Changkong confidently stated in an authoritative tone as he looked at Yao Xuan. Understood, Teacher Wu. Listening to Wu Changkong's words, Yao Xuan no longer hesitated and strode to the center of the arena. Now let's begin. Almost at the moment of announcing the start, a flash of blue light flickered in Wu Changkong's hand, and streams of soul power gathered, forming a long sword that shimmered with a faint blue light. Looking incredibly beautiful and exuding a chilling aura, this was Wu Changkong's martial soul, the Tianshuang sword. So cool. Yes, what a handsome sword. Such a powerful aura. I wonder if Yao Xuan can withstand Teacher Wu's sword strike. Watching Wu Changkong's attack, the students were also discussing among themselves, their eyes shimmering with envy. With the appearance of the frost sword, a faint chill emanated from Wu Changkong's surroundings, and, at the same time, his speed suddenly increased by several folds. He took a step forward and then swung his sword, slicing through a clear, cold blue sword light filled with endless coldness, aiming for Yao Xuan's waist. So fast. Watching the sword from Wu Changkong, Yao Xuan couldn't help but secretly admire him. After all, Wu Changkong was a prodigy who had previously studied at Shrek Academy. Even though he suppressed his soul power to level 18 and did not strike seriously, he was still much stronger than Yao Xuan at his current level. Although he was secretly astonished, Yao Xuan's movements did not stall for a moment. While retreating backward, he frantically urged his soul power. Compared to Wu Changkong, Yao Xuan's speed in summoning his martial soul was significantly slower. After Wu Changkong's attack, the 9-colored radiance finally began to gather lightly, forming the phantom of the ancestral dragon martial soul in front of his right hand. Ancestral dragon, possess. With a faint shout in his heart, the ancestral dragon martial soul in Yao Xuan's hand soared into the sky and sped toward his crown. But at the same time, Wu Changkong's Tianshuang sword, carrying its chill, approached Yao Xuan. Ancestral dragon, shattering step. Watching Wu Changkong's sword, Yao Xuan had not yet performed the martial soul possession. He could only urge the power of his blood, activating the bloodline ability attached to the ancestral dragon bloodline. His body adapted to the phase of space and took a nimble step to the side, avoiding Wu Changkong's sword. Watching Yao Xuan's step, Wu Changkong also let out a light exclamation, revealing a hint of surprise in his eyes. He never expected that Yao Xuan, who was merely a soul master, could use such exquisite footwork. Amazing. He actually avoided it. Yes, I can't even catch Teacher Wu's sword shadow, but Yao Xuan was able to dodge this sword. That's incredible. If only I were that strong. Watching Yao Xuan evade Wu Changkong's attack, the students' eyes were filled with envy and admiration. And even Xie was secretly astonished. Even as a sensitive attack-type soul master with dual martial souls, Xie did not have complete confidence in being able to dodge Wu Changkong's sword. It seemed that Yao Xuan's strength was stronger than he had imagined. Although the students cast envious glances at Yao Xuan, he was not satisfied with his performance. His control over the martial soul was far inferior to Wu Changkong's, which also meant that even after Wu Changkong had already struck once, he had only just completed his martial soul possession. If this were a real life-and-death battle, it would be fatal. Just as Yao Xuan was reflecting, the ancestral dragon martial soul in mid-air had already howled down and merged with Yao Xuan's body. At the same time, a layer of shallow, shimmering nine-colored scales grew on the surface of Yao Xuan's body, causing his strength and momentum to surge immensely. Feeling the sudden increase in Yao Xuan's aura, Wu Changkong's eyes flashed with surprise. At this moment, Yao Xuan's strength was already comparable to those weaker soul masters. Even among the same-level students at Shrek Academy, what he could achieve was probably just about this much. Moreover, Yao Xuan had not undergone systematic training, which made Wu Changkong feel like he had stumbled upon a treasure. While thinking this, a sense of appreciation for talent arose in Wu Changkong's heart. Chapter 60. This time, I admit defeat. Teacher Wu, be careful. Saying this, Yao Xuan urged his martial soul, and the next moment, the ancestral dragon's spirit appeared in front of him, and the first round of yellow soul ring behind him suddenly flickered. Ancestral dragon sky, shattering strike. With a low roar in his heart, the powerful soul skill, ancestral dragon sky, shattering strike, finally made its debut in the Douluo Continent. Accompanied by the flickering of the soul ring, Yao Xuan's right foot pushed off, and his figure instantly transformed into a shadow, rushing towards Wu Changkong. While his arms crossed in front of him, claws forming a diagonal cross, tearing towards Wu Changkong. So fast, it's actually 100 years soul ring. That's amazing. I can barely see his speed. Truly worthy of being an 18-level soul master. Watching Yao Xuan strike, the envy in the eyes of the other students deepened, and Xie's eyes also flashed with admiration. As for Tang Wulin, who had never seen Yao Xuan in action, he looked at Yao Xuan with intense admiration, feeling nothing but immense respect and love. Brother Xuan is truly incredible. If only I had half of his strength. Impossible. Is this really an attack that a soul master can unleash? Watching Yao Xuan strike, there was a look of disbelief in Wu Changkong's eyes. If he didn't know that Yao Xuan was only an 18-level soul master, he wouldn't question this strike even if it were the third soul skill of a soul sage. Even by Shrek Academy standards, Yao Xuan's strike could be rated as superior. Moreover, upon careful observation of Yao Xuan's move, Wu Changkong could only think of one phrase to describe it: flawless. If the soul skills of other students were full of flaws, then Yao Xuan's strike was truly seamless. Even Wu Changkong, a soul emperor from Shrek Academy, couldn't find a single flaw in an instant. Whoosh! Yao Xuan's claws sliced through the air, leaving two traces that were difficult to capture with the naked eye, quickly closing in on Wu Changkong's body. As the ancestral dragon sky shattering strike approached, a serious expression appeared on Wu Changkong's face. If he only used 18-level soul power, he might not be able to fully withstand this strike. However, Wu Changkong was also a man of his word. Since he said he would only use 18-level soul power, he did not want to go back on his word, silently urging his soul power. The first deep yellow soul ring behind Wu Changkong flickered. Frost mark. With a gentle shake of his right hand, Wu Changkong's Tian Shuang sword met Yao Xuan's claws. In an instant, strands of sky blue sword energy erupted from the Tian Shuang sword, intertwining and merging together, instantly forming a layer of light blue barrier. Yao Xuan's Zulong Lai Tian strike crashed into the blue shield in front of Wu Changkong, and waves of cold air surged towards Yao Xuan, causing a thin layer of white frost to form on his arm. Fortunately, with the protection of dragon scales, Yao Xuan was not frozen. At the same time, the blue shield in front of Wu Changkong trembled violently. Although Yao Xuan's Zulong Lai Tian strike had not reached the millennium level, its penetrating power against soul energy was still quite formidable. Half a second later, the blue shield in front of Wu Changkong suddenly shattered, turning into countless blue particles of light that dissipated into the air. In the meantime, Wu Changkong swung his sword again, slicing through a blue-green light shadow towards Yao Xuan. Seeing Wu Changkong strike, Yao Xuan's face also showed a serious expression. With a thought, the forged tungsten steel hammer from the spatial soul guide appeared. Yao Xuan then grasped the handle of the forged tungsten steel hammer and moved to meet Wu Changkong's Tian Shuang sword. Wu Changkong was taken aback by Yao Xuan's actions. He never expected Yao Xuan would respond this way. Clang! With a dull sound, the forging hammer in Yao Xuan's hand collided with the Tian Shuang sword. In an instant, a crack of about 1 centimeter appeared on the forged tungsten steel hammer. But at the same time, Wu Changkong's sword was also sealed. If Wu Changkong had used soul power at the Soul Emperor level, his strike could have even split a 2-character battle armor, let alone a small piece of forged metal. However, Wu Changkong was only using Soul Master level soul power at that moment, which was why it was blocked by the forged metal. Meanwhile, his body was forced to retreat due to the immense force. What incredible strength! This hammer strike must weigh at least 3,000 kilograms. Oh my god, what kind of monster is this? Feeling the immense power in his arm, Wu Changkong secretly marveled, while quietly raising his soul power to the soul ancestor level. He lightly tapped twice in the air to stabilize his trajectory, preventing himself from making a fool of himself in front of his classmates. Very good. Yao Xuan wins. This time, I admit my defeat. A hint of admiration appeared on Wu Changkong's face as he said coldly, defeating Wu Changkong, gaining his acknowledgement, and earning 20 gold evolution points. With Wu Changkong's admission of defeat, the system's prompt sounded in Yao Xuan's ear. Indeed, fighting was the best way to earn gold evolution points. With this influx of gold evolution points, Yao Xuan's total had reached 98 points. At the same time, he thought to himself, although Yao Xuan's level had already reached 18, his daily training only yielded 5,000 ordinary evolution points, meaning he could only condense 1 gold evolution point every 2 days. Yet now, just from exchanging 3 moves with Wu Changkong, he had earned 20 gold evolution points. An astonishing gain. Thank you, Teacher Wu, for your mercy. Listening to Wu Changkong's words, Yao Xuan also bowed and thanked him. No, I didn't hold back. This is the result of your own strong abilities. Very good. In the 4th round, Tang Wulin faced off against Xie, with the winner going up against Yao Xuan. After listening to Yao Xuan's answer, Wu Changkong shook his head, then praised Yao Xuan generously before announcing the start of the next round of battles. Accompanied by Wu Changkong's words, Tang Wulin and Xie stepped into the central area, and the battle began. Although Tang Wulin had an advantage in strength, his combat experience was nearly 0, and he was easily defeated by the agile Xie. However, due to Wu Changkong's intervention, Xie's light dragon dagger did not cause any harm to Tang Wulin, so Tang Wulin did not exhibit the golden scale phenomenon. Finally, it was time for Yao Xuan and Xie's battle. With a hint of bitterness, Xie approached Yao Xuan. Teacher Wu, can I admit defeat? He weakly asked, looking at Yao Xuan in the distance. He didn't want to be hit by Yao Xuan again, as his stomach had hurt for half a day after yesterday's match. No. Fight start. After hearing Xie's words, Wu Changkong coldly rejected him, and then announced the start of the battle. Don't worry, I will control my strength. Looking at Xie, Yao Xuan said lightly before throwing a punch. After several exchanges, although Xie dodged left and right, under the dual pressure of Yao Xuan's Zulong Sui Kong's step and extraordinary comprehension, he was still hit by a punch on the shoulder and fell to the ground. Chapter 61. Selection. Promotion match ends. Yao Xuan wins. Looking at the fallen Xie, Wu Changkong coldly announced the result. Yao Xuan, you clearly said you would control your strength. Xie said, somewhat dissatisfied, glancing at Yao Xuan. All right, enough talking. Get up quickly. Wu Changkong shot a glare at Xie, and feeling the cold gaze, Xie obediently stood up. Gather around. Looking at the students in front of him, Wu Changkong said indifferently, the competition is over. Do you know what feeling you gave me? Wu Changkong coldly asked the classmates in front of him. Except for Yao Xuan, I can only describe you all in 5 words. Rotten wood cannot be carved. No wonder you were assigned to Class 5. Without waiting for the classmates to respond, Wu Changkong answered himself. However, please rest assured, even rotten wood can shine brightly in my hands. Currently, from your battles, I found the biggest problem is your physical fitness is too poor. Perhaps you think that physical strength is useful at this stage, but will be useless in the future. Wrong, completely wrong. I can responsibly tell you that a good body is the foundation of becoming a powerful soul master, especially now with the emergence of mechas. An ordinary person can become a mecha master even without soul power. Compared to soul power, a strong physique is the foundation for a mecha master. Only with excellent physical fitness can one withstand the impacts and high-intensity combat within a mecha. Given that everyone's physical abilities are generally weak, starting tomorrow, our class will undergo special physical training. Every morning, you will train your physical fitness, and in the afternoon, I will teach you theoretical knowledge. Today's morning class is over. You may disperse and reflect on today's battle. Looking at the students in front of him, Wu Changkong calmly analyzed the battle and finally announced the next arrangements in an undeniable tone. Yao Xuan, Xie, Tang Wulin, you 3 come with me. As the classmates left in a bustling manner, Wu Changkong called the 3 who were preparing to return to the dormitory and then took them to his office. 5 minutes later, walking all the way, Wu Changkong brought the 3 to his office, a small room of about 10 square meters, containing only a desk, a bookshelf, and a chair. Very simple. You 3 are the best performers in our class, especially you, Yao Xuan. Your martial soul and soul skills are truly unique. Looking at Yao Xuan, Tang Wulin, and Xie, he said, the reason I called you here is simple. You three have been selected as the members of Class 5 to participate in the promotion match. Looking at the three students, Wu Changkong began to explain, every year, Donghai Academy holds a promotion match involving all grades. This is also a grand event for our Donghai Academy. The so-called promotion match is to select students from the weakest class in each grade to challenge the next higher class. Class 5 challenges Class 4, and so on. If they win, the class prefix changes. In other words, if you defeat Class 4, our class will no longer be Class 5 but Class 4, and after winning, you can continue to challenge until you lose. Moreover, if you defeat Class 1, you can challenge students from the 2nd, 3rd, up to the 6th grade. Once victorious, you will receive substantial rewards. This is a battle of honor and also an opportunity to earn more cultivation resources for yourself. In the promotion match, the class ranked lower decides the number of combatants, but cannot be less than 3 people. The participants from our class will be you 3. Looking at Yao Xuan and the other 2, Wu Changkong patiently explained. We understand. We will definitely work hard. After listening to Wu Changkong's words, the 3 of them nodded vigorously. Yes, very good. Originally, my goal was to change our class name to Class 1 of the 1st grade. But with the presence of Yao Xuan, this goal needs to be set higher. Your task is to defeat at least Class 1 of the 3rd grade. The promotion competition will be held in 3 months, so starting tomorrow, in addition to attending classes, I will conduct special training for the 3 of you every night. All right. Tang Wulin, Xie, you are dismissed. I need to have a private chat with Yao Xuan. After explaining his goals to the 3, Wu Changkong signaled for Xie and Tang Wulin to leave, leaving only Yao Xuan behind. Yao Xuan, your performance today was very good. Now, I want to ask you a question, and I hope you will answer truthfully. What exactly is your martial soul? Closing the office door, Wu Changkong asked seriously. I don't know either. The spirit master said my martial soul is a lizard dragon, but I know my martial soul is definitely not a lizard dragon. However, I'm not quite sure what it is specifically. Teacher Wu, you have seen and learned a lot. You must know what my martial soul is, right? Listening to Wu Changkong's words, Yao Xuan naturally knew that the explanation of the lizard dragon couldn't deceive Wu Changkong. So he replied half-truthfully, you first release your martial soul, and I'll observe it carefully. Hearing what Yao Xuan said, Wu Changkong also opened his mouth to respond. Yes, Teacher Wu. After receiving Wu Changkong's answer, Yao Xuan had a thought and activated his soul power, causing the ancestral dragon martial soul to suddenly appear. I don't seem to have seen a similar martial soul before. However, this weekend, I will look for a few well-informed friends, and by then, your martial soul should be sorted out. After examining Yao Xuan's martial soul for a long time, Wu Changkong shook his head slightly, and then somewhat shyly replied, Thank you, Teacher Wu. After listening to Wu Changkong's words, Yao Xuan also expressed his gratitude, but secretly laughed in his heart. In today's Douluo Continent, it is impossible for anyone to recognize his ancestral dragon martial soul. Even Gu Yue could at most identify the power that shares the same origin as the dragon god, but she would never be able to call out the name of the ancestral dragon. It's nothing. By the way, is your hammer today a forging hammer? Wu Changkong continued to ask while looking at Yao Xuan. Yes, I have learned forging. Hearing what Wu Changkong said, Yao Xuan nodded in response. Soul Master. As a Soul Master, why do you need to learn forging? With a raised eyebrow, a hint of displeasure appeared in Wu Changkong's eyes. Teacher Wu, the cultivation of a Soul Master requires resources. I learned forging in order to obtain cultivation resources. In addition, I also want to become a Battle Armor Master, which consumes even more resources. I believe that learning forging is very necessary. After listening to Wu Changkong's words, Yao Xuan replied, Well, that's true. I didn't expect that at such a young age, you already understand the importance of a second profession. However, for Soul Masters, learning mecha design, mecha structure, and mecha repair is generally more beneficial. After listening to Yao Xuan's words, Wu Changkong nodded slightly and continued speaking. Chapter 62, Physical Training, Gu Yue arrives. Thank you, Teacher Wu, for your guidance. However, I am already a level 2 blacksmith and have been accepted as a disciple by Master Mu Chun, so I want to continue on the path of forging. Listening to Wu Changkong, Yao Xuan bowed and then explained, Mu Chun, are you referring to the president of our East Sea City Forging Association, Master Mu Chun, the 8th level holy craftsman? Hearing Yao Xuan's words, Wu Changkong showed a hint of surprise on his face, then responded with a question. Yes. While nodding, Yao Xuan replied, if he is willing to take you as his disciple, then I support you in making forging your second profession in the future. However, you must also remember that the foundation of a soul master is always soul power. Don't become complacent in your cultivation of soul power just because you're learning forging. After a moment of contemplation, Wu Changkong continued, I understand, Teacher Wu. Master Mu Chun taught me the same thing. Listening to Wu Changkong's words, Yao Xuan nodded in reply. That's good, keep it up. I am looking forward to your progress in this month. While saying this, Wu Changkong also issued an order to dismiss the guests. The next morning at 8 o'clock, Donghai Academy, playground. After breakfast, all the students of Class 5 gathered on the playground at the scheduled time, and no student dared to be late. Very good, no one is late. This morning, your task is to run 10 laps around the playground. Looking at the students in front of him, Wu Changkong coldly issued the command. Listening to Wu Changkong's orders, despite being intimidated by his authority, the students were filled with resentment. The playground of the intermediate department of Donghai Academy had a circumference of 800 meters. 10 laps amounted to 8 kilometers, which was no easy feat even for students with the soul power of soul masters. Yao Xuan, Tang Wulin, Xie. The three of you stepped forward. After announcing the task, Wu Changkong spoke loudly again. Yes. Hearing Wu Changkong's words, Yao Xuan and the other two stepped out from the line. A month later, Donghai Academy will hold a promotion competition with the following rules. Yao Xuan and the other two students, as the winners of yesterday's battle, will represent our class in the competition. In order to train their abilities, unlike you, they will need to undergo additional weighted training. Come on, let's continue. After introducing the rules of the promotion competition, a gleam of light flashed in Wu Changkong's hand, and 3 pieces of iron chain armor appeared, which he distributed to Yao Xuan and the others. Among them, Tang Wulin and Xie, as iron chain armor weighed 20 pounds, while Yao Xuan's iron chain armor weighed 100 pounds, 5 times that of Tang Wulin and Xie. Now let's start training. After distributing the iron chain armor, Wu Changkong coldly issued the command, and the students gritted their teeth and began to run. As an agility-type soul master, Xie, despite carrying 20 pounds of iron chain armor, was still very fast. As for Tang Wulin, his speed was slightly slower, but he could steadily keep up with the main group. As for Yao Xuan, although his burden was 5 times that of Tang Wulin and Xie, thanks to the enhancement from the primary ancestral dragon body and the ancestral dragon bloodline, Yao Xuan was even faster than Xie by a bit, leading the pack and drawing the attention of his classmates. 1 lap, 2 laps, 5 laps. By the time the physical training reached the 5th lap, almost half of the students had fallen behind. Xie felt as if his legs were weighed down with lead, and his lungs burned as if on fire, while only Tang Wulin and Yao Xuan still had some energy left, their breathing steady and their pace smooth. In fact, if Yao Xuan had given it his all, he would have already completed 10 laps by now, but that would have attracted too much attention and served no real purpose. So he chose to lead the group at a steady pace instead of accelerating again. Looking at the students on the playground who were nearly collapsing, Wu Changkong remained silent, but his brow was already furrowed, revealing a sense of helplessness. The foundational skills of these children were generally too poor. Just as the students were training vigorously, a young girl walked slowly along the path from the intermediate department's playground to the school gate. She was a girl dressed in white pants and a white top, appearing to be of similar age to the other students in Class 5 of the first year. But her looks were exceptionally beautiful. Her long black hair cascaded down to her waist, appearing smooth and delicate, and on her slender neck was a flawlessly exquisite face that was hard to resist. What a stunning beauty she was, with a fair and delicate face that shone with a faint luster like soft jade, and her large, sparkling eyes, bright and full of life, had a hint of mischief. Her slightly upturned nose was delicate and small, and her lips, which were slightly pursed, gave off an irresistible charm. As for her figure, it was equally astonishing, perfect in every way. Although some parts had yet to develop due to her age, she was already a living beauty, not to mention her fair skin, which was equally captivating. Moreover, this girl seemed to possess a strange aura, like a lotus that is untouched by mud, transcending the mundane world, resembling a fairy. And her steps had a special rhythm, coordinated like a beautiful dance. Hello, may I ask which class you are in? After scanning the girl, Wu Changkong's gaze paused for a moment. She wasn't wearing a school uniform. It was already class time, so he stepped forward and asked, I came to attend school, but they said the registration period has already passed. While answering Wu Changkong's question, the girl's gaze was fixed on Yao Xuan, who was leading the run, her eyes sparkling with an inexplicable interest in him. Came to attend school? Are you a student of Donghai Academy? Looking at the girl, Wu Changkong frowned and continued to ask, Not yet, but I hope to study here. May I please, teacher? Listening to Wu Changkong, the girl continued speaking. If it were an ordinary teacher, they might have directly chased her away, but Wu Changkong was not an ordinary teacher. You can, but this is the Soul Master Academy, and you must rely on your own abilities to study here. Looking at the girl, Wu Changkong continued, I am willing to accept your challenge. The girl smiled. Okay, what is your name? Wu Changkong asked. Gu Yue, the girl replied softly. All right, Gu Yue, I will give you a chance. After saying that, Wu Changkong turned to Yao Xuan, who was jogging, and said, Yao Xuan, come here. Yes, teacher Wu. Seeing Gu Yue's appearance, Yao Xuan felt secretly excited, but he still pretended to be calm as he jogged over. He is Yao Xuan, our strongest classmate. If you can fight him with all your strength and prove your abilities, you can stay. Wu Changkong continued, looking at Gu Yue. Okay. Gu Yue replied, while smiling sweetly at Yao Xuan. Yao Xuan, you have 10 minutes to rest. The battle will begin in 10 minutes. Wu Changkong said lightly. Looking at Yao Xuan. Yes. Although he had consumed less than half his stamina, Yao Xuan still sat cross-legged, meditating to rest. 10 minutes later. Distance of 30 meters. Prepare. Wu Changkong said calmly, looking at Yao Xuan and Gu Yue. With Wu Changkong's command, Yao Xuan and Gu Yue both stepped back until they were about 30 meters apart, then stopped. Observing Gu Yue in front of him, Yao Xuan couldn't help but marvel at her beauty. She was truly the embodiment of the Silver Dragon King Gu Yue Na, captivating and stunning, immediately catching Yao Xuan's eye. If Nar was more about cuteness, evoking Yao Xuan's protective instincts, then Gu Yue before him represented an extreme beauty that stirred Yao Xuan's desire for conquest. While Yao Xuan was sizing up Gu Yue, she was also secretly observing him, her eyes revealing a serious expression, but beneath that seriousness lay an inexplicable emotion. Let's begin. Seeing that both were ready, Wu Changkong called out simply and directly, Ancestral Dragon, possess. As Wu Changkong's voice fell, Yao Xuan's heart moved, activating the soul power within him, and a 9-colored brilliance condensed in front of him, revealing the Ancestral Dragon martial spirit. This is... Feeling the aura of the Ancestral Dragon martial spirit before Yao Xuan, Gu Yue, who was initially planning to attack, suddenly showed an incredulous light in her eyes, and her movements slowed for a moment. Dragon God? How is that possible? Why is the aura of the dragon god appearing on a human, on him? Gu Yue bit her lip tightly, and at this moment, her heart was stirred by a great wave. Isn't the dragon god already fallen? And am I not the inheritor of the dragon god's rational attribute? But what is his martial spirit? What is the aura emanating from him? However, Gu Yue was the main personality of the Silver Dragon King. Although she was immensely shocked, this was a battle, and in just an instant, she entered a combat state. Quickly raising her hand, and a circle of yellow soul rings burst forth from under her feet. Actually, it's not surprising that Gu Yue mistook the aura of the Ancestral Dragon for that of the Dragon God. The Dragon God itself was born from a trace of the Ancestral Dragon's bloodline, sharing the same root and source, with a resemblance of about 90% in aura. Since Gu Yue was only releasing her spiritual power at the spirit communication level, this misunderstanding arose. Just as Gu Yue summoned her soul rings, the Ancestral Dragon martial spirit in front of Yao Xuan rapidly soared upward, then turned around to charge towards Yao Xuan's crown, ultimately merging with Yao Xuan's body. With the possession of the Ancestral Dragon martial spirit, Yao Xuan's momentum surged significantly, and a layer of faint scales appeared on his body, protecting him, while the tips of his fingers rapidly sharpened into sharp dragon claws. That's right, this is indeed the aura of the dragon god. Sensing the aura after Yao Xuan's martial spirit possessed him, Gu Yue became more certain of her previous assumption, and at the same time, she began to connect with her earlier memories. At that time, she had not yet differentiated Nar as a secondary personality, and her memories had not awakened. She only remembered that there was a Na in her name and had lived in Yao Xuan's home for 2 years under the name Nar. During that time, she always felt that Yao Xuan's aura was exceptionally pleasant, making her feel close. Could it be that this was the effect of the dragon god's aura on him? The more she thought about it, the more convinced Gu Yue became of her idea. As a noble Silver Dragon King, how could she possibly be attracted to the aura of a human? It must be the dragon god's aura that attracted her. Definitely. However, why the aura of the dragon god would appear in a human body and martial spirit was something Gu Yue couldn't figure out at the moment. But she was not in a hurry. After all, she came to Yao Xuan's side to conquer him, and with her interactions with Yao Xuan, she believed this question would surely find an answer. Yes, it will. Countless thoughts flashed through her mind, but Gu Yu's movement to release her soul skill did not pause. As her soul rings flashed beneath her, a red halo suddenly flickered behind her. Then, Gu Yu lightly pointed forward with her jade arm, and a fireball the size of a fist was ignited from in front of her, shooting towards Yao Xuan with intense heat. Fire element control? Not bad. This child's martial spirit quality is good, and the fundamentals are solid. Watching Gu Yu's attack, Wu Chongkong beside her nodded slightly, mentally commenting, "What a beautiful girl. What a cool fireball. I wonder if Yao Xuan can take this hit." Meanwhile, all the students from Class 5 who were jogging nearby slowed their pace, watching the battle between Yao Xuan and Gu Yu, each secretly thinking. Just as Gu Yu launched the fireball, Yao Xuan had already completed the martial spirit possession, and seeing the small fireball charging at him, Yao Xuan was not afraid at all. He secretly activated the ancestral dragon sky splitter step and swiftly dodged to the side. As Yao Xuan evaded, Gu Yu's fireball passed by him, not even brushing against a hair on Yao Xuan's body. Observing Yao Xuan's dodge, Gu Yu's eyes revealed a hint of surprise again. From Yao Xuan's movement just now, she faintly sensed a fluctuation in space, and Wu Chongkong beside her narrowed his eyes slightly, secretly marveling at the subtlety of Yao Xuan's footwork. Having evaded Gu Yu's attack, Yao Xuan did not retreat, but directly lunged at Gu Yu, while secretly channeling his soul power, and the first circle of yellow soul rings behind him lit up. Ancestral Dragon Sky Splitter Strike. If it were against other soul masters, Yao Xuan would naturally not dare to use this strike. Otherwise, if he exerted too much force and injured the opponent, it would not be a good thing. Among soul masters, it was still important to prioritize harmony. However, facing Gu Yu, Yao Xuan had no such concerns. How could the dignified Silver Dragon King possibly be unable to withstand his first soul skill? Watching Yao Xuan's movements, Wu Chongkong's expression suddenly became serious from a distance. He secretly urged his soul power, ready to intervene and prevent Gu Yu from being harmed by Yao Xuan's soul skill. However, in the face of Yao Xuan's attack, Gu Yu's face remained calm, showing no signs of fear. Accompanied by the flashing of soul rings, Yao Xuan's voice shot towards Gu Yu, with his arms crossed in front of him, claws positioned across his chest in a diagonal cross, launching towards Gu Yu. As Yao Xuan's attack drew closer, just as Wu Chongkong prepared to act, the red halo behind Gu Yu suddenly turned blue, and her speed increased significantly. Yao Xuan's Zulong Liantian strike passed by Gu Yu's side, the powerful gust of wind blowing her shirt, yet it failed to touch her body. Oh, a dual attribute martial soul of wind and fire? Could it be that I've stumbled upon a treasure? Observing Gu Yu's reaction, Wu Chongkong was secretly astonished, his eyes fixed on the confrontation between Yao Xuan and Gu Yu. Chapter 64. Stalemate. Gu Yu joins Yao Xuan's attack mist, and at the same time, the halo behind Gu Yu suddenly turned yellow. In the next moment, the ground beneath Yao Xuan's feet suddenly softened, resembling a swamp, firmly sticking to his feet. Can she control earth elements as well? And this kind of control ability, I'm afraid even soul masters at the soul sovereign level can't achieve that. Watching Gu Yu's moves, Wu Chongkong couldn't help but sigh internally, feeling a strong desire to nurture such talent. This kind of child is exactly the one he hopes to cultivate. In the midst of battle, feeling the changes beneath his feet, Yao Xuan frowned, preparing to exert force to break free from the restraint. At that moment, the halo behind Gu Yu flickered again, turning into a water blue. Then, Gu Yu gently waved her right arm, instantly condensing a sharp ice cone, shooting towards Yao Xuan's chest with an overwhelming chill. Water. She can also manipulate water elements, controlling earth, wind, water, and fire. What kind of martial soul is this? Observing Gu Yu's techniques closely, the surprise in Wu Chongkong's eyes deepened. Even with his vast knowledge, he couldn't identify Gu Yu's martial soul. Yao Xuan was actually trapped. This girl is really impressive. That ice cone is so fast. I wonder if Yao Xuan can defend against this move. On the playground, as they watched the ice cone approach Yao Xuan, the hearts of the observing classmates were in their throats, eagerly anticipating Yao Xuan's response. It's useless. Looking at Gu Yu's ice cone, Yao Xuan showed no fear. He simply formed a fist with his right hand and punched towards the ice cone. Bang! With a muffled sound, Yao Xuan's fist collided with Gu Yu's ice cone in midair, resulting in a dull thud. In the next moment, the ice cone shattered into countless ice shards that scattered in all directions. In contrast, Yao Xuan's fist remained unscathed, only showing a faint white. In a layer of light, frost appeared due to the chill. But that was all. What strong defense. Watching Yao Xuan remain unfazed, Both Gu Yue and Wu Changkong couldn't help but marvel. The power of that ice cone strike was such that even a great soul master would be heavily injured if hit directly, yet it didn't even penetrate Yao Xuan's defense. Having crushed Gu Yue's ice cone with one punch, Yao Xuan activated his bloodline ability, Zulong Suikong Step, and used the power of space to break free from the swamp's restraint, charging towards Gu Yue again. Take this. Seeing Yao Xuan rush towards her again, Gu Yue snorted coldly, and her hands flew, launching a barrage of ice cones, fireballs, and wind blades towards Yao Xuan. So many. This is too brutal. So fierce. My God, if it were me, I would probably be killed in one move. Watching Gu Yue's attack, the other students felt their hearts race. Such a dense barrage of attacks was like a human-shaped artillery. Could Yao Xuan really withstand it? This girl is too strong, able to fight back against Yao Xuan. Wearing iron chain armor, Xie also stared intently at the battle, secretly amazed. If he were to fight her, he would probably only face defeat. Here it comes. Watching the various elemental attacks launched at him by Gu Yue, Yao Xuan's face remained calm. Although Gu Yue's attacks were swift, their power at most reached the Great Soul Master level, posing no threat to him. With each punch he threw, Yao Xuan shattered Gu Yue's elemental attacks, rapidly closing the distance between them. No wonder he can catch Nara's eye. He truly is impressive, but I will not lose. Looking at Yao Xuan, a hint of admiration flashed in Gu Yue's eyes, which soon turned into determination. The aura of her soul power actually increased again, and her attacks became even more fierce. Faced with the now serious Gu Yue, Yao Xuan finally felt some pressure. His school uniform bore several scorch marks and cracks, clearly a result of Gu Yue's attacks. All right, let's call it here. You two could be considered evenly matched. Gu Yue, you have already proven your strength. Seeing the two stalemated, Wu Changkong stepped in to interrupt the battle between Yao Xuan and Gu Yue. In terms of strength, Yao Xuan and Gu Yue could be considered equals, which was enough to demonstrate Gu Yue's power. After listening to Wu Changkong's words, Gu Yue retracted her martial soul and stopped using elemental power to attack Yao Xuan. While Yao Xuan quietly. The fierce battle between Gu Yue and Yao Xuan ended in a draw, earning 20 golden evolution points. With the conclusion of the battle, the system's prompt echoed in Yao Xuan's ears. At the same time, Gu Yue turned to Wu Changkong and asked, "Teacher, can I enroll now?" "Of course you can. I will keep my promise to you. But first, you need to tell me about your background and the specifics of your martial soul." Wu Changkong replied with a smile and a slight nod. "All right, the battle is over. Quickly continue your training. No slacking off. Last place will run 3 extra laps." He then turned to the students on the playground and loudly issued orders. After listening to Wu Changkong's words, the students finally came back to their senses from this spectacular and intense battle, and then continued to move forward. Compared to before, their speed seemed to have increased a bit, whether it was out of fear of punishment or stimulated by the battle between Yao Xuan and Gu Yue. It was hard to tell. "All right, teacher, here is my recommendation letter for the junior college. And as for my martial soul, it is elementalist." Listening to Wu Changkong's words, Gu Yue took out a letter from the Spatial Soul Guide and handed it over, then explained, "Elemental Master?" After hearing Gu Yue's response, Wu Changkong couldn't help but furrow his brows again. Although he considered himself knowledgeable, he had truly never heard of such a martial soul. "Teacher, my martial soul can control 6 elements: earth, water, wind, fire, light, and space. However, my soul rings cannot enhance any of these elements. In other words, I can manipulate the elements, but I cannot strengthen them. My first soul skill is called Elemental Tide, which reduces the consumption of my elemental manipulation and enhances my control over the elements." Noticing the surprise in Wu Changkong's eyes, Gu Yue patiently explained, "What a magical martial soul. By the way, you just said you can manipulate space elements. Could you demonstrate it?" Listening to Gu Yue's explanation, Wu Changkong's eyes also revealed a look of sudden realization. Although Gu Yue's martial soul can control 6 elements simultaneously, she cannot specialize in any one of them, which aligns more with the common knowledge in the Soul Master community. However, this further highlights Gu Yue's astonishing control, although she cannot enhance the elements. With the power of the elements themselves, she was able to firmly block the incredibly strong Yao Xuan. What an amazing talent and mastery this is. "All right, teacher." Listening to Wu Changkong's words, Gu Yue smiled slightly, and a flash of silver light appeared behind her, suddenly appearing 3 meters away. "Good, very good. From now on, you are a member of our class, Class 5 of the first year," Wu Changkong said with an even broader smile as he watched Gu Yue's actions. Chapter 65. You sit aside. "Thank you, teacher." Gu Yue said with a charming smile as she looked at Wu Changkong. No need to be formal. My name is Wu Changkong. Just call me Teacher Wu from now on. Also, since you've joined Class 5, let's go run together. It's a total of 10 laps. This is our mandatory physical training. Wu Changkong continued to instruct. Yes, Teacher Wu. With a slight smile, Gu Yue did not refuse and directly ran to the edge of the playground, joining the other students from Class 5. Meanwhile, Yao Xuan also continued to put on his iron chain suit and joined the group as well. How heavy is your iron chain suit? Gu Yue slightly accelerated and ran to Yao Xuan's side, curiosity evident in her eyes as she asked. 100 pounds, Yao Xuan replied while taking steps forward. 100 pounds? That's so heavy. Then your stamina must be really good, right? Also, you were really impressive during our battle today. Gu Yue continued with a smile. Well, this level of weight doesn't challenge me at all. Besides, you're quite impressive too. If it weren't for me, a regular level 18 soul master probably wouldn't even be able to withstand 3 of your moves. Yao Xuan said, showing an appreciative smile as he looked at Gu Yue's stunning face, then complimented her. You're flattering me. I hope to learn from you in the future. I hope to learn from you too. Just as the students of Class 5 were vigorously training, Wu Changkong was at that moment holding Gu Yue's recommendation letter and had arrived at the Academic Affairs Office. After some persuasion and a bit of forceful intimidation, Long Hung Su obediently helped Gu Yue complete her enrollment procedures, making her an official student of the Intermediate Department of Donghai Academy. Gather. When Wu Changkong returned after completing the paperwork, the students had basically finished their running training, and Wu Changkong calmly announced the gathering. Hearing the command from Wu Changkong, the trainees, like defeated soldiers, dragged their exhausted bodies and barely stood still. This morning, the training ended, and due to your poor physical condition, we will continue the training in the afternoon. All right, dismissed. Yao Xuan, Gu Yue, Xie, Tang Wulin, you 4 stay behind. Looking at the disheveled 5th-class trainees in front of him, Wu Changkong continued to instruct. Afternoon. Additional training? Listening to Wu Changkong's words, the trainees, who had initially sighed in relief, now frowned again like bitter gourds, but no one dared to voice any objections. The other trainees dispersed, leaving only 4 people on the playground, Yao Xuan and 3 others. Among them, although Yao Xuan was carrying 5 times the weight of the others, he remained calm and composed, only breaking a slight sweat. Meanwhile, Tang Wulin was also in good condition and did not seem tired at all. As for Gu Yue, although she was a girl, she could harness the power of the wind while running, making it easy for her to complete the task. Her face appeared flushed, making her look very cute, and her clothes were slightly damp with sweat, revealing her delicate skin underneath. The one in the worst condition among the 4 was actually Xie. Although he was a sensitive attack system soul master, physical strength was not his strong suit. And with the added weight of the iron chain clothes, he was now panting heavily, every muscle in his body sore. If it weren't for Tang Wulin supporting him, he would have almost fallen to the ground. Gu Yue, your enrollment procedures have been completed. From now on, you are a student of our Class 5 in the 1st year. Here are your school uniform, textbooks, and dormitory keys. Take them. While speaking, Wu Changkong handed a bag to Gu Yue. Thank you, Teacher Wu, Gu Yue said softly as she accepted the bag. The reason I called you over is simple. There will be some changes to the participants in our Class 5 promotion competition. Gu Yue, let me first introduce the rules of the promotion competition to you. After explaining the rules to Gu Yue, Wu Changkong turned back to the others. Previously, the participants from our Class 5 were Yao Xuan, Xie, and Tang Wulin. Now, with the addition of classmate Gu Yue to our group, the participants will be changed to Yao Xuan, Gu Yue, and Xie, with Tang Wulin as a substitute, but he will still participate in special training. Understood? Wu Changkong announced with a stern look in his eyes. Understood. Listening to Wu Changkong's words, the 4 of them responded, but only Tang Wulin's eyes revealed a hint of reluctance. Seeing Tang Wulin's expression, Yao Xuan patted him on the shoulder to offer comfort. All right, everyone disperse. Rest well during lunch. Your training will be even more intense this afternoon, and you will also have special training in the evening. After announcing the changes in the competition participants, Wu Changkong signaled everyone to rest well and then left. I'm so hungry. Let's go eat in the cafeteria, Tang Wulin said, rubbing his stomach as he approached Yao Xuan. Okay, let's go. Hearing Tang Wulin's words, Yao Xuan nodded and then led the way. Yao Xuan, I'm hungry too. Can you take me to the cafeteria to eat? At that moment, Gu Yue approached from a distance, smiling sweetly. Of course, I'm happy to help, Yao Xuan replied while nodding. 15 minutes later, at EC Academy's cafeteria. As usual, Yao Xuan, Tang Wulin, and Xie each got their food and formed a line, with Yao Xuan sitting in the middle, while Tang Wulin and Xie sat on either side of him. This lunchtime, the main dish for the B meal was buns. After a day of training, Tang Wulin, Yao Xuan, and Xie all had big appetites. Even Xie, who had the smallest appetite, ordered several large meat buns. Just as the three were about to start eating, a female voice suddenly came from beside Xie. "You, move aside." "Why should I?" Without thinking, Xie directly replied, showing an unhappy expression and turning around. "I want to chat with Yao Xuan, but you're blocking me, so please move aside," Gu Yue said in a tone that brooked no refusal. No, coming from a prominent family, Xie had never been spoken to in such a manner. Remembering that Gu Yue, as a transfer student, had taken his roommate Tang Wulin's spot in the competition, he became even angrier and firmly refused. If you want team move, does that mean you want to spar with me?" Hearing Xie's words, Gu Yue's voice suddenly rose a notch. Immediately after, Xie felt a chill at the back of his neck, as if an ice pick had been pressed against it without him noticing. All right, you're impressive. I'll back down. Listening to Gu Yue's tone, Xie could only let out a helpless sigh and obediently replied. Thinking back to the battle between Gu Yue and Yao Xuan in the morning, Xie understood that although Gu Yue was a girl, he was definitely not her match. After all, she could fight Yao Xuan evenly, while he was defeated by Yao Xuan in just a few moves, and the gap in strength was evident. Chapter 66. You just want her body. Truly worthy of a silver dragon king. So imposing. Hearing Gu Yue's imposing words, Yao Xuan couldn't help but silently sigh in his heart. If one were to follow the rules, how could Gu Yue possibly be worthy of the noble identity of the silver dragon king? This is how it should be. Listening to Xie's words, Gu Yue finally nodded in satisfaction, and the ice spike that was pressed against Xie's neck quietly disappeared. Afterwards, Gu Yue elegantly sat down next to Yao Xuan with a tray in hand, while Xie, looking dejected, sat beside Tang Wulin. "Gu Yue, are you eating so little? There's training in the afternoon. You should eat a bit more." Looking at Gu Yue, who had only taken one serving of the second meal and 3 steamed buns, Yao Xuan asked with a smile. He couldn't help but think of Na, who had an astonishing appetite back then. Thank you for your concern, Yao Xuan, but my appetite is quite small. This is about enough to fill me up," Gu Yue replied, glancing at the large bowl in front of Yao Xuan filled with at least 20 big meat buns. A hint of nostalgia flashed in her eyes. This guy can still eat as much as before. Although Gu Yue and Na had undergone a separation of personalities, they both inherited the memories of the Silver Dragon King, which included Na's memories from the time she lost her memory. In other words, they both possessed the memories of their interactions with Yao Xuan. However, Na inherited a personality formed during the period of the Silver Dragon King's amnesia, which held goodwill towards humans, while Gu Yue inherited the Silver Dragon King's hatred toward humans. Nevertheless, she still harbored a certain fondness for Yao Xuan, and the ancestral dragon aura emanating from him also produced a faint attraction, even a kind of charm. Moreover, due to her bet with Na, she was actually at EC Academy to win over Yao Xuan. According to their agreement, whoever could win Yao Xian's love in the end would dominate after their reintegration. Of course, being able to eat is a blessing. All right, let's eat quickly while it's hot. We have training in the afternoon, and judging by Teacher Wu's demeanor, the training will definitely not be easy. After listening to Gu Yue, Yao Xuan also replied with a smile, and then he started eating the buns in front of him. At noon, in dorm room 205, Yao Xuan, do you think he likes you? She insisted on sitting next to you, and even used force to drive me away. Back in the dorm, Xie leaned in mysteriously beside Yao Xuan's ear and asked, "Maybe. Anyway, I feel like I've developed feelings for her. If she likes me too, wouldn't that be mutual affection?" Listening to Xie, Yao Xuan replied with a smile, saying that as long as he conquered Gu Yue's heart, along with Na's feelings for him, he would have completely won over the Silver Dragon King Gu Yue Na. Of course, the process of conquering Gu Yue's heart could not be achieved overnight. It would require repeated battles and experiences together to eventually open her heart, allowing her to abandon her hatred and truly love him. All of this would definitely be a long process, but Yao Xuan was fully confident in himself. He believed he could help Gu Yue break free from the shackles of hatred and live happily with him. However, conquering Gu Yue Na was definitely not Yao Xuan's ultimate goal. What he truly wanted was to help Gu Yue Na achieve genuine redemption. But all of this would certainly not escape the interference of the mastermind Tang San. To accomplish this great redemption, having strong power was an absolute necessity, and he could not afford to slack off. Oh dear, forgetting friend for the sake of beauty, Yao Xuan, let me tell you, that's not love. You're just craving Gu Yue's body. Listening to Yao Xuan's response, Xie also joked, "This isn't forgetting friends for the sake of beauty. This is called a spark of the soul, love at first sight. What does a little kid like you understand?" He poked Xie on the shoulder. Yao Xuan said with a smile, "Of course, deep down, I have to admit that yes, I'm just craving Gu Yue's body. You act like you're not a little kid." Xie muttered and turned away, clearly a bit unhappy with Yao Xuan's preference for beauty over friendship. Wulin, don't be discouraged. Train hard. Even if you can't participate in the promotion competition, getting the chance for special training from teacher Wu will definitely be a great help to you. Keep it up. Yao Xuan encouraged as he approached Tang Wulin's bedside. Brother Xian, I will definitely cherish this opportunity and work hard to improve myself." Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Tang Wulin nodded vigorously, his eyes filled with determination. "I believe in you," he said. Yao Xuan replied with a slight nod. "By the way, Xian Gu, you just said you fell in love with Gu Yue at first sight. Is that true?" At this moment, Tang Wulin curiously asked. "Of course, what's wrong?" Yao Xuan countered. Looking at Tang Wulin, "It's nothing. I just feel like Xian Ji's love came a bit too suddenly, like a tornado. However, I believe Xian Gu will definitely win her over," Tang Wulin said seriously, shaking his head slightly. "Thank you, Wulin. I also believe I can win her over." Yao Xuan replied with a faint smile, responding in the same serious tone, secretly feeling happy inside. Although Tang Wulin was only a level 12 soul master, Yao Xuan knew he was the child of destiny of this era. What a child of destiny says seriously is definitely not just a joke. It could change the wheel of fate of this era. Furthermore, Tang Wulin's words meant that he had completely severed the causal connection between him and the Silver Dragon King. Even with the bloodline of the Golden Dragon King, he could no longer intervene in the love between Yao Xuan and Gu Na. At 2 p.m., on the playground of the Intermediate Department of EC Academy. Like in the morning, the students gathered here on time, preparing for physical training. Although it was agreed that there would be physical training in the morning and theory classes in the afternoon, the students had no choice but to comply with Wu Changkong's changes. Compared to the morning, the afternoon's physical training was even more grueling, shifting from endurance training to strength training like frog jumps, squats, and push-ups. After the morning's training, the students were already exhausted, and with the scorching sun, within half an hour, the students of Class 5 were lying all over the playground, worn out. Faced with this situation, Wu Changkong did not get angry. Instead, he organized a period of relaxation training for the students. Only after the students had recovered some energy did he begin the second round of strength training. Several hours passed, and under the eager gazes of the students, the physical training finally ended. "Rest well. Use the movements I taught you to relax your muscles." Dismissed. Wu Changkong finally issued the dismissal order to the students and then said to Yao Xuan, Gu Yue, Xie, and Tang Wulin, "You four come to my office after dinner at 7:30 p.m. Looking at the students, Wu Changkong issued the dismissal command, and then he mentioned the four of them again. "Come in the evening?" Hearing Tang Wukong's words, Xie couldn't help but cry out in sorrow. "The teacher is also doing this for our own good. Come on, let me take you back." Supporting the trembling Xie, Tang Wulin comforted him. "Okay, thank you, Wulin." Listening to Tang Wulin's words, Xie also showed a look of gratitude in his eyes, and his fondness for Tang Wulin increased a bit. Chapter 67. Preparing for Special Training. "Gu Yue, I'm leaving now. See you tonight." Looking at Gu Yue, Yao Xuan smiled brightly and then spoke. See you tonight." Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Gu Yue also smiled slightly, then turned around and walked towards the girls' dormitory on the other side. In fact, seeing Tang Wulin supporting Xie, Gu Yue also wanted to ask Yao Xuan to support her back, but upon reflection, such an action seemed too intimate, so she ultimately dismissed the thought. Back at the dormitory, after a nice hot shower, Yao Xuan sat down on his bed and silently activated the chaotic forging soul technique. Although Wu Changkong had deliberately doubled his training volume, relying on the physical quality and endurance provided by the initial ancient dragon body and the ancient dragon bloodline. Just half an hour after finishing training, Yao Xuan's stamina had recovered to 90, and he became lively again. Similarly, although Tang Wulin had not activated the Golden Dragon King's bloodline seal, he could still benefit from the Golden Dragon King's bloodline. Although he was still a bit tired, he could barely muster his spirits to meditate. As for Xie, with the weakest physique, he completely collapsed onto the bed and fell into a deep sleep. As Yao Xuan guided the chaotic forging soul technique, abundant heaven and earth soul power immediately converged towards the dormitory, and the soul power concentration in room 205 instantly increased by nearly double. Next to Yao Xuan, the soul power concentration was even denser, nearly 10 times that of the surrounding area. Tang Wulin, who was meditating, clearly felt the change in the soul power concentration around him, showing a hint of confusion in his eyes, but he did not ask anything at that moment. Instead, he seized the opportunity to absorb the surrounding soul power, as cultivating in such a rich soul power environment would definitely help enhance his cultivation level. Feeling the rich heaven and earth soul power around him, Yao Xuan continued to activate the chaotic forging soul technique, starting to absorb, compress, and guide this soul power, transforming it into semi-liquid soul power, and refining it in his dantian. As the soul power was refined, a smile appeared on Yao Xuan's face. After a day of training, not only had his physique improved, but it seemed that his body's capacity for soul power had also increased significantly, enhancing the effects of his cultivation. After an hour and a half, Yao Xuan ended his cultivation session and slowly opened his eyes. With his cultivation, his soul power training progress increased by 1.7, reaching 95. 1. As long as he continued to cultivate for another 3 days, he would be able to break through the bottleneck smoothly. Xie, wake up, it's already 6:40. We need to go, Yao Xuan said as he approached Xie and gave his shoulder a firm squeeze. Oh right, thank you, Yao Xuan. If it weren't for your reminder, I definitely would have overslept. Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Xie was stunned for a moment, then quickly got up and expressed his gratitude. On the other side, Tang Wulin had also finished his meditation, got up from his bed, and walked to Yao Xuan's side. Let's go together, he said. After that, Yao Xuan led Tang Wulin and Xie out of the boys' dormitory, heading towards Wu Changkong's office. By the way, Gu, just now during my training, I suddenly felt that the concentration of soul power around seemed to have increased a lot. And the concentration of soul power next to you seemed especially high. On the way, Tang Wulin said curiously, your feeling is not wrong. It might be because my martial soul is quite unique. There will be some anomalies during training. Otherwise, with my innate soul power only at level 5, why would I be improving so quickly? Listening to Tang Wulin's words, Yao Xuan also nodded in confirmation. The phenomenon during the cultivation of the creation forging soul technique indeed cannot be hidden from others, but Yao Xuan did not intend to reveal the technique itself. So that's how it is. I'm really envious of you, Gu. Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Tang Wulin sighed. I also experienced such changes after advancing to a soul master. In the future, when I cultivate, we can train together, and your soul power level will definitely break through faster. Keep it up, Yao Xuan said, patting Tang Wulin's shoulder. Thank you, Brother Xuan. Tang Wulin zipli, showing gratitude on his face. While talking, the three of them arrived at Wu Changkong's office, and at that moment, the time was exactly 7:15. 15 minutes earlier than the time Wu Changkong had set. Similar to Yao Xuan and the others, Gu Yue also arrived gracefully a minute after them. But she had changed into the Donghai Academy uniform, which did nothing to hide her figure. She remained as elegant and stunningly beautiful as ever. All right, since everyone is here, follow me. Unlike in the morning, Wu Changkong was now dressed in a black tracksuit, but his face still wore a stern expression. Looking at Yao Xuan and the other four, he instructed calmly before turning to leave. Following Wu Changkong, the five walked deeper into the school. After covering about a kilometer, Wu Changkong led them to an indoor training ground located at the back of the academy, a venue he had specifically requested from Hmph for today. Although Wu Changkong's personality was indeed not very likable, his professional abilities were commendable. After Wu Changkong promised to support Hmphu's work, Hmph generously prepared the training ground for him. It was a circular training area, protected by a soul guide formation, surrounded by a soul guide shield that emitted a faint purple light. This training ground was generally used for advanced students training. Compared to the training ground where Yao Xuan and Xie had fought, this place was more spacious and less prone to damage, capable of withstanding battles at the Soul King level. Taking out a token, verifying it, and opening the training ground's door, Wu Changkong led Yao Xuan and the other four to the center of the venue. From today on, every night, you will train with me to prepare for the promotion competition 3 months later, Wu Changkong said lightly, looking at the four in front of him. Then turning his gaze to Tang Wulin. Tang Wulin, your martial soul is blue silvergrass, and your soul power level is only level 12. The reason you were selected is that there was indeed no one stronger than you at that time. Now that Gu Yue is here, her strength surpasses yours. In the soul master world, strength is paramount. She will replace you in battle. Yes, Teacher Wu, I understand. A hint of reluctance flashed in Tang Wulin's eyes as he replied, pursing his lips. However, as compensation, I will still provide you with special training. If your strength meets my standards, I will still send you into battle. Of course, if you can't take it, you can choose to withdraw. Wu Changkong continued, nodding slightly. Yes, Teacher Wu, I will do my best to prove myself. A glimmer of determination shone in Tang Wulin's otherwise dim eyes as he replied loudly. Chapter 68. Your opponent is me, all right. I believe in you. Having the blue-silver grass martial soul and still being able to enter the intermediate academy already proves your character and perseverance. Listening to Tang Wulin, Wu Changkong encouraged him. By the way, Teacher Wu, what exactly are we going to train in this special training? It won't be physical training again, will it? At this moment, Xie, who was nearby, mustered up the courage to ask. Of course not. My training emphasizes balance and comprehensiveness. During this period, the only focus of your evening's special training will be practical combat. Wu Changkong replied, casting a cold glance at Xie, and then continued, in my opinion. The best way for a soul master to enhance their strength is through real combat. Through practical experience, you can not only improve your combat skills, but also stimulate your potential, which is beneficial for your cultivation. It is in life and death situations that limits are most easily broken. Life and death. Listening to Wu Changkong's words, Xie couldn't help but shiver. Could it be that this special training comes with life-threatening risks? Between life and death. Of course, rest assured, during our special training, you will definitely not die. At most, you will just suffer some superficial injuries. All right, without further ado, I will first explain the key points of your practice, and then we will begin the special training. First, Yao Xuan, your soul power, soul skills, endurance, and strength far exceed that of your peers. Although I don't particularly like to praise others, I must admit that your foundation is definitely the strongest among the peers I've seen. Of course, don't be arrogant. I can also see that your practical experience is somewhat lacking. Although your control over your martial soul and soul skills is already excellent among your peers, there is still a considerable gap to reach the true top level. In the future, I will specifically train you in these two aspects. Looking at Yao Xuan, Wu Changkong first praised him, then provided a detailed analysis. Thank you, Teacher Wu, for your guidance. I will definitely work hard in training. Listening to Wu Changkong's words, Yao Xuan replied sincerely, Wu Changkong is indeed a student from Shrek Academy. He truly has a keen eye and immediately identified my shortcomings. With enhanced comprehension and diligent research, Yao Xuan has a good grasp of his martial soul and soul skills, rivaling Xie, who comes from a prestigious family and has guidance from renowned teachers. However, despite this, the lack of practical combat experience and mentorship means that Yao Xuan's training in martial souls and soul power is ultimately self-taught. Although he has achieved some results, there are still many areas for improvement before he can reach the pinnacle of mastery over his martial soul and soul skills. Although Wu Changkong is only a soul emperor, he hails from Shrek Academy, and his master is the titled Douluo Continent. Being able to receive his guidance, combined with his own comprehension, Yao Xuan believes his strength will make rapid progress. Gu Yue, when you fought Yao Xuan today, I observed your control over the elements. I can say without exaggeration that, given your current cultivation level, your control over various elements is already quite good. However, as you mentioned, your inability to enhance each element is a shortcoming of your martial soul. To become a true powerhouse, my advice to you is to try the fusion of multiple elements. If you can achieve this, your future self will undoubtedly stand at the pinnacle of the soul master world, Wu Changkong said, looking at Gu Yue with appreciation. Yes. Thank you, teacher. Listening to Wu Changkong, Gu Yue nodded in response, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She didn't expect that a mere soul emperor could have such profound understanding. It seems that over the years, human development should not be underestimated. Xie, as for you, you have already met the standard in terms of speed, but your physical fitness is too poor, making it difficult for you to sustain combat. A truly powerful soul master absolutely cannot have any shortcomings. Therefore, I have two suggestions for you. On one hand, you need to train hard to enhance your physical fitness. On the other hand, in battle, you need to learn to control your physical stamina. Lastly, if I'm not mistaken, you have twin martial souls, right? Looking at Xie, Wu Changkong said lightly. This, Teacher Wu, you can see that? Listening to Wu Changkong's words, Xie showed a look of surprise in his eyes and asked back. Of course, the fluctuations produced by your other martial soul cannot escape my notice. Wu Changkong replied, revealing a hint of pride in his eyes. Hearing Wu Changkong's words, Xie also showed a hint of admiration. Regarding your situation, I have two suggestions for you. First, do not neglect the training of your spiritual power. Second, do not easily use your second martial soul, but treat it as a trump card, attacking unexpectedly and catching your opponent off guard. Looking at Xie, Wu Changkong continued. Having dual martial souls means a soul master possesses two martial souls. If this were 1,000 years ago, every dual martial soul master would be highly sought after. Dual martial souls mean double soul rings, double soul skills, and far beyond double combat power. However, with the emergence of soul spirits, dual martial soul masters are no longer so popular. If the spiritual power is not strong enough to fuse with powerful soul spirits, the second martial soul will not acquire strong soul skills and may even become a burden. I understand, Teacher Wu. I will definitely work hard in these areas. Xie said respectfully with an expression of deep admiration, bowing slightly. Good, keep it up. Lastly, Tang Wulin, your combat awareness and physical quality are better than your peers, and your martial soul has mutated, making it more resilient than ordinary blue silvergrass. What you need to do now is to master your martial soul well and develop towards a control-type soul master, Wu Changkong suggested, looking at Tang Wulin. Thank you, Teacher Wu, Tang Wulin said, his face showing surprise as he had not expected Wu Changkong to guide him. He listened intently to Wu Changkong's teachings and bowed deeply at the end. All right, the special training begins now. As he spoke, Wu Changkong walked to the center of the arena. Teacher Wu, you won't be our opponent, will you? Looking at Wu Changkong, a sense of unease rose in Xie's heart, and he asked, very clever, Xie. That's right, your opponent is me. At that time, you four can attack together. Feel free to unleash your full strength. I will use the soul power of a level 21 Great Soul Master, but will not use any soul skills. Now let us begin. As he spoke, a faint blue soul power light radiated from Wu Changkong's body. With a wave of his right hand, the Tianchuang sword appeared in his hand, and then he lightly pointed the sword, sending a cold light towards Xie. Chapter 69. Fighting together against Wu Changkong. Teacher Wu. Is it appropriate for someone of your status to ambush a 9-year-old student like me? It's not appropriate. You're not following martial ethics, Xie said, watching Wu Changkong's sword. He then quickly urged his soul power and retreated backward. Stop talking nonsense. On the battlefield, it's the victor and the vanquished. What martial ethics are there to speak of? Although Xie's reaction was quick, Wu Changkong's sword was even faster, rapidly approaching Xie's direction like a maggot in the bone. As the distance between Wu Changkong and Xie shrank to less than 5 meters, Yao Xuan and the other two also moved. First was Yao Xuan. A faint 9-colored soul power aura rose before him, with particles gathering to form the shape of the ancestor dragon martial soul, quickly merging with Yao Xuan's body. With the ancestor dragon martial soul attached, dragon scales reappeared on Yao Xuan's surface, his hands transforming into dragon claws that shimmered with cold light. Then, Yao Xuan urged his soul power. The ancestor dragon soul spirit manifested, and the first yellow soul ring behind him flickered, releasing the soul skill ancestor dragon sky splitter. Yao Xuan's body flashed toward Wu Changkong, claws gleaming with faint colorful light, crossing in a diagonal cross before fiercely clawing at Wu Changkong's chest. Next was Gu Yue. Her soul rings flickered behind her, a blue halo appeared, and with a wave of her jade hand, sharp eye spikes shot out like bullets from a machine gun towards Wu Changkong. The slowest to react was Tang Wulin. After a half-second pause, a faint blue light flashed in his hand, and a golden little snake appeared on his shoulder, which was his soul spirit, Golden Light. With the appearance of Golden Light, the first white soul ring behind Tang Wulin flickered, activating the first soul skill, Binding. Accompanied by Tang Wulin's soul skill, strands of blue silver grass appeared in front of Wu Changkong, blocking his path. Good coordination, Wu Changkong said, a faint smile appearing on his face as he was clearly satisfied with their response speed. He then waved his arm lightly, and the Tianchuang sword tapped lightly. Sizzle. The blue-silver grass released by Tang Wulin was shattered in less than 1/10 of a second, and at the same time, his soul power was almost consumed by 1/3 in an instant, causing Tang Wulin's face to pale slightly due to the massive soul power consumption. Next came Gu Yue's ice spikes. Faced with those fast and sharp ice spikes, Wu Changkong calmly countered, flicking his wrist. The Tianchuang sword elegantly danced, striking precisely at the weak points of those ice spikes, shattering them one by one. Finally, it was Yao Xuan's turn. In the face of Yao Xuan's attack, Wu Changkong's face clearly lost the ease from before, revealing a hint of seriousness. He activated the soul skill Frost Trace, forming a shield with strands of sword energy. Bang! Yao Xuan's ancestor Dragon Sky Splitter crashed violently against Wu Changkong's sword shield, producing a muffled sound, and at the same time, the sword shield in front of Wu Kong trembled violently, but ultimately did not shatter. Unlike last time, this time Wu Kong learned from his previous lesson and did not use level 18 soul power. Instead, he raised his soul power to level 21, which is the level of a great soul master. The difference between a soul master and a great soul master, although there is only one word difference, is like heaven and earth. In terms of total soul power and purity of soul power, Wu Kong's enhancement compared to last time was about doubled, allowing him to easily withstand Yao Xuan's attack. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. After shattering the attacks from Yao Xuan and the others, Wu Kong still had strength left, and the Tianshuang sword continued to stab towards Xie. But the momentum had weakened somewhat, and combined with the wind acceleration cast by Gu Yue, Xie barely managed to dodge. Again, not having succeeded with one strike, Wu Kong was not in the least bit anxious. This time, Wu Kong targeted Yao Xuan again, urging his soul power once more. The first yellow soul ring behind him flickering. Frost Trace. Although it was also the first soul skill, this time Frost Trace was used for attack rather than defense. In Wu Kong's hand, the Tianshuang sword flew up and down, releasing sword energies that were extremely cold and contained terrifying power, shooting out with an unpredictable trajectory toward Yao Xuan. Truly impressive. Teacher Wu is serious now. Looking at Wu Kong's attacks, Yao Xuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The reason he was able to withstand Wu Kong's 3 strikes and even push him back earlier was entirely because Wu Kong was just throwing out casual attacks. Now that Wu Kong was serious, the combat power he unleashed was truly terrifying. Although he was only using soul power at the Great Soul Master level, Yao Xuan could clearly perceive that each sword energy emitted by Wu Kong was no less than a full force strike from an ordinary beginner soul zone. The combined attack of these dozen sword energies would injure even an ordinary high-level soul zone. Moreover, while these sword energies seemed chaotic, they had a very subtle connection among them, perfectly sealing off all of Yao Xuan's escape routes, leaving him with no way to avoid or retreat. Faced with such an attack, a faint chill arose in Yao Xuan's heart. While he wasn't afraid, his vigilance instantly peaked. If he didn't handle this strike well, he would definitely be seriously injured. Various countermeasures flashed through his mind, and relying on his combat instincts, Yao Xuan chose to dodge in a direction that Wu Kong's sword energy found hardest to cover, while also channeling his soul power to activate the ancestral dragon's heaven splitter again. At the same time, Gu Yue, Xie, and Tang Wulin, who were nearby, naturally wouldn't be idle. Just like before when they helped Xie, they launched their attacks against Wu Kong. Gu Yue's aura turned white as she activated her soul skill Elemental Tide, shooting a white light ball toward Wu Kong's eyes, which then exploded in a dazzling display. Following her, Xie activated his soul power, turning his body to appear behind Wu Kong, thrusting his weapon, the light dragon dagger, toward Wu Kong's back. Finally, there was Tang Wulin. Having learned from his previous experience, he no longer dared to use blue-silver grass to directly entangle Wu Kong. He understood that with Wu Kong's soul power, he could easily break free from his restraints, leading to a significant consumption of his own soul power, which would be an ineffective attack. At this moment, Tang Wulin had a thought, recalling the battle between Yao Xuan and Wu Kong yesterday. Although his martial soul was lacking, his physical strength was an advantage. Therefore, Tang Wulin took out his 1,000-forged tungsten hammer from his storage soul tool and swung it down toward Wu Kong's thigh. Chapter 70. Battle results and gains its useless. Looking at the attacks from Gu Yue, Xie, and Tang Wulin, a confident smile appeared on Wu Kong's face. While defending against the attacks from Gu Yue and the others, he continued to attack Yao Xuan. With a flick of his Tianshuang sword, another wave of sword energy was unleashed, directly trapping the light ball launched by Gu Yue and completely isolating her mental power. Losing Gu Yue's control, the gathered light element instantly collapsed, losing its intended power and turning into pure light elements. At the same time, as Wu Kong swung his sword, another sword energy shot towards Xie. Compared to the sword energy attacking Yao Xuan, this one was significantly weaker, only reaching the mid-level Great Soul Master standard. But it was still fierce enough to interrupt Xie's attack, ultimately striking his light dragon dagger. As the sword energy hit, a deep blue layer of ice instantly formed on Xie's body, quickly extending and almost completely freezing his arm, reaching all the way to his chest and back before stopping. Finally, there was Tang Wulin. In response to Tang Wulin's hammer strike, Wu Changkong merely floated slightly forward to evade this blow, leaving Tang Wulin with a hint of embarrassment on his face. While Wu Changkong dealt with the combined attack from Gu Yue and the others, sharp and icy sword energies had already crossed space, closing in on Yao Xuan and bringing an intense chill. Due to Yao Xuan's evasive maneuvers, he avoided nearly 2/3 of the sword energies. But the remaining 5 sword energies collided head-on with Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon's heaven splitter. Although Yao Xuan's soul power was only at level 18, his foundation was exceptionally solid, and his soul power was even purer than that of an ordinary high-level Great Soul Master. Coupled with the ancestral dragon, martial soul, and spirit, the power of the ancestral dragon's heaven splitter reached the level of a soul zune, not inferior to Wu Changkong's attack at all. Boom! With a muffled sound, the sword energies collided with Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon's heaven splitter and were subsequently shattered, dispersing into chilling air. At the same time, the power of the ancestral dragon's heaven splitter quickly diminished. The ancestral dragon's heaven splitter shattered 4 sword energies in total and consumed half of the energy of the last sword energy before finally dissipating. As for the last sword energy, it struck Yao Xuan. Impressive. To be able to withstand my strike and shatter my 4 sword energies, Yao Xuan truly has limitless potential. Watching Yao Xuan's actions, Wu Changkong was secretly astonished, deeply impressed. Although the dozen sword energies were far from Wu Changkong's limit, Yao Xuan's performance was commendable enough to be proud of. As for Xie and Tang Wulin, they watched Yao Xuan display his might and secretly marveled. Is this truly Yao Xuan's real strength? At the same time, a strong desire to grow stronger quickly arose in their hearts. They didn't want to be left behind. As for Gu Yue, watching the duel between Yao Xuan and Wu Changkong, her expression remained calm. In her eyes, Yao Xuan exuded a very pure dragon god aura, perhaps even the reincarnation of a remnant soul of the dragon god. If he couldn't withstand this strike, that would be strange. Ding! Under the worried gazes of Tang Wulin and Xie, the last sword energy finally hit Yao Xuan's arm, producing a faint sound of metal clashing. Although this sword energy from Wu Changkong had been weakened, its power was still considerable. Even an ordinary beginner soul zune would likely be injured and bleed upon being hit, let alone Yao Xuan, who was merely an 18-level soul master. However, the reality turned out to be quite different. When Wu Changkong's sword energy collided with the dragon scales on Yao Xuan's arm, it left only a small dent the size of a pinky finger, with a depth of less than 1 centimeter, and emitted a powerful chill that froze Yao Xuan's right arm. Such strong defense? Sensing the effect of his sword energy, a look of surprise flashed in Wu Changkong's eyes. He knew that Yao Xuan's defense was formidable, but he never expected that his strike wouldn't even break through. However, in the next moment, the surprise in Wu Changkong's eyes was replaced by overwhelming joy. With such tremendous talent, wouldn't it be a sure thing for Yao Xuan to be admitted to Shrek Academy? Bringing in a talent like Yao Xuan for Shrek Academy could be seen as redeeming himself. Moreover, although he couldn't discern the specifics of Yao Xuan's martial soul, it was definitely related to dragons. Since he had previously betrayed his teacher, if he could recommend Yao Xuan to become his disciple, he wouldn't have to worry about his legacy being left without an heir. With these thoughts in mind, Wu Changkong calmly said, "Very well. Continue," and then continued to launch fierce attacks on the 4, while Yao Xuan gently shook off the ice layer on his arm and moved toward Wu Changkong again. Half an hour later. Very well, today's special training ends here. The Tian Shuang sword in Wu Changkong's hand transformed into countless sky blue particles and dissipated as he instructed. Yes, Teacher Wu. Listening to Wu Changkong's words, Yao Xuan and the other 4 nearby also breathed a sigh of relief and stopped. In the past half hour, Yao Xuan, Gu Yue, and the others had also endured a barrage of attacks from Wu Changkong. To withstand him, they had exerted all their strength, which allowed them to hold on. Especially Yao Xuan, who had at least 2/3 of Wu Changkong's time and energy focused on him during the last half hour, which put immense pressure on him. Even with the support of the ancestral dragon martial soul and ancestral dragon body, Yao Xuan's soul power was completely drained and even somewhat overdrawn. However, with effort comes reward. In the battle training with Wu Changkong, Yao Xuan gained a total of 15 golden evolution points. Although this was less than what he earned during his first encounter with Wu Changkong, it was still quite substantial. Moreover, in the battle with Wu Changkong, Yao Xuan greatly released and developed his combat instincts. In the past, Yao Xuan possessed powerful strength, but had no opponents to display it against. However, during his encounters with Wu Changkong, Yao Xuan could finally unleash his full power and let his combat instincts flourish. As the battle progressed, Yao Xuan felt that he was gradually getting into the zone. The ancestral dragon was originally a being that traversed the myriad realms, slaying gods and fighting Buddhas, with combat power among the top in all realms. As the possessor of the ancestral dragon martial soul, Yao Xuan naturally inherited this instinct. Over the past 3 years, due to the lack of intense battles, this combat instinct had been hidden. However, with his combat against Wu Changkong, this instinct was rapidly being released, quickly adjusting Yao Xuan's combat mode and making his actual combat power stronger and stronger. Chapter 71, Breaking the Siege. Enhancing the ancestral dragon bloodline after this half-hour of battle. Although his soul power did not see a substantial increase, Yao Xuan had improved his reaction speed, control over soul power and soul skills, and actual combat power by at least 20%. During the battle with Yao Xuan, Wu Changkong keenly sensed Yao Xuan's continual adjustments and silently marveled at what true genius might look like. He hadn't even given verbal guidance. Yet Yao Xuan had made such significant progress through self-understanding alone. No, this could not be described merely as genius. Even in a place like Shrek Academy, which was full of geniuses, Yao Xuan's talent could definitely stand out among the best. Such talent was absolutely monstrous, not to mention entering Shrek Academy. Even entering the Sea God Pavilion in the future would be no problem at all. Looking at it this way, Yao Xuan was truly a piece of uncut jade. A piece of jade gifted by heaven. He must do his utmost to carve him well, and perhaps then, he could wash away some of the mistakes he had made in the past. Everyone's performance was quite good, but there were also many flaws. Now, I will explain the issues exposed among you. Although he was extremely excited inside, Wu Changkong's expression remained quite calm, only revealing a hint of approval in his eyes, and then he commented lightly. Although the combat and cooperation of Yao Xuan and the other four seemed very immature, this was their first time fighting together, and their performance had far exceeded Wu Changkong's expectations, especially the performance of Yao Xuan and Gu Yue. As for Xie and Tang Wulin, while their achievements were not as impressive as those of Yao Xuan and Gu Yue, they were still considered promising talents for 9-year-old children, which made Wu Changkong quite satisfied, and he was very willing to cultivate these 2 young men. By the way, Tang Wulin, have you studied forging as well? Looking at Tang Wulin, a hint of displeasure appeared in Wu Changkong's eyes, and then he coldly inquired. Yes, Teacher Wu. Hearing what Wu Changkong said, Tang Wulin nodded and replied, a hint of pride showing on his face. Nonsense. Your martial soul talent is already not as good as others, and you're still distracted by forging. How can that be? Wu Changkong said to Tang Wulin in a reproachful tone. However, lowering his head and not daring to meet Wu Changkong's gaze. A trace of grievance appeared in Tang Wulin's eyes, but he didn't have the courage to argue back. Teacher Wu, Tang Wulin also has great talent in forging. He is now a 2nd-level forger, and he is also my junior brother, apprenticed under Master Mu Chen. At that moment, Yao Xuan stepped in to mediate. Oh, he is also Master Mu Chen's disciple. Hearing Yao Xuan's words, Wu Changkong showed a hint of surprise in his eyes and asked, Yes, Teacher Wu. And forging is not without its merits. It can also enhance my strength and soul power. At this moment, Tang Wulin finally nodded silently. If that's the case, it's not out of the question. Since you have a talent for forging, in the future, you can accumulate resources through forging by some rare materials, or use some special soul-guiding formations to enhance the quality of your martial soul. This is indeed a viable option. Looking at Tang Wulin, Wu Changkong finally nodded, acknowledging Tang Wulin's choice. All right, your soul power and physical strength are almost exhausted, so tonight's special training will come to an end. After you go back, take time to reflect and summarize. I hope to see your progress every day. Dismissed. As he spoke, Wu Changkong also lifted the soul-guiding shield of the training ground and led the 4 of them away. Goodbye, Teacher Wu. After leaving the training ground, Yao Xuan and the others also bid farewell to Wu Changkong. Yes, I will be here on time tomorrow night. Don't be late. I will first have everyone test their mental strength before starting the training. After saying that, Wu Changkong turned and left. Gu Yue, you were amazing today. See you tomorrow. Looking into Gu Yue's big purple eyes, Yao Xuan praised her. Thank you for the compliment. Yao Xuan, you were very brave today too. So, see you tomorrow. Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Gu Yue's pretty face turned slightly red. She waved goodbye to Yao Xuan and walked towards the girls' dormitory, while Yao Xuan returned to the boys' dormitory with Xie and Tang Wulin. In dormitory 205, sitting back on the bed, Yao Xuan silently opened the system panel. Golden evolution points, 133. Looking at the numbers on the system panel, A faint smile appeared on Yao Xuan's face. 133 points of evolution. That's amazing. Indeed, fighting is the best way to accumulate golden evolution points. Nodding slightly, Yao Xuan continued to make a point on the system panel. Spending 120 golden evolution points can increase the concentration of the ancestor dragon bloodline by 1.0. After the increase, your ancestor dragon bloodline concentration will reach 11. 2. Do you want to upgrade? Along with Yao Xuan's thought, a system prompt box popped up. It takes 120 golden evolution points to enhance the ancestor dragon bloodline by 1. It seems that although I have many more opportunities to gain golden evolution points, enhancing the ancestor dragon bloodline is still not a simple matter. Looking at the system prompt box, Yao Xuan frowned slightly, but still silently confirmed. In the next moment, with Yao Xuan's thought, 120 golden evolution points surged out, transforming into the purest source of evolution energy that flowed into Yao Xuan's meridians, which was then absorbed by the ancestor dragon bloodline inside Yao Xuan, continuously increasing its concentration. As the concentration of the ancestor dragon bloodline increased, Yao Xuan's physical attributes also improved further. His strength reached 2,500 kilograms, and his meridians and dantian rapidly strengthened, allowing them to accommodate more and more powerful soul power. The next day, as on the first day, under Wu Changkong's orders, the students continued their physical training, with Yao Xuan being the exception. Although Wu Changkong did not know why Yao Xuan's strength and physical abilities were so powerful, he understood that ordinary physical training was like child's play for Yao Xuan, merely wasting time. Thus, Yao Xuan was specially approved to skip physical training. Of course, this did not mean that Yao Xuan had it easy. On the contrary, while the other students were engaged in physical training, Wu Changkong once again put Yao Xuan through practical training. After a fierce battle, 20 minutes later, Yao Xuan's soul power and stamina were almost exhausted, and Wu Changkong finally stopped, allowing Yao Xuan to rest. Although extremely tired, Yao Xuan did not harbor any resentment towards Wu Changkong or feel dissatisfied. Instead, he felt secretly happy, as he had gained another 12 golden evolution points from the previous battle, and his combat power had increased again. As in the morning, by the afternoon, the students were once again greeted with physical training, but this time many students finally could not hold on and collapsed in large numbers. Wu Changkong finally announced that starting tomorrow, physical training would only take place in the morning, while the afternoons would be reserved for regular practical classes. Soon, evening arrived. As on the previous day, Yao Xuan, Gu Yue, Xie, and Tang Wulin came to the training ground, and before long, Wu Changkong arrived gracefully. As mentioned yesterday, Wu Changkong did not immediately take Yao Xuan and the other three to training, but instead led them to another tall building within the school. Chapter 72, Mental Power Test, shocking Wu Changkong. After passing the access verification, Wu Changkong led the four into the building, then took the elevator to the second floor. Walking through a technologically advanced corridor, the five finally entered a testing room, which was about 50 square meters in size. The walls of the testing room were covered with a layer of silver metal plates, engraved with many soul guide runes that emitted a faint purple light, dazzling to the eyes. Inside the testing room, there were large, technologically impressive instruments arranged, and just from their appearance, these instruments were definitely worth a lot. Assessing these previously unseen devices, curiosity appeared in Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin's eyes, while Xie beside them seemed familiar with these instruments, his expression remaining unchanged. Gu Yue was the same. Now, let's start the mental power test. Xie, come over. You're the first. Looking at Xie, Wu Changkong instructed. After sitting down in the testing chair, Wu Changkong pressed a button, and the next moment, a silver helmet descended, covering Xie's head. A white light column appeared on a nearby screen, with scales and numbers beside it. 10, 15, 29. The numbers on the screen slowly rose, and finally, Xie's mental power was fixed at 29 points, reaching the peak of the early stage of the spirit origin realm. Not bad, keep it up. Aim to break 30 points in mental power before the promotion competition, and reach the mid-stage of the spirit origin realm. Looking at Xie, Wu Changkong encouraged. Thank you, Teacher Wu. After saying that, Xie stepped back. After Xie, it was Tang Wulin's turn for the test. Wu Changkong did not hold much hope for Tang Wulin, a soul master with a blue-silver grass martial soul. How high could his mental power be? However, the reality shocked Wu Changkong, as due to long-term forging, Tang Wulin's mental power was even higher than Xie's, reaching 38 points. Already at the mid-stage of the spirit origin realm. Not bad, mid-stage of the spirit origin realm. Keep up the training and improve your soul power as soon as possible. Looking at Tang Wulin's mental power results, Wu Changkong was also pleasantly surprised, then encouraged him. Yao Xuan, it's your turn. Turning to Yao Xuan with a hint of anticipation, Wu Changkong instructed. Yes, Teacher Wu. After saying that, Yao Xuan stepped forward and sat down in the testing chair. Pressing the button, with a prompt sound, the helmet of the mental testing device slowly descended, covering Yao Xuan's head. The soul guide formation above glowed slightly, and at the same time, the scale bar displaying mental power strength on the instrument rapidly rose. 20, 40, 60, 100. Under the watchful eyes of Tang Wulin and Xie. In less than a second, Yao Xuan's mental power had already surpassed 100 points, and the color on the instrument changed from white to yellow. Over 100 points. Brother Xian is too amazing. Staring at the numbers on the instrument, both Xie and Tang Wulin exclaimed in shock, looking at Yao Xuan as if he were a monster. 100 points of mental power means that the Soul Master's mental power has reached another realm, moving from the spirit origin realm to the spirit communication realm, possessing stronger control over mental power and the ability to fuse with purple soul spirits, as well as having 1,000-year soul rings. In addition, the spirit communication realm is also a necessary condition for entering advanced Soul Master academies, blocking 90% of Soul Masters outside the door. As long as one breaks through the spirit communication realm before the age of 15, they are considered outstanding talent, and Yao Xuan is currently just a 9-year-old child. Meanwhile, watching Yao Xuan's test results, a trace of surprise flashed in Gu Yue's beautiful eyes, thinking to herself, his mental power is really strong. It seems I also need to showcase more strength. As for Wu Changkong, looking at Yao Xuan's test results, his eyes, which had been as calm as a deep well, were now sparkling with excitement and even a fiery light. The spirit communication realm. It's actually the spirit communication realm. During the battle with Yao Xuan, Wu Changkong noticed that Yao Xuan's spiritual power far surpassed that of Tang Wulin and Xie. But he never expected that Yao Xuan's spiritual power had actually reached the spirit connection realm. Although Xie and Tang Wulin understood how powerful a 9-year-old spirit connection realm was, it was Wu Changkong, coming from Shrek Academy, who truly knew how monstrous this achievement was. It is known that even in the records of Shrek Academy, there were only a handful of Soul Masters who could reach the spirit connection realm before the age of 9. And each of them was almost a legendary figure who dominated an era and was invincible across the world. The current Sea God Pavilion Master, Qing Tian Douluo Yunming, is one of them. Given Yao Xuan's talent, it seems he definitely has the opportunity to reach the peak of the ultimate Douluo realm. What impressive talent. At the same time, a strong sense of responsibility arose in Wu Changkong's heart, since he had the chance to teach such a student. He must do everything he could to cultivate him well. Under the concerned gazes of Wu Changkong, Gu Yue, Xie, and Tang Wulin, the light column representing Yao Xuan's spiritual power continued to rise. 110, 120. When Yao Xuan's spiritual power reached 160 points, the speed of the light column's ascent finally slowed down. After about 10 more seconds, it finally stabilized at 195 points. A spiritual power of 195 points. This had already reached the peak of the early spirit connection realm, only a step away from advancing to the mid-spirit connection realm. Good, very good. Looking at Yao Xuan, Wu Changkong's eyes were filled with intense heat, and his tone was extremely excited. Even someone with the cultivation level of Wu Changkong could not suppress the shock and joy in his heart at this moment. My goodness, 195 points of spiritual power. This level of spiritual power can hardly be described as genius. It is truly monstrous. Staring at Yao Xuan, Wu Changkong exclaimed, his mouth agape and his voice trembling. Yao Xuan, your spiritual power is actually at the spirit connection realm. On the other side, Xie was also staring intently at Yao Xuan, disbelief evident in his eyes. Brother Xian's spiritual power is just too incredible. Brother Xian is truly a polymath. If only I had half, no, a third of his talent. Beside Xie, although Tang Wulin did not speak up, his heart was filled with admiration and envy, and his eyes showed a longing expression. Yes, my spiritual power is indeed at the spirit connection realm. After listening to Xie and Wu Changkong's inquiries, Yao Xuan calmly nodded in confirmation. Yes, the spirit connection realm, very impressive. By the way, Yao Xuan, I want to ask you a question. When did you roughly break through to the spirit connection realm? How did it feel during the breakthrough? Although still shocked internally, Wu Changkong, being a soul emperor and coming from Shrek Academy, had seen many grand scenes and had excellent self-cultivation skills. He finally adjusted his tone and expression, trying to calmly ask Yao Xuan. Chapter 73. Gu Yue's Test. Wu Kong, shocked again, the spirit connection realm. I probably broke through to the spirit connection realm when I was 8 years old. At that time, I didn't feel much. It was just like I heard a crack sound, and then I felt particularly refreshed, seeing things more clearly and thinking more sharply. Listening to Wu Kong's words, Yao Xuan concealed the existence of the soul-forging technique and truthfully recounted other circumstances. You broke through to the spirit communication realm at the age of 8, and now your spiritual power is 195 points. At this rate, you have a chance to challenge the Spirit Sea realm in the 4th grade. Upon receiving Yao Xuan's response, Wu Kong's eyes revealed excitement, and he began to analyze. When a Soul Master's spiritual power reaches 500 points, their spiritual power undergoes a qualitative change, breaking through from the Spirit Communication realm to the Spirit Sea realm. This is also the difference between ordinary Soul Masters and powerful Soul Masters. The spiritual power of the Spirit Sea realm is sufficient to merge with 10,000 years Soul Spirits, advance to Soul Sage, and operate 2-word battle armors. 2-word battle armor masters are considered strong even within the Federation and can hold the position of a brigade major. According to Yao Xuan's rate of increasing 100 points of spiritual power per year, his spiritual power will definitely break through to the Spirit Sea realm within 3 years, and his future is limitless. Teacher Wu, I will definitely work hard. Listening to Wu Kong's words, Yao Xuan nodded seriously and replied that whether for himself or for Gu Yue in Na Air, he must become stronger and will definitely become stronger. All right, Gu Yue, it's your turn. With Wu Kong's instruction, Gu Yue was the last to sit on the device. The helmet slowly descended, and under the gaze of Yao Xuan and the other 3, the number representing Gu Yue's mental strength rapidly rose beside the device. 20, 40, 100. Almost the same as Yao Xuan's test. In just 1 second, Gu Yue's mental strength broke through 100 points, entering the realm of Ling Tong, and continued to rise. After another 10 seconds, the number on the screen finally stabilized, fixing at just over 200. A mental strength of over 200 means she is in the mid-stage of Ling Tong, 6 points higher than Yao Xuan. Gu Yue really is competitive. Looking at Gu Yue's test results, Yao Xuan was not surprised, but he still thought to himself. Yao Xuan knew that in the original timeline, during the first test, Gu Yue had shown a mental strength of 116 points, but now she displayed a mental strength of 201 points, clearly not wanting to fall behind him in terms of mental strength. Meanwhile, looking at Gu Yue's test results, Xie and Tang Wulin also showed expressions of shock again. Yao Xuan's mental strength was already considered extraordinary, but unexpectedly, this girl named Gu Yue had even stronger mental power than Yao Xuan. As for Wu Kong, standing aside, when he saw Gu Yue's final test results, the shock that had just settled in his eyes re-emerged. From Gu Yue's precise control of elements, Wu Kong could see that her mental strength was indeed very strong, but he never expected that her mental strength had actually reached the mid-stage of Ling Tong, even stronger than Yao Xuan. All right, Gu Yue, your mental strength is excellent. No wonder, although you can enhance the elements, you can fully unleash their power. I believe that in the future, you will achieve extraordinary accomplishments. Having already witnessed Yao Xuan's mental strength, although Gu Yue's mental power was even stronger, Wu Kong quickly controlled his emotions and then opened his mouth to praise her. I will work hard to cultivate and continuously improve myself, Teacher Wu. Listening to Wu Kong, Gu Yue nodded, her expression still calm. Well, next, let's proceed with the strength test. After saying this, Wu Kong led the 4 of them to another device. This time, the first tester was Yao Xuan. After the test, his right hand strength was recorded at 620 kilograms, and his left hand strength at 480 kilograms. Looking at Yao Xuan's data, both Tang Wulin and Xie showed expressions of awe, while Wu Kong felt increasingly excited and thrilled. As for Gu Yue, after seeing Yao Xuan's strength, she became even more convinced that Yao Xuan was definitely not an ordinary human. Could it be that he is the reincarnation of the dragon god's remnant soul? Gradually, such a thought began to arise in Gu Yue's mind. After all, she had escaped from the great battle back then. If the dragon god abandoned his chariot to protect the commander, splitting off the golden dragon king while retaining a trace of remnant soul, and successfully fled like herself, it was not impossible. If it were not so, Gu Yue really couldn't explain why Yao Xuan exuded the aura of the dragon god, and why she had an inexplicable fondness for him back then. After Yao Xuan, it was Tang Wulin's turn to be tested. He threw punches continuously, Although Hmph unlocked the first bloodline seal of the Golden Dragon King, he still delivered a force exceeding 500 kilograms. Tang Wulin's test results also amazed Wu Changkong, making him feel somewhat unexpected, and his desire to nurture Tang Wulin increased a few notches. Although Tang Wulin's talent was not as good as that of Yao Xuan and the other three, he was still worth cultivating. Finally, Gu Yue and Xie took turns to test. With the support of their twin martial souls, Xie's strength was impressive, reaching 120 kilograms. Surprisingly, although Gu Yue appeared fragile, her strength was only slightly inferior to Xie's, causing him to involuntarily shrink his neck. Is Gu Yue really a normal human? She is simply a female Tyrannosaurus. Of course, Xie was self-aware and only secretly murmured a few words in his heart, not daring to act recklessly in front of Gu Yue. Very good. I have a certain understanding of everyone's physical fitness. Now, let us continue with the special training. After conducting a few other tests with Yao Xuan and the others, Wu Changkong nodded and then led the four back to the training ground. Half an hour later, just like yesterday, after a bout with Wu Changkong, Yao Xuan and the other soul power and stamina were nearly exhausted. Then, Wu Changkong provided feedback. Compared to the first day, Yao Xuan was noticeably more composed when facing Wu Changkong, but this time his combat power increase was very small, less than 5%, and even the points earned for the Golden Evolution decreased by 2, totaling only 10 points. Starting from the third day, the students' training returned to morning physical training and afternoon theoretical study. Of course, as competing team members, Yao Xuan and the others still had to face Wu Changkong's special training at night. Soon, for days passed, and Sunday arrived. Unlike ordinary academies, the Soul Master Academy implemented a single day off, and only on Sundays could students freely arrange their time. Wu Changkong understood the principle of balancing work and rest, so he did not assign any special training tasks for Yao Xuan and the others. Because of this, on Sunday morning, Yao Xuan took Tang Wulin and left the EC Academy, heading to the Blacksmith Association to receive their blacksmith badges and accept Mu Chen's guidance. Chapter 74. Teaching Forging. Mu Chen's expectations after 4 days of training. Yao Xuan's soul power had smoothly increased, successfully breaking through to level 19. In terms of mental power, with the practice of the creation soul forging technique, Yao Xuan's mental power grew daily, reaching 197 points after a few days. As for the ancestral dragon bloodline, due to training with Wu Changkong twice daily, Yao Xuan gained a considerable amount of golden evolution points from the intense practical training. Over 4 days of practical training, Yao Xuan earned nearly 80 golden evolution points, and combined with the remaining points, his ancestral dragon bloodline successfully rose to 11.7. However, as the battles progressed and Yao Xuan's strength continually increased, the pressure Wu Changkong placed on him decreased, and the golden evolution points he could earn from each battle against Wu Changkong dropped from 12 to 9 points. Of course, as the battles progressed, the cooperation among Yao Xuan, Gu Yue, Xie, and Tang Wulin became increasingly tacit, moving from chaotic fighting to gradually showcasing some teamwork, especially between Yao Xuan and Gu Yue, who seemed to have a unique understanding that made Xie and Tang Wulin envious. Walking along the road, Yao Xuan silently reflected on his recent gains, feeling quite satisfied. Under Wu Changkong's guidance, his strength and progress had improved dramatically. While thinking, he continued forward, and soon arrived at the East Sea City Blacksmith Association. After showing their tokens, Tang Wulin and Yao Xuan were taken to Mu Chen's forging room. Compared to Mang Tian's forging room, Mu Chen's was undoubtedly more luxurious, with many soul guide formations inscribed on the walls, increasing the soul power density in the forging room to about 4 times that of the outside world. Forging is an extremely soul power consuming task, especially for high-level forging such as spiritual forging, fusion forging, and soul forging, which requires strong soul power support. With the aid of these soul guide formations, Mu Chen would undoubtedly find forging much easier, and the success rate would also increase. Come, Yao Xuan Wulin, I will now grant you the blacksmith badges and impart specific forging knowledge. After saying this, Mu Chen took out a tray from his spatial soul guide, on which there was a red cloth underneath, with 2 badges placed on top. Upon closer inspection, the craftsmanship of these 2 badges was exquisite, with a hexagonal outer shape, a blue base color, and a protruding hammer shape in the center, flanked by 2 white stars, signifying their status as second-level blacksmiths. Personally taking out 1 badge, Mu Chen pinned it to Yao Xuan's right chest, and then pinned the other badge to Tang Wulin's left chest. Wulin, Yao Xuan, very good. Do you know? You both broke the record of our East Sea Blacksmith Association for the youngest age to become second-level blacksmiths. Congratulations. In the future, you must continue to work hard. With a smile on his face, Mu Chun encouraged them. Thank you, master. We will definitely work hard. Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin replied, bowing to Mu Chun. By the way, there are also 2 things here to give to you. After saying this, a flash of light appeared in Mu Chun's hand, and the original tray disappeared, revealing 2 ancient-style rings of light blue color, with a layer of fine dark patterns on the surface, giving a dizzying feeling. These are 2 spatial soul guides with 10 cubic meters of storage space, making it more convenient for you to complete tasks in the future, and you can carry necessary items with you. However, these 2 spatial soul guides are only lent to you for now. You can truly possess them only after you advance to level 4 blacksmiths. This is also one of the benefits of our Blacksmith Association. After saying this, Mu Chun handed over the 2 rings. Thank you, master. Tang Wulin's eyes flashed with joy as he received the rings, and then both thanked him together. All right, now it's time to officially start teaching you the knowledge of forging. During the forging process, you need to seriously complete each forging work, feel it with your soul, and inspire it with your life. True forging is not merely about hammering metal. It is about creating life. With a restrained smile, Mu Chun explained in a serious tone, while Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin listened attentively, their eyes sparkling with excitement, and they felt a deafening sense of awakening in their hearts. Now, I will demonstrate the technique of Qianduan for you. After saying this, a dazzling forging hammer, looking incredibly magnificent and exuding a powerful aura, appeared in Mu Chun's hand. He then opened the forging furnace and began the specific demonstration. Have you seen clearly? This is the direction you need to work towards. Qianduan E-Pin, also known as half-spirit forging, is your goal to forge a Qianduan E-Pin work before you turn 15. As the final hammer struck down, the metal block in front of Mu Chun suddenly emitted a brilliant light, rising up to 1.5 meters before stopping. Then Mu Chun explained, "We understand. Master, we will definitely work hard." Listening to Mu Chun's words, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin replied, "Great. The master leads you to the door, but the cultivation relies on the individual. This is the key point of the 1,000 forging that I have summarized. If there are difficult aspects to understand, you can come to ask me. From now on, you must come over for half a day of practice every week to maintain your skills. Understood?" Listening to Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin, Mu Chun nodded in satisfaction. He then took out 2 small booklets and handed them to Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin. "Thank you, master." Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin both replied respectfully as they accepted the booklets from Mu Chun. "All right, Wulin, you can go train on your own for now. I have a few questions for Yao Xuan." After sending Tang Wulin away, Mu Chun also moved to Yao Xuan's side, and with a thought, released his soul power to isolate the surroundings. "By the way, Yao Xuan, what is the highest level of forging you can currently perform?" Mu Chun asked, looking at Yao Xuan. "Master, I can currently perform up to the 2nd tier of 1,000 forgings, but the success rate is not high. Out of 100 forges, I should be able to forge 10 pieces of 2nd tier 1,000 forgings metal, but there might also be 1 piece that falls to the 4th tier of 1,000 forgings." Listening to Mu Chun's question, Yao Xuan answered in detail, "You have already reached the level of 1,000 forgings 2nd grade. Looking at Yao Xuan, Mu Chun's eyes revealed an expression of disbelief. "Oh my god, I didn't expect you to have reached this level. At this rate, as long as your soul power keeps up, you will qualify to challenge true spirit forging before the age of 15. This is also my expectation for you. Work hard, and if you have any questions, you can leave me a message using the soul communicator. Then, when you have mastered the 1,000 forgings 1st grade, let me know, and I will teach you the techniques of spirit forging." Patting Yao Xuan on the shoulder, Mu Chun tried to calm his emotions and encouraged him. "Yes, master. I won't let you down." Yao Xuan replied seriously, nodding vigorously. Chapter 75. The competition, Mushi's admiration. Also, do not slack off in your soul power training. Strong soul power is the foundation for your future advancement to a holy craftsman, and even further, to become a divine craftsman. Understand? Satisfied? Mu Chun nodded and continued to advise. "I understand, master. I'll go train now," Yao Xuan replied. "All right, go ahead." With a slight smile, Mu Chun waved goodbye to Yao Xuan. "Yao Xuan, you're here? Last week, you promised to compete with me in forging, so let us start now." Just as Yao Xuan walked out of Mu Chun's workshop, a clear female voice came from beside him. Senior Sister Mushi, please lead the way." Looking up, Yao Xuan saw that it was Mushi calling him, and he nodded in agreement. Leading Yao Xuan, Mushi took him to a forging room. Compared to Mu Chun's workshop, This one was obviously much simpler, but it was far more organized and beautiful than Mang Tian's studio. Come on, little junior brother. Since you are younger, I'll let you choose a metal for our competition. As the two entered the forging room, Mushi spoke. All right, then let's compete in forging fine gold. Seeing Mushi say this, Yao Xuan unreservedly chose the metal he was most skilled at. Fine gold? I didn't expect little junior brother to be so confident. Listening to Yao Xuan, Mushi exclaimed in surprise, among metals, fine gold is one of the most difficult to control. Then let's get started. Listening to Mushi's words, Yao Xuan smiled faintly and said, of course. Mushi nodded slightly. Taking out 2 pieces of refined gold from the storage rack, Yao Xuan and Mushi began the forging process. They opened the forge, kindled the fire, and then placed the refined gold inside. Yao Xuan's eyes remained calm as water, while Mushi's eyes showed a tenacity of not wanting to admit defeat. 15 minutes later, the refined gold was forged. Yao Xuan and Mushi almost simultaneously took out the glowing hot refined gold, retrieved their forging hammers, and began to strike. Clang, clang. The crisp sound of forging echoed in the forging room. Another 10 minutes passed, and Yao Xuan and Mushi completed the quenching of the refined gold in their hands one after the other, then exchanged smiles. Come on, little junior brother. Let's use the instrument to compare the final quality of the refined gold we forged, Mushi said, looking at Yao Xuan. Sure. Nodding slightly, Yao Xuan and Mushi approached the analyzer. First, Mushi placed her forged refined gold into the analyzer, and beams of light were released. Scanning the piece of refined gold. 100-fold refined gold. Volume reduced. 14. Density increased. 17. Impurities removed. 96. Quality. Excellent. A line of red text appeared on the analyzer screen. Looking at her results, a faint smile appeared on Mushi's face. Although her forged refined gold was not perfect, it was only a step away. Little junior brother, it's your turn, Mushi said, looking at Yao Xuan with a hint of pride in her tone. All right, senior sister Mushi. With a confident smile, Yao Xuan placed the piece of refined gold in his hand into the analyzer. 100-fold refined gold. Volume reduced. 15. Density increased. 20. Impurities removed. 100. Quality. Superior. After a few seconds, a line of red text appeared on the analyzer. How is that possible? Looking at Yao Xuan's results, Mushi's face showed a look of disbelief. Superior? That is superior. Although there was only one word difference between excellent and superior, the gap was like heaven and earth. The selling value and the difficulty of forging differed by more than 5 times, and if a superior metal were used for battle forging, the success rate would be about 20% higher than that of excellent quality. Little junior brother, you are truly amazing, Mushi exclaimed, looking at Yao Xuan. It's just good luck. Senior sister, being able to forge excellent 100-fold refined gold is impressive enough, Yao Xuan humbly replied, looking at Mushi. Not at all. You don't need to comfort me. I am well aware of the gap between excellent and superior metals, Mushi said, pouting slightly, with a hint of disappointment in her eyes. By the way, senior sister, let's discuss our views on forging together, Yao Xuan said, quickly changing the topic upon seeing Mushi's expression. Sure, little junior brother, tell me your thoughts on forging. Listening to the forging, Mushi's mood clearly improved a lot. As for forging, my understanding of forging is that it is about subduing the metal. Metal is unruly. Each particle has its own pride and tends to repel each other, creating a sense of chaos. During the forging process, what I am doing is using my mental strength to tame them, bringing them under my command, and arranging them according to my will, placing each metal particle in the most suitable position. My realization is that a blacksmith must be the commander of the metal. And the forging process is a process of arranging troops, a process of organizing metal particles according to the blueprint in one's mind. Once successful, the metal will exhibit the most perfect quality. Looking at Mushi, Yao Xuan expressed his understanding. Subduing, commanding, arranging troops? Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Mushi pondered. Yes, this is my understanding of forging. Yao Xuan confirmed with a slight nod. Thank you, junior apprentice. Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Mushi showed a hint of admiration in her eyes and felt a sense of genuine acceptance in her heart. Her own forging skills were still at the level of practice makes perfect, but she didn't expect that Yao Xuan had already summarized his own methodology. By the way, junior brother, with your deep understanding of forging, you must be close to achieving the 1,000 forges, right? Mushi asked, looking at Yao Xuan with admiration. Well, senior sister, to be honest, I can actually already perform 1,000 forges. However, my teacher is worried that I might be targeted. So he specifically asked me to wait for another 2 years before taking the assessment. Please don't share this news with others, Yao Xuan said, looking at Mu Shi. What? Junior brother, you've already completed 1,000 forges? Suddenly, Mu Shi's gaze towards Yao Xuan changed. A 9-year-old with 100 forges was still within her comprehension. But a 9-year-old with 1,000 forges was completely beyond her imagination. Yes, Yao Xuan confirmed with a slight nod. Junior brother, this is truly incredible. A 9-year-old, 3rd-level forger. Looking at Yao Xuan, the last trace of competitiveness in Mu Shi vanished, leaving only pure admiration. She finally realized that the gap between her and Yao Xuan was too vast, so large that she didn't dare to chase after it. 1,000 forges. That was truly remarkable. As the daughter and disciple of Mu Chun, she naturally understood the difference between 1,000 forges and 100 forges. Mu Chun had once told her that as long as she completed 1,000 forges before the age of 18, she would be considered a super genius with the potential to become a saint craftsman, while Yao Xuan had achieved all this in just half, or even less than half of the time. Chapter 76, Breakthrough, Great Soul Master. Perhaps it's because my talent is relatively good, combined with constant effort. Senior Sister Mu Shi. If there's a chance in the future, we can continue to exchange insights on forging, help each other, and improve together. Listening to Mu Shi's words, Yao Xuan humbly replied, No, this is not an exchange, but rather a consultation. Junior brother Yao Xuan, thank you for your guidance. There are always people better than you. And there are heavens beyond heaven. I have indeed been a bit too proud. In fact, compared to true geniuses, I still have a huge gap. With a hint of gratitude in her eyes, Mu Shi sincerely said. Then, Mu Shi asked Yao Xuan a few questions about forging, and Yao Xuan answered them seriously. With his extraordinary insight, Yao Xuan's explanations were naturally thorough and penetrating. After listening to Yao Xuan's explanations, Mu Shi gained a lot, and her admiration for him deepened. Soon after, Yao Xuan and Mu Shi bid farewell and entered a forging room specially prepared for him by Mu Chun to begin forging, only returning to the East Sea Academy at night. As time passed day by day, Yao Xuan's days were very regular during this period. On class days, Yao Xuan trained with Wu Chongkong during the day, received theoretical learning in the afternoon, and underwent special training with Wu Chongkong at night, teaming up with Gu Yue and 3 others to fight against Wu Chongkong. As for the weekends, Yao Xuan went to the Forging Masters Association with Tang Wulin to forge, accumulating experience while also earning a share of federal currency. Although Yao Xuan couldn't accept the 1,000 forging tasks yet, even with 100 forging due to his forging speed, he could still earn a considerable amount of federal currency. During this hard training day after day, 2.5 months passed unknowingly. 2.5 months ago, Yao Xuan's soul power level reached level 19, and with another breakthrough, he could officially advance to a Grand Soul Master. However, compared to the previous minor level upgrades, this breakthrough to a major level undoubtedly required more accumulated soul power, even though Yao Xuan possessed the creation forging soul technique. After practicing for a full 2.5 months, his soul power cultivation progress reached 99.5, and with further cultivation, he would smoothly advance to Grand Soul Master. In addition to progress in soul power, Yao Xuan's mental strength also improved at an average rate of 1 point per week, and during this time, his mental strength reached 207 points, breaking through to the mid-stage of the spiritual connection realm. As for the ancestral dragon bloodline, over time, each battle with Wu Chongkong allowed Yao Xuan to gain golden evolution points, which had decreased from 10 points to 5 points. Fortunately, accumulating small amounts led to a significant total, and with 2 battles each day, Yao Xuan still gained nearly 1,000 golden evolution points. Naturally, Yao Xuan invested all these 1,000 golden evolution points into the ancestral dragon bloodline, raising it from 11.7 to 14.5, very close to upgrading it to 15. Once the ancestral dragon bloodline reaches 15, the second cycle of vital energy within Yao Xuan would initially form, enhancing his attributes like vitality, strength, and endurance to a new level, making him even stronger. However, even without the initial formation of the second cycle of vital energy, Yao Xuan's strength still saw a significant increase, reaching 3,000 kilograms, which was quite terrifying. Once he activated his martial soul embodiment, his strength could reach 4,500 kilograms, and if he used the right claw dragon transformation, his strength could approach 7,000 kilograms. Coupled with the destructive power of the ancestral dragon's right claw, his combat power could even threaten ordinary initial stage soul masters. Even without using the right claw dragon transformation, Yao Xuan's strength had already reached the level of an ordinary high-ranking soul venerable. Therefore, when fighting against Yao Xuan, Wu Changkong also raised his soul power from level 21 to 24, which is the level of a mid-stage Grand Soul Master, to put more pressure on Yao Xuan. In addition to progress in soul power cultivation, Yao Xuan also made significant strides in forging. Mu Chun, being an 8th level Saint Craftsman, provided Yao Xuan with insights from his notes and experiences, which proved beneficial. With continuous training, Yao Xuan's success rate for crafting second-tier 1000 forgings had approached 20%, bringing him closer to completing first-tier 1000 forgings and breaking through to a 4th level forger. Finally, in terms of teamwork, as the number of joint battles increased, and with Wu Changkong's careful guidance, the coordination among Yao Xuan and the other three became increasingly seamless, forming a small team. Of course, the most harmonious pair was still Yao Xuan and Gu Yue, whose cooperation was nearly flawless, often providing each other with good support without needing words. As for Xie and Tang Wulin, while their level of synergy with Yao Xuan was also high, they were still slightly inferior compared to Gu Yue, which puzzled them and led to teasing Yao Xuan for prioritizing romance over friendship. However, in his interactions with Gu Yue, Yao Xuan had not yet made significant breakthroughs, and he could sense that Gu Yue, although always wanting to get closer to him, seemed to deliberately control the distance between them. Was she afraid that being too close would raise his suspicions and was trying to take it slow? Faced with Gu Yue's behavior, Yao Xuan could only speculate silently. The truth was indeed as such. With the ancestral dragon martial soul, Yao Xuan's aura was as sweet as honey to Gu Yue, who was the silver dragon king, making her want to get right next to him and even lick his cheek. However, Gu Yue herself felt that such actions seemed too intimate and not quite reasonable. So she tried hard to control herself from making any abnormal moves that might raise Yao Xuan's suspicions or misunderstandings. Reflecting on the progress of the past 2.5 months, Yao Xuan slowly closed his eyes in order to break through to Grand Soul Master. At this critical moment, Yao Xuan did not stay at the EC Academy, but went to the Forging Masters Association, entering a training room specially prepared for him by Mu Chun. Compared to the dormitory, the concentration of soul power here was undoubtedly much richer, and there was a special fragrance in the air that calmed the mind and showed signs of enhancing mental strength. This fragrance came from the burning of a special incense made from several precious 1000-year spiritual materials, which is an excellent aid for soul masters to break through their realms. The price of such incense was over 1 million federal currency each and often had no market value, which showed Mu Chen's emphasis on Yao Xuan when he took it out for Yao Xuan's breakthrough to Grand Soul Master. Accompanied by the fragrance of the burning incense, Yao Xuan cast aside distracting thoughts and activated the first layer of the creation forging soul technique. With the activation of the technique, waves of heaven and earth soul power surged into the training room, enriching the soul power within the room nearly 5-fold in half a minute. Then, guided by Yao Xuan, the external soul power was continuously absorbed into his body, rapidly condensed, and finally surged into Yao Xuan's dantian through his meridians, where it was continuously refined. As the external soul power was refined, Yao Xuan's internal soul power became increasingly rich, surging like a tide, constantly impacting the bottleneck of his quasi-grand soul master stage, causing it to break and loosen continuously. Author's note, it's finally going to be published. I kindly ask all readers to subscribe to this book through the official channels, as this is the only authorized way. Every full subscription you make is a great encouragement to the author. Thank you very much. Chapter 77, Fusion of Soul Rings. Smooth advancement. First update. Seeking full subscription. Accompanied by the impact of the tidal soul power, the quasi-grand soul master bottleneck that faintly bound Yao Xuan began to loosen rapidly. However, a bottleneck is still a bottleneck. Although it was on the verge of breaking, it remained quite tenacious, resisting wave after wave of tidal impacts from the soul power. Do you want to spend 10 golden evolution points to enhance your soul power and break through the level 20 bottleneck? As Yao Xuan thought this, the system's prompt echoed in his consciousness. Yes. With Yao Xuan's confirmation, the 10 golden evolution points disappeared, transforming into the purest soul power, which quickly entered Yao Xuan's meridians, joining the team that was impacting the bottleneck. With the addition of this fresh force, the tidal wave of soul power within Yao Xuan surged, increasing the impact on the bottleneck by nearly 50%, causing more cracks to rapidly appear on the bottleneck, which was on the verge of collapse. Crack. Finally, accompanied by a crisp shattering sound in his sea of consciousness, the bottleneck that bound Yao Xuan disappeared, and his soul power broke through from level 19 to level 20, reaching the realm of a quasi-great soul master. With the breakthrough of the bottleneck, a powerful suction force erupted from Yao Xuan's dantian, drawing in waves of soul power from the environment into his dantian, which was then refined almost instantaneously, rapidly enhancing Yao Xuan's soul power. About 10 minutes passed, and the phenomenon finally came to a stop. At this point, the soul power in Yao Xuan's dantian had increased by at least 20%, and its purity had also improved significantly. As for the meridians in his body, they had become more flexible. However, Yao Xuan's promotion process was not yet over. In the past era of soul rings, at this time, Yao Xuan would need to enter the soul beast forest, hunt soul beasts, obtain suitable soul rings, and fuse them to officially break through to Great Soul Master. However, times have changed. In today's era of soul spirits, the breakthrough of a soul master is far less troublesome. A single soul spirit can provide multiple soul rings. In most cases, a soul master only needs to allow the soul spirit to condense a new soul ring to break through. Because of this, Yao Xuan silently urged his soul power, and soon, a faint 9-colored glow flickered before him, as the ancestral dragon martial soul and ancestral dragon soul spirit simultaneously manifested, hovering in front of Yao Xuan. Then, with Yao Xuan's mental command, the ancestral dragon soul spirit gently opened its mouth and released an ethereal yellow soul ring that slowly flew towards the ancestral dragon martial soul. Compared to the soul ring Yao Xuan first fused with the ancestral dragon soul spirit, this soul ring's color was noticeably richer. The reason was simple. The creation soul refining technique during cultivation can not only enhance the soul master, but also the soul spirit. With this period of cultivation, although Yao Xuan had never entered the transmission spirit tower, the cultivation of his ancestral dragon soul spirit had quietly broken through from 100 years to 400 years. Enhancing the power of the soul skills it granted Yao Xuan. The ethereal yellow soul ring passed through in front of Yao Xuan, and, at the same time, his ancestral dragon martial soul also flew towards the soul ring, which was eventually swallowed by the ancestral dragon martial soul and began to be refined. As the soul ring was refined, the previously calmed fluctuations of soul power within Yao Xuan became intense again, surging forth like boiling water, fiercely impacting the bottleneck of the Great Soul Master. Bang, bang, bang. In his sea of consciousness, Yao Xuan seemed to hear the sound of his soul power, and with a crisp sound of explosion, the bottleneck binding him finally shattered completely, and Yao Xuan instantly felt a lightness in his body, as if a new world had opened up. In the next moment, an even more vigorous suction force emerged from Yao Xuan's dantian, once again crazily absorbing the soul power in the room, compressing and refining it, enhancing Yao Xuan's soul power and expanding his meridians. Not only that, Yao Xuan also felt a burning sensation in his spine, and soon streams of heat, like magma, flowed out from his tailbone, coursing through his blood vessels to all parts of his body. This heat spread continuously within Yao Xuan, being absorbed by the cells in his body. At the same time, mysterious 9-colored energy rapidly spread within him, forming an incredibly marvelous, powerful 9-colored grid that emitted an ancient and primal aura. With the appearance of this 9-colored grid, the ancestral dragon martial soul in front of Yao Xuan began to undergo further transformation, its scales gradually changing from gray-white to a light 9 color, and the aura it emitted grew stronger. Additionally, as the aura intensified, the size of the ancestral dragon martial soul also expanded further, with its original dragon claws and horns becoming sharper, radiating a chilling aura that seemed capable of piercing through all enemies in front of it. This aura, is it Yao Xuan? Now it feels like the aura of the dragon god on him has become even thicker and purer. If he is not the reincarnation of the dragon god, it really can't be explained. It seems that the original plan should be changed. Sensing the aura emitted by Yao Xuan during his promotion, Gu Yue silently raised her head and glanced towards the East Sea Forging Master Association, secretly contemplating. Without mentioning Gu Yue's thoughts, at this moment, Yao Xuan's promotion was nearing its end within the Forging Master Association. With the further awakening of the ancestral dragon martial soul, Yao Xuan also felt extremely comfortable, as if he had returned to the womb, entering a state of innate unity, receiving immense nourishment, with his soul power, mental power, and strength further enhanced. Ding! Congratulations on fusing the second soul ring and obtaining the soul skill ancestral dragon body, advancing to level 21 Great Soul Master. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task to advance to Great Soul Master. Congratulations on receiving the task reward. Golden Evolution Points x 1000. System Ability Extraordinary Condensation. System Ability Simulated Combat Space. Ding. Successfully advanced to Great Soul Master. Personal information has been updated. Would you like to view it? Half an hour later, Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon martial soul evolution was complete, and his soul power successfully reached level 21, breaking through to Great Soul Master, at which point the system notification sounded. Yes, Yao Xuan thought to himself. Name, Yao Xuan. Age, 9 years. System abilities, Eye of Observation, Enhanced Charisma, Enhanced Comprehension, Space Storage, 50 cubic meters, Enhanced Meditation, Extraordinary Condensation, Simulated Combat Space Martial Soul, Ancestral Dragon Soul Power, Level 21, 0, 0, Great Soul Master, Cultivation Method, Creation Soul Refining Technique, Ancestral Dragon Bloodline Unlock Level 14. 5 Mental Power, 237, 0, 0, Mid-Level Spirit Communication, Soul Spirit, Ancestral Dragon, 400 years, Soul Skills, Ancestral Dragon Sky Splitter, Ancestral Dragon Body Bloodline Ability, Secondary Primary Ancestral Dragon Body, Right Claw Dragon Transformation Bloodline Ability, Main Ancestral Dragon Space, Shattering Step Battle Armor, None Mecha, None Evolution Points, 3277 Golden Evolution Points, 1005 Skills, Forging Level 3, Mecha Design Level 0, Mecha Manufacturing Level 0, Mecha Maintenance Level 0. As Yao Xuan concentrated, the system's prompt box appeared, displaying the information after his breakthrough. After reviewing his attributes post-breakthrough, Yao Xuan nodded in satisfaction. Chapter 78. New Task. Activate System Ability Extraordinary Condensation. Second update. Please subscribe. Awesome. My strength has increased again. Looking at the attributes on the attribute panel, sensing the vibrant soul power in his meridians and the tremendous vitality within him, Yao Xuan couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. After integrating the second soul ring provided by the ancestral dragon soul spirit, Yao Xuan's soul power level naturally broke through level 20, reaching level 21, successfully advancing to a Great Soul Master. Although there's only a 1-character difference between a Soul Master and a Great Soul Master, there's indeed a huge gap between the two. After breaking through to a Great Soul Master, Yao Xuan's soul power reserves increased to about 1.5 times what they were before, and the purity of his soul power also improved by 1.5 times. In other words, overall, Yao Xuan's total soul power reached twice what it was before, and even more. In addition to soul power, after breaking through to a Great Soul Master, Yao Xuan's mental strength also surged by more than 30 points, reaching 237 points. In terms of strength, although Yao Xuan's ancestral dragon bloodline did not increase, due to the further awakening of the ancestral dragon martial soul, his strength directly increased from 3,000 kilograms to 4,000 kilograms, and his vitality further improved, enhancing his endurance and recovery. Not only that, with the completion of the Great Soul Master breakthrough task, Yao Xuan received 1,000 golden evolution points. With these golden evolution points, Yao Xuan could once again break through his ancestral dragon bloodline and complete the second round of Vitality Soul Rings, at which point his strength would be further enhanced. Additionally, regarding the system, there was a small surprise after Yao Xuan's promotion. The volume of the system space increased from 5 cubic meters to 50 cubic meters, expanding tenfold. Ding! A new main quest has been obtained. Breakthrough to Soul Sovereign. Do you accept the quest? Just as Yao Xuan was sensing his physical condition, the system's prompt sound rang out again in his sea of consciousness. Of course I accept. Accompanied by Yao Xuan's thought, a flash of silver light appeared before him, and the original data frame disappeared, quickly replaced by an ancient-style quest frame. Quest name, Breakthrough to Soul Sovereign. Quest description. After reaching the Great Soul Master Realm, your strength has been further enhanced, but compared to your future enemies, you are still weak. Therefore, you must not become complacent, but should continue to move forward and strive for the next realm of Great Soul Master, the Soul Sovereign. Time limit, 3 years. Failure penalty, none. Failure to complete on time will result in no quest rewards. Quest reward, Golden Evolution Points x 10,000. System ability, Extraordinary Meditation. System ability, Enhanced System Intelligence. Special reminder, the Ancestral Dragon Martial Soul and Ancestral Dragon Bloodline complement each other. To ensure your perfect advancement, please try to elevate your Ancestral Dragon Bloodline to level 20 before breaking through level 30 and unlock the second phase of Bloodline abilities. Otherwise, it may adversely affect your future development. breaking through to Soul Sovereign in 3 years and raising the ancestral dragon bloodline to above 20. This is indeed a considerable challenge. Fortunately, the 0 class will be established soon, and I can enjoy better cultivation resources, which will surely accelerate my advancement speed. Looking at the new system task, Yao Xuan frowned slightly and thought, well, thinking back and forth now is useless. The fundamental thing is still to work hard to cultivate and improve soul power. But first, let me see the effects of the 2 new system abilities. As Yao Xuan concentrated, his consciousness sank into the system panel, and he lightly tapped on the system panel. Ding! You currently have an unlocked system ability, Extraordinary Condensation. Would you like to activate it? Extraordinary Condensation Effect. This system ability allows you to spend golden evolution points to condense the items you need, whether they are 10,000-year spirit materials, soul bones, 4-character battle armor, 12th level fixed soul-guided missiles, or divine artifacts. The system can condense them for you, provided you have enough golden evolution points. As Yao Xuan focused, he heard a ding sound, and at the same time, a system prompt box appeared in his sea of consciousness. Extraordinary Condensation? According to the description, it means the system mall, right? Not bad. Activate it. Looking at the description of this system ability, Yao Xuan thought to himself, then confirmed. The next moment, in Yao Xuan's sea of consciousness, streams of mysterious energy surge from the super god system, condensing in the air and undergoing mysterious transformations, finally becoming an exquisitely crafted workstation rune. Suspended in Yao Xuan's sea of consciousness. Ding! The system ability Extraordinary Condensation has been activated. Within a minute, with a ding, the workstation rune stabilized, and the system prompt sound rang out again. With an expectant look, Yao Xuan focused his thought and pointed at the workstation rune. As Yao Xuan concentrated, a golden list appeared in his sea of consciousness, displaying an array of incredibly rare treasures, each of which could definitely stir up a storm in the Soul Master world. Moreover, for the super god system, it could even condense divine artifacts, world origins, and true god medicines, items that even gods would covet. But looking at the condensation cost for these various treasures, Yao Xuan could only shake his head helplessly. With the golden evolution points Yao Xuan currently possessed, attempting to condense such treasures would be like a drop in the bucket. Even condensing a low-grade divine artifact would consume golden evolution points in the hundreds of millions, let alone those more valuable treasures, which Yao Xuan could not possibly obtain in a short time. Continuing to scroll down, when he reached the level of 1,000-year spirit materials, spirit forged metals, and 1,000-year soul spirits, the amount of golden evolution points required for their condensation finally fell within a range that Yao Xuan could accept. For example, condensing a 1,000-year spirit material would only require a few thousand golden evolution points. However, compared to the existence of 1,000-year spirit materials, golden evolution points themselves are undoubtedly more precious. Using golden evolution points to condense 1,000-year spirit materials is undoubtedly a huge waste, and anyone who isn't a fool wouldn't choose this. Therefore, it can be said that for Yao Xuan at present, the extraordinary condensation ability provided by the system seems somewhat useless, but this does not surprise him, as this ability is somewhat of a chicken rib. In the future, as Yao Xuan's strength becomes stronger, he will obtain more and more golden evolution points, and at that time, the extraordinary condensation system ability will surely shine brightly, bringing him treasures like divine artifacts that are difficult for ordinary soul masters to obtain. After carefully browsing the system ability of extraordinary condensation, Yao Xuan left the extraordinary condensation function page with some disappointment. Entering a treasure mountain and coming out empty-handed would make anyone feel a bit disheartened. However, Yao Xuan only sighed for a few seconds before pressing another part of the system panel to activate the next system ability. Chapter 79, Virtual Combat Space, Ancestral Dragon Dominance. Battle Dance Sky Illusion, 3rd update. Seeking subscription. Ding! You currently have an unlocked system ability, Simulated Combat Space. Would you like to activate it? Simulated Combat Space Effect. This system ability allows you to enter a simulated combat space, simulating the enemies you need to engage in simulated battles. If the simulated target has previously fought against you in real combat, the realism of the simulation will be greatly enhanced. However, conducting simulated combat will consume your mental strength. The stronger the simulated enemy, the longer the duration, and the more mental strength consumed. Additionally, you can freely adjust the pain level in the simulated combat space. But any injury sustained during simulated combat will not harm your real body. As Yao Xuan focused his thoughts, the system prompt appeared once again. This ability would definitely help me more than the extraordinary condensation. It would significantly enhance my combat ability, equivalent to carrying a transmitting spirit tower space with me, allowing me to freely choose my enemies, though it wouldn't enhance my soul cultivation. Looking at the description of the system's functions, a hint of fiery excitement appeared in Yao Xuan's eyes, and he silently murmured, "Activate!" Accompanied by Yao Xuan's mental focus, the mysterious ability surged forth again, condensing into a fist-shaped rune, colored red, with yellow lightning flickering beside it, looking very imposing. Ding! The system's combat simulation space has been activated. 5 minutes later, the fist rune stabilized, and the system prompt sounded again. Very good. Let me experience the effects of the simulated combat space. Just in time for me to test my second soul skill. With a thought, Yao Xuan's consciousness touched the fist-shaped rune. In the next moment, Yao Xuan felt a darkness before his eyes, and then his consciousness appeared in a vast, empty metal room measuring 20 square meters. Welcome to the simulated combat space. Below is the method for using the virtual combat space. A mechanical prompt echoed, and then information flooded into Yao Xuan's mind. So that's how it is. This virtual combat space is indeed marvelous. After receiving the information transmitted by the system, Yao Xuan nodded silently, and with another thought. The surrounding environment rapidly transformed into a vast grassland, which then changed into a forest, a city, a wasteland, and a volcano. Not bad. Let's try the simulation effect against an enemy. With another mental push, a target appeared before Yao Xuan, which then morphed into a great soul master, and finally transformed into a 1,000-year soul beast. This system ability is indeed practical. Now let me see how powerful the ancestral dragon overlord body really is. Nodding slightly, Yao Xuan activated the system ability to probe himself. Second soul skill name, Ancestral Dragon Overlord Body. Second soul skill effect, Burn Soul Power. Activate the power of the Ancestral Dragon. Enter the Ancestral Dragon Overlord Body state, significantly enhancing one's vitality and soul power during the duration of the Ancestral Dragon Overlord Body. Additionally, after activating the Ancestral Dragon Overlord Body, your attack power and defense will be tripled, agility and soul power will be doubled, and you will gain substantial reductions against mental attacks, elemental attacks, and abnormal states. Triple attack power. How terrifying. Looking at the description of the Ancestral Dragon Overlord Body Soul skill, Yao Xuan couldn't help but take a deep breath. What a fearsome combat power. After breaking through to a great soul master, even without using the Ancestral Dragon Overlord Body, Yao Xuan's strength had already been significantly enhanced, rivaling ordinary mid-level soul masters, reaching a level where he could suppress ordinary high-level soul masters. Such combat power was already astonishing. Once he activated the Ancestral Dragon Overlord Body, his strength would be further enhanced threefold on this basis. Even ordinary beginner or mid-level soul masters might not be his match and would be suppressed. Of course, this is against ordinary soul masters. If faced with a genius soul master like Wu Changkong, he would still be outmatched during the soul master period. But even Wu Changkong, without using beginner soul master power, would not be able to contend with Yao Xuan. Very well. Then let's use the simulated battle to test my actual combat ability. With a thought, the surrounding environment transformed into a vast combat arena, and a blue-haired figure materialized 100 meters away, exuding the powerful aura of a beginner soul master. It looked exactly like Wu Changkong, precisely the simulation of Wu Changkong by the system. The simulated battle begins. Yao Xuan silently thought, as the blue-haired figure in the distance gathered blue light in its hand, instantly condensing into the heavenly frost sword and charging at Yao Xuan. Ancestral Dragon, possess. With a thought, in just 0.5 seconds, the Ancestral Dragon martial soul manifested and fused into Yao Xuan's body. After 2.5 months of practical training, Yao Xuan's control over the Ancestral Dragon martial soul had reached an extraordinary level, and the speed of martial soul possession had significantly accelerated, no longer as slow as before. As the Ancestral Dragon martial soul fused, a layer of faint 9-colored scales grew on Yao Xuan's body, and at the same time, his nails rapidly grew, transforming into dragon claws. Ancestral Dragon Overlord Body. With another mental push, the Ancestral Dragon Spirit appeared before Yao Xuan, and the second circle of yellow soul rings flickered behind it. In the next moment, Yao Xuan felt his soul power boil as if it were surging, and at the same time, his vitality surged, radiating a dazzling 9-colored brilliance. What a powerful feeling. Feeling the soul power, vitality, and strength within him multiply several times. A hint of joy appeared on Yao Xuan's face, and then he activated his first soul skill, Ancestral Dragon Sky-Shattering Strike, charging at the Wu Chong Kong illusion and clawing at its chest. Seeing Yao Xuan charging, the Wu Chong Kong illusion did not show weakness, swinging the Heavenly Frost Sword and activating a soul skill to meet Yao Xuan. Bang! In the next moment, Yao Xuan's dragon claw collided with the long sword of the Wu Chong Kong illusion, producing a crisp sound. And the Wu Chong Kong illusion was instantly sent flying, but adjusted its position in midair and continued to charge at Yao Xuan. Claws and sword clashed, and in the virtual combat space, Yao Xuan and the Wu Chong Kong illusion quickly engaged in a fierce battle. Blue sword energy and 9-colored shadows flying everywhere. Powerful energy waves spilling out in all directions. In less than 5 minutes, Yao Xuan had already exchanged over 100 moves with the Wu Chong Kong illusion. At this point, both Yao Xuan and the Wu Chong Kong illusion had shown signs of fatigue, with several injuries. But it was evident that the Wu Chong Kong illusion had fallen into an absolute disadvantage. Ancestral Dragon Sky Shattering Strike. Activating the soul skill again, Yao Xuan charged at the Wu Chong Kong illusion, while on the other side, the Wu Chong Kong illusion still slashed towards Yao Xuan with its sword. Crack! However, this time, the Wu Chong Kong illusion's soul power was nearly exhausted, and Yao Xuan's claw directly shattered the Heavenly Frost Sword in its hand, followed by tearing its body in half. Victory! The power of the Ancestral Dragon Overlord body is indeed formidable. With a thought, the scene around Yao Xuan changed again, and he found himself back in the original small space. Chapter 80. Initial condensation of the second cycle of vitality. 4th update. Subscription requested. However, what I just defeated was only the Wu Chong Kong illusion simulated by the system. Although its strength was already impressive, it was still far from the real Wu Chong Kong. However, being able to defeat the illusion of Wu Chong Kong despite being a whole realm higher is enough to prove my strength, further demonstrating the terrifying power of the Ancestral Dragon Overlord Body Soul skill. Although I achieved victory, Yao Xuan did not feel complacent. What he defeated was merely the Wu Chong Kong illusion simulated by the system. If it were a real battle with Wu Chong Kong, the outcome would be uncertain. However, Yao Xuan was still confident that even if Wu Chong Kong used Beginner Soul Master Power and activated the first 3 soul skills, he would definitely have the strength to resist, and even if he ultimately lost, he could at least hold out until his soul power was exhausted and the Ancestral Dragon Overlord body could no longer be maintained. The Ancestral Dragon Overlord body soul skill is indeed powerful, capable of tripling my combat power, but its consumption is also too great. Continuing to analyze the battle process, Yao Xuan thought to himself, yes, in the recent battle, having activated the Ancestral Dragon Overlord body soul skill for less than 5 minutes, Yao Xuan's soul power had almost halved. In other words, the consumption of soul power by the Ancestor Dragon Dominance is as high as 10% per minute. It is important to note that with the Creation Soul refining technique, Yao Xuan's soul power reserves and purity are definitely more than 10 times that of an ordinary soul master of the same level. Even an ordinary high-level soul venerable may not match Yao Xuan's soul power reserves. With such soul power reserves, when activating the Ancestor Dragon Dominance soul skill, it can only last for 10 minutes, which shows how terrifying the consumption of the Ancestor Dragon Dominance is. Although Yao Xuan feels that such consumption is worth it, the Ancestor Dragon Dominance, with such a terrifying consumption, can only last at most 10 minutes in battle, or even shorter, making it impossible to maintain for a long time, which is a small regret. Of course, Yao Xuan also believes that as his strength increases, this problem will definitely be solved. Once he breaks through to the Soul Sect, according to the principles of the Creation Soul refining technique, he will be able to condense a soul core, and, at that time, his soul power recovery speed can be increased by at least 10 times, enough to support the Ancestor Dragon Dominance for a longer duration. Just then, a stream of information surged into Yao Xuan's sea of consciousness in the simulated battle space, analyzing the shortcomings of his combat this time. This is also one of the features of the simulated battle space, which not only simulates battles, but also analyzes battle results, continuously optimizing Yao Xuan's strength. Indeed, let's take a look at how much mental power was consumed in this battle. After browsing through the battle analysis report, Yao Xuan nodded in satisfaction. With a thought, he exited the simulated battle space, and a silver light flashed, revealing the real world again before Yao Xuan's eyes. To think that this battle only consumed 10% of his mental power is simply amazing. Feeling the consumption of his mental power, Yao Xuan couldn't help but laugh. As this consumption is indeed very low. Based on this consumption, Yao Xuan can engage in simulated battles with a powerhouse of Wu Chongkong's level 10 times, or even more each day. Although simulated battles cannot provide Yao Xuan with golden evolution points, they do contribute to his strength enhancement in a tangible way. Moreover, the process of activating the simulated battle space is also a form of mental training, which can strengthen Yao Xuan's mental power, achieving a dual purpose. Next, let's continue to strengthen the Ancestor Dragon bloodline. With a thought, Yao Xuan gently clicked on the system's Ancestor Dragon bloodline upgrade section. After breaking through to the Great Soul Master, he obtained 1,000 golden evolution points, which must be converted into strength. Current golden evolution points, 1,005. Ancestor Dragon bloodline unlock level, 14. 7. Cost, 960 golden evolution points to increase the Ancestor Dragon bloodline by 1. 6. After the upgrade, your Ancestor Dragon bloodline will reach 16. 3. Do you want to upgrade? As Yao Xuan focused his mind, a system prompt appeared before him. Yes. With a hint of pain in his heart, Yao Xuan silently confirmed, secretly lamenting that as the unlock level of the Ancestor Dragon bloodline increases, the consumption of golden evolution points indeed becomes increasingly enormous. Ding! Upgrade begins. After Yao Xuan's confirmation, the system's prompt sound rang out again. In the Super God system, 960 golden evolution points instantly disappeared, transforming into the purest evolution source energy, pouring into Yao Xuan's body. As the evolution source energy surged in, the cells within Yao Xuan's body were also excited, frantically absorbing the evolution source energy, while the Ancestor Dragon bloodline hidden within Yao Xuan's body became active, drawing in the evolution source energy and continuously purifying it. A layer of faint nine-colored brilliance emanated from Yao Xuan's surface, and at the same time, the blood and energy within Yao Xuan's body rapidly strengthened, boiling, granting him immense power and continuously enhancing his potential for advancement. When the Ancestor Dragon bloodline broke through 15, a special connection suddenly formed among the originally vigorous blood energy within Yao Xuan's body, linking through his blood vessels and meridians, creating a shallow nine-colored grid. Forming a special cycle. The Ancestor Dragon bloodline's second layer of blood energy circulation has finally begun to take shape. With the formation of the second layer of blood energy circulation, the originally chaotic blood energy within Yao Xuan's body suddenly became orderly, easier to control, and denser and purer, granting Yao Xuan even greater strength. Ding! Upgrade completed. Ancestor Dragon bloodline unlock level 1. 6. Current Ancestor Dragon bloodline unlock level, 16. 3. Half an hour later, the evolution source energy within Yao Xuan was nearly exhausted, and his blood energy gradually calmed down. Meanwhile, the system's prompt sound rang in Yao Xuan's ear. Excellent. My strength has increased again. With the enhancement of the Ancestor Dragon bloodline and the initial formation of the second layer of blood energy circulation, Yao Xuan's physical attributes have improved once more, with significant increases in strength, endurance, defense, speed, and recovery speed. Just taking the most easily measurable attribute, strength, Yao Xuan's base strength has now reached 5,000 kilograms. It is worth noting that even Tang Wulin from the original historical timeline, after unlocking the first layer of the Golden Dragon King seal and activating the Golden Dragon Claw, had strength that was only about this level. 5,000 kilograms of base strength. What a terrifying power this is. Even a full punch could cause damage close to that of a soul venerable. Once he activates his martial soul, Yao Xuan's strength increases to 7,500 kilograms, and with a threefold enhancement from the Ancestor Dragon dominance, Yao Xuan's strength can reach 20,000 kilograms, capable of killing gods and Buddhas alike. Not to mention, Yao Xuan also possesses the bloodline skill of the Ancestor Dragon's right claw. Once activated, Yao Xuan's strength will increase by another 5 times, reaching 30,000 kilograms. In the original historical timeline, even during the Soul Venerable period, Tang Wulin's strength could not compare to that of the current Yao Xuan, illustrating Yao Xuan's power. Very good. Now, it's time to wait for the class promotion competition to begin. Nodding slightly, Yao Xuan stood up and left the training room, secretly thinking. Chapter 81. The class promotion competition begins. 5th update, please subscribe. With knowledge of the original historical timeline, Yao Xuan knows that in the class promotion competition, among the first-year students of Class 1, there are 2 great soul masters, Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxia, whose strengths are quite formidable. More importantly, they can unleash a martial soul fusion skill. The martial soul fusion skill is a very rare existence in the Soul Master world. Once unleashed, it can at least elevate a Soul Master's strength by 1 or 2 major realms. If the compatibility reaches 100%, theoretically, there is even a possibility of defeating an enemy across 3 major realms. The martial soul fusion skill of Zhang Yangzi and Wang Jinxia belongs to the category that can defeat enemies across 2 major realms. Although they were not yet able to fully unleash the martial soul fusion skill at that time, the strength they displayed was still close to an ordinary initial stage soul venerable. However, even so, what does it matter? Not to mention the absolute suppression of dragon-type martial souls by the ancestor dragon martial soul, based solely on his own strength. Yao Xuan can easily defeat them now. Therefore, in the following days, Yao Xuan merely continued his routine training, quietly waiting for the class promotion competition to arrive. In the blink of an eye, half a month later, 2 weeks have passed since Yao Xuan broke through to the Great Soul Master, and on this day, the class promotion competition of Donghai Academy officially begins. For Donghai Academy, the promotion competition is undoubtedly an annual grand event. When this day arrives, the atmosphere in Donghai Academy is exceptionally lively, with all grades and classes in the middle department eagerly celebrating its arrival. Every student at Donghai Academy naturally yearns to participate in the promotion competition and win, as it will not only bring them immense glory, but also benefit their future development. Indeed, if they can perform excellently in the competition, those achievements will be recorded in their files, greatly assisting them in advancing to higher Soul Master academies or pursuing careers in the military or politics, not to mention the rich material rewards. Not only the students, but even the homeroom teachers at Donghai Academy are also very excited. Once their students achieve victory, they too will receive accolades, giving them more leverage in future promotions. Of course, among all the homeroom teachers, Wu Changkong is undoubtedly the calmest. After witnessing Yao Xuan's battle strength as a great Soul Master, Wu Changkong is almost certain that even if only Yao Xuan participates, there's a high probability he could directly defeat students from all 6 grades. Yes, during the battle with Wu Changkong, Yao Xuan displayed combat power comparable to that of an ordinary beginner Soul Master. While the most powerful student in the entire middle department of Donghai Academy has only reached the rank of a high-level Soul Master. Even though that Soul Master's strength is not ordinary and possesses some ability to fight above their level, it is evident that in comparison to Yao Xuan, his combat power is still insufficient. Moreover, the team from Class 5 of the first year is far from consisting of just Yao Xuan. Besides him, Gu Yue and Xie have also made significant progress, which makes Wu Changkong very satisfied. Firstly, Xie, after receiving special training from Wu Changkong, has set aside his cynical attitude. In the week before the promotion competition, his soul power has already broken through level 20, advancing to the rank of Great Soul Master, just like Yao Xuan. As for Gu Yue, when she first entered Donghai Academy, her soul power level was 17, and now she has reached level 19. But she is still a bit away from breaking through to become a Great Soul Master. Seikondi, Dang Wuling, due to being able to harness the natural soul power drawn in by Yao Xuan during his training, has also made rapid progress. Combined with his resilience, his soul power level has surprisingly broken through by 2 levels, reaching level 14. Lastly, there is Yao Xuan. After advancing to Great Soul Master, Yao Xuan finally meets the conditions to practice the second layer of the Creation Soul refining technique. Compared to the first layer, the effects of the second layer are undoubtedly more powerful, allowing Yao Xuan to absorb soul power faster, and the refined soul power has become more condensed, with about 20 already liquefied. Of course, even with the Creation Soul refining technique, it is impossible for Yao Xuan to break through a level within 2 weeks. He still needs at least half a month of hard training to advance to level 22 Great Soul Master. However, in terms of mental strength and physical attributes, Yao Xuan has still made improvements. Additionally, after breaking through to Great Soul Master, the battles between Yao Xuan and Wu Changkong have become even more intense, and the number of golden evolution points Yao Xuan receives has returned from 5 points to 10 points, which is a pleasant surprise. Because of this, after 15 days of training, Yao Xuan has accumulated nearly 300 golden evolution points again and successfully raised his bloodline by 0.5, reaching 16.8. But at the same time, his golden evolution points have almost returned to 0. That afternoon, the promotion competition officially began. To accommodate the competition, a competition area had already been set up in the middle department's playground, with a layer of metal plates 10 centimeters thick, reinforced with soul guide runes on the ground. and next to it was a soul guide shield generator to prevent accidents, to avoid disrupting the students' normal learning. The competitions for the lower grades were scheduled to take place after school. When the school bell rang, students poured out of the teaching building, but very few students headed to the competition area to watch. For most upper grade students, the first-year newcomers competition held no viewing value, with only a few bored upper grade students attending, sitting around in a bustling crowd. Of course, as the students from Class 3 of the first year who were about to compete tomorrow, they all showed up, knowing their opponents well to ensure victory. Even so, the viewing area still appeared quite empty. Following Wu Kong's footsteps, the students of Class 5 of the first year stood in a neat line, and, after a moment, the students of Class 4 of the first year arrived in a bustling manner. Teacher Wu, you truly are a talent transferred from the senior department. Your teaching methods for the students are impressive. Just look at how orderly this line is, said Kong Hanwen, the homeroom teacher of Class 4, a short and stout middle-aged man, as he approached Wu Kong with a playful smile, provocatively addressing him. Listening to Kong Hanwen's words, Wu Kong didn't even flinch, merely gazing silently ahead, treating Kong Hanwen as if he were air, leaving Kong Hanwen feeling frustrated and even making his nose scrunch in annoyance. It seems that Teacher Wu has a lot of confidence in his students. Well, let's meet on the competition stage. With a sarcastic remark, Kong Hanwen walked into the ranks of Class 4 students. Today, the promotion match begins with Class 5 of the first grade challenging Class 4. Teacher Wu Kong, have you confirmed how many students will participate from your class? After another 5 minutes, the director Long Hngshu also arrived at the scene, stepping onto the competition stage and then inquiring. Yes, Yao Xuan, Tang Wulin, Xie, step forward. With a slight nod, Wu Kong instructed calmly. Yes. The three responded in unison, and at the same time, gratitude shone in Tang Wulin's eyes as he glanced at Wu Kong. In his heart, Tang Wulin knew that Teacher Wu's choice of participants was to take care of him. Otherwise, among the four in special training, Gu Yue's strength far surpassed his own. Why would Teacher Wu choose him to compete? It was precisely because he wanted him to have a chance to fight. Oh, Tan Wulin, with a puzzled expression. Long Hngshu cast a glance at Tang Wulin. Long Hngshu naturally remembered that Tang Wulin was the student who was bullied by others on the first day of school, whose soul power was not strong, and whose martial soul seemed to be blue-silver grass? Why would Wu Kong send out a soul master with a blue-silver grass martial soul? Long Hngshu was also somewhat confused about this. 3 participants from Class 5. Teacher Kong, I give you 5 minutes to choose your participants. Looking at Kong Han1, Long Hngshu instructed. No need for 5 minutes. I've already chosen the combatants. Galen, Lin Zunyuan, Mose, you 3 will compete. Remember, you represent the honor of Class 4. Show some spirit. Listening to Long Hngshu's words, Kong Hanwen immediately responded, all right. The participating students from both sides enter the arena. Seeing the selected candidates from both sides, Long Hngshu waved his hand and said, with that, the 6 students from both sides enter the arena. For the students of Class 5 in the first year, naturally, Yao Xuan took the lead, with Tang Wulin and Xie on either side of him. Among the 3 students from Class 4 in the first year, Mose was the leader. He was a bit short, but quite sturdy. Behind Jialong were Lin Zuinyu, who looked somewhat frail, and Mose, who had an average build. Looking at the students from Class 5, the 3 students from Class 4 had eager expressions in their eyes, clearly wanting to prove themselves in this battle. In the promotion match, everyone should prioritize harmony, only making light contact, and try not to injure other students. Now prepare, 3, 2, 1, start. The team members from both sides retreated until they were 50 meters apart, at which point Long Hngshu announced loudly. With Long Hngshu's shout, the promotion match officially began. And immediately, the students from both sides released their martial souls and soul rings. In the team from Class 4, Jialong took a fierce step forward, letting out a low roar. His body instantly swelled a few inches, his arms and thighs becoming thicker, and his originally brown eyes turned yellow as he charged towards Yao Xuan. At the same time, behind him, a slender staff appeared in Lin Zuinyu's hand with a faint white light, and a white light ring emerged from behind him, accompanied by the flickering of the soul ring. A faint red light shot out from the top of the staff, crossing space and striking Jialong's back. In the next moment, a flash of blood color suddenly appeared in Jialong's yellow pupils, his momentum suddenly increasing, his body swelling again, and his speed significantly improving as he charged towards Yao Xuan. As for Mose, after activating his martial soul and soul skills, his figure became blurred and disappeared behind Jialong. with one strong attacker, one agile attacker, and one support. This combination of 3 types of soul masters was clearly a good match, and combined with the prior tacit cooperation of Jialong, Lin Zuinyu, and Mose, it was evident that they were well prepared. Jialong's strength is quite strong. Yes, according to soul power levels, his soul power should be at level 15, right? Plus the boost from that support type soul master. Even an 18th level battle soul master could probably contend with him. Let's see how the students from class 5 respond. I hope they can force out more hidden cards from class 4. Watching the 3 students from class 4, the students from class 3 below were discussing among themselves, generally not optimistic about class 5. Yes, according to the usual practice of Donghai Academy's class divisions. Those going to class 5 are all the weakest students, so how good can their performance be? In contrast, on the side of class 5, as the battle began, Yao Xuan, Xie, and Tang Wulin did not release their soul rings but charged straight ahead. Aren't they going to release their martial souls? Jialong was also taken aback at the sight of Yao Xuan and the others. Just then, Yao Xuan suddenly accelerated, his body like lightning as he charged towards Jialong. Then swung his right hand forward, throwing a punch like lightning towards Jialong's chest. So fast. Watching Yao Xuan's punch, Jialong thought to himself that it was bad, and hurriedly threw a punch to meet Yao Xuan. Bang! With a muffled sound, Yao Xuan's fist collided with Jialong's fist, and in the next moment, Jialong's body was instantly sent flying out, falling below the stage. According to the rules of the arena match, he had already lost. How is that possible? Won at knockout. Moreover, this guy didn't even use his martial soul. Heavens, what kind of freak is this? Seeing Jialong being knocked away by a single punch, all the spectators showed expressions of surprise, their hearts shocked. Even Hmph beside them couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. However, in contrast, the expressions on the faces of the students from class 5 remained calm. They were already used to Yao Xuan's combat power. I was knocked out, rubbing his head. Jialong's eyes revealed an incredulous expression. Faced with Yao Xuan, who hadn't used his martial soul, he was knocked out of the arena with one punch and directly eliminated. At the same time as Yao Xuan knocked out Jialong, Tang Wulin had also closed in on Lin Zuinyu, while Xie rushed towards Mose. Although Tang Wulin's strength was only at level 14 and not strong, Lin Zuinyu in front of him had only level 15 soul power and was merely a support-type soul master. Almost in an instant, Tang Wulin released his martial soul blue silvergrass, and then his white soul ring flashed, activating the soul skill bind. In the next moment, strands of blue silvergrass appeared beside Lin Zuinyu, tightly binding his body, rendering Lin Zuinyu unable to move and losing his ability to resist. On the other side, Xie, as a 22nd level Great Soul Master, while not as strong as Yao Xuan and Gu Yue, displayed a crushing advantage against Mose, who was only level 15. With a flash of his figure, Xie appeared behind Mose, and a light dragon dagger tore through Mose's school uniform, the cold tip pressing against Mose's spine, scaring Mose so much that his legs went weak, and he directly admitted defeat. Knockouts, all knockouts. Yes, Yao Xuan, Xie, and Tang Wulin all made just one move to knock out their opponents. What terrifying combat power this is. Watching this decisive and overwhelming match, the faces of the first-year students from Class 3 were filled with bitter smiles, completely losing confidence in victory. Is this really Class 5 of the first year? Even the first-year Class 1 from previous years wasn't this impressive. The winner is Class 5 of the first year. Tomorrow, you will continue to challenge Class 3 of the first year. After the battle ended, Hmph stepped onto the stage again and announced, then looked at Wu Chang Kong with an appreciative expression. Yay, we won. Suddenly, cheers erupted from the team of Class 5, welcoming Yao Xuan and the other 3 contestants like heroes returning home. Beside them, Gu Yue, who was watching, also smiled sweetly at Yao Xuan, her eyes filled with approval. Looking at Gu Yue's smile, Yao Xuan also nodded slightly, smiling back, and then came to her side. Chapter 83. For people together, please subscribe. Well done, Yao Xuan. Seeing Yao Xuan come to her side, Gu Yue couldn't help but lean closer and praised him with a melodious voice like a clear spring. Just okay, a little warm-up. For us, these first-year students are just here to provide easy wins. Only students from the 4th year and above will be challenging. At that time, we'll have to work hard together. Looking at Gu Yue, Yao Xuan said, I believe that as long as we fight side by side, even breaking through the students of Class 1 in the 6th year won't be a problem. With confidence in her eyes, Gu Yue smiled and said, breaking through the 6th year? Indeed possible. Listening to Gu Yue, Yao Xuan nodded in agreement, realizing that as long as those senior students did not possess martial soul fusion skills, The combination of himself and Gu Yue indeed had a considerable chance of breaking through the entire intermediate department. Of course, Yao Xuan also knew that according to the original historical timeline, in order to protect the confidence of the senior students, Donghai Academy had specifically canceled the cross-grade challenge this year. Therefore, the likelihood of them teaming up to break through the 6th grade was very low. However, even though they won the match, Yao Xuan did not feel particularly happy. Instead, he was a bit puzzled, and it was not for any other reason but the golden evolution points. Yes, after defeating the students of Class 4 from the 1st grade, Yao Xuan did not earn even a single golden evolution point, only receiving 100 ordinary evolution points. Yes, 100 ordinary evolution points, which, when converted at a ratio of 10,000 to 1, amounted to 0.01 golden evolution points. For Yao Xuan, after becoming a great soul master, with the technique of the 2nd layer of the creation soul refining method, he could earn 12,000 ordinary evolution points with each training session, equivalent to 1.2 golden evolution points. However, 0.01 golden evolution points was roughly the result of 1 minute of training for Yao Xuan. Because of this, Yao Xuan felt a bit frustrated. It seemed that the plan to earn golden evolution points through the promotion competition had completely fallen through. If he wanted to obtain more golden evolution points, he would have to wait until he entered the ascension platform. Just like in battle, as long as he killed enemies. The super god system could also harvest golden evolution points. However, until now, Yao Xuan had not gained any golden evolution points from killing enemies. After all, in the Sun and Moon Federation, soul masters who kill civilians are classified as evil soul masters and are wanted. Therefore, Yao Xuan did not choose this path. However, there were no such restrictions regarding soul beasts, and once he entered the ascension platform, Yao Xuan could naturally harvest golden evolution points through the super god system. At that time, his soul rings could also evolve to 1,000 years, and his strength would reach a new level. Thinking this way, Yao Xuan's previously gloomy mood improved quite a bit. As long as he performed well in the promotion competition and entered Class 0, he would not lack golden evolution points in the future. Just then, Xie and Tang Wulin approached him. "Boss, how about we go out and have some fun?" Xie said excitedly, a smile in his eyes as he stood beside Yao Xuan. "Go out and have fun? Sure, but where should we go?" To maintain physical fitness and condition, the evening special training had been canceled during the promotion competition, so Yao Xuan readily agreed and then asked in return, "Where to? It's just about mealtime, and I'm sure everyone is hungry, right? Since we got off to a good start, let's go out and celebrate with a big meal. There's a snack street right next to Donghai Academy, and I'll treat everyone." Listening to Yao Xuan's question, Xie generously replied, "Sure, I'm just hungry, so let's go." Nodding slightly, Yao Xuan agreed, and upon hearing that Xie was treating, the little foodie Tang Wulin's eyes also lit up. "Let's go, I'll lead the way." Let me tell you, following me, a local from Donghai City, is always a good choice. I've basically tried all the good food and fun things in Donghai City. With a hint of pride in his eyes, Xie said, holding his head high. "By the way, Gu Yue, are you coming too?" Turning his head to look at Gu Yue beside him, Yao Xuan warmly invited her. "Sure." Gu Yue smiled sweetly, but Xie looked at her with disdain and said, "Hmph, no girls allowed." "Oh, Xie, could you say that again?" A mysterious smile appeared on Gu Yue's face, and a faint blue halo flashed behind her, causing the surrounding temperature to drop a few degrees. Okay, if you want to come along, then let's go together. But I must say in advance, I won't pay for you." Remembering Gu Yue's astonishing combat power, Xie immediately deflated, his tone weakened as he sulked. Indeed, even though he had advanced to a great soul master, facing Gu Yue, who was only at the soul master level, Xie still felt suppressed. Coupled with his previous experience of being threatened during their first meal, Xie had always looked down on Gu Yue, often disparaging her as a female Tyrannosaurus in the dormitory. Female Tyrannosaurus. Every time Yao Xuan heard this term, he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Although Xie said it out of spite, he actually hit the nail on the head. Gu Yue's true identity was indeed the Silver Dragon King. Of course, Yao Xuan only complained about this in his heart. "No problem. Do you think I look like someone who lacks money? At worst, I can just ask Yao Xuan to treat us, right?" Looking at Xie, Gu Yue revealed a faint smirk. "Gladly." Yao Xuan naturally replied with a smile as he looked at Gu Yue. "All right, then let's set off." Seeing the smile on Gu Yue's face, Xie felt secretly angry. But he also knew that whether in a physical confrontation or a verbal dispute, he was no match for Gu Yue. So he could only suppress his frustration and then set off. Unlike many boarding schools on Earth, Donghai Academy's management of students was not that strict. At least, Students could freely enter and exit the school gates without needing any leave requests, as long as they returned on time. Leaving Donghai City, the four of them walked on the street, with Yao Xuan in the middle and Gu Yue on his right side. Although they weren't holding hands, they walked very close together, occasionally brushing against each other, which felt very comfortable. At the same time, the fragrance emanating from Gu Yue made Yao Xuan feel refreshed. On Yao Xuan's left side was Tang Wulin, and on Tang Wulin's left side was Xie. The four of them walked side by side on the street, heading in the direction described by Xie. About 5 minutes later, a faint fragrance wafted through the air, and as the four of them moved forward, the aroma became more intense. We've arrived. In front of not-so-wide street, Xie stopped and said, the previous fragrance is coming from this street. Standing at the entrance of the street and looking inward, they saw a variety of snack shops lined up on both sides, making it hard to take it all in. As they gazed at the exquisite delicacies, the four felt their appetites surge, and they couldn't help but lick their lips. Chapter 84. Heart to Heart 1. Subscription plus update. Please subscribe. Let me think. How about we go eat braised beef today? Since we participated in the competition, eating some beef can help replenish our bodies. And I happen to know a little shop here where the braised beef is incredibly tender and delicious. After thinking for a moment, Xie said, sounds good. Listening to Xie, Yao Xuan, Gu Yue, and Tang Wulin all nodded in agreement. Since Xie recommended it wholeheartedly, they naturally had no reason to refuse. Seeing that the three agreed, Xie led the way and brought everyone to the front of a shop. It was a small shop, and outside, there was a rectangular stove with over 100 small burners, each topped with a brownish-yellow clay pot. Inside the pots was braised beef, made entirely from genuine beef without any additives and mixed with dozens of carefully crafted secret spices, considered a famous snack in Donghai City. As they approached the shop, a strong aroma of beef wafted through the air, making one involuntarily swallow, especially Tang Wulin, whose eyes lit up at the sight of the row of clay pots. Under Xie's guidance, the four entered the shop and sat around a square table. I didn't expect a rich young master like you would enjoy roadside eateries. At this moment, Tang Wulin patted Xie's shoulder and teased. My mom used to love the braised beef from the shop, so I come here every once in a while. As he said this, Xie's mood suddenly became a bit low. Oh, Xie, you're here. This time you brought friends. That's great. Is it the same as before? Just then, a middle-aged man in a slightly stained apron, slightly plump and looking quite amiable, around 50 years old, approached with a smile and greeted them. Yes, thank you, Uncle Li, listening to the middle-aged man's words. Xie quickly returned to his normal expression and replied with a smile. All right. Before long, 4 pots of braised beef, 4 bowls of white rice, and 3 side dishes were served. Enjoy your meal, everyone. Xie, this is your first time bringing friends here, so these 3 side dishes are a gift for you. As a meeting gift. While smiling, Uncle Li reached out and gently patted Xie's head, just like treating his own nephew. Thank you, Uncle Li. Everyone, let's eat while it's hot. While expressing his gratitude, Xie urged everyone. Watching Xie's current demeanor, Tang Wulin beside him suddenly showed a hint of surprise. It should be noted that Xie had a slight obsession with cleanliness, yet he showed no intention of avoiding the touch of an oily middle-aged man. Although he was somewhat surprised, Tang Wulin quickly lifted the lid of the pot, and immediately a wave of heat and rich aroma rushed towards him, making his appetite surge. Looking into the pot, he saw small pieces of beef cut into chunks, dyed a dark golden color, swimming in rich broth, looking very delicious. I'm starting. Looking at the delicious food in front of him, Tang Wulin couldn't wait to pick up a piece and put it in his mouth. The next moment, an intoxicated expression appeared on his face. Oh my God, it's so delicious. Gu, you should try it too. Of course. While saying this, Yao Xuan picked up a piece of beef. It's really good. Gu, you should eat too. Tasting the beef in his mouth, Yao Xuan couldn't help but exclaim. Compared to the food in the East Sea Academy cafeteria, this braised beef was far superior in color, aroma, and taste. He then nudged Gu Yue beside him. All right, let me try it too. Not bad. Uncle Li, let's have 20 more portions. Faced with such delicious food, soon all 4 pots of beef were wiped clean. At this moment, Xie also greeted Uncle Li. As a roommate, he was very aware of Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin's appetites. 20 more portions. Can you finish them? Hearing what Xie said, Uncle Li showed a hint of surprise on his face and replied, Don't worry, Uncle Li, we have 2 big eaters here. After listening to Uncle Li, Xie laughed and said, All right, then I'll go prepare for you. After saying that, Uncle Li walked out. Thank you. Listening to Xie's words, Tang Wulin said, What do you mean? With a hint of confusion, Xie looked up and asked, No, I mean to thank you. Your name is really easy to misunderstand. Tang Wulin explained with a trace of helplessness on his face. It is indeed a bit easy to misunderstand, but there is a deep meaning behind it. This name was given to me by my mother. When I was little, I was laughed at because of this name, and I angrily questioned her about it. She told me that she gave me this name to express gratitude for that encounter. I remember she said that the happiest thing in her life was meeting my father at that moment. However, at this point, Xiexie's face suddenly turned a bit pale, and tears began to well up at the corners of his eyes. Could it be that your mother? Listening to Xiexie, Tang Wulin seemed to guess something. Supporting Xiexie's hand, he asked softly, she has already passed away. I still remember that night. My mom was already on the verge of death, but my dad was still out and about. My mom's last wish before she died was just to see my dad one last time. But that night, he still didn't come back, and in the end, my mother left this world with regrets. Every time I think of this, I hate my father so much. I really do. Actually, I also somewhat hate my own name. Once you enter a wealthy family, it's like a deep ocean. If it weren't for that encounter, my mom might not have had to go through such a fate. However, this is also one of the relics left by my mother. After saying this, it seemed that some emotion was released from Xiexie's heart, and tears flowed uncontrollably, after which he weakly leaned on the table. After 3 months of fighting together, it was evident that Xiexie had completely accepted Tang Wulin and Yao Xuan. Even for Gu Yue, although Xiexie often quarreled with her, he still regarded her as a teammate he could trust. Because of this, upon arriving here, he finally shed his facade of aloofness and opened his heart to others. This child is really pitiful, Sai. However, sometimes being able to vent the pressures in one's heart is also a good thing. You guys are his friends, right? From now on, take good care of him and help him. At this moment, Uncle Lee also walked in with a new pot of braised beef. Looking at Xiexie on the table, he sighed and said, "Don't cry. Everything will be all right." Patting Xiexie's shoulder, Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin comforted him. While Gu Yue, watching Xiexie cry, also seemed to have something new in her eyes, which was an understanding of emotions and love. Chapter 85. Heart to Heart 2. Please subscribe. Well, thank you. Speaking out my feelings makes me feel a lot lighter, and my mood isn't so bad anymore. After a full 5 minutes, Xiexie finally suppressed his emotions, slowly stopped his tears, then raised his head and said softly, Sometimes it's just like this. Keeping pain bottled up inside only makes it bigger, while sharing that pain with others can actually lighten it. Yao Xuan said lightly, then continued, Since Xiexie has shared his thoughts, I will also talk about my childhood with everyone. Actually, my childhood wasn't very good at the beginning. I am an orphan. With a deliberately sad expression on his face, Yao Xuan said, An orphan? Instantly, Tang Wulin, Xiexie, and Gu Yue all looked at Yao Xuan. Yes, an orphan. When I was about 2 years old, my parents encountered a tsunami while at sea. After that, they never came back, and I was sent to the Hongshan orphanage. However, my situation is much better than that of a real orphan. At the age of 6, because I was tested and found to have soul master talent, the school arranged for me to have a foster mother, who treated me really well, and I felt the warmth of family. Yao Xuan spoke with a hint of nostalgia in his tone. Boss, I thought I was already quite miserable, but it turns out, listening to Yao Xuan's words, Xiexie also showed a trace of compassion in his eyes, secretly admiring Yao Xuan's strength. It's nothing. Everything is in the past, and my childhood wasn't as bad as you imagine. After finding a new home, I began to live a normal life again, and I even got a little sister named Nar. Shaking his head, Yao Xuan continued, clearly expressing these feelings to Gu Yue. Upon hearing Nar's name, Gu Yue's body couldn't help but tremble slightly, listening intently. In fact, although I call her my sister, she's not my biological sister. But the bond between us is even closer than that with a biological sister, Qiong. She, like me, is an orphan. One day after school, I rescued her from the hands of bad people, and she forgot her own home. She's a very lovely girl, and I didn't want her to suffer in an orphanage. So I persuaded my mom to keep her, and she agreed. Later, she moved in with us and became my sister. I lived with Nar for 2 years, and that time was the happiest of my life. However, 2 years later, Nar left. I still remember one night when she left without saying goodbye, only leaving a note behind. Sigh, I don't know when I'll see her again. Shaking his head, Yao Xuan said with a look of regret, Brother Xuan, she must have her own unspoken difficulties, right? At this moment, Tang Wulin asked. Yes. She said she remembered her lost memories, and if she stayed, it would bring disaster to us. I have a suspicion in my heart. Perhaps she is a princess of the Star Luo Empire, who lost her memory due to being persecuted by treacherous ministers and ended up here. Yao Xuan continued. Boss, you really have a knack for guessing. A princess of a star Luo Empire. I think that's unlikely, but no matter her identity, as long as your strength is strong enough, you'll definitely overcome all obstacles and meet her again. Xie said from the side. Yes, I believe so. Being able to meet her again one day is also one of my motivations for cultivation. When the day comes that I have the strength, I will personally go find her, Yao Xuan said seriously, nodding slightly. I'll stop here. Sharing my inner thoughts has made me feel much lighter. Wuling, do you have anything you want to share with everyone? Yao Xuan asked, looking at Tang Wuling. Inner thoughts? Yes, I do. Speaking of family background, although my family is a bit poor, my parents are both healthy and love me very much. However, I really have something I want to say. After saying this, Tang Wuling turned to Yao Xuan. Brother Xian, I really want to thank you. If it weren't for your constant encouragement and guidance, I might have lost confidence and wouldn't even have been able to advance to a spirit master, let alone enter the EC Academy. Brother Xian, in my heart, you're not just my big brother, but also my life mentor and my idol. Brother Xian, I truly have immense gratitude and appreciation for you. For me, one of the purposes of cultivation is to be able to keep up with Brother Xian's pace, to live up to the cultivation you have given me, and to be able to help you when you are in trouble. Tang Wuling said sincerely, bowing to Yao Xuan. Ding. Initial submission from the Son of Destiny, Tang Wuling, acquired 500 golden evolution points. Along with Tang Wuling's words, the system's prompt sounded again, and at the same time, Yao Xuan patted Tang Wuling's shoulder, encouraging him. Wuling, believe in yourself. You can do it. Thank you, Brother Xian. I will give my all. Hearing Yao Xuan's words, Tang Wuling felt greatly encouraged and nodded. Gu Yue, what about you? Do you have anything you'd like to say to everyone? Yao Xuan smiled as he looked towards Gu Yue. At that moment, Gu Yue was still immersed in Yao Xuan's recounting of his experiences, feeling a mix of emotions, some nostalgia, some guilt, and some curiosity. Was it really right for her to leave without saying goodbye? How should she face him? And how should she face Nar? What exactly was his identity? Was he the reincarnation of the dragon god, or was there something else? Just as Gu Yue was lost in thought, Yao Xuan's voice reached her ears, and she was momentarily stunned, then asked in return, me? Yes, Yao Xuan nodded. Heartfelt words? In the 3 months we've spent together, I've learned a lot. A lot. After a pause, Gu Yue said, for her, expressing her true feelings was undoubtedly impossible, but she didn't want to lie either. She could only deflect in this way. Thus, while the four of them ate and chatted, the distance between them gradually closed. More than an hour later, the four finally left the small eatery, satisfied. Looking at the pile of jars stacked almost as high as a person on the table, Uncle Li's eyes once again showed a look of surprise as he exclaimed, 42 servings. My goodness, how can kids eat so much? In fact, out of the 42 servings of beef, more than 30 had gone into the stomachs of Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling. Yet even so, neither of them showed any signs of being full. Salt-boiled shrimp, honey-glazed rabbit, fried, crispy chicken. As they walked along, the variety of delicious foods whetted their appetites, and their laughter filled the air. Of course, most of this food still ended up in Yao Xuan and Tang Wuling's stomachs. You three can really eat, patting his round belly and leaning on Tang Wuling's shoulder. Xie couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, after all this eating, it seemed like he was the only one who was stuffed. Even the slender Gu Yue appeared completely unfazed, showing no signs of being full at all. Let's go back. After tasting everything in the snack street, the four finally returned with satisfaction. Hey, it seems someone is causing trouble at Uncle Li's shop. As they were about to leave the snack street, Tang Wuling suddenly pointed towards the entrance of the snack street, where a crowd had gathered around Uncle Li's beef shop, and the scene seemed a bit chaotic. Chapter 86. Light Dragon, please subscribe. Come on everyone, let's hurry over and take a look. Ignoring his stuffed belly, Xie showed an anxious expression and quickly ran in the direction Tang Wuling pointed, with Yao Xuan and the other two following behind him. You can't do this. You can't do this. This is my place to eat. Just as they approached the crowd, a heart-wrenching wail was heard, and upon closer inspection, it was Uncle Li's voice, accompanied by the sound of glass shattering. Hearing Uncle Li's wailing, Xie felt even more anxious. To him, after his mother's death, Uncle Li was one of the few relatives he had left, so he quickly pushed through the crowd and squeezed inside. At this moment, in front of the braised beef shop, the rectangular stove had been overturned, with jars scattered on the ground, smashed to pieces. Soup, beef, and glass shards were mixed together, creating a scene of chaos. Watching all this, Xie felt a surge of anger, and upon seeing Uncle Li nearby, his fury became even harder to contain. At the entrance of the shop, Uncle Li was lying on the ground, blood at the corner of his mouth, one eye swollen, Half of his face was swollen, and his expression was filled with grief, despair, and anger. Beside him stood 4 burly men, the leader being a bald man over 2 meters tall, very muscular, with a face full of flesh that looked extremely domineering, giving off a chilling vibe. Although it was winter, this bald man wore only a single shirt, exposing his arms, which had tattoos of a green dragon on the left and a white tiger on the right, clearly indicating he was a member of the underworld. Behind the bald man stood 3 other tall men, also muscular, holding wooden sticks, glaring with fierce expressions, looking very violent, clearly not good people. Li, those who know how to be sensible are the real heroes. On this street, no one dares to not pay protection fees to me, Guanglong. You, every day, make things difficult for me. Do you think I, Guanglong, am begging for money? Do you think I come here every day just to ask for small change? Let me tell you, if it weren't for the fact that your braised beef shop isn't bad, I would have ruined you long ago. But 3 strikes and you're out. Today is your last chance. If you can't come up with the money, every time you open this shop, I, Guanglong, will come and smash it. With a cold glint in his eyes, Guanglong looked down at Uncle Li on the ground and threatened him. At this moment, many people had gathered around them, but no one dared to speak up. Guanglong, it's not that I can't pay the protection fee, it's that I can't afford it. My wife has recently fallen seriously ill, and I work from dawn to dusk to earn a little money, all of which goes to her treatment. I truly have no spare money left. Guanglong, please, don't ruin my business. If you do, my wife won't survive. As he spoke, Uncle Li struggled to get up, kneeling in front of Guanglong with tears in his eyes. Let you off? Where would that leave my face, Guanglong? Li, let me tell you, my patience is limited. If you can't pay the protection fee, get lost. I don't need your pity here. Boys, smash it for me. With that, Guanglong waved his hand, and the burly men behind him immediately stepped forward, brandishing their sticks, and began to destroy the place. You bastards, I'll fight you. Watching his business being smashed to pieces, Uncle Li felt as if his heart was being cut, barely managing to stand up and lunging angrily at Guanglong. Fight me? You want to fight in front of me? Don't forget, I am a soul master. With a cold laugh, Guanglong kicked out, sending Uncle Li flying, crashing against a beam, and then falling heavily to the ground, blood oozing from the corner of Uncle Li's mouth. See that? This is what happens to those who dare to resist me. Now, what are you looking at? Get lost. With a sneer, Guanglong looked at the onlookers and coldly said, Bastard, how dare you hurt Uncle Li? I will kill you. At that moment, Yao Xuan and the other 3 rushed through the crowd and arrived at the front of the shop. Seeing all this, Xie felt a surge of rage and shouted, while Tang Weilin stepped forward to help Uncle Li up. Kill me? Just you, this little brat? Ha ha ha. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. Looking at Xie in his school uniform, Guanglong laughed heartily. You will regret this. While coldly shouting, Xie activated his soul power. Sparkling particles of yellow light flickered, and in the next moment, Guanglong's dagger spirit appeared in Xie's hand. Then, his figure flashed and transformed into an afterimage, charging towards Guanglong. A soul master? I'm a soul master too. Accompanied by Guanglong's words, gray light flickered around him, and 2 soul rings rose behind him, 1 white and 1 yellow. With the appearance of the soul rings, Guanglong entered the state of soul possession. Almost instantly, his skin turned iron gray, appearing solid as a rock, with raised iron gray scales forming at the joints. Furthermore, after entering the state of soul possession, Guanglong's body also swelled up again, his muscles becoming extremely bulging and looking a bit ferocious, his momentum becoming much stronger, giving off an extremely fierce feeling. A great soul master. This guy is actually a great soul master. Looking at Guanglong, a hint of seriousness appeared in Xie's eyes. Faced with a great soul master, he dared not be careless and activated his second soul skill, Light Dragon Storm. With a flicker of the yellow soul ring behind him, Xie's figure spun rapidly, driving the tip of the light dragon blade like a storm, attacking Guanglong furiously. Ha ha! Is this just tickling me? Guanglong's dagger struck against Guanglong's arm repeatedly, making clanging sounds. Sparks flying, while Guanglong laughed heartily, completely unharmed. Guanglong's martial spirit is the Iron Armored Dragon, a subspecies of the Earth Dragon, best known for its strength and defense. Combined with his level 27 soul power and his first soul skill, Iron Armor Possession, his defense was terrifying, nearing the level of a soul venerable. Moreover, Xie, being a sensitive attack type soul master, relied heavily on agility. After gorging himself on food at the night market, his stomach was full, and he could only exert 50% of his power, thus ultimately failing to break through Guanglong's defense. How is this possible? Looking at Guanglong, who was unscathed. A hint of surprise appeared in Xie's eyes, and he silently cursed himself for not being able to break through. Chapter 87. Yao Xuan makes a move. Instantly kills Guanglong. Subscription for more updates. Please subscribe. Haha, just this. You little brat who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. Boss, great job, take him down. Watching Xie's attack being blocked, Guanglong's henchmen showed excited expressions, cheering him on. Kid, take this palm. Just lie down obediently. With a sinister smile, Guanglong raised his palm, covered in scales and enlarged, and with a gust of foul wind, he viciously struck at Xie's waist. Seeing Guanglong strike, Xie barely managed to raise the light dragon dagger to block it, but Guanglong's palm struck down on the dagger, sending it flying and landing between Xie's ribs. Bang! Accompanied by a dull sound, Xie's body flew backward, crashing heavily against the wall, then falling beside Uncle Li. Although he had soul power protecting him and Guanglong's strike was not full force, Xie still felt as if a fire was burning in his side. The pain was unbearable, and his internal organs rolled, causing him to vomit. Xie, you hurry and leave. They won't dare to kill me. Looking at Xie beside him, Uncle Li forced himself to speak. No, Uncle Li, don't worry, they won't succeed. Boss, I can't beat him. It seems I still need you to step in. With a mix of self-blame and hope in his eyes, Xie looked at Yao Xuan and pleaded. Don't worry. Xie, this little punk is no match for me. Nodding slightly, Yao Xuan strode towards the direction of the light dragon. Meanwhile, Gu Yue came to Xie's side, activating the element of light to alleviate his injuries. Kid, you're quite arrogant, huh? And that waste just now called you boss? With you being just a little brat. You should better run away. I don't want to make you cry for your mommy. Ha ha. The light dragon mocked Yao Xuan coldly. Yeah, just get lost. A little brat like you shouldn't meddle in our business. When the time comes, don't cry for your mommy. Ha ha. At the same time, a few of the light dragon's minions laughed loudly. I'll defeat you in just 3 moves. In the face of the light dragon and his subordinates' mockery, Yao Xuan's expression remained as calm as a still well, replying lightly. In the Soul Master world, strength is paramount. To deal with someone like the light dragon, showing enough strength is all that matters. 3 moves? Ha ha. Listening to Yao Xuan's words, the light dragon laughed again, as if he had heard a funny joke. At that moment, Yao Xuan moved, suddenly urging his blood energy. Yao Xuan took a step forward and then gathered his strength, throwing a punch straight at the light dragon's chest. Ha ha. You don't even need to use your martial soul. Are you scared, silly? The light dragon said with a grin as he watched Yao Xuan's punch, but the next moment, his expression changed drastically, becoming extremely serious. And his body began to tremble slightly. How is this possible? This momentum. As Yao Xuan's fist approached, the light dragon suddenly felt a wave of great terror descend upon him, as if Yao Xuan's fist were a meteor falling at high speed, coming straight for him. In an instant, the light dragon felt a chill run down his spine, and a cold wave surged to his heart. Although he was filled with immense fear, the light dragon was, after all, a soul master who had been in the extreme path for many years, and his reactions were quite swift. Instinctively, he raised his hand and punched, urging his soul power with all his might to meet Yao Xuan's fist. Boom! Accompanied by a stronger collision sound. A gust of wind spread out from the point of impact, and in the tense gazes of the onlookers, the light dragon's massive body was sent flying. How is this possible? The light dragon was knocked back. That young man is really impressive. He's a great soul master. As they watched this scene, the surrounding audience gasped in amazement, looking at Yao Xuan with admiration. How is this possible? The boss was pushed back. God, who is that kid? Unlike the excited spectators, the light dragon's few underlings looked fearful as they watched their boss being pushed back. They wanted to flee, but were blocked at the door by Tang Wulin. Trapped inside the shop, bang! Under Yao Xuan's punch, the light dragon's body flew backward, crashing hard against the wall, producing a muffled sound. In an instant, a large human-shaped dent appeared on the once smooth wall. Thud! His internal organs rolled, and his bones felt as if they were falling apart. His head became extremely dizzy from the impact, and the light dragon's body fell forward limply, collapsing to the ground in a heap. For Yao Xuan, as a traveler from the Earth Star, he deeply despised such thugs. Therefore, facing the light dragon, although Yao Xuan did not urge his martial soul, he still used 80% of his strength, which can be said to be a serious effort. After experiencing multiple enhancements from the ancestral dragon bloodline and forming 2 blood soul rings, Yao Xuan's strength reached an astonishing 5,000 kilograms. 80% of that strength meant 4,000 kilograms of power, which was already comparable to the attacks of an ordinary beginner soul master. As for the light dragon, although his martial soul was indeed good and his physical strength reached 2,500 kilograms, in front of Yao Xuan, he was unsurprisingly swept aside. Second move. After knocking the light dragon back with one punch, Yao Xuan did not give him any chance to catch his breath. He stepped forward swiftly and kicked the light dragon hard in the ribs before he could get back up. The next moment, the light dragon let out a heart-wrenching scream. His body curled up in intense pain, his limbs twitching uncontrollably, completely losing the ability to resist, unable to move. With blood oozing from the corner of his mouth. There is no third move, but this is for you. Looking at the fallen light dragon, Yao Xuan said coldly, then spat a mouthful of saliva that landed right on the light dragon's face. Being insulted like this in front of everyone, the light dragon was filled with rage, wanting nothing more than to get up and kill Yao Xuan immediately. However, the excruciating pain in his body made it a luxury to even move a finger, forcing him to glare at Yao Xuan with resentment. Brother Xuan is mighty. The boss is so strong. Immediately, Tang Wulin and Xie looked at Yao Xuan with admiring eyes, feeling nothing but pure respect. The light dragon has fallen. This young warrior is truly powerful. He is a hero for the people. Watching the light dragon being defeated, the surrounding crowd of onlookers also praised him. They were originally local shopkeepers who had suffered under the light dragon's oppression, so seeing him defeated by Yao Xuan naturally brought them great joy. And they looked at Yao Xuan with gratitude and admiration. Chapter 88. Wu Changkong. You can rest assured, please subscribe. Ding. Defeated level 27 Soul Master Light Dragon. Gained 1 golden evolution point. Ding. Gained the admiration of the crowd. Gained 1 golden evolution point. Calmly retracting his fist, the system's prompt sounded in Yao Xuan's ear. Only 1 golden evolution point? This light dragon is really too weak. He can't even provide the super god system with golden evolution points. However, it's also the first time I've received golden evolution points from the crowd's admiration. Listening to the system's prompt sound, Yao Xuan thought to himself, the admiration and awe of the crowd is a type of energy similar to the power of faith. Although it is not as pure and stable as the power of faith, it can still be utilized by the super god system and transformed into golden evolution points, which can be used to strengthen Yao Xuan's bloodline, soul power, mental strength, and various other attributes. Previously, although Yao Xuan was quite famous at Hongshan Academy, it was clear that the other students did not have such admiration and awe for him. Even if they did, it was very superficial, and naturally, he could not accumulate golden evolution points. This time, Yao Xuan easily defeated the light dragon, gaining the strong gratitude and admiration of the hundreds of shop owners around him. Finally reaching the threshold that allowed the super god system to condense a point of golden evolution points. Because of the existence of such a mechanism. The description of the ways to obtain golden evolution points in the super god system includes a well-known item. If Yao Xuan can become famous on the Douluo Continent, then the massive admiration and awe of the public can also provide a large amount of golden evolution points. Such an opportunity does not exist at the moment, but Yao Xuan knows that in the future, he will have more than 1 or 2 chances to make a name for himself. This function of the system can also be utilized well to harvest massive evolution points for himself. Boss, thank you. You've avenged me and Uncle Lee. At this moment, with the healing of the ancient moonlight element and aided by the powerful physique of the Soul Master, Xie had already stood up, his face regaining some color, and he looked much more spirited, hurriedly thanking Yao Xuan. Xie, why are we being so polite between brothers? Moreover, I have always despised scum like this. So teaching them a lesson this time is also a way to vent my anger. Looking at Xie, Yao Xuan waved his hand and said, Boss, how should we deal with these guys? At this time, pointing to a few small thugs in the room who were trembling in fear. Wanting to escape but blocked from leaving, with despair on their faces, Tang Wulin asked Yao Xuan. They should be ordinary people. According to the laws of the Sun Moon Federation, if a soul master attacks an ordinary person, it has a bad influence. However, we don't need to deal with them ourselves. After listening to Tang Wulin, Yao Xuan calmly analyzed the situation and then turned to the surrounding shop owners. Everyone, we are soul masters, and it's inconvenient for us to act against ordinary people. So, let's leave these little minions of the light dragon for you to handle. How about it? Those who have been bullied by the light dragon can finally vent their anger now. Great, don't worry. Thank you, young hero. Next time you come here, we'll make sure you eat for free. While expressing their gratitude, a large group of shop owners fiercely approached the few minions. Everyone, be careful. Don't kill anyone, Yao Xuan reminded as he returned to Gu Yue's side. Uncle Li's condition was a bit serious. He already had high blood pressure, diabetes, and other issues, and his body was somewhat weak. Plus, the kick from the light dragon was quite forceful. I think we need to take Uncle Li to the hospital for treatment. At this moment, Xie said to Yao Xuan. Then let's hurry and take Uncle Li to the hospital. Come on, Xie, lead the way. Listening to Xie, Yao Xuan replied. He took down a piece of the door panel, made a simple modification, and turned it into a stretcher. Yao Xuan and Tang Wulin lifted Uncle Li and, under the guidance of Xie, rushed to the nearest hospital. After presenting a Great Soul Master identification, Uncle Li was quickly taken to a hospital bed for examination. Xie left a sum for medical expenses and the soul guide number, and then the four of them left the hospital and returned to Donghai Academy. After such a setback, when everyone returned to Donghai Academy, the time was already 9:30, leaving only half an hour until the academy closed. By the way, Xingu, should we tell Teacher Wu about today's incident? After rushing back to campus for nearly an hour, everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief, and at this moment, Tang Wulin asked, It's a good idea to inform Teacher Wu. Remembering the light behind the light dragon, Yao Xuan nodded in agreement, thinking it would do no harm to notify Wu Zhongkong about this matter. Gu Yue, see you tomorrow. At the fork between the boys' and girls' dormitories, Yao Xuan waved goodbye to Gu Yue. See you tomorrow. With a faint smile on her face, Gu Yue sweetly replied. The silver moonlight scattered down, illuminating her black hair and shimmering with a faint silver glow. At that moment, Gu Yue resembled a celestial being descending to earth, elegant, noble, and beautiful, captivating to the point of evoking admiration. Even minutes after parting from Gu Yue, Yao Xuan still saw her exquisite figure in front of him. At this time, the three of them also arrived at Wu Zhongkong's dormitory door. Knock, knock. Yao Xuan knocked on the door. Who is it? A somewhat cold voice came from inside. It's me, Yao Xuan. I, along with Xie and Wu Lin, have something to report to you, Yao Xuan said truthfully. All right, come in. Listening to Yao Xuan, Wu Zhongkong nodded in agreement, and then the dormitory door slowly opened. As a teacher, Wu Zhongkong's living conditions were naturally much better than those of Yao Xuan and the others, with an area twice as large, a single room, a dedicated bathroom, a changing room, and a small living room, almost like a small apartment, just missing a kitchen. It's late to come find me. Is there something you need? Wu Zhongkong asked directly, looking at Yao Xuan. Well, today we went out to celebrate, and then, this is what happened. I hope it doesn't cause you any trouble. Yao Xuan recounted tonight's experience to Wu Zhongkong in detail. What you did was very good. Punishing evil and promoting good is what we soul masters should do. Moreover, not choosing to act against ordinary people was also a wise choice, as it avoids giving others any handle against you. As for trouble, there might indeed be some. In our Donghai city, they can brazenly collect protection fees and recklessly injure civilians. There's likely a powerful backer behind this Guanglong, and it's probably not of low rank. However, you can rest assured, as the saying goes, if the sky falls, there will be someone tall to hold it up. If someone really dares to come and cause trouble, I will step in to help you resolve it. Wu Zhongkong first praised them, then said coldly, Thank you, Teacher Wu. Listening to Wu Zhongkong's words, Yao Xuan and the other two quickly expressed their thanks. Chapter 89, Gu Yue's Guess Subscription Request. It's fine, just focus on your training and don't worry about this matter. However, Xie, your performance today has disappointed me greatly. Wu Zhongkong waved his hand, signaling Yao Xuan and the others not to mind, then turned to Xie, staring into his eyes with a very stern tone, and said, You are supposed to be a twin martial soul master, possessing innate full soul power, with 2 soul rings both over 100 years, and have received my special training. Yet, you couldn't even defeat a random soul master. This is truly shameful, shameful. Teacher Wu, I'm sorry, but at that time, I was a bit full, which greatly affected my speed, and I couldn't display my true strength. If I were in peak condition to fight him, I definitely wouldn't lose. Xie argued stubbornly. In battle, there are no ifs. A loss is a loss. You were lucky that the light dragon didn't go all out against you. Otherwise, if he truly wanted to kill you, you would have been slapped to death long ago. Wu Zhongkong said sternly. You are right, but... Xie was about to continue arguing when Wu Zhongkong's cold and stern voice interrupted him. There is no but. I don't look at reasons, only results. On one hand, I hope you learn from this lesson and pay more attention in future battles. On the other hand, Wu Zhongkong paused, continuing, It seems that my previous training intensity for you was still not enough. I haven't tapped into your potential. From now on, double the intensity of your physical training. Why is it always me who gets hurt? After leaving Wu Chongkong's office, Xie couldn't help but let out a wail. Sigh. Xie, Teacher Wu is doing this for your own good. Your physical abilities do need improvement. But to be honest, you really are quite unlucky. Tang Wu Lin patted Xie's arm in comfort. Yeah, I'm quite unlucky. Besides, how can my physical abilities compare to you two freaks? This is clearly making things difficult for me. And I'm a sensitive attack type, soul master. As they walked, Xie complained. Amidst Xie's complaints, the three returned to the dormitory. After joining the special training team, Yao Xuan, Tang Wu Lin, and Xie jointly requested Wu Chongkong to transfer Zhou Chong Shi out of the dormitory. So now only Yao Xuan, Tang Wu Lin, and Xie remained in room 205. Gu, it's time to train. With a fiery light in their eyes, Tang Wu Lin and Xie looked at Yao Xuan. After 3 months of getting along with Yao Xuan, they had already tasted the benefits of training with him, which was also the secret to Tang Wu Lin and Xie's rapid improvement in soul power. Of course, sitting on the bed, Yao Xuan silently activated the creation soul refining technique, and a large amount of soul power surged into the dormitory, while Yao Xuan, Tang Wu Lin, and Xie all seized the time to train. In the middle of the night, seeing that Tang Wu Lin and Xie had already fallen asleep, Yao Xuan quietly left the dormitory building. Today, after gaining Tang Wu Lin's preliminary submission, Yao Xuan also earned 500 golden evolution points. So he planned to further enhance the ancestral dragon bloodline that night. However, in order not to stimulate Tang Wu Lin and speed up the revival of his Golden Dragon King bloodline, Yao Xuan did not intend to complete this process in the dormitory. In fact, every time he had previously enhanced the ancestral dragon bloodline, he had deliberately avoided Tang Wu Lin. For Yao Xuan, the later Tang Wu Lin unlocked the Golden Dragon King bloodline, the slower his strength would increase, and the smaller the impact on future situations would be, which was undoubtedly good news. Since Yao Xuan came here with the super god system, then the protagonist of this era should be him, Yao Xuan, not Tang Wu Lin. Therefore, although Yao Xuan would help Tang Wu Lin with small matters and key decisions, he would only focus on his own interests and try to take away Tang Wu Lin's opportunities. Of course, Yao Xuan did not plan to kill Tang Wu Lin. Killing a destined child of the world would inevitably provoke the world's backlash, even leading to a decline in the world's status, which was of no value. On the contrary, what Yao Xuan was doing now was to cultivate the destined child as his subordinate, making him serve himself while continuously seizing his fortune and opportunities. That was the most prudent way to handle the situation. While thinking, Yao Xuan arrived at the playground, then quietly tapped on the system, and in the next moment, 460 golden evolution points transformed into evolution source energy, surging into Yao Xuan's body. And his ancestral dragon bloodline rapidly increased from 8 to 17. 4 golden evolution points are really too intolerable. Looking at the progress of the ancestral dragon bloodline, Yao Xuan couldn't help but frown. It took 500 golden evolution points to raise the ancestral dragon bloodline by 0.6, and upon calculation, to raise it to 20, he would need 2,500 golden evolution points. 2,500 evolution points. Just thinking about this number made Yao Xuan feel the weight of responsibility, and afterwards, to raise the ancestral dragon bloodline to 30, each increase would cost 1,000, 2,000, 10,000 golden evolution points. Just thinking about that terrifying number made Yao Xuan feel a chill run down his spine. Just as Yao Xuan was enhancing the ancestral dragon bloodline, in the distant girls' dormitory, Gu Yue also quietly opened her eyes. Again, the aura of the dragon god. The location is on the playground. Could it be him? Let me go take a look. Silently thinking, a faint silver light flashed behind Gu Yue, and her figure disappeared from the bed in the dormitory, appearing outside the dormitory. Then, her figure flickered and quickly arrived at a corner where she could see the playground. Narrowing her eyes, following the moonlight, as expected, Yao Xuan was sitting cross-legged on the playground, and beside him, an invisible 9-colored aura flickered, resonating with the power within him. That's right. This is the power of the dragon god, and he's intentionally cultivating the power of the dragon god. Since he can release and control the power of the dragon god, he must be the reincarnation of his majesty, the dragon god. But why doesn't he acknowledge me? A hint of confusion and bewilderment appeared in Gu Yue's eyes as she thought secretly. Could it be that his majesty was severely injured back then and has completely lost his memory, leaving only the essence of his soul? If that's the case, then it would be terrible. His majesty, the dragon god, has actually reincarnated as a human. What should I do? Looking at Yao Xuan, a bad guess emerged in Gu Yue's heart. and a hint of anxiousness appeared in her eyes. At first, Gu Yue still held the idea that Yao Xuan's dragon god power came from some item. Although she knew the possibility was slim, it was still a possibility. However, by today, having personally witnessed Yao Xuan controlling the dragon god power, Gu Yue's heart had completely confirmed that Yao Xuan was indeed the reincarnation of the dragon god's soul essence. Otherwise, a human could never possess the power of the dragon god. However, if the dragon god really reincarnated as a human, what should be done? Just thinking about this question made Gu Yue feel quite a headache, even as the silver dragon king with the rational side of the dragon god. She didn't know what to do. Chapter 90. Gu Yue's scheme, second battle of the class promotion tournament, subscription bonus, subscription request. No matter what, first, I have to determine whether Yao Xuan is really the reincarnation of the dragon god. If that is the case, I have to invite him to my home to test him with the artifact left by the dragon god. Shaking his head, Gu Yue decided not to think about those troubling matters for now and continued to analyze the situation. Moreover, the sooner this test is conducted, the better. After all, if Yao Xuan is indeed the reincarnation of the dragon god, many plans will likely need to be adjusted. So, it would be best to take Yao Xuan home for testing during the next winter break. However, it's clear that if winter break comes, Yao Xuan will definitely prioritize returning to Owleye City to reunite with Lin Shiming, and he certainly won't come with me, which is a bit of a hassle. The simplest and most straightforward solution would be to assassinate Lin Shiming, but she has treated me well in the past, and doing so does not align with my true intentions. Moreover, if Yao Xuan were to find out the truth, it would probably lead to a fallout between us, which is absolutely not an option. Is there any other way? Right? As long as I arrange for Lin Shiming to have a boyfriend, that should do the trick. If she falls in love with a guy, she definitely won't want Yao Xuan to come back for winter break, and that way, he would be alone and might be able to come home with me for testing. However, there's still a small problem. How do I persuade Yao Xuan to come home with me? I could just say that our family is a soul master family and that we have the opportunity to help him solve his martial soul problem. Yes, that's it. After pondering for a moment, Gu Yue finally sat down to make a decision, then slightly nodded, took out a specially made soul guide communicator, dialed the number, and coldly instructed, showing none of the warmth he had when talking to Yao Xuan. In the blink of an eye, it was the afternoon of the next day. Just like yesterday, Wu Changkong brought the first-year class 5 students to the competition venue. On the other side, the homeroom teacher of first-year class 3, Yingrong, also brought her students to the stage. Compared to yesterday's Kong Hanwen, Yingrong was undoubtedly a sight for sore eyes. She stood about 1.7 meters tall with a very proportionate figure, and her skin was very fair, giving her a delicate appearance. Behind Yingrong, her light green long hair was tied into a ponytail, looking neat and tidy. With a cute oval face, cherry lips, and rosy cheeks from her appearance, one might think she was a senior student without any doubts. In fact, Yingrong was indeed very young. At 23 years old, she had just graduated a year ago. However, her strength was not weak at all. She was a 4-ringed soul master, belonging to the very excellent group among her peers, which allowed her to teach at Donghai Academy. "Hello, Teacher Wu," she said with a smile, looking at Wu Changkong with a hint of admiration. "Hello, Teacher Yi," he replied. Listening to Yingrong, Wu Changkong's face did not show any expression, only responding. He actually remembered my surname. Oh my god, I am so lucky. Although Wu Changkong did not look at her, hearing him call out her surname still made Yingrong feel a flutter in her heart. But with a hint of regret, why is such a handsome and excellent man always so aloof? In the second round of the promotion competition, class 5 of the first year, are you still sending 3 people to the stage? Looking at Wu Changkong, Long Hengshu asked. Yes, Yao Xuan, Gu Yue, Xie, step forward. Wu Changkong instructed, looking back. After giving Tang Wulin a chance to compete, taking care of his self-esteem, there was naturally no opportunity for Tang Wulin to compete in the following matches. On one hand, he was the weakest, and on the other hand, Wu Changkong hoped to enhance the cooperation among Yao Xuan, Gu Yue, and Xie to facilitate their future battles. As Wu Changkong spoke, Yao Xuan led Gu Yue and Xie onto the stage. Meanwhile, Yingrong also looked back at her team. Gu Tianri, Gu Tianyue, Gu Tianming. You 3 will compete. Remember, friendship first, competition second. Good luck. Yes, Teacher Yi. With Yingrong's words, the 3 triplets, who looked almost identical, standing about 1.8 meters tall, appeared somewhat slender but had very sharp eyes, and moved in perfect unison as they replied in unison. Oh, hearing the voices of the 3, a hint of curiosity appeared in Wu Changkong's eyes. Clearly, he had developed a strong interest in the trio of triplets. Soon after, The competitors from both sides took the stage, and at that moment, Long Hungshu also stepped onto the competition platform. As before, Yao Xuan and the other two stood in a formation, with Yao Xuan at the front, and Gu Yue and Xie positioned to his right and left, respectively. In contrast, the three brothers of the Gu family formed a straight line, from left to right. Gu Tianyue, Gu Tianri, and Gu Tianming. Ready? 3, 2, 1, start. With Long Hungshu's words, the battle officially began. Immediately, the Gu brothers released their martial souls almost simultaneously, and in the next moment, a pair of gray wings opened up behind them, allowing them to soar into the air. Flying martial souls? How are we supposed to fight against that? Looking at the Gu brothers soaring into the sky, Xie revealed a hint of bitterness in his eyes and asked, 4 higher-level soul masters. If they had mechas or battle armors, they could fly even if they didn't reach the soul sage level, making it easy to deal with flying soul masters. However, 4 lower-level soul masters like Yao Xuan, Xie, and Gu Yue, unless they possessed flying martial souls, they had no means of flight. This was why Xie felt frustrated. Facing flying soul masters, he felt powerless. It's alright, just watch me. Hearing Xie's words, Yao Xuan just smiled faintly. At this moment, the Gu family brothers in the sky stabilized their forms and then activated their soul power. With white soul rings flashing behind them, as they launched waves of blue wind blades towards Yao Xuan. In the face of these incoming wind blades, Gu Yue smiled lightly, and a yellow halo flashed behind her as the earth element condensed, instantly forming a thick earthen wall that easily blocked the wind blade attacks. Although the Gu family brothers could fly, their soul power was only at level 14, making it difficult to break through Gu Yue's defense. Gu Yue, create some ice balls with the ice element, and I'll knock them down, Yao Xuan instructed, looking at the 3 people in the sky. For Yao Xuan, his physical strength was dozens of times that of an ordinary person. If he jumped with all his might, reaching a height of 100 meters was not a problem, allowing him to engage the Gu family brothers up close. However, compared to that, Yao Xuan preferred to resolve the battle in other ways. Okay. Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Gu Yue smiled faintly and activated her soul skill, Elemental Tide. Water elements gathered around her, forming dozens of fist-sized solid ice balls that slowly fell to the ground. Thank you. Grabbing an ice ball, Yao Xuan expressed his gratitude with a slight smile at the corner of his mouth. He then exerted force with his arm, and the ice ball shot up like a cannonball, aiming at Gu Tianming, who was closest to him. Chapter 91. Easy victory. Please subscribe. Please vote. Is it really possible to do it this way? The news of Class 4 of the first year being wiped out yesterday quickly spread in the advanced department of EC Academy. As a result, many second and third year students developed a certain interest in Class 5 of the first year. Because of this, the number of spectators on the playground today surpassed that of yesterday by more than 5 times. Seeing Yao Xuan perform this move, they were all amazed and exclaimed in surprise. Meanwhile, watching Yao Xuan's actions, Wu Changkong silently nodded. The ability to adapt quickly is one of the important skills for Soul Masters. Yao Xuan's ability to respond so quickly and find a feasible countermeasure is already quite impressive. At that moment, in the air, Gu Tianming stared at the ice ball shooting towards him and couldn't help but be taken aback, showing a hint of surprise in his eyes, and his reaction was considerably slower. Previously, the 3 brothers of the Gu family had battled with other classmates, and once they took to the air, those classmates could only watch helplessly, passively taking hits, ultimately conceding. However, today, the situation seemed a bit different. Just as Gu Tianming hesitated, the ice ball thrown by Yao Xuan had already arrived in an instant, smashing violently against Gu Tianming's wings. Against a Soul Master-level opponent, Yao Xuan naturally didn't use all his strength. Otherwise, let alone a human body, even reinforced concrete would likely have been smashed into a large pit. However, even so, the speed of the ice ball Yao Xuan launched was still considerable, and its power was no less impressive. When the ice ball struck Gu Tianming's wings and exploded, Gu Tianming's wings, which were transformed from soul power, vibrated violently. At the same time, his soul power rapidly depleted, and in the blink of an eye, Gu Tianming's soul power was almost exhausted. Without the support of soul power, Gu Tianming could no longer maintain the state of his martial soul. In the next moment, the wings behind him disappeared, and his body fell towards the ground like a kite with a broken string. Brother Ming, watching Gu Tianming, Gu Tianri and Gu Tianyue showed anxious expressions, rushing down to try to catch Gu Tianming, but they were always a step behind, their eyes filled with worry. At that moment, Wu Changkong moved. He soared into the air, a faint glow of soul power flashing before him, and caught Gu Tianming, then took him off the field. Gu Tianming was out of the match. Observing all this, Hmph looked at Wu Changkong with gratitude, and then announced Wu Changkong's intervention was very timely and accurate. He helped a lot. Thank you, Teacher Wu, Yingrong said, looking at Wu Changkong in the distance. It's nothing, I just didn't want my student to take responsibility. Wu Changkong replied. This guy, can't he speak more nicely? Someone is thanking him. After listening to Wu Changkong's words, Yingrong secretly complained. How is it possible that my flying martial soul was cracked so easily? After being let down by Wu Changkong and returning to the ground, Gu Tianming's eyes showed a look of unwillingness, feeling a bit lost as he thought. I actually got hit. This ice ball is so fast. How much strength does it take? It seems this year's juniors shouldn't be underestimated. As Gu Tianming took the stage, the surrounding spectators discussed among themselves, looking at Yao Xuan with surprise. Continue. With a successful hit, Yao Xuan picked up another ice ball from the ground, then with a strong swing of his arm, threw it at Gu Tianri, who was still on the field. Learning from Gu Tianming's failure, Gu Tianri and Gu Tianyue raised their height significantly and closely watched Yao Xuan's movements, quickly dodging. With ample preparation, this time, Yao Xuan's ice ball did not hit them, and they looked at Yao Xuan with provocative eyes. Don't get too complacent. Looking at the two in the air, Yao Xuan merely smiled faintly, with each hand grabbing two ice balls, then secretly calculating the trajectories before suddenly throwing the ice balls towards Gu Tianri in the air. Is that even possible? As he watched the four ice balls coming at him from different paths, their trajectories unpredictable, like flowers scattered by a heavenly maiden, Gu Tianri's heart sank, secretly cursing his bad luck. Facing one ice ball, Gu Tianri could easily dodge, but with four ice balls he felt his scalp tingle, not knowing how to evade. He could only rely on instinct and dodge to the right. Gu Tianri's evasion was not entirely ineffective. At least he avoided two ice balls, but he was still helpless against the remaining two, which hit him directly, depleting his soul power instantly, causing him to fall. Following the same method, Yao Xuan easily knocked down the last Gu Tianyue with an ice ball. Thus, all three Flying Soul Masters from Class 1 the first year had taken the stage. In Class 4 the first year won the match. Yay, we won. From now on, we are Class 3. Yao Xuan is really amazing. It was unclear who started it, but the student from Class 5 of the first year began to celebrate enthusiastically. Class 5 of the first year, victory. You will temporarily retain the title of Class 5 until the class promotion competition is fully concluded, after which the class name will change. Returning to the competition venue, Hmph looked at Yao Xuan with a strange expression, then said, feeling a hint of regret for not directly placing Yao Xuan in Class 1. Facing the tricky Flying Soul Masters, Yao Xuan and his team still achieved victory so easily, and based on their strength. They could probably sweep through the fourth year without any issues. Only the fifth year with Soul Masters would have a chance to stop them. If Class 5 of the first year truly achieved such a feat, wouldn't it be a slap in the face for him? The more he thought about it, the more regretful Hmph felt. Watching the Gu brothers defeated by Yao Xuan's ice balls in just a few moves, Yingrong's gaze was somewhat dazed. She never expected that the Gu brothers, as Flying Soul Masters and having undergone months of training under her, would lose in such an absurd manner. This Yao Xuan, his strength and power are truly formidable. Also, that peculiar throwing technique is not something an ordinary person could master. Could it be that this is all thanks to Wu Changkong? Teacher Wu, congratulations. From now on, you'll be Class 3. Taking a deep breath to calm her emotions, Yingrong turned to Wu Changkong and said with a smile, You're too kind, but that's not my goal, Wu Changkong replied with a slight nod. Then walked to Yao Xuan and the other three, saying, Well done on the battlefield. You need to be adaptable. However, your victory today was a bit of a fluke. The opponents were too weak. In the future, before you obtain mechas or battle armors, the best way to deal with Flying Soul Masters is defense. After saying that, Wu Changkong turned and left. Chapter 92. The Villain Complains First. Please subscribe. Wow, Teacher Wu praised us. Listening to Wu Changkong's words and waiting for him to walk away, Xie revealed a smug expression on his face, then said with surprise, What are you so proud of? Teacher Wu didn't praise you. He praised Yao Xuan. What does that have to do with you? Don't be so self-indulgent. Looking at Xie, Gu Yue said with a sharp tongue, Are you really that upset? He clearly worked very hard. Can't you just give him a little comfort? Hearing Gu Yue's words, Xie asked unhappily. My answer is no, Gu Yue replied calmly. Humph. Hearing Gu Yue's words, Xie snorted coldly and turned his head away. All right, Xie, don't be angry anymore. Gu Yue, you should also take it easy in the future. Don't keep provoking Xie. He has indeed been making progress. By the way, it's mealtime. Shall we go eat? Lin, you come over too. Watching the two secretly competing, Yao Xuan finally stepped forward to mediate, while also calling out to Tang Lin in the distance. Although they had been together for 3 months and had developed a certain level of tacit understanding in combat, in daily life, apart from being very close to Yao Xuan, Gu Yue maintained a rather aloof attitude towards the others. Because of this, whenever there was an unpleasantness among them, Yao Xuan often acted as the mediator. All right, good men don't fight with bad women. I'm not angry anymore. After listening to Yao Xuan's words, Xie reluctantly replied, while Gu Yue, standing nearby, shot a murderous glare at Xie. Brother Xuan, that move of yours was so cool. If it were me, I definitely wouldn't have thought of such a clever method. At that moment, Tang Lin also stepped out from the class team and walked to Yao Xuan's side, admiringly saying, Haha, it was just a moment of inspiration back then. Nothing to be proud of, Yao Xuan replied. Today we won, so it's worth celebrating. Come on, I'll treat you to a meal. He patted Tang Lin on the shoulder and said, Great, thank you, Brother Xuan. Listening to Yao Xuan's invitation to treat, Tang Lin felt a significant reduction in the regret of not being able to participate, and he expressed his gratitude. Thus, the four of them went to the cafeteria together. After dinner, Xie suggested taking everyone out to have some fun, but Yao Xuan refused him for a simple reason. He wanted to cultivate. Of course, this was just Yao Xuan's excuse to prevent everyone from going out. According to the original timeline, he had beaten up the Light Dragon, and today the Light Dragon's brother, Guang Biao, would come to cause trouble. Going out now would be equivalent to walking into a trap. Upon returning to the dormitory, everyone entered the shower room one by one to wash up. Just as they were about to start cultivating their soul power, the dormitory door was suddenly pushed open hurriedly. Yao Xuan, Xie, Lin, something's wrong. You guys hurry and go outside to take a look. Our academy is blocked by a group of people, and they have a big background. Moreover, they're holding big photos of the three of you and Gu Yue, claiming that you were the murderers. What on earth did you do? With an anxious expression on his face, their classmate Yun Xiao said while catching his breath. Could it be related to what happened yesterday? Hearing Yun Xiao's words, Tang Wulin's eyes shifted as he asked, Is it possible? Didn't Teacher Wu say yesterday that there might be someone behind that light dragon? Xiange, what should we do now? Xie nodded in confirmation and then looked at Yao Xuan. Let's go find Teacher Wu. Didn't he say yesterday that if we run into trouble, he would handle it for us? Yao Xuan replied calmly. Yeah, right, Teacher Wu. Listening to Yao Xuan's words, Xie and Tang Wulin seemed to have found their backbone, feeling much more settled. The three had just walked out of the dormitory when a beautiful figure came jogging from a distance, dressed in a white school uniform. With long black hair flowing behind her, it was Gu Yue. Gu Yue, you've heard about it too, right? Yao Xuan asked. Yes, it should be from yesterday. I was just about to come find you. Gu Yue nodded, her expression still calm and composed. I think we should go to the school gate and take a look. Wulin, Xie, you guys hurry and notify Teacher Wu. Yao Xuan instructed Tang Wulin and Xie with a confirming nod. Okay, we will be quick, replied Tang Wulin and Xie as they jogged towards Wu Zhangkong's office, while Yao Xuan and Gu Yue walked side by side towards the school gate. Two faint winds of elemental energy swirled around them, and within a minute, they reached the school gate. Outside the EC Academy, the area was packed tightly with hundreds of burly men, their fierce looks radiating malice, blocking the entrance. In the hands of these strong men were various weapons, including some military-grade soul-guided devices capable of injuring soul masters at the soul sovereign level, which was why they dared to block the EC Soul Master Academy. In front of these muscular men was a figure dressed in purple mech armor, exuding a powerful aura, his body covered in bulging muscles, clearly the leader. Beside him, several large men were carrying a stretcher, on which lay a severely injured Guanglong, wrapped in bandages, with bruises all over his face. Behind Guanglong, several strong men held up 4 large photos, prominently featuring Yao Xuan and the other 3, while another group waved a massive banner that read murderers must pay with their lives, debts must be repaid, EC Academy, hand over the murderer. Who are you to dare cause trouble at EC Academy? The group of burly men shouted slogans, quickly drawing the angry dragon Hmph and a dozen teachers out to confront them. What do you want? I'm here to demand the assailants, the leader of the group. Guang Biao replied coldly. First, let me introduce myself. I am Guang Biao, and this here is my brother Guanglong. Last night, 4 students from your academy ganged up and severely injured my brother. Now, I demand that you hand them over. Guang Biao, Are you the captain of the East Sea City Mecha team, Guang Biao? Dragon Hngshu's pupils constricted as he sensed Guang Biao's powerful soul energy. This troublemaker likely possessed the cultivation of a soul emperor. Realizing something, he asked, "That's right, I am Guang Biao. However, right now, I'm also a brother whose sibling was severely injured, so I demand that you hand over the assailants immediately, otherwise." Guang Biao lifted his foot and stomped down hard on the ground, relying on his soul emperor cultivation, combined with the power of the mech. The force of Guang Biao's stomp was tremendous, and a deep rumble echoed, causing the ground at the school gate to tremble, startling many students who nearly stumbled and fell. As Guang Biao threatened, the strong men behind him raised their weapons and shouted, "Hand over the murderer! Hand over the murderer!" The situation quickly turned unfavorable for the East Sea Academy. Chapter 93. Wu Zhangkong takes action. Subscription bonus. Please subscribe. These humans really like to play the victim. It's disgusting. A deep hatred flickered in Gu Yue's eyes, her voice turning icy with a hint of resentment. "Captain Guang Biao, please calm down. I believe there must be some misunderstanding here. You see, the people in these photos are just kids. Could your brother really be hurt by children?" Dragon Hngshu said with a forced smile, desperately trying to suppress his anger, inwardly anxious about encountering such a tricky issue. As the director of the Intermediate Division at EC Academy, Dragon Hngshu's cultivation level was undoubtedly high, possessing the strength of a Soul King. But in comparison to Guang Biao, his combat power was significantly weaker. Indeed, as the captain of the East Sea City Mecha team, Guang Biao had the cultivation of a Soul Emperor, and more importantly, he possessed a purple mech. The purple mech, while not as powerful as a battle armor, was still formidable, and with it, Guang Biao's actual combat strength had reached the level of a Soul Sage, far surpassing Dragon Hngshu by 2 major levels. More importantly, in East Sea City, Guang Biao had significant influence. As the captain of the mech team, his military rank was that of a brigadier general, only 1 rank below the governor of EC City, with no subordinate relationship between them. Faced with such a person's provocation, Dragon Hngshu felt that he could hardly handle it, realizing that even if he called the governor of EC City, they wouldn't be able to command Guang Biao. Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding could there be? My brother is injured like this, nearly losing his life, and he personally pointed out the assailants. Could there be any mistake? Guang Biao coldly laughed, looking down at Dragon Hngshu, continuing his threat. "Enough with the nonsense. I'll give you half an hour to hand over the people, otherwise, we'll search for them ourselves. But let me warn you in advance, my brothers are rough men. If anything unexpected happens, don't blame me for not warning you." "Captain Guang Biao, you have gone too far. According to the laws of EC City, if you want to arrest someone, you must first apply for an arrest warrant from the EC City Court. Otherwise, you cannot take anyone from our academy." Dragon Hngshu replied with a hint of anger. "Cannot? Do you really think that you, a Soul King who has never experienced battlefield training, can stop me?" Guang Biao's eyes flashed with a hint of malice as he spoke coldly. "I may not be your opponent and cannot stop you, but if you want to enter the academy, you'll have to step over our corpses first." After saying this, Dragon Hngshu silently urged his soul power, releasing his martial soul, and behind him, more than a dozen accompanying teachers also released their martial souls, staring at Guang Biao, ready for battle. Seeing this, the students who had previously criticized Dragon Hngshu for his strictness were also moved, their blood boiling. Some older students with higher levels of power stepped forward, releasing their martial souls and standing behind Dragon Hngshu. All right, you don't want to drink the wine of peace, but want to drink the wine of punishment. Do you think you can stop me with just this? I'm going to make you understand the gap between you and a Soul Emperor. Don't forget, in the Soul Master world, strength is paramount." Silently urging his soul power, a powerful aura emanated from Guang Biao, rushing towards Dragon Hngshu and the others. Although Dragon Hngshu and the teachers could withstand it, many of the students who had come to assist began to falter. "Although I find you quite repulsive, there is one thing you said that I agree with. In the Soul Master world, strength indeed reigns supreme." Accompanied by a chilling voice, a blue figure shot forward and slowly landed before Guang Biao. It was Wu Zhangkong, dressed in a white robe, with long light blue hair flowing behind him. Wu Zhangkong stood proudly, his dark green eyes flashing with cold light as he stared at Guang Biao, exuding a faint chill. "Who are you?" Looking at Wu Zhangkong, Guang Biao's eyes revealed a trace of seriousness. He could clearly sense that with Wu Zhangkong's arrival, the momentum he had gathered was instantly shattered. It seemed that this was a master not weaker than himself. "Who I am is not important, but the 4 students you are looking for are my disciples. If you defeat me, you can continue. If you lose, just get lost, Wu Changkong said. Your students? Good, good, good. Then let you, the teacher, taste the pain my brother has suffered. Guang Biao sneered, urging his soul power. In the next moment, an incredibly powerful aura emanated from him, and 6 soul rings, 2 yellow, for purple, appeared behind him, and his martial soul was also released and attached to him. With the attachment of his martial soul, Guang Biao's stature suddenly increased by a meter. Thick iron-gray scales spread down from his forehead, completely covering his body like a layer of thick armor. Meanwhile, on Guang Biao's shoulders, 3 groups of light flickered, 1 yellow and 2 purple, representing his soul spirits. With the appearance of his martial soul and soul spirits, Guang Biao's aura undoubtedly strengthened even more, exuding a powerful oppressive feeling just by standing there, as if he could crush mountains and shatter the earth, causing many students to break out in a cold sweat for Wu Changkong. Then, Guang Biao's gaze fiercely locked onto Wu Changkong, his overwhelming momentum like a whirlwind, blowing his long hair upwards. At this moment, Wu Changkong finally moved. With a twist of his arm, a faint blue soul power shimmered, and in the next moment, the sky blue Tian Shuang sword appeared in Wu Changkong's hand. Holding the Tian Shuang sword, Wu Changkong gently advanced a step. In the next moment, the wild aura emitted by Guang Biao was once again shattered, dividing in 2 and vanishing into thin air. Not only that, but with this sword from Wu Changkong, an icy aura that seemed capable of freezing everything surged towards Guang Biao. Beer art's so cold. Although Wu Changkong's sword targeted Guang Biao, even the surrounding students felt a chill, their bodies involuntarily shivering, and even Yao Xuan, dozens of meters away, could feel the cold in the air. As the target of Wu Changkong's sword, Guang Biao felt as if he had fallen into a world of ice and snow, unable to escape. How can this be? So strong. His eyes flickered with disbelief, Guang Biao almost exerting all his strength to break through Wu Changkong's aura, and in the next moment, the look of surprise in Guang Biao's eyes deepened. Behind Wu Changkong, 6 soul rings flickered, but unlike his 2 yellow and 4 purple configuration, the last 2 soul rings of Wu Changkong were actually faint black. 10,000-year soul rings. Those are 10,000-year soul rings. As a soul emperor, Guang Biao naturally understood the rarity of 10,000-year soul rings. Even the Spirit Tower, as the ancestor of soul spirits, found it extremely difficult to create a 10,000-year soul spirit, requiring huge manpower and financial resources, let alone other forces. Because of this, whenever a 10,000-year soul spirit appeared at an auction, it would be snatched up by a large wave of soul masters, often fetching prices in the tens of billions of federal coins. And often there would be a price without a market, with many sold in a barter form, where even having money would not suffice. An ordinary soul master, if not supported by a major power, would almost never obtain a 10,000-year soul ring. Even the favored light dragon of a certain military bigwig did not qualify to obtain a 10,000-year soul ring. However, at this moment, the long-haired man before him actually had 2 10,000-year soul rings. His identity was certainly not simple, definitely not an ordinary teacher. Who on earth are you? Guang Biao question Wu Changkong. Take this sword from me, and you will be qualified to know. Wu Changkong coldly replied, and then, the 3rd purple soul ring behind him suddenly flickered. Tian Shuang slash. With the flicker of the soul ring, in the next moment, Wu Changkong's figure vanished and reappeared in front of Guang Biao, and with the Tian Shuang sword in hand, he slashed out a fierce strike that exuded terrifying cold air, as if it could cut through everything, slashing towards Guang Biao. How can this be? This feeling. Facing Wu Changkong's sword, Guang Biao felt as though an iceberg was pressing down on him from the sky, his soul power within him seemingly freezing due to the overwhelming cold. A chill rapidly surged in his heart, and his whole body involuntarily trembled, dominated by fear. Although his body trembled slightly due to the terrifying cold, Guang Biao was, after all, a soul emperor-level soul master and had once joined the Soul Master Legion, so his combat experience was quite rich. Thus, he crazily urged his soul power, and several soul rings behind him lit up one after another. In the next moment, the scales covering Guang Biao's body emitted an iron-gray glow, and in front of him, a soul power shield of gray-black color, covered in dragon scales and looking very hard, was condensed from soul power. However, under the might of Wu Changkong's sword, all of Guang Biao's resistance was futile. When the Tian Shuang slash struck that seemingly indestructible soul power shield, the shield shook violently and collapsed within less than half a second. Immediately after, The condensed sword light slashed onto Guang Biao's chest. As Wu Changkong's sword approached, Guang Biao felt as if his spirit had become dull, and his blood seemed to freeze, making it almost impossible for him to resist. The final strike of Wu Changkong's sword landed on Guang Biao's chest. Almost in an instant, the mech armor made of forged metal and engraved with a vast array of soul guide formations on his chest was severed and shattered. Then the Tian Shuang sword, like cutting vegetables, shattered Guang Biao's renowned scales. Subsequently, the sharp sword edge cut through Guang Biao's skin, but strangely, no blood flowed out. It had already been frozen by the cold air of the Tian Shuang sword. Am I going to die? I regret it. I shouldn't have done this. At this moment, Guang Biao's mind was filled with only this thought. But at that moment, Wu Changkong sheathed his sword. You lost. I don't want to kill. Just take your people and get lost. Looking at Guang Biao, who was trembling and slightly dazed with a gaping wound on his chest, Wu Changkong said coldly, This move, you came from that place. At this moment, Guang Biao finally realized something, mumbling, his eyes filled with extreme fear. Yes. So take your people and get lost. What did your brother do? My students told me, and I think they did well. If I see you again, it won't just be a minor injury. Wu Changkong's icy words came. Yes, it's all my fault. It's all my fault. I'm leaving now. Breathing heavily, Guang Biao repeatedly said, his tone extremely humble, like a stray dog, leaving with his subordinates in a dejected manner. Got him, man. Teacher Wu is mighty. Long live Teacher Wu. Looking at Guang Biao's defeated retreat, the students erupted into enthusiastic cheers, male students throwing respectful glances at Wu Changkong, while female students gazed affectionately at Wu Changkong's figure, and the teachers also cast grateful looks. 20 minutes later, in Wu Changkong's office. Sorry, Teacher Wu, we caused you trouble. Yao Xuan, Gu Yue, Xie, and Tang Wulin apologized to Wu Changkong. It's fine, go back and cultivate. Wu Changkong said coldly. Teacher, you don't blame us? Xie curiously asked, you didn't do anything wrong. Why should I blame you? However, to prevent retaliation and some hidden hands, no one is allowed to leave the school at night, except on rest days, Wu Changkong said. Yes. After making the promise, the four returned to their dorms. Eating, cultivating, physical training, theoretical study, soon another day passed. After school, in the afternoon, the class promotion competition was held again. This time their opponent was Class 2 of the first grade. Compared to before, there were many more students watching this time, even students from the advanced department. It was clear that they were not just here to watch the competition, but rather to see Wu Changkong. Since yesterday's battle, Wu Changkong's name had completely resonated throughout Donghai Academy. Facing Class 2 of the first grade, Yao Xuan and the other three competitors didn't even use their full strength and easily defeated their opponents, achieving victory. With such an effortless winning posture, combined with Wu Changkong's reputation, the name of Class 5 of the first grade was completely established, gaining fame in the intermediate department. The next day was a rest day, so the class promotion competition would not take place and would be postponed to next Monday. This competition suddenly sparked the interest of a large part of the intermediate department. On one side was the Dark Horse team, led by Wu Changkong, which easily defeated the other three classes. On the other side was the old strong team that gathered the strongest in the grade, with great soul master students stationed. Who would win and who would lose? Not to mention the thoughts of other students on this rest day. Tang Wulin suddenly proposed a request to go to the auction house to take a look. It seems that Tang Wulin's bloodline has started to awaken. Although he was not stimulated to prematurely exhibit the power of the Golden Dragon King, the unlocking of the bloodline seal is indeed an unstoppable process. Listening to Yao Xuan's words, he naturally knew what had happened to Tang Wulin, and he secretly thought to himself. However, Yao Xuan also understood that this time, the progress of Tang Wulin's bloodline unlocking would definitely be slower than in the original historical timeline, at the very least with his own existence. Tang Wulin had no reason to rush to break through the first layer of the seal so early. With his own protection in the future, Tang Wulin would not repeatedly take risks to challenge the seal ahead of time. Chapter 95, Spiritual Objects and Golden Evolution Points. Class 1, Subscription needed. Without the enhancement of the Golden Dragon King bloodline, relying solely on the blue-silver grass martial soul, Tang Wulin's strength progression would naturally lag significantly compared to the original historical timeline. This was not a bad thing for Yao Xuan, as he could plunder more fortune from Tang Wulin. As for Tang Wulin's suggestion to go to the auction house, Yao Xuan naturally would not oppose it. Coincidentally, he also wanted to visit the auction house to see the various spiritual objects on the Douluo Continent. After all, according to the laws of the super god system, Consuming spiritual objects could also bring Yao Xuan golden evolution points. Early the next morning, Yao Xuan and the other two left the school, guided by Xie to the East Sea auction house. Accompanying them was Gu Yue, who came along after learning that Yao Xuan was going to the auction house. The East Sea auction house is located in the central area of East Sea City, next to the East Sea City Museum. It is a force affiliated with the East Sea City Lord-S Mansion and holds small auctions every month and large auctions every year. After walking for about 20 minutes, the four arrived at the auction house. After presenting their soul master identities, they were quickly granted entry. By the way, Weilin, how did you suddenly think of coming to the auction house? Xie asked curiously as they entered. Well, I'm not sure how to explain it. Maybe it's just a whim? Tang Weilin scratched his head and replied. Although he trusted Yao Xuan and the others regarding the Golden Dragon King bloodline, the mysterious voice had instructed him not to tell anyone else, so he could only keep it to himself. All right, then I won't ask anymore. Seeing that Tang Weilin was unwilling to say more, Xie did not press further. As they walked, at Tang Weilin's request, they arrived at the spiritual fruit area. The spiritual fruit area was a rectangular room, approximately 300 square meters in size, containing special transparent compartments made entirely of a unique alloy, enhanced by soul guide arrays. Only a soul king could break them. In each transparent alloy compartment, there was a uniquely shaped spiritual fruit with labels indicating their age, effects, and starting prices, none of which were below 100,000 federal coins. So expensive. Looking at the spiritual fruits in front of him, Tang Weilin's eyes revealed a hint of conflict as he clenched his fists. These were only a few decades old spiritual fruits, and their prices were already astonishing. The century-old spiritual fruits he wanted would be even more expensive. Like Tang Weilin, Yao Xuan activated his observation eye to scan the various spiritual fruits. Name: Dragon Spirit Grass Age. 10 years type. Rare vegetation effect. Enhances physique. Consuming it grants 7 golden evolution points. Repeated consumption reduces effectiveness. Name: Ice Crystal Fruit Age. 30 years type. Ice Attribute Spiritual Fruit Effect. Enhances soul power. Doubles effect for Ice Attribute Martial Souls. Consuming it grants 4 golden evolution points. Repeated consumption reduces effectiveness. Name: Purple Budflower Age. 50 years type. Spiritual Fruit Effect. Enhances soul power. Increases potential. Consuming it grants 10 golden evolution points. Repeated consumption reduces effectiveness. As he scanned each spiritual fruit, their information appeared before Yao Xuan, and a hint of disappointment appeared on his face. Originally, he wanted to use his observation eye to see if he could find a bargain, but the appraisers at this auction house were clearly knowledgeable, and Yao Xuan did not find any spiritual objects that were worth more than their price. At the same time, Yao Xuan also roughly summarized a pattern. For 10 years spiritual fruits, spending about 40,000 federal coins could bring him 1 golden evolution point. By this calculation, if he wanted to obtain 100 golden evolution points by consuming 10 years spiritual fruits, Yao Xuan would need to spend 4 million federal coins, which was extremely low in cost effectiveness. Xie, why aren't there any century-old spiritual fruits here? After looking at the exhibits, Tang Weilin asked Xie with some disappointment. Century-old spiritual fruits? Such precious auction items should be on the 2nd floor, or maybe even the 3rd floor. However, to access the 2nd floor, we don't have the qualifications yet. We need to spend 100,000 federal coins to obtain bidding qualifications, Xie explained. 100,000 federal coins. Just for a bidding qualification? Tang Weilin frowned. Yeah, 100,000 federal coins. And that only allows you to view the auction items on the 2nd floor. To go to the 3rd floor, you need to spend 1 million federal coins to obtain VIP bidding qualifications. Of course, this is just for viewing and bidding qualifications. Any century-old spiritual items, unless they are of extremely poor quality, are generally valued at over 1 million federal coins, Xie elaborated. Over 1 million federal coins. Tang Weilin clenched his fists. Although he still had nearly a year to prepare, he couldn't help but feel a faint sense of urgency and helplessness. To gather 4 types of spiritual objects would require 4 million federal coins, or even more, which was very difficult. What is wrong with you, Weilin? Why are you suddenly thinking about these things? Xie asked, noticing Tang Weilin's expression. It's nothing. Tang Weilin shook his head. All right, if you have any trouble, don't keep it to yourself. Talk to me and Xian go more. Maybe we can help. Xie patted Tang Weilin's shoulder, comforting him. Thank you, Xie. Tang Weilin said sincerely, feeling a bit less disappointed. He still had nearly a year left, and with everyone's help, it might not be impossible to successfully collect the 4 types of spiritual objects. After looking at the spiritual objects, the four didn't leave immediately, but continued to stroll around the first floor of the auction house, witnessing many different types of soul guides and rare treasures before returning to EC Academy at noon. In the blink of an eye, the afternoon of the next day arrived. However, the competition did not take place immediately. A strong typhoon, which Yao Xuan had anticipated, caused the competition to be delayed for a week, disappointing many students who were prepared to watch. Soon, a week passed, the strong typhoon cleared, and that afternoon, the promotion tournament finally reopened. Compared to the previous competitions, more students came to watch this match, almost filling the hundreds of seats in the playground. And even many students from the advanced department came to watch, for no other reason than the reputation of this match had been thoroughly established. Under the eager gaze of the students, both teams of students took to the stage one by one. On the left side of the dual platform, the first-year Class 5 team led by Wu Changkong appeared, with the main members still being Yao Xuan, Gu Yue, and Xie. As soon as they appeared, they drew enthusiastic cheers and attention, especially from the female students. After a week, the strength of Yao Xuan, Gu Yue, and Xie had not changed. Still at level 21, 19, and 21, while Tang Wulin had naturally not broken through the first layer of the Golden Dragon King bloodline seal. On the right side of the dual platform was the homeroom teacher of the first-year Class 1, Ying Luo. She bore a striking resemblance to Yi Ing Rong, but lacked some of her approachable demeanor, appearing more proud. Chapter 96. The battle begins. Surround attack. Subscription needed. Please subscribe. Standing behind Yi Ing Luo are the representatives from the first-year class. In the center is a tall boy with a square face and spirited eyes, exuding a sense of calmness and a maturity beyond his years. To his right rear is a very thin boy, gaunt and pale, giving off a faint dark aura, with cold glints in his eyes that make him unapproachable. To his left rear is a comparatively smaller boy, who leaves a faint blue afterimage as he moves, clearly indicating that he is a sensitive attack type soul master. Finally, they have made their appearance. I wonder who will ultimately win. Yes, I've heard that this first class is considered the strongest in 100 years. However, the fifth class next to them is not bad either. It seems they've been winning quickly in previous matches. Let's look forward to the result of this match, accompanied by the appearance of both sides. The audience around them began to discuss and closely watch the competition ground, eager to see this confrontation. First-year Class 5. Please confirm the number of participants and send out your representatives. On the arena, Hmph commanded. First-year Class 5, 3 participants. Yao Xuan, Gu Yue, and Xie. Step forward, Wu Changkong said lightly. Yao Xuan then led Gu Yue and Xie onto the stage. First-year Class 5 has sent out 3 participants. Please first-year Class 1 send out their representative. Looking at Ying Luo, Hmph said, Yangzi, go up and teach them a lesson. With a resentful gaze towards Wu Changkong, Ying Luo fiercely said, Yes, teacher. The calm student in the middle, referred to as Yangzi, nodded and then led his teammates onto the stage. Sigh, my sister is still holding a grudge against Wu Changkong. Watching Ying Luo, Ying Rong sighed. Ever since Ying Luo was ignored by Wu Changkong when she confessed 2 years ago, she has held a grudge and wanted to slap Wu Changkong's face hard once. Not to mention the reactions of the audience below at this moment on the stage. The 6 members from both teams stared at each other, their eyes revealing a burning fighting spirit. First-year Class 1, Captain Zhang Yangzi. The calm boy in the center said, Wang Jinxia. The thin, cold boy behind said indifferently, Wei Xiaofeng. Today you will witness what true strength is. Don't think that just because you have defeated some weaklings, you can be our class's opponent. You are not worthy. Wei Xiaofeng provocatively gestured with his right hand, thumb down. This guy. Instantly, anger flashed in Xie's eyes as he clenched his fists. First-year Class 5, Captain Yao Xuan. Yao Xuan stepped forward and said loudly, Gu Yue, Xie, Wei Xiaofeng. Today, I will let you see the consequences of underestimating others.